Liam was reborn on the very day the apocalypse began, only to discover that he had somehow become bound to a supply replication system. With a single touch, items could be unlocked, and each day he would have 3 chances to replicate up to 1,000 units of whatever he chose. While others risked their lives fighting over half a stale expired biscuit, he quietly replicated soft fresh bread and broke it into pieces to feed the big yellow dog he kept by his side. When others shed blood over a single rusty axe, he calmly replicated a brand new battle axe and used it only to split firewood for warmth. Fuel, antibiotics, even discarded mechanical parts. All of them multiplied into abundant reserves beneath his fingertips. Once arrogant tycoons now knelt begging for a single cup of hot water. A former campus goddess who had always seemed untouchable was willing to trade everything just for one full meal. Liam simply gazed out at the endless snowfall beyond the window, quietly counting the day's replication choices and weighing whether to summon 1,000 slabs of top-grade steak or 1,000 insulated coats. In this world of frozen wasteland and collapsing humanity, he held the power of creation in his hands, quietly building the warmest sanctuary at the end of days. Even if the world ended, I still wouldn't choose you. Liam jolted up from the hard dormitory bunk, the unfinished shout lodged in his throat. Afternoon sunlight splashed through the grimy glass window. The air carried a mingled smell of instant noodles and sweat. From the lower bunk came Wang Tao's thunderous snoring, while rapid keyboard clacking crackled from the neighboring room. Everything matched his memories down to the smallest detail. Liam raised his hand and stared at his young palm, unmarked by frostbite or splits, his fingertips quivering beyond. This was no dream. He had truly come back, 3 days before the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse. His heart pounded wildly inside his chest, hammering against his ribs. Terror and a nearly absurd exhilaration clenched him at once. All the details of his struggle for survival in that -70-degree hell surged back with piercing clarity. Frozen bodies, savage tearing and grappling over half a moldy biscuit. The final choking sensation of his lungs turning to ice. And Linwei, the girl he had quietly loved all 4 years of university. Linwei tightened a down jacket given by someone else against the wind and snow, and from within that borrowed warmth cast him a single glance. Her gaze cold and indifferent. He realized those words had been spoken long ago. He had simply never listened. Liam threw off his blanket and rose, movements unsteady. He rushed to the window and stared down at the stream of students heading to class, dressed in thin clothes and wearing expressions weighed down by looming final exams or trivial matters of. They had no idea that 72 hours later lethal cold would tear apart all order, turning this place into a frozen tomb. 3 days. He had only 3 days. Forcing himself to calm down, he turned and began searching through the cramped dorm, leaving no time for dwelling on the past or fearing the future. He needed supplies, anything that could keep him alive. His savings were limited. After his parents passed away, the money they left behind still remained in part. He drafted a list: high-calorie food, water, warm clothing, fuel, tools. Then he rushed out the door, unable to wait any longer. On the first day, he spent most of his money, and all he gained was a pitiful pile of supplies shoved into a corner of the dorm: several bags of rice, compressed biscuits, and instant noodles, large barrels of bottled water, and various cold-resistant gear and clothing. He had a barely functional outdoor gas stove with several canisters, a bucket of gasoline, and a heavy fire axe, drawn from memories of his previous life as an essential weapon. Staring at the supplies, Liam felt his heart sink. It was not enough, nowhere near enough. At best, this could keep a single person alive for an extra week or two in extreme condition. And he had no medicine. In the apocalypse, even a minor infection could be fatal. On the second day, he went to a distant wholesale market, trading the remainder of his money for durable canned goods, dried foods, and sets of hardware tools. He then went to a pharmacy and spent the last of his cash on basic cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, and iodine. The clerk gave him a curious look, probably wondering why this young man was buying such a scattered assortment. Back in the dorm, Wang Tao stared at the small mountain of supplies in the corner and grumbled, "Wow, Moj, are you planning to hibernate? We're opening a mini convenience store in the dorm." Liam did not explain. He kept his head down and sorted. There was no way to make it clear, and no one would believe him anyway. The third day, the final 24 hours, an invisible pressure tightened around his heart. He checked the supplies again and examined the doors and windows, planning how to reinforce them. At dusk, he sat on the bed, chewing a hard compressed biscuit that tasted like wax. At that moment, a flat, emotionless voice echoed directly in the depths of his mind: supply replication system, binding in progress. Binding successful. Rules: touch any non-living item once to permanently unlock its entry. Each day you have 3 replication permissions, allowing you to generate unlocked items. Replicated goods will be delivered into system space in units of 1,000 based on basic storage. Commence first replication. Liam went rigid, crumbs sliding from the corner of his mouth. A system. Replication. In all his memories of dying in the previous timeline, nothing like this had ever existed. Was it a hallucination, or a variable belonging only to this new life? He grabbed a half-empty bottle of mineral water at his side, the cool plastic slick with his sweat. Touch, he murmured. Item touched, purified water, 500 milliliters. Entry, drinking water unlocked. Commence first replication. Yes, replicate. The words squeezed out between his teeth. In the next instant, he felt his consciousness drawn away, sinking into a gray, indescribably vast and silent space. In one corner of the space, 1,000 identical, unopened 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water were neatly stacked. Their labels were crisp, and fine droplets of condensation clung to the plastic as if they had just been pulled from a refrigerator. The sensation of touch fed back into his awareness. Cold, heavy, undeniably real. Liam released his grip, and the half bottle dropped onto the bed. Panting, he stared fixedly at the empty air, which in truth was his view into the system space holding those 1,000 bottles of water. It was real. Not a dream. Not a hallucination. A thrill so intense it seemed to burst through his skull seized him, making every hair on his body stand on end. He now possessed an inexhaustible source of water. Calm. He had to stay calm. 2 replication chances remained. His gaze swept over the pile of supplies and locked onto several flat, round tins of canned meat. Braised pork canned meat. High in calories, rich in fat, and slow to spoil, providing the scarce oil and satisfaction most needed in the apocalypse. He rushed over, grabbed one tin, the cold metal pressed to his palm. Item touched, braised pork canned meat. Entry, meat canned food unlocked. Replicate. Replicate. His awareness sank into the system space once more. Beside the 1,000 bottles of water, 1,000 identical, neatly packaged tins of braised pork appeared out of thin air. Twice now. One chance remained. His gaze turned to the meager medicines, a few boxes of amoxicillin, some cephalosporin tablets, and basic painkillers and cold remedies. It was not enough, far too thin. What the apocalypse demanded was not isolated items, but a system, a coherent solution for all manner of injuries and illnesses. He drew a deep breath and gathered all the medicine he had bought: amoxicillin, clavulanate, cefixime, metronidazole, doxycycline, along with glucose solution, saline, vitamin infusions, disposable sterile needles, bandages, iodine swabs, surgical tweezers. He brought them all together. He found a clean bedsheet, sorted the items, and wrapped them tightly, tying them into a solid, bulky bundle. This was the emergency medical survival kit he had pieced together from his memories and common sense, frequently used and broadly applicable in the end times. His slightly trembling hands pressed down on the improvised medical pack. Beneath the rough fabric, he could feel the hard outlines of the supplies. Composite package detected, containing multiple sub-items. Record as a combined unit. Note: once recorded as a combined unit, replication will generate this bundle as a whole. Yes. Record. Replicate. Liam all but growled the words. Combined unit, basic emergency medical pack, extended, touched, and recorded. Entry unlocked. Replicate. Replicate. His awareness entered the system space for the 3rd time. This time, alongside the 1,000 bottles of water and 1,000 tins of braised pork, there appeared 1,000 identical medical bundles, each wrapped in the same bedsheet cloth and stacked neatly. They lay there in quiet stacks. His 3 replication chances were spent. Liam collapsed onto the cold floor, leaning his back against the bed, tilting his head to stare at a damp patch of mildew on the ceiling. Sweat had soaked his back, and his heart still raced. Yet the initial shuddering had passed, replaced by an almost numb sense of solidity. Water, food, medicine. The 3 core pillars of survival, now stored at a scale of 1,000-fold, safely tucked away in a strange space only he could touch on the eve of the apocalypse. Outside, night had fully fallen. Far-off city lights still blazed, and students laughed as they walked past the dorm building. Slowly, Liam's mouth curved into a silent smile. The end was coming. But this time the power to choose lay in his hands. The door slammed open. Wang Tao stepped in, carrying 2 takeaway boxes of fried rice, bringing with him a rush of damp night wind. He saw Liam sitting on the floor, leaning against the bed. There was almost no expression on his face, yet his eyes were like blades tempered in fire, shining with a brightness that was faintly unsettling. In the corner, the pile of supplies almost blocked the passage. Wang Tao set the fried rice on the table, stepped around the cardboard boxes on the floor, and crouched down beside Liam. "You okay? You've seemed off these past 2 days. Skipping classes, just messing around with all this stuff." He lowered his voice, nodding toward the pile with his chin. "Is it because of Lin Wei and your mind's a mess?" Liam did not move, only turning his eyes to glance at him. "No. Don't hide it from me." Wang Tao sighed, picked up a bottle of water, twisted it open, and handed it to Liam. "That day in the cafeteria, we all heard it." Her words were harsh, he said softly. "But someone like that is not worth it. These past days you've been acting like you're possessed, buying so much stuff and piling it here, there's barely any space to stand." Liam took the water but did not drink. He set it down on the floor. "Wang Tao, listen to me. Don't go to class tomorrow." "Huh?" Wang Tao froze, then said, "Tomorrow's Wednesday. We've got old Lou's class. He's ruthless about attendance. Skipping is asking for trouble." "Why?" "The weather will change," Liam said, his gaze shifting back toward the window. "It will be very cold." "Cold?" Wang Tao gave a short laugh, tugging at the short-sleeved shirt he was wearing. "It's barely autumn." The lingering heat hasn't even left yet. How cold can it get? Just put on a couple more layers. The excuse you came up with is really. Before he could finish, the dorm door was slammed open again, and a thicker wave of sweat and heat surged in. It was their other two roommates, Zhang Hai and Chen Su, both in basketball jerseys drenched in sweat and carrying a basketball. As soon as Zhang Hai stepped in, he shouted, "I'm dying of thirst. Any water?" He spotted the box of water next to Li Mo, and without hesitation grabbed a bottle and started gulping it down. Chen Su meanwhile looked over at Li Mo with a slightly odd expression, wiping his sweat, as he said, "Li Mo, we heard something on the basketball court just—" Li Mo looked at him. It was Zhao Peng, Chen Su said with a curl of his lip. That guy from class 2, the sports special admission, the big one. He was playing ball yelling with his buddies that he was going to teach you a lesson. Li Mo's eyebrows did not so much as twitch. Why? Wang Tao's face changed. He cut in. What else could it be? Must be because of Lin Wei. I've heard she's been spending a lot of time with Zhao Peng lately. She probably told him about what you felt before. That guy's nature is no secret. He throws his weight around because he can fight, acting like he owns the place. After finishing the water, Zhang Hai wiped his mouth and came closer as well. Exactly. That idiot was saying some really nasty things on the court just now, telling you to wait for it. Every time he sees you, he'll beat you. Li Mo, be careful these days. Try not to walk alone. Zhao Peng and his crew don't know how to hold back. Li Mo gave a quiet showing almost no reaction, then repeated what he had said earlier. Zhang Hai, Chen Su, you too, as well, he said. Tomorrow don't go out. Stay in the dorm. The weather's going to change. Zhang Hai and Chen Su exchanged a look, both utterly puzzled. Chen Su pulled out his phone and swiped a few times. Change in the weather. Let me see. The forecast says cloudy tomorrow with a high of 28 and a low of 20. No mention of a cold snap. Li Mo, did someone feed you nonsense? Li Mo did not answer. He stood up, walked to the window, and pushed open the pane that always stuck a little. A wind far colder than before blew and carrying a strange, hard-to-describe damp scent. The night sky held no stars. The clouds hung low, murky with the color of dull lead. Farther off, above the halo of city lights, an extremely thin veil of gray-white mist seemed to be slowly sinking. The mist was so faint it was almost impossible to notice without careful attention. But Li Mo knew exactly what it was. Sharp memories from his previous life jabbed at him. It was this gray mist. On the night it appeared, the temperature had begun its irreversible plunge. By the time people woke the next morning, the world had already turned into a giant freezer. That cloud, Li Mo murmured almost to himself. What? Wang Tao didn't catch it and came over as well. What are you looking at? It's just an overcast sky. Right then a jumble of footsteps sounded from the corridor outside, mixed with coarse laughter, curses, and fists thumping on. The noise drew nearer, clearer. Li Mo, does Li Mo live here? Get out. It was Zhao Peng's voice, thick with alcohol and its usual arrogance. The dorm fell abruptly silent. Zhang Hai and Chen Su went pale, unconsciously stepping back half a pace. Wang Tao grabbed Li Mo's arm, whispering urgently, "Don't go out. Pretend you didn't hear. Lock the door. They won't really smash it." Outside, the shouting grew louder, joined by heavy kicks against the door of the dorm opposite. The racket stirred up a flurry of complaints and unrest, but no one dared speak up loudly. Li Mo, chickened out, hiding in your room like a turtle. With what you've got, you dare think about Lin Wei? At least try looking at yourself. Here's how it's going to be. Every time I see you, I'll beat you. Unless you've got the guts to never walk out that door again. The vile words went on and on, mingled with crude laughter from his buddies. Zhang Hai's face flushed from anger and from fear. Chen Su whispered, "Maybe we should tell the dorm supervisor. Or call the police." "No way." Wang Tao gritted his teeth. "By the time they get here, it'll be over. Zhao Peng's uncle works in campus logistics. Nothing will happen to him. Just keep quiet till they wear themselves out and leave." Li Mo gently pried open Wang Tao's sweaty hand from his arm. Wang Tao's palm was slick with sweat. "Li Mo," Wang Tao burst out. Li Mo did not look at him, nor at the two other tense roommates. His gaze swept over the pile of supplies in the corner and finally settled on the fire axe propped against the wall, wrapped casually in old newspaper. The wooden handle was rough, but the metal head of the axe gleamed with a cold, hard sheen under the dim light. Images from his former life flashed before his eyes. Men brawling like beasts over half a bag of biscuits, teeth and fingernails turned into weapons. Later, Zhao Peng had become a minor boss, relying on brute strength and viciousness to seize the underground shelter where Li Mo had been hiding. He had kicked Li Mo, and the feverish friend Li Mo was trying to protect out into a snowstorm tens of degrees below zero, barefoot. The cold, the pain, the despair. Even through one death, they remained painfully vivid. But this time he had food, water, medicine, and more than 1,000 cans stored in his space. He had this axe, and he had the cruel cold that was descending, ready to wipe away every old order and empty show of power. Outside, the shouting continued. Zhao Peng started kicking their dorm door, each kick landing with a dull thud, sending dust raining down from the door frame. "Li Mo, you." Li Mo walked over, bent down, and picked up the fire axe. The newspaper fell away, and the heavy axe lay fully revealed. The edge was not especially sharp, but it was heavy enough. He ran his fingers along the blade, feeling the chill of the metal. "Li Mo, are you insane?" Wang Tao's eyes bulged. He moved as if to rush over and stop him. Zhang Hai and Shun Su were stunned, as well, watching Li Imo walk toward the door with the axe struck dumb. Li Imo stopped in front of the door and looked back at them. His eyes were utterly calm, so calm it made Wang Tao's skin crawl. Remember, Li Imo said, tomorrow don't go out. Lock the door, dress warmly, and gather every blanket you can. With that, he turned the knob, and under the terrified gaze of his 3 roommates, yanked the dorm door open. The corridor lights were dim. Outside stood 4 or 5 people, led by Zhao Peng, reeking of alcohol, his face coarse and brutal. His raised foot had yet to come down. The sudden opening of the door caught him off guard. Seeing Li Imo standing in the doorway with a gleaming fire axe in his hand, Zhao Peng and the lackeys behind him all froze. Doors along both sides of the corridor had quietly opened a crack. Wary eyes peeked out from the gaps, full of shock and doubt. Zhao Peng was the first to recover. Seeing the axe, he flinched instinctively, then feeling his pride wounded, grew even angrier. He craned his neck and cursed. You think waving that thing around scares anyone? You think I'm scared of a shabby fire axe? I'll... He broke off mid-sentence. Because Li Imo stepped forward. Just 1 step. He was now less than half a meter from Zhao Peng. Li Imo said nothing, merely lifted his eyes to look at him. In his gaze lay only bottomless cold. Like the deepest winter well water, a single look was enough to make one's bones ache. Coupled with the axe in his hand, that silence pressed harder than any curse. The rest of Zhao Peng's bravado stuck in his throat. His lackeys fell silent too, unconsciously retreating half a step, their eyes darting between the axe and Li Mo's impassive face. Li Mo's gaze slipped past Zhao Peng's shoulder to the window at the end of the corridor. The gray-white mist there seemed a shade thicker than before. Silent, it clung to the glass. Looks like snow is coming. Li Imo suddenly spoke, his voice low and flat, as if stating the most obvious fact. His words made Zhao Peng blink again, then flush with humiliation, his face turning a dark, ugly red. You. Leave. Li Imo cut him off, uttering a single word. At the same time, his hand tightened almost imperceptibly around the axe handle, veins standing out faintly on the back of his hand. Zhao Peng stood rooted to the spot. His fists cracked aloud as he clenched them, alcohol still clouding his brain, urging him to charge forward. But faced with that pair of eyes and the axe that could swing down at any moment, the scrap of reason remaining in him held his feet in place. He really did wonder. If he moved forward, would the axe really come down? And Li Imo himself? He was nothing like the quiet, downcast figure he had once been. There was a calm about him that only someone who had seen blood could wear. The corridor fell deathly quiet. Only faint music from afar and laughter from the neighboring dorm served to make this stretch of hallway feel all the more strange. They faced off for perhaps 10 seconds, or maybe less. To everyone watching, it felt unbearably long. At last, Zhao Peng spat on the floor, shot Li Imo a vicious glare, and snarled, "Fine, you're tough. We'll see." He tossed out the threat and turned away, shoving past his lackeys as he cursed under his breath, heading toward the stairs. His lackeys hurried after him, none daring to meet Li Mo's gaze. Li Imo stood at the doorway, watching them disappear around the corner of the stairs. Then he withdrew his gaze, turned back inside, carried the axe into the dorm, shut the door behind him, and slid the lock's safety latch into place. The latch clicked softly. Inside the dorm, Wang Tao, Zhang Hai, and Shun Su were still frozen, where they stood like 3 statues. They stared at him and at the axe in his hand, as if seeing this roommate of more than 2 years for the first time. Li Imo set the axe back in the corner, picked up the bottle of water from before, and took a sip. The cold water slid down his throat. "Sleep," he said, his voice flat and unruffled. "Tomorrow will be very cold." Shortly after midnight, the first faint crackle sounded against the window pane, like tiny icicles striking the glass. Li Imo paused his work of reinforcing the door hinge with screws and listened. It had begun. He crossed to the window and looked out through the glass. The halo of the street lamp blurred, swallowed by a thickening gray-white mist. The temperature was falling at a perceptible, alarming rate. His breath condensed into brief clouds of white in the frigid room. He was neither sleepy nor willing to rest. Experience from his past life warned him that the initial chaos and the onslaught of cold were the deadliest moments. He resumed his task, using the angle iron and screws he had bought to further shore up the already decrepit door frame where it met the wall. There were several rolls of sealing tape in the toolbox. He carefully applied them along the gaps in the door and window. Fragments of memories from his previous life raced through his mind. The school. Its initial response would be sluggish. The dormitory district had no centralized heating and relied entirely on air conditioners. Once the temperature dropped below the air conditioner's operational limit, the power system itself would begin to falter from the sudden cold and surging demand. As early as today, daytime outages or regional power rationing might begin. The student council and dorm staff would probably mobilize people to issue notices urging calm and waiting for rescue. The canteen. If fuel and electricity remained, it might attempt to provide hot water and simple warm meals, but such a provision would not last long. Soon rationing of food and drinking water would become a problem. The city. In the first day or two, it would likely try to maintain minimal operations, issue emergency bulletins, and organize repairs and distribution of supplies. But when temperatures plunged below -50 degrees, most fuels would congeal, machinery would fail, and outdoor work would become suicidal. Communication towers would progressively collapse as low-temperature failures and power loss set in. The speed at which order would break down would exceed everyone's imagination. As for more distant regions at the national level, when he had struggled to survive and his past life information had already been cut off, there was no way to know. Yet the outcome was inevitable. The extreme cold was global, continuous, and without end in sight. At precisely 1 in the morning, the system's impersonal prompt rang in his mind. The system space informed him that the daily replication allowance had been refreshed to 3 uses. Liam set down his screwdriver and let his consciousness slip into the system space. In the dim, ashen realm, 1,000 bottles of water, 1,000 cans, 1,000 medical kits were stacked with exacting order, and the sight bestowed upon him an almost transcendental sense of security. He needed a weapon, a reliable one. The thought arose, and the fire axe propped in the corner of his mind manifested in his hand. This was a simulation of the consciousness. It had been touched during the day, and its entry in the compendium had been unlocked. He commanded replication of the fire axe, and beside that pile of supplies 1,000 brand-new gleaming fire axes materialized instantly. The metal blades flashed with a cold, severe light. The quantity exceeded his expectation, but Lee Mo did not hesitate. He returned to reality, reached for a deliberately chosen thick, long cotton coat by his bed. Deep gray, with stiff fabric and generous insulation, bought to his height of 1.83 meters. He ordered replication of the thickened coat. 1,000 identical deep gray coats appeared in the system space, folded in tidy stacks. Only one replication remained. His gaze fell upon a few outdoor fuel canisters tucked in a corner. Small and orange, they looked unassuming. In such bitter cold, however, they meant controllable heat, hot water, and warm food. They were the key to morale and physiological survival. He picked one up and replicated 1,000 identical orange butane canisters for outdoor use. His 3 opportunities were spent. Liam exhaled a long breath. Basic supplies, weapons, cold protection, and energy. The puzzle pieces of survival had on the first pre-dawn of the apocalypse been assembled into the most vital configuration. He kept reinforcing the windows, sealing the glass gaps with tape. The indoor temperature continued to fall. Though slower than outside, the cold already pierced like countless tiny needles through the seams of clothing. A rustle and chattering teeth came from Wang Tao's bed. He had been woken by the cold. He fumbled to draw back his bed curtain, wearing only thin sleepwear. He hugged himself and trembled. His face looked pale in the faint light of his phone screen. The air conditioner. It doesn't seem to be heating. Mo, aren't you cold? Zhang Hai and Shun Su were roused, as well, murmuring complaints and groping for warm clothing on their beds. Zhang Hai snatched his quilt and wrapped himself tightly, while Shun Su began rummaging through boxes. Liam did not turn. He continued applying tape. The air conditioners won't work. The outdoor temperature has already fallen below their operating limit. Wang Tao froze, instinctively glancing toward the window. Outside was a blurred gray, nothing discernible. It's only been a few months. Didn't the forecast say? His words were cut off by a high, keening wind shrieking through a crack. The sound was like a ghost's lament and made their skin crawl. The temperature dipped noticeably again. Wang Tao could not bear it. He leapt from the bed, bare feet hitting the icy concrete. The shock made him hop twice before he hurried to find his thick coat. He found only a thin fleece sweatshirt and a not very warm pair of sweatpants, pulled them on haphazardly, and still shivered until he began to run in place. No, I can't take this. I can't handle it. What the hell is this weather? Zhang Hai also tumbled out of bed, wrapped in a blanket, his face sullen. My phone just pushed an alert. It said an abrupt, extreme cold wave advising citizens to stay indoors unless necessary. But it didn't say it would be this cold. Shun Su had already donned his thickest down jacket, but it was plainly insufficient. His lips were tinged blue. My hometown's coldest winter was only around -20. This feels much colder than that. This is wrong, terribly wrong. Liam finished the last strip of tape, walked to the pile of supplies, took out 3 of the thick coats, and turned to toss one to each of them. Put them on. Wang Tao took the coat. It was unexpectedly heavy and reassuringly solid. He had no time to ask. When Liam had bought so many and in such large sizes, he slipped it on at once. The coat was almost knee-length, the sleeves were a little long and needed rolling, but the bone-piercing cold was instantly cut by more than half. A dull warmth began to envelope the body. God, it's warm. Wang Tao sighed with relief, quickly zipping to the top and pulling the hood tight. Zhang Hai and Shun Su hurried to dress as well. The coats were roomy on them, but in that moment no one complained. Only a gratitude-like rescue. The garments still carried the scent of new fabric, but they were utterly serviceable. Liam, this. Thanks, Zhang Hai said awkwardly. They had once teased Liam about hoarding because of Lin Wei. Liam waved his hand and said nothing. He went back to the window, face nearly pressed to the glass. The fog thickened, the streetlight's glow was almost devoured, only a wan, sickly halo seeping through. Ice flowers had already begun to lace irregular patterns on the inner surface of the glass. Time slipped away. 3 o'clock. 4 o'clock. A cold that penetrated to the bone. Even in thick coats indoors, the chill found every breach. Their soles began to go numb, exposed noses and cheeks felt as if scraped. The dormitory was terrifyingly silent save for the muffled breathing of 4 people and the ceaseless, ever-worsening keening of the wind outside. Wang Tao stacked every sock he could find on his feet and wrapped another blanket, yet still shivered. He pulled out his phone to check the time or messages and saw the signal bars flickering weakly. The network was intermittent. The class chat and campus forums had already erupted with panic. There were frantic questions and wild conjectures about the cold, but little in the way of official confirmation. He scrolled to a post that had been rapidly upvoted to the top, though its headline was shocking. A student had posted that someone from dormitory 3 had attempted to go out for food and was found collapsed on the path 10 minutes later, suspected of hypothermia. Wang Tao's hand trembled, and his phone nearly slipped from his grasp. He looked up at the silent figure by the window. Liamo stood there like a statue impervious to cold. Zhang Hai crept to the other side of the window and wiped away a small patch of ice with his finger, whispering, "Look outside. Is the ground? Is it frozen? And is that snow?" In the gray mist, the ground showed a strange reflective sheen, while finer white particles danced in the gusts of wind. Chen Zu's voice trembled. "My phone. I used the built-in thermometer. It's almost -15 degrees indoors. Then outside. How cold must it be?" No one answered, but a rising fear took hold of each of them. This was no ordinary cold wave. Around 4:30 in the morning, a short, sharp hiss of electrical current overhead, the fluorescent tube flickered violently, and with a pop, went out. Then the whir of the external air conditioning units and the faint hum of corridor power equipment ceased. The power was out. The dormitory fell into darkness, sketched only by the faint, distorted daylight through the fog outside that outlined objects in the room with vague silhouettes. Absolute silence and cold gripped them like twin hands clamped around their throats. The power. "It's gone too." Wang Tao's voice broke with the beginnings of a sob in the dark. Amid that suffocating blackout and the biting cold, Limo's voice sounded calm and carried to all their ears. "From now on, global temperatures will keep falling, eventually stabilizing around -70 degrees, perhaps even lower. This is not a cold wave, but a permanent climatic change. The school and the city will soon be paralyzed." In the dark, the 3 roommates' breaths seemed to halt. "We are a single dormitory unit." Liamo turned. His face was indistinct in the dim light, only his eyes reflecting a small cold gleam. "Outside it will grow ever more chaotic. Hunger, cold, people fighting for scraps of resource will become inhuman. If we want to survive, we must rely on ourselves, the 4 of us banded together." He paused and let his gaze sweep over 3 blurred, terrified faces. "Ration what we've hoarded. It will buy us some time. I have shares of water, food, and warm clothing. But the premise is that we act as one. Anyone with divided loyalties or who drags us down, don't blame me for being ruthless." His words trailed off, and only the wind's assault against the windows howled in reply. Wang Tao opened his mouth to ask, "How do you know? -70 degrees. How can that be?" The question died in his throat. Limo's certainty silenced them. His conviction brooked no doubt. Moreover, he had indeed amassed a vast cache of supplies, as if he had anticipated this all along. Compared with the hellish cold and blackout before them, weather forecasts seemed a joke. The school had been utterly unprepared. The power failed without warning. What else could be impossible now? Zhang Hai swallowed, and his throat felt parched. Chen Su tightened his coat and still trembled, but behind the fear his eyes showed a small gathering resolve. At that moment, distant from downstairs, a confused clamor of voices and urgent whistles rose, as if people were assembling or frantically attempting to order others. The school's emergency mechanisms, belated and clumsy in the bone-chilling cold, were finally beginning to stir. But from within the dormitory, more and more terrified cries, pounding on doors and shouts of questioning and blame began to swell, quickly drowning that faint, organized noise. The curtain to chaos had been drawn. Liamo returned to his bed, fumbled for the outdoor gas stove and a small iron pot, took an orange canister, and deftly connected it. With a soft click, he pressed the ignition. A steady flame, blue suffused with yellow, leapt into being, warm and steady, flickering defiantly in the absolute dark and the merciless cold. The flickering flame became the only anchor in the darkness and cold. The blue and yellow intertwined glow illuminated a small circle, reflecting on 4 young but tense faces. It also brought a faint yet tangible warmth. Wang Tao, Zhang Hai, and Chen Su unconsciously leaned closer, extending their hands to roast by the fire, their stiff fingers gradually regaining sensation. Liamo waited for them to warm up a bit before turning away to rummage through his pile of supplies, actually extracting resources from the system space. Then he straightened up, holding a few items. "This one for each of you." He first handed over 3 brand new fire axes. The axe handle was icy cold, and the blade glinted with a ghostly light in the fire. Wang Tao took it, the weight nearly causing him to drop it. He usually only lifted dumbbells, and holding this sharpened weapon felt completely different, causing a slight chill in his heart, yet inexplicably giving him a bit more confidence. Zhang Hai and Chen Su silently accepted their axes, gripping the handles tightly. Take this too. Liam then handed over several orange canisters. Outdoor gas canisters. Then amid the puzzled gazes of the three, he picked up his burning gas stove and demonstrated how to detach and install the gas canister. Pay attention, a gas canister can last several hours, use it sparingly. This is a life-saving ember. After completing this, he reattached his gas stove, allowing the flame to continue burning. Looking up again, his gaze swept across the three. We have fire, food, and warm clothing. Other dormitories do not have these. His voice was clear amid the crackling of the flames. Soon someone will be unable to resist. They will come knocking, begging, or trying to snatch. Wang Tao swallowed hard, but remained silent. Zhang Hai and Chen Zu's faces turned pale, unconsciously glancing at the tightly closed dormitory door. Remember, Liam fixed his gaze on the flickering flame. If someone causes trouble, you stand behind me or beside me. Just do as I do. Don't be timid, but don't act recklessly, understand? Wang Tao nodded vigorously, tightening his grip on the axe. Zhang Hai and Shin Su hesitantly nodded as well. They had many questions they wanted to ask, but the words were swallowed back down, suppressed by the incomprehensible situation before them and the cold axe in their hands. What would be the point of asking? The reality was laid out before them. Cold darkness, power outages, and all the preparations Liam had made. He was right. That was enough. Time seemed to stretch and shorten in the extreme cold. The temperature continued to drop mercilessly, and the frost on the windows thickened, revealing grotesque and complex patterns. Even surrounded by the small gas stove wearing thick cotton jackets, the chill still pierced like countless tiny ice needles seeking to infiltrate every gap. The soles of their feet, despite thick socks, quickly became numb and painful on the ground. The corridor outside began to grow restless. Initially, muffled cries and complaints floated out from the very. Then someone began to knock urgently on the door, unsure whether they wanted to go out or wanted others to open it. More footsteps echoed in the corridor. Panic, sluggishness, accompanied by chattering teeth and muffled curses. Cold. Too damn cold. Who has a thick blanket? Lend me one. The phone has no signal. The power won't charge. Is there any food? I'm so hungry. The noise grew louder, mixed with arguments and shoving sounds. At one moment, a loud crash echoed from afar, as if glass had shattered. Then came several terrified screams and the sound of more chaotic running. Wang Tao shuddered in fear, almost dropping the axe in his hand. Zhang Hai and Shin Su also nervously perked their ears, not daring to breathe. Liam simply listened quietly, showing little expression on his face, occasionally adjusting the flame of the gas stove to make it flicker. Suddenly, a louder commotion erupted downstairs. There was also the harsh electric whine when the loudspeaker was turned on. A middle-aged man's hoarse and anxious voice intermittently came up. Students, do not panic. Stay in your dormitory. Wait. The school is organizing. But soon this voice was drowned out by more terrified inquiries and cries. After enduring another long period, more organized footsteps and knocking sounds echoed in the corridor, accompanied by loud shouts. Attention everyone. The school has an emergency notice. Everyone immediately gather on the first floor, heading to the auditorium. The auditorium has backup generators, and repeat, everyone immediately go downstairs to gather. Do not bring too many personal items, as quickly as possible. The speaker's voice was hoarse, carrying an authoritative tone. It was likely personnel from the school security office. There might also be remaining teachers and counselors. The initial silence outside was quickly followed by a louder uproar mixed with suspicion and urgency. The auditorium. Is there heating? Really? That's great. Let's hurry. We can't stay in this damn place for another moment. Chaotic footsteps began to surge toward the staircase, many even not properly putting on their coats, driven by survival instinct to rush out the door. Wang Tao's eyes lit up, looking at Liam. Go. Did you hear? The auditorium has heating and a generator. The school is organizing a transfer. Are we going? Zhang Hai and Chen Su also immediately stood up, relief evident on their faces. With organization and authority, their previously anxious hearts found support. Yes, Liam, it's too cold here, and we don't know how long we have to endure. Gathering in the auditorium should be safer, and there will be food, right? Chen Su rubbed his hands together, speaking eagerly. Liam did not move. He didn't even lift his eyelids, focusing intently on the pure water in the pot, which was beginning to emit. That was a bottle he had casually poured earlier, meant for boiling water. I'm not going, he said. Huh. Wang Tao was taken aback. Why not? There's heating there. Yes, Liam, it's just the four of us here guarding a small stove. How long can we last? There will be more people in the auditorium, and the school will definitely arrange supplies uniformly. Zhang Hai also persuaded. Liam raised his eyes, his gaze calmly sweeping over them. Supplies are limited, and there are too many people. Going there is just handing yourself over to someone else's arrangement. Moreover, it will be too chaotic. I don't believe they can control the situation. A flash of memory from his past life crossed his mind. The initial relief in the auditorium would soon be replaced by cold. Due to insufficient fuel for the generator, the limited blankets and hot water would lead to In the dark, it was unclear who struck first. The sounds of screams, trampling, and later some people formed factions starting to control and seize the distribution rights. At that time he was just one of the bewildered followers who had followed the crowd. Surviving relied largely on luck and hiding. But Wang Tao wanted to say something, but was interrupted. If you want to go, I won't stop you. Li Mo's voice remained calm and even. Right now, wearing a cotton jacket with a weapon in hand, just be careful on the way, don't get jostled by others. You should be able to reach the auditorium. Once they're huddled together, be smart and don't rely on others. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tao hesitated instead. He looked at Li Mo, who was steady as a rock. Then he glanced at the heavy axe in his hand and the thick cotton jacket on his body. Listening to the increasingly chaotic sounds outside mixed with cries and urgent shouts, the flicker of hope that had just risen in his heart began to fade. Because Li Mo's earlier preparations and predictions were repeatedly validated. This time, Zhang Hai and Chen Su exchanged glances. Chen Su gritted his teeth and said, "How about Zhang Hai and I go take a look first? See what the situation in the auditorium is, whether there really is safety. If the situation is good, we can come back to get you. If it doesn't work, we'll find a way to come back." He thought this through and felt it was a win-win solution. Zhang Hai nodded quickly. Yes, we should scout the way. We can't just stay here without knowing anything. Just then there was a hurried knock on their dormitory door, knocking urgently. Is anyone inside? Hurry out. Gather on the first floor, move to the auditorium. Quickly, don't dawdle. Outside was an unfamiliar male voice, urgent and impatient, likely from the school organization. Wang Tao looked at Li Mo. Li Mo nodded towards the door, his meaning very clear. You decide for yourselves. Zhang Hai took a deep breath, tightened the zipper of his cotton jacket, hastily wrapped the fire axe in an old bed sheet he found, and tucked. He said to Chen Su, "Let's go." Chen Su mirrored his actions, securing his axe. He glanced at the small pot on the gas stove where the snow was about to melt, and at Li Mo's emotionless face he whispered, "Then we'll go take a look. Be careful." Li Mo replied with an Wang Tao watched the two walk toward the door, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, gripping the axe tightly and moving a step closer to Li Mo. Zhang Hai turned the door lock and opened a crack. The biting cold wind rushed in, instantly causing him to shudder violently. Outside stood a boy wearing a bulky down jacket and wool hat, his face red from the cold, looking anxious, while shadows of people in the corridor squeezed toward the staircase. "Hurry out. We've been waiting for you," the boy shouted. Coming. Zhang Hai responded and squeezed out, with Chen Su quickly blending into the chaotic flow of people outside, disappearing from sight. The door was shut again with a click, locking it. The noise and chill of the corridor were momentarily isolated. In the dormitory, only Li Mo and Wang Tao remained, along with the steadily burning blue flame. The snow in the pot had melted, releasing faint white steam. Wang Tao listened to the increasingly distant chaos outside, glancing at the silent Li Mo and the warmth within this confined space. He suddenly felt that perhaps not following them out was the right choice. The whistle and shouts for gathering downstairs gradually subsided, and most of those who could move seemed to have been. But before long, footsteps echoed again in the corridor, this time slower, mixed with painful groans and coughs. Inside the dormitory, only the faint crackling sound of the gas heater remained, along with the incessant howling of the wind outside. Wang Tao sat on a small stool, hugging his knees with an axe leaning against his leg, his eyes fixed on the cluster of blue flames, feeling restless. He finally couldn't help but speak, his voice sounding somewhat dry in the silence. Are we really not going to the auditorium? Li Mo was adjusting the fire by poking at the gas heater's air intake with a piece of wire. Not now. Then? What about later? We'll see how it goes. Wang Tao fell silent for a moment, the questions piling up inside him like boiling water. He turned his head to look at Li Mo's calm profile, which bore almost no trace of fear in this extreme environment, only focus. He finally spoke, his voice low, "Guyu." Before he could finish, there was another knock at the dormitory door. This knock was different from before. Weak, hesitant, a few knocks followed by a pause, as if the person had exhausted their strength. A voice thick with nasal tone and trembling came through the door. Is anyone there? Please. Help. Wang Tao immediately looked at Li Mo, his eyes questioning. Li Mo listened intently. Aside from this weak plea for help, there were no other suspicious sounds in the corridor. He nodded slightly. Wang Tao tightened his grip on the axe, walked to the door, and asked, "Who?" "I am from the materials department next door, Wu Jichao. I have a fever, I couldn't keep up with the others from school." The person outside spoke in a fragmented manner. In between there were suppressed coughs. Wang Tao remembered this person. They had attended a public class together, and he had some impression of him. He was a rather introverted boy. He turned back to seek Li Mo's approval with his eyes. Li Mo nodded again. Only then did Wang Tao cautiously turn the lock and open the door a crack. The cold wind rushed in. A figure wrapped in a long blue down jacket nearly slumped against the doorframe. Wu Jichao's face was flushed, his lips cracked, and peeling, his eyes half closed, his body shaking uncontrollably, beads of sweat on his forehead. Wang Tao hurriedly pulled him inside and shut the. Wu Jichao's legs weakened, nearly causing him to fall, but Wang Tao caught him. Liamo had already risen and walked to the pile of supplies. He quickly retrieved something from storage and pretended to pull out a medical kit from the pile of supplies, opening it. He took out amoxicillin clavulanate and fever reducer along with a bottle of water and walked back. "Take this." He handed the medicine and water to Wang Tao, signaling him to help. Wang Tao assisted the dazed Wu Jichao in swallowing the medicine, then gave him a few sips of water. Wu Jichao choked slightly and began to cough violently, taking a while to calm down. But after taking the medicine and drinking the water, a bit of clarity returned to his dazed eyes. Only then did he notice the gas heater and the small iron pot in the center of the dormitory. The warm, dim light of the fire instinctively drew his frozen body closer. Thank you. He hoarsely expressed his gratitude, but his eyes couldn't help but fixate on the flames. "Come sit and warm yourself." Wang Tao helped him to the side of the gas heater, finding a cardboard box for him to sit on. Liamo said nothing, taking the pot and pouring the warmed water into a cup. Then he continued to rummage through the supplies. This time he pulled out 3 canned braised pork. Of course, among his stockpiled goods there were other types of cans, including fruit, fish, and chicken, but their quantities were far less than the duplicates. Had he known, he would have packed and duplicated them like the medicines. But after all, he had just bound the system and hadn't thought of using it flexibly at that time. Although he had thought of it at dawn, it was just a few cans, still not as important as duplicating warm clothes axes and gas cans, so he could only postpone it. With a sharp sound, he pried open the can, pouring the congealed chunks of meat and broth laced with white fat into the steaming pot. The cold meat chunks hit the bottom of the pot, producing an enticing sizzling sound. The rich aroma of the meat mixed with the salty scent of fermented black beans and soy sauce exploded instantly in the cold air. Wang Tao's stomach betrayed him with a rumble. The little fried rice from last night had long been consumed, and he had spent a night shivering from the cold and hunger. The aroma was simply soul-stirring. Wu Jichao couldn't help but swallow his saliva, eagerly watching the chunks of meat and broth gradually melt and roll in the pot. Liamo stirred slowly with a spoon to evenly distribute the heat. Soon a small pot of steaming braised pork was ready. The broth bubbled with tiny bubbles glistening with oil. He took several mouthwash cups, scalded them with hot water, then filled half a cup with boiling hot meat broth for Wu Jichao, adding several large chunks of meat. "Be careful, it's hot, drink slowly." Wu Jichao trembled as he accepted it, not caring about the heat, cautiously sipping a mouthful. The scalding savory broth slid down his esophagus, making it feel as if his frozen insides were awakening. He almost moaned in comfort. Quickly blowing on it, he eagerly ate the meat along with the broth. Only then did Liamo serve Wang Tao and himself. Wang Tao could no longer contain himself. After blowing on it a few times, he started eating, gasping from the heat, yet unable to stop. The pork marbled with fat, cooked to tender perfection. As the salty fragrance filled his stomach, warmth spread throughout his body, even relaxing his tense nerves considerably. "Damn, this is delicious. So fragrant." Wang Tao exclaimed, almost moved to tears. In this hellish cold and chaos, a mouthful of hot food provided comfort that far surpassed any delicacy he had ever. Liamo ate relatively slowly, but with great seriousness. He needed the calories. Wu Jichao quickly finished his half cup, still wanting more, but feeling embarrassed to ask. Liamo didn't refill for him either. A resource exposure needed to be moderated. Wu Jichao's complexion improved significantly. Although the fever hadn't completely subsided, his spirit was clearly lifted. He tightened his down jacket, glancing enviously at Wang Tao's longer, thicker cotton coat, but he didn't ask. Thank you both." Wu Jichao expressed his gratitude again, this time more sincerely. "If it weren't for you, I might." He shivered, leaving the sentence unfinished. "We're all from the same school, helping each other out." Wang Tao waved his hand, wiping his mouth, feeling a bit more revitalized. "Why didn't you go with the main group?" "I had a fever, no strength, fell asleep." Wu Jichao replied with a bitter smile. "When I woke up from the noise, it was chaos outside, and when I struggled to get up, most people had already left. No one heard me calling. I saw light and heard voices from your door crack, so." He paused, looking at the burning gas heater and the small amount of broth left in the pot, unable to resist asking, "Aren't you going to the auditorium? I heard there are generators and heating there." Liamo shook his head, offering no explanation. Wang Tao took over the conversation, sighing, "We heard about it too. But I just feel uneasy. With so many people rushing in at once, the food, the water, and the heating. How can that be solved so easily?" He unconsciously echoed Liamo's earlier viewpoint. Wu Jichao thought for a moment, then nodded, his expression more troubled. "That's true. And I just saw many people running out with nothing but thin clothes. In a place like that, what if?" He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. The three fell silent, only the sound of the burning gas heater breaking the stillness. Outside, the wind seemed to have lessened, but the chill remained undiminished. Wu Jichao moved his warmed-up hands and feet, hesitated for a moment, then asked the most concerning question. What's going on with the weather?" "My phone died long ago. The last messages were all mixed up, saying it was an unprecedented super cold wave. But this is just too. I feel it's colder than any winter I've experienced at home, It's only been one night. Wang Tao immediately looked at Li Mo. This was also what he had been wanting to ask. Li Mo finished the last of the meat broth, setting down the cup. He looked at the flickering flames in front of him and slowly spoke in a calm voice. This is not a normal cold wave, at least not the kind we understand. He paused as if organizing his thoughts, or perhaps deciding how much to reveal. The temperature will continue to drop, reaching around -70 degrees, and will maintain for a long time. This is not a localized phenomenon, it's global. The existing social operation system will quickly collapse under such temperatures. Electricity, transportation, communication, production. Nearly everything will come to a halt. Although Wang Tao had mentally prepared for this, hearing Li Mo state these facts in such a definitive tone still sent chills down his spine. His heart felt as if it were gripped by a cold hand. He had held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking things would get better in a few days. Now that hope was completely shattered. Wu Jichao was even more thunderstruck. He stood frozen, his eyes wide, mouth agape, but unable to produce any sound. -70 degrees. Global. Long-term. These terms exceeded his limits of understanding. He thought they were merely facing an extreme weather event, waiting for rescue would suffice. But now, how is this possible? Is it a new ice age? Or something else? Wu Jichao's voice trembled violently. The reason doesn't matter anymore. Li Mo's gaze shifted from the flames to the two of them, his eyes appearing particularly deep in the dim light. What's important is that from now on the world we knew has ended. Survival is our only goal. Relying on large-scale effective rescue from the outside is a slim hope. What we can rely on is ourselves and the trustworthy people around us. His words acted like a hammer, shattering Wu Jichao's last bit of fantasy. The boy's face went pale in an instant. The slight color he had regained from the hot food and fever reducer vanished completely, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably again. This time it was not from the fever, but from a deep-seated fear within his soul. Wang Tao took a deep breath of the cold air, forcing himself to remain calm. He recalled Li Mo's earlier actions of stockpiling supplies, reinforcing doors and windows, and distributing axes methodically. And the decisiveness he showed when refusing to go to the auditorium. All these abnormal actions now had the most reasonable, yet terrifying explanation. Li Mo he knew. He had known for a long time. Wang Tao didn't ask how Li Mo knew. That didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that Li Mo knew and was prepared. And he, because he shared a dorm with Li Mo and chose to stay last night, was now wearing a thick cotton coat, warming himself by the fire and eating hot canned food. He also held an axe in his hand. A complex emotion surged within Wang Tao. There was fear, relief, and a sense of confusion and chill in the face of the unknown. He looked at Li Mo. Li Mo had returned his attention to the gas heater. It seemed that the world-altering words he had just spoken were merely casual remarks about the weather. Outside, the gray light seemed to have come to a complete standstill, enveloped in an endless cold that silently wrapped around everything. In the distance, a vague sound, indistinctly crying or shouting, could be heard. It was quickly torn apart by the wind. This long apocalypse had only just begun. 2 interminable frigid days passed, days so bleak and disorienting that daylight and night blurred into one endless frozen haze. The gas stove burned continuously, the fuel canisters were inexhaustible. Thus the dormitory remained barely warm for most of the time. The 3 men took turns sleeping, swaddled in every scrap of cloth they could scavenge, yet still awoke, shivering, jolted by the cold. When awake, they huddled around the gas stove, clinging to its meager heat and faint glow to stave off the merciless chill that threatened to freeze their very consciousness. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao occasionally whispered to each other, reminiscing about university life, swapping stories of hometown delicacies, speaking softly of family. At that last word, both fell silent for long, heavy minutes. Their eyes drifted toward some unseen horizon, clouded with dread and sorrow. All signals had vanished, the power grid had collapsed. They had no idea what had become of the world outside, especially the fate of their homes thousands of miles away. That suffocating uncertainty tormented them more than the cold itself. Li Mo, whose parents had died long ago, rarely joined these conversations. He either sat motionless with eyes closed, conserving his strength, or worked silently in the darkness, sorting supplies or reinforcing the makeshift barricade of desks and chairs behind the door with hands numbed by frost. Wang Tao noticed Li Mo often sat before his pile of provisions, as if unfailingly he could produce exactly what they needed: a perfectly sealed tin of food, a thick woolen blanket, whenever necessity arose. The items were few, yet each appeared with uncanny precision, just enough to sustain the barest threshold of survival. Wang Tao's suspicion deepened, yet he asked nothing. Li Mo now carried an aura Wang Tao dared not probe, an unnerving stillness like the calm before an avalanche. Zhang Hai and Shun Su had not returned, nor had any word. At first, faint muffled clamor drifted from the direction of the auditorium, then gradually faded until only the wind remained. That silence weighed heavier than any noise. Wang Tao could no longer sit still. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, beneath a sky choked with oppressive leaden gray, he leaned close to Li Mo and murmured, "Brother Mo." Could Zhang Hai and the others be in trouble? It's already been 2 days. Liu paused mid-motion, his small knife scraping grease from the rim of a tin, then replied the auditorium was crowded, chaos was inevitable. His voice was utterly placid, so unnervingly calm it sent a chill down Wang Tao's spine. Then, should we go check? Liu smeared the scraped grease onto a compressed biscuit and ate slowly. Inwardly, he calculated the hours. In his past life, order at the auditorium had crumbled within those first few days. The generator's fuel exhausted or seized by opportunists, scarce blankets, and rations sparking riots. Then came violent confrontations. Time was nearly up. Wait a little longer, Liu said. Over these 2 days, he had not wasted a single replication opportunity from his system. First, he replicated heavy-duty quilts, yielding 1,000. Then he packed all available tins, fruit, fish, poultry, and replicated 1,000 sets. Next, he replicated a complete set of basic hardware tools and 20-liter drums of No. 92 gasoline, each yielding 1,000 units. The toolkits contained everything from screwdrivers to wrenches and pliers. Gasoline was a strategic energy reserve. Today's final replication chance remained unspent, a safeguard against unforeseen peril. Yet with gasoline secured, his plan. The backup generator at the auditorium had to be secured, not to power anything immediately, but to unlock replication. Once he touched it, he could duplicate it. 1,000 generators paired with 1,000 drums of gasoline. What did that signify? A self-sustaining energy hub. He could even extend electricity across the entire campus. Power meant light, localized heating, and crucially restored access to information. A pocket of civilization amid absolute darkness and cold, a sanctuary that would dramatically elevate survival conditions and serve as both formidable leverage and fortified base. As he pondered this, a low, distant rumble erupted from the auditorium. No longer the initial chaotic murmur of assembly, but the sharp, explosive surge of full-blown upheaval. Amid it rose short, piercing shrieks and shouts, muffled by distance and wind, yet unmistakably laced with foreboding. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao lifted their heads simultaneously, ears straining. What's that? Wu Jichao asked, voice tight with anxiety. Wang Tao shot upright, tightened his padded coat, and strode swiftly to the balcony door. Though long sealed, the door retained a narrow gap for observation. He strained to shift aside a portion of the barrier and peered out, squinting. Distant buildings dissolved into a ghostly haze of gray-white frost. Yet where the auditorium had lain in utter stillness, figures now darted chaotically, swarming like disturbed ants. Dozens poured from its main and side entrances, sprinting blindly across the frozen open ground, colliding and trampling one another in panicked desperation. Even from this distance, their terror and despair radiated palpably. The auditorium, it's gone mad. So many people are fleeing. Wang Tao's voice trembled with shock. Liu rose slowly and joined him at the door, glanced once, and nodded inwardly. Yes, the collapse had arrived slightly earlier, but the essence remained unchanged. In such extreme cold, flight would last mere minutes before exhaustion set in. With nowhere else to turn, the dormitory became their nearest refuge, or certain death by freezing. The generator likely wasn't destroyed outright, Liu murmured, a faint knowing curve lifting one corner of his mouth. Wang Tao missed the latter half of the sentence, but Liu's expression made everything clear. Brother Imo, you've predicted it again. His voice quavered. Liu had foreseen the apocalyptic cold, the societal collapse, and now the auditorium's descent into anarchy. Liu offered no reply, silence serving as tacit confirmation. He stepped away from the window and inspected his axe, then gathered nearby gas canisters and the small iron pot into an easily portable cluster. It's only been 2 days, Liu said, voice glacial. Concentrate thousands in one place without sufficient supplies, competent governance, or armed authority to maintain order, and collapse is not just possible, it is inevitable. The school has no real contingency plan, only the illusion of control, buying time for a rescue that may never come. Wang Tao watched Liu prepare with methodical calm. Memories surged, the past 2 days of Liu's unwavering composure, the quiet stability of their dorm room, juxtaposed violently against the apocalyptic exodus unfolding beyond the window. A wave of icy dread surged from his soles to his skull, not fear of the cold nor of the chaos, but of Liu's preternatural foresight, his chilling readiness, and the overwhelming, almost sacred relief of having stayed. Relief that he'd chosen to remain. Then, Zhang Hai and Qinsu. Wang Tao's throat tightened. Life and death are decreed by fate. Liu cast him a glance. If they live, they'll likely follow the crowd back here. Let's wait and see. The waiting stretched thick and suffocating. The distant commotion ebbed after a while. Perhaps the crowd dispersed, perhaps froze in place. But soon movement began below the dormitory, footsteps echoing upward. Clumsy, heavy tread. Groans of agony. Hoarse, ragged sobs. Angry, guttural curses. Survivors had returned. Not one or two, but many. A whole mob. Open up. Open up. We're freezing to death. Anyone inside? Give us food. Damn it. Who locked the door? Voices drew nearer, louder, more frantic. punctuated by fists pounding on neighboring doors. Most rooms stood empty, though others held occupants too terrified to respond. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao held their breath staring at the door. Liamo stood motionless in the shadows beside an axe raised, signaling them to stay silent. Footsteps and shouts soon echoed along their corridor. Many had returned, agitated raw with the trauma of survival, their fear twisted by hunger and cold into volatile rage. This room sounds occupied. I heard something. Liamo, Wang Tao, is that you? Open up. It's Shanghai. A hoarse, tear-choked cry pierced the door, followed by desperate pounding fists. Wang Tao's eyes widened as he turned to Liamo. Liamo frowned, listening intently, not only to Shanghai's voice, but also to several unfamiliar, deliberately muted breaths and murmurs beyond the door. He gave Wang Tao the faintest nod. Wang Tao inhaled deeply, approached the door, and whispered, Shanghai, are you alone? Where's Chen Su? Chen Su is gone. Shanghai's voice cracked with desolation. It got too chaotic inside. People fought over supplies. He was knocked down. I couldn't hold on. Open up. Hurry, open the door. Someone's chasing us. Wang Tao's heart plummeted. He looked to Liamo, whose gaze had sharpened ice cold. He'd caught the unnatural strain in Shanghai's tone, and the subtle alien footfalls just beyond. Step back, Liamo mouthed silently to Wang Tao, gripping the axe handle tighter as he positioned himself beside the lock. 2 days earlier, Shanghai and Chen Su followed the panicked masses, braving a wind sharp enough to cut the skin, stumbling into the great hall. They carried a sliver of hope. Inside the hall it was indeed warmer. A backup generator hummed, and several high-powered heaters cast an orange glow. Though insufficient to banish the chill from the whole space, it at least offered frozen limbs a chance to recover. School staff shouted to preserve order, directing people to sit by department. Repeated promises were made that food and water would be distributed and that further rescue was coming. For the first few hours, panic eased. People huddled together, sharing body heat, and Shanghai and Chen Su found their college's small section tightened the cotton jacket Liamo had given them, sat against the wall, thinking Liamo might have been overly cautious. But that fragile order lasted only a day. The great hall was old and leaky, windows let drafts in, and snow sifted through door gaps. The heaters warmed only those near the center, the periphery and corners remained. The supplies handed out were pitifully few: half a bottle of cold water per person, a few slices of hard bread. The promised blankets numbered only a few dozen, provoking the first scuffle. On the second day, the situation deteriorated sharply. The generator's sound faltered, and the heater's warmth visibly diminished. Someone screamed that the fuel was nearly exhausted. Those distributing food grew paler, their boxes emptied. Some began to receive nothing. Hunger and cold spread like a plague. Uneasy whispers swelled into loud demands, which escalated into shoving and shouting. A few boys who looked like athletes were the first to act, surrounding the counselor responsible for distribution and demanding to know where the food reserves were and why rescue had not arrived. The counselor went ashen and incoherent, repeating, "We are contacting them. Higher-ups have arrangements." At that moment, Shanghai saw Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng and his followers, having come from Waknoshir, pushed to the front of the crowd. His face showed not fear, but an excitement born of the disorder. "Contact my ass." Zhao Peng shoved the near-crying counselor aside, leapt onto a chair, and shouted at the restless crowd. "Wake the hell up. Look at the temperature outside, minus 60 or 70 degrees. Rescue. The roads are frozen, planes cannot fly. Oh, where would rescue come from? The school tricked us here to die." His words were like sparks in hot oil, and the crowd, already near breaking, ignited instantly. Yes, minus 70 degrees. This was not something a normal person could endure. He's right. We've been deceived. Where is the food? Hand over the food. Heat. We want warmth. The roars drowned out the few teachers trying to maintain order. Some began to storm the small room on the side of the hall said to hold emergency supplies. Those who tried to stop them were shoved aside, thrown down, and trampled beneath countless feet. Screams were swallowed by greater clamor. Chen Su went ashen with fear, clutching Shanghai's arm. "It's chaos. It's all chaos. Let's go. Back to the dorm." Shanghai, terrified, nodded repeatedly. The two hunched and hugged the wall, slipping toward the hall's main door as the crowd surged toward the storeroom. But the doorway was clogged with more desperate people, some pressing and others trying to get out. They jammed together, crying, shouting, and cursing. Wearing conspicuous thick cotton coats, Shanghai and Chen Su tried to push against the flow, but in a crowd of thinly clad people, they stood out and quickly drew attention. "Stop!" A harsh voice, one of Zhao Peng's followers, the crew-cut, burly young man, blocked them with two companions. He eyed their jackets with ill intent. "Where do you think you're running to? Nice coat. Where'd you get it?" None of your business." Chen Su tried to steady himself, but his voice trembled. "Oh, so bold are you?" The crew-cut sneered, grabbing Chen Zu's collar. "The hall's short on warming gear. That suit. Contribute it. Let go." Shanghai moved forward, his hand brushed the axe handle at his waist, wrapped in an old sheet, the cold hard feel making him flinch. It was a real weapon, its blade sharpened. He braced himself, ready to draw it, but looking at the crew cut's vicious face and the two eager companions beside him. And seeing the surrounding chaos where no one intervened, his resolve drained away. His palms sweated around the handle, yet felt frozen. He could not pull the axe free. To really swing it, people would die. His mind spun. He had been in scrapes before, but using a lethal weapon was beyond what he could bear. In that moment of hesitation, the crew cut booted Chin-Su in the stomach. Chin-Su gave a muffled groan and doubled over as the others closed in with fists and boots. Fuck it, fight. Pushed to the brink, Chin-Zu's eyes reddened. He ripped open the sheet around the axe. A pristine firefighter's axe gleamed. With both hands he swung wildly forward. The motion startled the three attackers, and they recoiled a half step. The axe cut the air, its weight and the cold flash of the blade were terrifying enough. Damn, he really has a weapon. The crew cut's eyes narrowed, then darkened with malice. Who are you scaring with that scrap axe? Will you cut us? Chin-Zu's hands trembled. The axe was too heavy and nearly slipped. He panted, point toward the ground, shouting with hollow bravado, "Don't come closer. One more step, and I won't be polite." Not be polite. The crew cut spat, unafraid, and advanced, staring at Chin-Zu's shaking hands and the axe that had not truly been raised. Come on, chop here. He jabbed at his neck in contempt. Coward. You pick up an axe and think you matter. The other two saw through Chin-Zu's bluff, laughed, and closed in again. Their momentum overwhelmed him. He shrank under their intimidation. His hands shook harder on the axe, and his steps faltered as he retreated, repeating, "Don't come closer," but the courage to swing had evaporated. Seizing the moment, the crew cut lunged and kicked Chin-Su in the shin bone. Chin-Su cried out, lost his balance, and the axe clattered to the floor. In the next second, fists and boots fell like rain. He curled up, clutching his head and screaming in pain. Zhang Hai watched helplessly as the axe at his waist felt impossibly heavy, pinning him in place. He wanted to draw it, but fear stopped him. He feared that once he used the axe there would be no turning back, that bloodshed would mean prison. He was just an ordinary student, seldom in fights. A killing iron tool exceeded the limits his conscience could bear. Stop! Stop! He begged through sobs, his voice lost in the surrounding din. Each blow to Chin-Su thudded against Zhang Hai's frayed nerves. His grip on the handle finally slackened, and the axe fell to his side. Zhang Hai broke down, cried out, and spat a mouthful of blood. The crew cut stopped, planted a boot on Chin-Zu's prone back, and ripped off his jacket. Chin-Su clung to the collar, emitting hoarse wheezes. Damn, still stubborn. Losing patience, the crew cut grabbed a broken chair leg and brought it down hard on the back of Chin-Zu's head. A dull crack. Chin-Zu's body went rigid. His hands unclenched the collar. His eyes remained open, but the light within them faded. Zhang Hai felt struck by lightning, staring blankly as Chin-Su slumped, and a dark red stain spread beneath him. His mind emptied and his ears buzzed. All surrounding noise seemed to fade. Only that horrific scene remained. The crew cut was elated to the extreme. Perhaps he felt fear too, but in such an environment cruelty had been born. He briskly stripped Chin-Zu's jacket, kicked the motionless body in disgust, then turned to the stupefied Zhang Hai and grinned. Blood-tinged teeth looked unnaturally white. Yours? Take it off yourself, or shall we help? Zhang Hai trembled, his teeth chattering. He could not tell if from cold or terror. He looked at Zhao Peng, who stood with folded arms watching, as if it were a show. He looked again at Chin-Zu's lifeless face, and a wave of nausea and dread churned his stomach. He'll take it off. He fumbled with the buttons, fingers failing him. The cold air wrapped his thin underclothes, and he shivered violently. Wait. Zhao Peng stepped forward and stopped the crew cut from pressing further. He appraised the utterly terrified Zhang Hai and asked slowly, "If I recall, you share a dorm with that Li Mo?" Zhang Hai nodded without thinking, tears and snot smeared on his face. "He's clever, he didn't come," Zhao Peng muttered, his eyes flickering. "I noticed your dorm had a lot of things, didn't it? Food. Drinks." Zhang Hai's heart clenched. A bad premonition seized him. "Talk," the crew cut shoved him. "There's some." Zhang Hai stammered, unable to hide it. He bought a lot before. Instant noodles, biscuits, water. Canned goods." Zhao Peng's eyes lit up. He exchanged glances with his followers. The hall's chaos and scarcity made them realize that whoever held food and warmth could survive and even control others. Limo's dorm became in their eyes fat prey. "Just you two came? Where's Limo? And that Wang Tao?" Zhao Peng pressed. They didn't come, it's just the two of us." Zhang Hai sobbed. Zhao Peng paused, a calculating look crossing his face. "Force a break-in." Limo also had an axe. The look on that boy's face that night still made Zhao Peng uneasy. He looked at the trembling, near-broken Zhang Hai, and an idea formed. "Want to live?" Zhao Peng leaned in, his voice low, part temptation and part threat. Zhang Hai nodded desperately. "They'll give you a chance." Zhao Peng pointed outside the hall. "Go back to your dorm now. Knock and say you came back alone in a terrible state. Beg them to open the door. Once the door opens." He made a curt gesture, and a cruel light flashed in his eyes. "You'll get a share of what's inside. From then on, follow me, do as I say, and you won't starve or freeze." Zhang Hai shuddered and understood Zhao Peng's plan. He was to be used to trick the dorm door open, exploiting his friendship with Li Mo and Wang Tao. Limo's calm face flashed through his mind. Wang Tao, despite his bluster, had always been reliable, and Chen Su had just died before him. Overwhelming guilt and terror coiled, and he knew it was betrayal, a shove of Limo and Wang Tao toward death. But Chen Su had died right before his eyes. The hall was a living hell. Outside it was minus 70 degrees. Without thick clothes he might freeze to death the next moment. Zhao Peng and his men killed without hesitation. He did not want to die. He truly did not want to die. His instinct to survive overwhelmed his remaining conscience and friendship. Pale as death under the cold stares of Zhao Peng and his cohorts, he nodded with difficulty. Good. Zhao Peng slapped his face hard. No tricks. Xiao Wu, the three of you go with him. When the door opens, seize the people inside immediately. The supplies are ours. The crew cut called Xiao Wu, and the other two grinned and agreed. They pulled on the thick coats taken from Chen Su, and others wrapped up and pressed Zhang Hai in the middle. Against the still surging and wailing crowd, they forced their way out of the already bloodied great hall. Outside, the cold wrapped around them instantly. It felt like 1,000 ice knives cutting the skin. Zhang Hai wore only thin underclothes, his lips turned blue, and he shivered violently. Xiao Wu cursed and roughly threw Chen Zu's blood-stained jacket over him. The scent of blood and the bite of cold pierced his nostrils. They said nothing, only the scrape of boots on hard ice and heavy breaths. Zhang Hai's mind went numb, leaving a single thought. Knock trick, the door open, survive. At last they reached the familiar dorm building, climbed the icy stairs, and stood before the tightly closed door. Zhang Hai stared at the door as if he could see Limo's penetrating eyes behind it. His legs began to go weak. Xiao Wu nudged him from behind and hissed, "Do as Brother Peng said. Say anything wrong, and we'll kill you now." Zhang Hai trembled, raised a hand as heavy as lead, and began to knock. He forced a sob from his chest. "Limo, Wang Tao, is that you? Open up. It's Zhang Hai." A low voice, "Wang Tao's," answered from behind the door. Following Zhao Peng's script, Zhang Hai urgently described Chen Zu's gruesome fate, emphasized that he was alone, and begged them to open the door. He could sense Wang Tao's hesitation behind the door, and could imagine Limo's calm, scrutinizing gaze. Waiting felt like being seared alive. He feared Limo would see through him, feared Wang Tao might be soft, but restrained by Limo, and most feared that if the door did not open, the three thugs behind him would kill him on the spot. Just as he teetered on despair, a faint click came from the lock. It opened. The three, Xiao Wu and his men, flashed with bloodthirsty excitement, muscles tensing to rush in and seize control. The door cracked inward. But instead of Wang Tao or Limo's faces, what first emerged through the gap was a cold, heavy axe blade, its dark metal flashing. Then, carried on a decisive gust of cold, the axe descended in a single merciless strike. The door swung open in an instant. A gust sharper than the icy wind sweeping down the corridor slashed across the threshold. Xiao Wu, a bald young man who rushed forward first, still wore a cruel, triumphant grin, his habitual ferocity etched deep upon his face. His gaze had not yet focused on the figure beyond the doorway. His entire attention was locked on bursting in, seizing control, claiming the rumored bounty of supplies. Then he saw it, a streak of obsidian light descending vertically, unhesitating, blindingly swift, leaving no time for reaction. Thwack! A dull, grating thud, so sickening it set teeth on edge, intertwined with the faint, brittle crackle of shattering bone. Xiao Wu's expression froze mid-contortion. He felt no pain, only an incomprehensible force plunging straight through his skull. Then came the warm spray, splattering across his face and neck, heavy with the metallic tang of iron. His world lurched violently, spinning out of axis. What imprinted last upon his vision was his comrade's face, blood draining, instantly twisted into pure, unadulterated terror. And beside him, a headless torso clad in familiar clothing, spraying scalding liquid as it slowly toppled backward. Whose body was that? That was his final fading thought. Darkness swallowed everything. The second boy, standing just behind and to Xiao Wu's side, poised to surge in after him, had his excitement utterly petrified, transformed into raw, unfiltered horror. He watched paralyzed as Xiao Wu's head exploded like a watermelon struck by brutal. Crimson and ivory erupted in all directions. The headless corpse collapsed at his feet. Warm blood drenched his face and clothes. A few droplets even spattered into his gaping mouth. Ugh! His stomach convulsed violently. The thick, coppery stench and the grotesque spectacle before him, beyond all rational comprehension, made his knees buckle. He nearly vomited on the spot. Sheer terror choked his throat, silencing even his scream. He could only stare wide-eyed, trembling uncontrollably, his whole body quaking like a leaf in gale-force wind. Limo did not pause, not for an instant. Having cleaved the first man, his axe swept upward in a crimson arc, shards of bone and gore clinging to its edge, propelled forward by sheer momentum. With a sharp twist of his waist, the second blow arced horizontally. The boy remained trapped in shock and visceral nausea, utterly incapable of response. He never even saw the axe coming. Only a sudden, chilling numbness at his throat, then vertigo, sky and floor swapping places. His final sight, his own body collapsing, gushing a fountain of blood. Thud. The second corpse hit the floor, its severed head rolled aside, eyes still bulging. Frozen in terminal dread. In the blink of an eye, 2 men slain. Clean. Precise. No words. No flourish. Zhang Hai stood a little farther back, leaning against the frigid wall. Tears and dried blood had frozen into frostbite scars upon his cheeks. His earlier fear and guilt were now utterly scoured away, replaced by this visceral, carnal spectacle of slaughter. All that remained was soul-deep tremor. He watched those 2 former bullies, moments ago roaring with menace, collapse like discarded rags. Vivid red and white splashed across the dim corridor floor and walls. He stared at Li Mo gripping the dripping axe, its blade still flecked with something unspeakable. A hot surge flooded his groin. Warm liquid spilled uncontrollably down his legs. But the corridor's temperature was so extreme. The urine began freezing almost instantly. The stiff, icy fabric clung to his skin, stabbing him with needle-sharp cold and clammy discomfort. He flinched, only to be crushed anew beneath a deeper wave of terror, immobile once more. Li Mo's gaze finally settled upon the last remaining assailant, the ringleader himself. In truth, the boy had already shattered inside when Xiao Wu fell. Now meeting Li Mo's eyes, his spirit fled entirely. He shrieked and spun to flee. But his legs betrayed him. The turn was clumsy, staggering, absurd. Li Mo lunged forward in one stride. His left hand shot out like iron tongs, seizing the boy's down jacket collar at the nape and yanked him backward with brutal force. The boy screamed as he tumbled backward. Li Mo didn't adjust his stance. Using the boy's backward momentum, his right arm swung the axe upward, clean, decisive diagonal. The blade bit deep beneath the boy's left ribs. It sliced effortlessly through thick down, then will sweater skin, muscle, and ribcage. Emerging near the right scapula, angled, blood erupted like a burst waterskin. A wet guttural rasp escaped his throat. His eyes bulged from their sockets. His body arched upward, lifted by the axe's motion, then went utterly slack. Li Mo released his grip. The corpse slid lifelessly to the floor. He stood amid 3 twitching corpses, blood pooling steadily around them. His breath plumed white, thick and stark against the frigid copper-scented air. Blood dripped steadily from the axe blade, each drop striking the silence of the corridor with a soft, insistent plink, plink. Only then did he lift his eyes to Zhang Hai, slumped against the wall, trousers frozen, stiff face, bleached ghost pale, trembling like a ragged bellows. Zhang Hai's pupils contracted to pinpricks. The moment their gazes locked, he felt his heart cease beating altogether. Li Mo's eyes held no emotion, only an abyssal, unbroken calm, colder than the 70 sea outside. Leave. Li Mo uttered a single word, shattering Zhang Hai's last thread of cognition. Zhang Hai recoiled as if absolved, yet simultaneously drained of every ounce of strength, as he scrambled desperately to rise. But ice in his crotch and paralyzing fear made him slip repeatedly, falling, stumbling, utterly humiliated. At last a primal, inhuman shriek tore from his throat. He fled, rolling, crawling, toward the stairwell, leaving behind a glistening trail that hardened instantly, and echoing wails of despair down the corridor. Li Mo spared him no further glance. He retrieved the 2 fallen axes, turned, and strode back into the dormitory, still holding the dripping weapon, then shut the door behind him. Click, locked. The dormitory was scarcely warmer than the corridor outside, yet the feeble glow of the gas stove illuminated Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, both deathly. They'd heard the commotion outside, the muffled impacts, the heavy thuds of falling bodies, but hearing was nothing compared to witnessing. Fresh blood scent seeped under the door, saturating the cramped space. They saw the rivulets of crimson still streaming from Li Mo's axe, and the dark splattered stains staining his coat sleeves and hem. Wang Tao's lips trembled, his eyes widened, fixed on Li Mo, then darted to the axe in his hand, as if seeing him for the very first time. His mind roared, only one thought repeating, frantic and deafening. He killed them. Li Mo killed them. 3 people. Mo. Brother Mo. Wang Tao's voice shook uncontrollably. You killed? You murdered someone. This means prison. Execution. Even as he spoke, he knew how ludicrous those words sounded in this world, but decades of law and morality forced them from his lips. Humph. Who isn't? Those 3 corpses outside thought the same. Li Mo leaned the axe against the wall, then picked up a rag. Uncertain purpose, unknown origin. He began wiping the blade methodically, calmly, as though he'd just split firewood, not severed 3 lives. Glancing up at Wang Tao's words, he raised his brows slightly. A flicker at the corner of his mouth. Not quite a smile. Cold. Scornful. Prison. His voice held no inflection. Who serves prison meals here? Who carries out executions? Wang Tao gaped, speechless. Indeed, outside 70C reigned, the world seemed suspended. The campus lay in ruins, the grand auditorium had become hell itself. Those men outside clearly came to loot and kill. Law. Order. Those belonged to a bygone world. Wu Jichao curled tighter beside the gas stove, burying his face in his knees, shaking harder than before. He was merely a student barely recovered from fever. This raw, intimate violence, unfolding inches from his eyes, had shattered him completely. He was terrified, beyond measure, of Liamo, of the outside, of all of it. Liamo finished cleaning the axe and tossed the bloodied rag carelessly into a corner. He approached the gas stove, squatted, and held his hands over the flame. Flickering light danced across his impassive face, and across the dried dark stains crusted on his palms. Those outside were Zhao Peng's men. Liamo spoke, his voice hard as stone amid the stove's crackling. Zhang Hai brought them, tricking us into opening the door to steal our supplies. Had we delayed, or believed them, we'd be lying dead outside, or slaughtered within. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao both flinched violently. I taught you when trouble comes, stand beside me, and do exactly as I do. Li Mo's gaze swept over their terrified faces. Today you witnessed precisely how I act. He paused, letting the carnage settle deeper into their minds. From now on, such encounters will grow more frequent and more direct. Today's intruders were mere thugs seeking supplies. Tomorrow, or the day after, they may be far more savage, far more desperate. They may be starving. They may be organized gangs. They won't debate ethics. They won't spare you for being students. They want your food, your clothes, your warmth, and your lives. Wang Tao's face paled to parchment. Wu Jichao buried his head deeper. You may choose not to strike. You may hesitate. You may tremble. Li Mo watched the steady blue flames, speaking each word with deliberate weight. Then you will die. Like Chen Su. Like those three outside. Like those trampled, beaten, or frozen to death in the auditorium. Survival is not a banquet. It is not compromise. It demands blood. Either theirs or yours. He said no more, focused solely on warming his hands. The dormitory sank back into suffocating silence, broken only by the stove's low hiss and the wind's eternal howling dirge beyond the window. The iron-rich stench of blood lingered, mingling with the cold air, chilling the lungs with its metallic bite. Wang Tao stared blankly at Li Mo's back, then at the fire axe in the corner, gleaming clean, now radiating a quiet, ominous aura born of spilled life. His mind churned, fear, relief, bewilderment, and a harsh, newly imposed clarity. He knew Li Mo spoke truth, brutal, undeniable. What would have happened had Li Mo hesitated? He dared not imagine. Slowly he lowered his gaze to his own trembling hands. Could these hands lift that axe? Wu Jichao remained curled, but the violent shaking of his shoulders had eased, settling into a numb, exhausted stillness. Now he remembered Li Mo's medicine and food during his fever, and recalled the naked malice and lethal intent just beyond the door. Survival. It truly had changed, irrevocably. Firelight flickered, casting shadows upon three faces now branded by the apocalypse. Outside in the corridor, three cooling corpses and rapidly freezing pools of blood whispered, wordlessly, of the new world's immutable law. The scene in the auditorium was hardly better than hell. The backup generator's hum had completely ceased. The last drops of fuel had run out. Several high-powered heaters had turned into cold, iron lumps. The warm orange glow had long since vanished, leaving only the metal shells reflecting the gray-white daylight filtering through the broken windows. That light was cold as well. The temperature was slightly higher than outside, but still limited. The drafty doors and windows allowed the cold wind to creep in like a sly, venomous snake, licking every inch of space. Most people huddled together, clinging to each other's weak body heat to survive. Many were dressed only in thin autumn shirts, or even short sleeves, their skin turning bluish from the cold, lips cracked and eyes vacant. Only instinctive shivering and moaning remained. The cries had weakened, turning into intermittent, desperate sobs, and the coughs of those on the brink of death. The air was filled with the smell of sweat, and something slowly freezing. In a corner, several teachers who had tried to maintain order during the day were tightly bound with rough ropes discarded there. Their mouths were taped shut. They had bruises on their faces, and their eyes were filled with fear and numbness. The school police officers had vanished when the initial chaos escalated into violent conflict. Perhaps they had hidden away, or perhaps no one knew. Approaching where the podium used to be felt slightly warmer. It was also an area with a relatively sparse crowd, yet still frightening. Zhao Peng sat behind a dilapidated podium that had been moved from somewhere. He was wrapped in several thick coats that he had either stolen from others or stripped off them. Around his neck was a wool scarf stained with dirt. There was an excited glint in his eyes mixed with a fierce expression. He was surrounded by 5 or 6 people, all of whom were usually the tough ones in school or those who hung around with him. They were all wearing some warm clothing to varying degrees. They held sticks and broken chair legs in their hands. There were even 2 old police batons stolen from the school officers. On the ground in front of them lay several opened cardboard boxes. Inside were food scavenged from the small storage room of the auditorium and the teachers' offices. Some hard biscuits, a few packs of instant noodles, and half a case of mineral water, the bottles already coated with ice. They had a tight grip on these items, but there was little left. Damn it, how can this little food be enough for anyone? A beefy sports student kicked the box and cursed. We can't even get outside. Going out means death. Another boy wearing a wool hat rubbed his hands, his face turning pale. Punga, what do we do next? We can't just hole up here forever, can we? The number of people is increasing, starving, and freezing to death. I think someone will start eating by tomorrow. He didn't finish, but everyone understood the implication. A few people's faces changed as they looked at Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng's face was dark. He hadn't expected the situation to turn out like this. At first it was just to take advantage of the chaos, rob some things, and take revenge on Liu Mo. But now it seemed he was being put on the spot. These people followed him because he had the guts and could get them supplies. But if he couldn't get more, what's the rush? Xiaopeng forced himself to calm down, his eyes flickering. In this damned weather we can't rely on rescue. If we want to survive, we have to rely on ourselves, to steal, to occupy. The auditorium isn't going to work, it's too drafty, and there are too many people. We need to find a warmer, sturdier place with supplies. As he was speaking, a timid figure approached. Xiaopeng. The voice was soft, trembling, and tinged with a deliberate softness. Xiaopeng looked up. It was Lin Wei. Her once carefully styled hair was now messy, covered in dust and ice shards. Her face had long lost its delicate makeup. She was pale from the cold, her lips chapped. She was wrapped in a not-so-thick, white down jacket. The hem and cuffs had stains. It seemed she had suffered quite a bit during the earlier chaos. She looked at Xiaopeng and the clearly tough boys around him, her eyes filled with fear and lingering dread. But deeper within was a desperate will to survive. She had witnessed how Xiaopeng took the lead in causing trouble, quickly controlling a small area and distributing supplies. She also saw the fate of those who resisted and disobeyed. She knew that at this moment only someone fierce like Xiaopeng, who had people and resources, was more likely to survive. As for Liu Mo, the boy she once scorned and even insulted was already forgotten by her. She didn't care whether he was alive or dead, or if he had warm clothes. Xiaopeng looked at Lin Wei, his eyes devoid of the previous fiery eagerness to please. Only a scrutinizing gaze remained, as if assessing the value of an object. In the past, she was the campus beauty, the object of pursuit for many boys, and Xiaopeng had to put on a show. Now, she was merely a somewhat clean, decent-looking woman. A burden that needed to depend on him to survive, or perhaps, just a plaything. Lin Wei felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward 2 more steps, almost pressing against the edge of the podium, her voice softer, tinged with a plea. Xiaopeng, I'm a bit cold. Can I get a little closer? I'm scared alone. Xiaopeng said nothing, merely shifted aside to make a little space. A boy beside him whistled and laughed mischievously. Lin Wei felt as if she had been granted amnesty, quickly squeezing next to Xiaopeng, pressing tightly against him to absorb the slight warmth that had improved a bit due to the crowd, and she could feel the stiffness of Xiaopeng's arm and the unabashed gazes of the boys around. Her heart was filled with humiliation and fear. Yet she had to force a smile of reliance on her face. Xiaopeng reached out, pinched her chin, not gently. Lin Wei's body stiffened, and she didn't dare to dodge. Stay close to me and listen, and you'll have your share. Xiaopeng's voice was low, carrying a tone of possession and warning. If you don't listen. He didn't finish the sentence, but the chill in his gaze made Lin Wei shudder. I will listen. Lin Wei lowered her head, her voice as faint as a whisper. Xiaopeng seemed somewhat satisfied. He turned his head and continued the previous topic, raising his voice a bit. It was as if he deliberately spoke for Lin Wei and several key subordinates around. Everyone, I already have a target. Several people looked at him. Do you remember that kid named Liu Mo I mentioned to you before? Xiaopeng lowered his voice, but there was a fierce undertone. I went to their dorm. Before the temperature dropped, I saw that he had food, drink, and clothes piled up like a small mountain in his dorm. I just sent Zhang Hai to invite him with Xiao Wu. Once they bring back the supplies, we'll have a solid foundation. I checked his dorm. The location is decent and the door is sturdy. After tidying up, it will be 100 times better than this broken auditorium. Really? Does he really have that many supplies? The boy in the wool hat's eyes lit up. Absolutely. Xiaopeng affirmed. Zhang Hai said it himself, boxes of instant noodles and biscuits, canned goods, water, and thick cotton jackets. He said Liu Mo spent several days stocking up before the temperature dropped. That should keep us brothers going for quite a while. This made several people's breaths grow heavier, their faces showing greed and excitement. In this desperate environment, that dorm and the supplies inside were akin to a treasure. As for why Liu Mo managed to stockpile supplies in advance, they couldn't care less. Lin Wei nestled against Xiaopeng, listening to these words, feeling a mix of emotions. Liu Mo, that inconspicuous guy, actually prepared in advance. She was a bit surprised. But then again, so what if he was prepared? Wouldn't it still be taken away by Xiaopeng? In times like these, cunning was no match for brute strength. She instinctively pressed her body tighter against Xiaopeng, as if this could bring her closer to those supplies, closer to the hope of survival. At that moment, the already somewhat deformed double doors of the auditorium were suddenly slammed open from the outside with all the last of someone's strength. A more violent cold wind howled and stirring up dust and paper scraps from the ground. A figure nearly rolled and then collapsed on the cold floor at the door, curling up into a ball and trembling incessantly. It was Zhang Hai. He looked even worse than when he left. His exposed skin on his face and hands was covered with purplured frostbite, and some areas had already turned black. His lips were completely cracked, oozing blood. The blood-stained cotton jacket he had stripped from Chun Su looked empty. It was utterly insufficient to withstand the extreme cold on the way back. There was a large, suspicious patch of frozen stains in the crotch area. His gaze was vacant, filled with extreme fear, as if he had just crawled out of the deepest nightmare. The commotion at the door stirred a wave of low gasps and unrest. Many looked over numbly, then turned their gazes away indifferently. Too many people had fallen like this recently. It was nothing unusual, only adding to the fear. But Zhao Peng and the people around him suddenly stood up. Zhang Hai. Zhao Peng frowned and quickly walked over, kicking him. Why are you the only one? Where are Xiao Wu and the others? What happened to the supplies? Zhang Hai groaned from the kick, his mind seeming to clear a bit. He struggled to raise his head, and the vacant look in his eyes burst forth with the last glimmer of light. He reached out with a hand frozen like a carrot covered in purple-black frostbite. He clutched Zhao Peng's pant leg tightly. A sound like a wheezing bellows escaped his throat, using all his strength. Dead. All dead. Zhao Peng couldn't hear clearly and bent down. What? Speak clearly. Your buddies. Zhang Hai's body trembled, and the fear in his eyes was about to overflow. Were killed by Li Mo. With an axe. Heads were chopped off. Blood. So much blood. His voice, though hoarse, rang exceptionally clear in the suddenly quiet area. Zhao Peng's expression froze instantly. The boys around him, whose faces had yet to shed their greed and excitement, shifted to shock and confusion. Then it quickly turned into disbelief and horror. What did you say? The beefy sports student instinctively rubbed his ears. Chopped dead. The boy in the wool hat's voice changed pitch. Xiao Wu and the others. 3 of them. Killed by Li Mo. Zhang Hai nodded vigorously, tears mixing with the ice shards on his face, as he incoherently repeated it. An axe. Just one hit. I saw it. Right outside the door. He told me to scram. I didn't dare go anywhere else. I was afraid of freezing to death. His disjointed narration, coupled with his utterly miserable appearance and the unparalleled fear in his eyes, Zhao Peng's heart sank little by little. A chill shot up his spine. Xiao Wu was the strongest among his subordinates. Ajie and Gang Zi were no pushovers either. The 3 of them, armed with an axe from Zhang Hai and Chun Su, had gone to deal with Li Mo, whom they thought was just a bit prepared, but essentially still a student. And yet they were all dead, killed in retaliation, or in such a brutal manner. Zhao Peng shot up straight, his face ashen, his fists cracking from the tight grip. He sensed that things were spiraling out of his control. That Li Mo. The gaze he had when he stood at the door with the axe resurfaced vividly in his mind. It wasn't just a show of strength. That kid was truly willing to take action, and so ruthlessly. The boys around him exchanged nervous glances, feeling some fear creep in. The excitement from earlier discussions about seizing supplies had vanished without a trace. In its place was a sense of fear and hesitation akin to a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. If Xiao Wu and the others were all gone, would Li Mo's dorm still be something they could take easily? That guy really dared to kill. Did they not fear being sentenced to jail when the snow stopped? Lin Wei had also heard Zhang Hai's words. She clutched Zhao Peng's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his clothing, her face drained of color. Li Mo killed 3 people. That usually taciturn boy whom she couldn't even be bothered to glance at. A sense of indescribable chill enveloped her. It made her shiver more than the low temperatures in the auditorium. She suddenly felt incredibly lucky that she hadn't really had any entanglements with Li Mo before. Meanwhile, the entire auditorium fell into a strange silence. Zhao Peng stared intently at Zhang Hai, who was on the verge of collapse and mentally breaking down. Then he looked up at the entrance of the auditorium, toward the direction shrouded in gray-white cold mist leading to the dorms, his gaze dark enough to drip water. The plan hadn't even begun before they hit a hard snag and lost 3 people. How was this debt to be settled? Extreme cold itself is like the most effective cleanser, swiftly freezing all traces and odors, concealing them. In the dormitory, the flickering flames of the gas heater provide a faint yet steadfast light and warmth, but the atmosphere has drastically changed. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao are still immersed in the horror of witnessing the slaughter and the bewildering fear of the future. The way they look at Li Mo has shifted, adding layers of indescribable awe and distance to their previous dependence. Killing and fighting are 2 completely different concepts. With his actions, Li Mo has established the first bloody rule of this apocalypse. Li Mo is well aware of this, but he doesn't care. Some boundaries must be delineated in the most direct way. He walks to the window, gazing at the seemingly eternal gray and silence outside. The commotion from the grand hall has completely subsided. Yet this silence is even more unsettling. Over at the grand hall, Li Mo suddenly spoke, his voice breaking the stillness. The fuel for the backup generator won't last long. Even if there's some left, it should have run out by now. Wang Tao, startled from his thoughts, instinctively asked, "How do you know?" "Just a guess." Li Mo did not elaborate, continuing, "That place is drafty. It wasn't designed for warmth. With thousands of people crammed inside lacking a continuous heat source and sufficient food and water, they won't last more than a few days. Now it's probably already too late. Wu Jichao, wrapped in a blanket, whispered, "Didn't Zhang Hai run back? There should still be people over there, right?" "There are people, but it's nearly the same as waiting for death." Liu Mo turned around looking at them. "I plan to go over there." To the Grand Hall. Wang Tao nearly jumped up, disbelief written all over his face. "Mo Gu. It's 70 degrees below zero outside. Didn't you see how Zhang Hai came back? He was frozen solid, even wearing your padded coat. Can't we just stay here with food and water? Why go to such a place?" He was genuinely scared, afraid of the extreme cold outside, and even more afraid of the people out there. Liu Mo did not answer Wang Tao's question, just smiled. In that smile there was something Wang Tao couldn't comprehend. Why go? Of course it was not to save anyone, nor to join in the chaos. His goal was that generator. If he remembered correctly, it was a gasoline-powered portable industrial backup generator, quite powerful, originally intended as an emergency device for large school events or temporary power outages. And electricity means light. It can power small heating devices, charge walkie-talkies, flashlights, and possibly even find a radio. It can reignite a spark of civilization in absolute darkness and silence. This spark would be the starting point for him to gather manpower, establish order, and expand his influence. Indeed, he was no longer content to be a lone wolf hoarding resources with the ability to replicate. The struggles of his past life made him realize that individual power is ultimately limited and lonely in a completely collapsed environment. In this life, he wants more. He aims to establish a stronghold, an oasis that can still provide light, warmth, and basic order in a hell of ice and cold. That gasoline generator is the first heart of this oasis. With it combined with the infinite fuel in his space, he can attract those wandering in despair. And with people, a force can be formed. An endless supply of food, water, and medicine, along with this nearly limitless energy, will build the strongest foundation of loyalty and rule. The gasoline generator in the Grand Hall is the first step, and also a crucial step. He must obtain it, or at least be able to touch it. Some things must be taken. Liu Mo ultimately only vaguely said this. Then he stopped explaining and began to act. He first took out a few items from the pile of supplies and placed them by the gas heater to illuminate. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao looked on with curiosity and tension. The items for going out had long been prepared. He first picked up a set of specially made thermal clothing. Quick-dry thermal underwear. The first layer close to the skin wicks away sweat and prevents freezing. He explained briefly. Then he started to take off his thick padded coat and sweater. He quickly changed into this underwear in the frigid air. The fabric clung to his skin, bringing a strange warmth. Next, he put on thin woolen gloves and thickened wool socks. The extremities are most prone to frostbite, so warmth and dexterity must be balanced. Then came a fleece jacket worn on the outside. He took out a lightweight down inner jacket and matching down pants, putting them on carefully. The middle insulating layer locks in heat. Wang Tao stared in astonishment. Immediately, Liu Mo took out a set of clothing that looked very thick and made of sturdy fabric. Dark gray, almost black, with a special coating on the surface. Professional extreme cold jackets and pants, windproof and waterproof, the outer layer for protection. He put it on, zipped it up to the top, and tightened the Velcro at the cuffs and hem. Suddenly, he appeared tall and professional. Next came thick down gloves covering the thin woolen gloves beneath. A pair of snow boots that looked extremely heavy with deeply patterned soles. Extreme cold snow boots, high top, with thick insulation inside and a slip. This wasn't over yet. Liu Mo took out a woolen hat and tightly pulled it over his head, then pulled down the jacket's built-in hood over it. A windproof face mask that only exposed his eyes and mouth tightly wrapped his entire head. A thick wool scarf wrapped around his neck several times. He even took out a small jar, opened it, revealing a white cream. He carefully applied it to all possible exposed skin edges, on his forehead, around his eyes, at the wrists and ankles. Frostbite cream with high potency. He was brief and to the point. Finally, he pulled out a few hand warmers from a bag. After shaking them, he stuffed them into his inner pockets and boots. He also took 2 items that looked like oversized band-aids. Frostbite patches for emergency use. A small tube of frostbite cream, and several high-calorie chocolates wrapped in tin foil. When he was fully armed, standing beside the gas heater, he was almost unrecognizable in shape and appearance. Bulky, heavy. He resembled a bear standing upright, ready to step into the polar regions. Only the pair of eyes exposed outside the face mask remained sharp. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were utterly dumbfounded. This scene, they had only seen it on TV with Antarctic expedition teams. 70 degrees below zero. Dressed like this, he should be fine, right? For the first time, they felt an incredulous thought about the absolutely forbidden option of going outside. So it can be done this way. Liu Mo moved his hands and feet, checking all the joints and seals. The heavy clothing brought some inconvenience to movement, but the sense of security from being tightly wrapped and isolated from the deadly cold made him quite comfortable. Dressed like this, staying in the dormitory, he even felt a bit warm. This is the difference between preparation and knowledge. After I go out, you lock the door, Don't open it for anyone who knocks. Keep the gas heater running, but don't let the fire go out completely, maintain some warmth. Food and water, you distribute them among yourselves. I might even bring back some supplies. Limo's voice was muffled through the mask, but was firm and clear. Wang Tao swallowed hard, looking at Limo's gear, and those eyes, a belly full of words swallowed back down, simply nodding heavily. Mo go. Be careful. Wu Jichao also said softly, come back early. Li Mo responded with a sound, walked to the door, and first listened intently to the sounds outside. Only the sound of the wind. He gestured for Wang Tao and Wu Jichao to step back, gripping the fire axe in one hand, while slowly unlocking the door with the other. A coldness 10 times harsher than indoors, like a living monster, rushed in through the crack of the door. Even with the full set of gear, Li Mo felt a sharp numbness on the exposed skin. The corridor outside was dimly lit, with windows wide open at both ends. A faint green light from the emergency exit sign barely illuminated the patch of blood frozen into a dark brown ice surface and 3 indistinct figures covered in white frost. Li Mo did not hesitate. He slipped out and gently closed the door behind him. A soft click sound sealed warmth and light behind him. He stood in the corridor, acclimating to the almost steel-shattering low temperature. Adjusting the position of his breathing mask to prevent the heat, he exhaled from frosting inside and obscuring his vision. Then he took a step forward, the heavy snow boots crunching on the cold, hard ground, steadily walking toward the ice and snow world shrouded in gray-white mist and death. The heavy snow boots crunched on the hard ice shell, making a crisp sound that echoed through the desolate campus. The wind sliced like countless fine ice blades, trying to penetrate any possible gap. Even fully armed, Li Mo could still feel that pervasive, malicious cold attempting to drain all warmth. Around his exposed eyes, the antifreeze cream formed a faint protective layer. Yet his eyeballs still felt dry and stinging, with exhaled warm breath quickly condensing into fine ice crystals on the inside of the mask. He needed to occasionally rub the back of his gloves to keep his vision clear. Cold, bone-chilling cold. But this kind of cold was bearable. It was a clear boundary, maintained with death under professional protection. He recalled the materials he had read before. Such low temperatures did exist on Earth. In Oymyakon Bear Country, the average temperature in January is -50 degrees, with extremes reaching -71 degrees. That is the land inhabited by the Sami people. North America has recorded -63 degrees. The Vostok Station in Antarctica has even recorded extreme temperatures of -89.2 degrees, yet scientists still rotate there year-round. The limits of human survival are far more resilient than imagined. Of course, this is predicated upon thorough preparation. At -50 degrees, with wind-exposed skin can suffer frostbite within a minute. But like him, now equipped with moisture-wicking undergarments to polar jackets, 7 layers of protection along with strict safeguarding of exposed areas and spare heating sources, at -70 degrees, it is a dire situation. But it is not an absolute dead zone. This gives him the possibility to act. He cautiously moved, using the shadows of the buildings to reduce the biting cold, while contemplating the broader. On a national level, the command system must not be paralyzed at this moment. However, it is likely in a state of frantic chaos. This global extreme cold far exceeds any existing emergency plans. From now on, all developmental needs must give way to the most primal survival needs. This campus before him is a microcosm. Water pipes have burst, and outdoor pipelines have become ice sculptures. The dormitory's air conditioning. Its heating limit is generally only -15 degrees, and it has long become a decoration. Mobile signals and networks are rapidly failing due to the freezing damage to external equipment of base stations. The cafeteria stove, lacking continuous energy and unfrozen ingredients, is just a pile of scrap metal. Even the most ordinary room temperature instant food has become a luxury. The national machinery must have already been fully mobilized. The Ministry of Emergency Management, the National Development and Reform Commission, the Energy Bureau, the military, have likely formed a high-level joint command. The entire nation has entered a state of wartime in some sense. The power grid will activate high-voltage supply, sparing no effort to prioritize core cities and energy hubs, as well as critical medical systems and densely populated areas like top universities. All remaining industrial and commercial electricity will be ruthlessly cut off. But here, Li Mo surveyed the snow-covered silent campus. The university he attended is located in the outskirts of a relatively unimportant third-tier city. In the balance of national resources, this place is likely the last to be considered. It may even become a marginal area that is temporarily abandoned. The limited rescue forces will inevitably tilt towards more critical regions. In his vague memories from his past life, in a few days apart from those core cities that could receive continuous support, places like theirs could only hope for sporadic airdrops, such as high-energy compressed biscuits, portable small fuel heaters, antifreeze patches, bottled water, and so on. Moreover, due to the complete paralysis of transportation, these airdrop supplies often can only land on the outskirts of cities or around universities. It requires the remaining organizational forces within the school to transport them on foot. Universities should be critical hubs for emergency control in such extreme circumstances. They are key nodes for organizing manpower, settling the populace, and distributing supplies. But what has this school done? They herded thousands of students into a drafty auditorium, calling it centralized heating, waiting for rescue. And the result? Fuel-exhausted, order collapsed, the strong preyed on the weak. This is the most foolish and irresponsible waiting-to-die strategy. It's simply a ragtag ensemble. After this ordeal, the remaining credibility and organizational ability within the school have likely been utterly destroyed. This means that at least in the short term, this area will fall into a state of complete self-governance, without anarchy or rescue. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, will become the only passport. And this is precisely Li Mo's opportunity. An opportunity to establish a new order amidst the ruins and cold. He stopped hiding in the shadow of a corner of an experimental building, gazing ahead. The familiar gray outline of the auditorium flickered in and out of view amidst the grayish-white cold mist. The surrounding empty square and roads were covered with uneven layers of snow and ice. There were no lights or sounds, only the wind howling unceasingly. But Li Mo keenly noticed that near several main entrances of the auditorium the snow had been repeatedly trampled and even dragged. Some chaotic footprints extended towards different dormitory buildings, but more were frozen in place, half covered by the new snow. Along this route the frozen dead were everywhere. Some were standing, some were lying down. Yet Li Mo instinctively ignored them. In the air, besides the biting cold, a faint, indescribable odor wafted. It was the murky breath produced by many people gathering for an extended period in a confined space. The cold could not completely seal it off, and there was a hint of a faintly sweet. Li Mo's heart calmed down, his gaze sharp as a blade. He adjusted his breathing, gripped the fire axe more tightly, and began to silently approach a nondescript small door on the side of the auditorium, used for equipment maintenance, utilizing the terrain and shadows. There it usually adjoins the spare equipment room. It is also the most likely location for the generator to be stored or connected. His target is inside. The small door to the equipment room had long been forced open, left ajar with icicles hanging from its frame. Li Mo slipped sideways into the chamber and pulled the door shut behind him, blocking out most of the biting wind. Inside was darker than outside. Only a feeble ashen light filtered through a shattered high window. The air reeked of thick machine oil and cold metal. His target was a bulky deep green, portable gasoline generator. Scattered nearby were several tangled wires and empty fuel drums. A thin layer of frost coated its surface, yet its main structure appeared intact. No signs of violent damage. Clearly it had been abandoned here once its fuel ran dry. Perhaps someone had attempted to move it amid the chaos, only to abandon the effort. Li Mo approached, removed one glove, his fingers already stiff with cold. Still he meticulously inspected the generator's critical components. Fuel cap, air filter, spark, plug, interface, control panel. Dents and scratches marred the casing, but its core remained unscathed. Drawing upon fragmented knowledge gleaned from surviving the apocalypse in his past life, he manually rotated the flywheels several times. The cylinder compression felt smooth, no seizing. It would work. Without hesitation he placed his palm, still clad in thin woolen gloves, firmly against the generator's icy rough exterior. Item touched: portable gasoline generator, 5 kilowatts. Encyclopedia entry: generator unlocked. Replicate. Replicate. Li Mo silently commanded. Instantly his consciousness sank into the system space, where beside 1,000 barrels of gasoline stood 1,000 identical gleaming, new 5 kilowatts generators, their deep green case. They stood in perfect silent formation. Success. An indescribable sense of solidity surged through him. Powering the dormitory was no longer a fantasy. Electricity opened doors to countless possibilities. Space heaters, warm air blowers, radiant heating lamps. The male dormitory had never lacked such devices, especially among students who dreaded the cold. If necessary, he could go to the female dormitory. There such appliances were typically even more abundant. With enough heating units, and an effectively limitless fuel supply from the gasoline generators, he could create a localized sanctuary of warmth. Light. Heat. In this extreme world they were miracles, sources of irresistible attraction and ultimate authority. He stepped out of the equipment room, not leaving immediately, but circled to a broken window on the side of the auditorium, using the shadows to peer inside. The scene within was worse than he had imagined. In the dim pallid light, dense clusters of human figures huddled together like lambs awaiting slaughter. Most lay curled up motionless, alive or dead, impossible to tell. Faint groans, sobs, and coughs echoed intermittently. The air hung thick and foul. He quickly located Xiaopeng's group. They occupied a relatively privileged spot near the former stage, sheltered by a wall at their backs. Xiaopeng sat slumped on an overturned plastic crate, wrapped in multiple layers of clothing, his expression grim. Lin Wei clung tightly to his arm, her face buried in his sleeve, her body trembling uncontrollably. 4 or 5 other boys surrounded him, also bundled heavily. but their faces bore not just exhaustion and anxiety, but a lingering ferocity. What chilled Limo's gaze was the sight of two of those boys, each forcibly holding a girl in their arms. The girls possessed fine physiques, yet wore only thin clothing. Their skin was bluish with cold, their eyes vacant and numb, offering no resistance as the boys' hands roamed freely over their bodies. Or perhaps resistance had already fled, stripped away by despair and depletion. A snicker laced with malice rose from nearby. "Brother Peng, isn't this inappropriate?" A younger boy murmured softly, glancing at the two girls. "Inappropriate?" One of the boys gripping a girl shot him a sharp warning glare. "This is mutual warmth. Don't you understand? Otherwise they'd have frozen to death already. I'm saving their lives." As he spoke, his hand squeezed harder, eliciting a stifled, pained whimper from the girl in his arm. Zhao Peng glanced over, said nothing, his silence an implicit endorsement. His gaze swept instead across the shivering masses around him, assessing how much more could still be extracted, or perhaps scanning for signs of rebellion. Zhang Hai had frozen to death. The news he'd brought clearly left Zhao Peng both startled and furious. Yet more than anger, what lingered was wary caution, the instinctive response to having been challenged. For now he had no intention of confronting Limo, not for lack of desire, but from wariness. Wary of Limo's ruthlessness, wary of the lethal cold beyond the walls. But the deaths of his men, that debt was firmly recorded. Trapped here, supplies dwindling. Once desperation reached its breaking point, hunger and cold would drive them to madness. Desperation always breeds recklessness. Limo withdrew, his gaze, brow slightly furrowed. Zhao Peng's faction was a latent threat. Few in number, yet ruthless and utterly without moral constraint. Should they regain strength, or be pushed to the brink, they would inevitably become a destructive force. Preemptive vigilance was essential. He lingered, no longer slipping away from the auditorium area and retracing his path. The return journey demanded even greater caution. The campus lay in absolute stillness, but silence did not mean safety. Frozen figures dotted the paths, locked mid-stride or crouched, frozen sculptures of ice and despair. Occasionally dark silhouettes flickered behind dormitory windows, watchful and wary. Back at his own dormitory, the cold seemed even more penetrating. The corridor air hung nearly solid. Inhaling felt like drawing shards of ice into his lungs. He did not head straight to the 5th floor. Instead, beginning at ground level, he checked each door one by one. Most dormitory doors stood wide open, interiors in disarray, evidence of hasty evacuation to the auditorium, or later scavenging. A few remained tightly shut. Limo pressed his ear to each. No sound emerged from within. Whether empty or occupied by the dead, he chose not to force entry. On the 2nd floor, he found several bodies curled in corridor corners, dusted white, with frost long since rigid. On the 3rd, 2 students lay entwined beside a bed in an open dorm room. Both silence and death ruled here. Reaching the 4th floor, he suddenly recalled something, and turned toward the small duty room beside the stairwell. The door was unlocked. Inside was cramped, a bed, a desk, a cabinet. The bedding was rumpled, but the room was empty. Limo searched briefly and dragged a cardboard box from beneath the bed. Inside lay a compact, foldable radiant heater. Its output was modest, but its size made it ideal. Beside it rested half a crumpled pack of cigarettes and several apples shriveled and hardened by the cold. He took them all without hesitation. Such items were now hard currency, especially cigarettes and edible fruit. He would replicate a batch soon. They would serve perfectly as foundational currency. Next, he began executing his premeditated plan, starting from the top floor, the 6th. With great effort, he sealed every large broken or ill-fitting window at both ends of the corridor, using planks, torn bed sheets, and even frozen corpses as makeshift barricades. Then he closed every dormitory door left ajar on each floor. Where locks were broken, he wedged doors shut from within with desks and chairs, or secured them crudely with twisted wire. Crude, yes, but effective. The entire dormitory was a sieve, perpetually leaking heat, shutting every possible opening, and especially sealing off the corridor's drafty ends, would drastically slow internal heat loss. That would prevent interior temperatures from plummeting to match the outside, creating the barest foundation for his power and heating initiative. The labor consumed immense physical energy and time. Even fully insulated, over an hour of exertion at -70 degrees froze his exhaled breath into icy clumps beneath his mask. His limbs grew numb, then stung with sharp, piercing pain. He paused several times, retreating into vacant rooms to consume high-calorie chocolate and restore his strength. Over an hour later, he completed the initial sealing of the 6-story dormitory. Though still bitterly cold, the corridor wind had noticeably abated. That ever-present knife-like draft had dulled. With weary but steady steps, he ascended to the 5th floor, toward his own dorm room. Standing before the familiar door, he did not knock immediately. His hand rested on the frigid wood, and a sudden realization struck him. The generator. That portable gasoline unit was large and heavy. Carrying it alone from the auditorium was physically impossible. Yet now 1,000 identical units stood ready in his spatial storage. He could summon one instantly. But how would he explain it to Wang Tao and Wu Jichao? That he braved -70-degree cold alone, marched to the auditorium, and carried back a 40-kilogram generator, intact and unscathed. That defied credibility. Reveal his spatial ability outright. No, not yet. This secret was his greatest advantage. Exposing it before earning absolute trust and authority would be catastrophic. Human nature was unpredictable, especially under extremists. Faced with power beyond comprehension, fear and greed could birth unimaginable consequences. He needed a plausible narrative, a believable explanation. Liamo stood outside the door, his brow faintly furrowed beneath the mask, mind racing. Cold wind rose from the stairwell, fluttering the hood of his parka. A faint, almost imperceptible glow emanated from within, the flicker of a gas stove. Wang Tao and Xiao Wu were surely waiting inside, expectant and anxious. He needed a way to deploy the generator, without arousing excessive suspicion or scrutiny. Perhaps claim he found it in an empty room downstairs, or in the equipment room. Say it had been there all along, overlooked until now. No, that sounded too vague. Or simply obscure the details. Declare he acquired a generator, emphasize action and results, and let authority speak for itself. Train them not to question specifics. Countless options flashed through his mind. He sought the path requiring least future complication. Finally, he drew a sharp, freezing breath, and raised his hand to knock. It's me, Liamo. The door swung open. A wave of warmth, gentler than the biting cold outside, washed over them, laced with the familiar scent of the gas heater. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao practically lunged toward the doorway. There stood Liamo, fully clad in winter gear, his body radiating frost, yet unharmed and steady in the threshold. Both men exhaled deeply, relief flooding their chests. Brother Imo, you're back. Wang Tao hastily stepped aside, relieving Liamo of the heavy axe he carried. Wu Jichao scrambled to shut and relock the door behind them. Liamo did not immediately shed his outer shell of mountaineering jacket. Instead, he strode to the gas heater, removed his gloves and face mask, revealing a face flushed from the cold, but sharp-eyed and resolute. He extended his hands toward the flame, feeling warmth seep slowly into his nearly frozen fingertips. How is it outside? Wang Tao, having set down the axe, could no longer contain himself. The question slipped out, trembling with residual fear and raw curiosity. Cold. Liamo's reply was terse, unadorned. The auditorium won't hold. I approached it, observed from a distance, but didn't enter. He said nothing of Xiaopeng's group, nor of Zhonghai. Only this bare factual summary. Wu Jichao shivered involuntarily and murmured, "Thank heavens we stayed." On my way back, I walked through every floor of our dormitory. Liamo continued, "All doors I could secure are now closed. The broken windows at both ends have been barricaded. The wind has lessened." Wang Tao nodded. He understood insulation. Also, Liamo paused, his gaze settling on both of them. I visited the basement electrical room, and that locked equipment closet in the first floor corner. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged stunned glances. An electrical room? An equipment closet? What possible reason could there be to go there? I found something useful inside. Liamo first withdrew the compact space heater, taken from the dorm supervisor's office, tethered to his waist. Then from his pocket he produced cigarettes and frozen apples. Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Wu Jichao swallowed hard. But Liamo's next words left them utterly speechless. Also, a generator. A portable gasoline-powered one. It appears to be an emergency unit installed by the university years ago, long since abandoned and forgotten. A generator. Wang Tao stammered, eyes wide as saucers. Our dormitory actually has one. Wu Jichao stared, disbelief etched across his face. A generator. That belonged to another world, distant, mechanical, almost mythical. Liamo lifted the thermos, boiled some water over the gas heater, and sipped slowly. Many older buildings were designed with such contingency systems, ignored in daily life, treated as mere relics. Setting the cup down, he glanced at the small space heater. I know enough about these machines to inspect it. Dust had settled, but the core components remained sound. Clean the spark plugs, flush the carburetor. We have gasoline. Then it will start. Gasoline. Wang Tao seized upon the word, suddenly recalling Liamo's earlier stockpiling. He remembered faintly a bulky container tucked inside one of those crates Liamo had hauled upstairs. He'd paid it no mind, until now when everything clicked into place. Brother Imo, you prepared gasoline in advance. Liamo met his gaze, neither confirming nor denying, merely giving a quiet affirmative hum. To Wang Tao it struck like thunder. Before he'd only thought Liamo excessively cautious. Now he grasped, this was no ordinary foresight. It was as if he'd foreseen exactly this global cryogenic collapse, temperatures plunging to -70 degrees, and had quietly assembled every critical resource, including fuel for a generator. Wang Tao's mind churned, brimming with questions. Yet before him sat Liamo, calm, unruffled, his silence sealing every inquiry behind clenched teeth. Would Liamo answer? Even if he did, would it change anything? A profound helplessness washed over him, alongside a deeper, quieter dependence. Wu Jichao, unburdened by such speculation, simply brightened at the prospect of a working generator, hope flaring in his eyes. Brother Liamo, does that mean we'll have electricity? Will it make us warmer? In theory, yes. Liamo set down his cup. But it's not so simple. First, the generator cannot operate indoors. He gestured toward their cramped dorm room. Noise, exhaust fumes, and lethal hazards. It would kill us. We need an isolated, well-ventilated space, not too distant within our line of sight. So Wang Tao snapped back into focus, straining to follow the logic. At the far end of this floor's communal washroom, there's a narrow utility closet, or the storage room at the corridor's terminus, filled with discarded items. It has a door and a window, small yes, but close enough to our room. Liamo had already weighed every option. We'll clear it first, reinforce the door, then install the generator. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao nodded. They understood. Second, how do we distribute the power? Liamo continued. No complexity at first. We'll run a heavy-duty cable directly from the generator to this room. Just enough to power ourselves and verify machine stability. Point-to-point supply. Wang Tao tried to grasp the concept. Exactly. Then inside our room we'll install a power strip or retrofit an old distribution box to serve as a localized substation for this floor. Liamo sketched the idea in the air with his fingers. Power flows outward from here. If we later extend supply to other rooms on this level, we'll simply run extension cables from our electricity must remain under our control. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao absorbed only fragments, but that final sentence resonated unmistakably. Electricity. In this world cloaked in darkness and ice, it was rarer and more precious than food itself. Whoever commanded electricity commanded authority, influence, and survival. Their gaze upon Liamo deepened, now layered with awe. But Brother Imo, Wu Jichao ventured timidly. Is wiring safe? None of us know how. I once worked odd jobs at a repair shop and tinker with such things in my spare time. I understand the fundamentals. Liamo spoke with quiet certainty. Safety comes first. I'll handle the critical work. You'll assist me. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances, identical thoughts flashing between them. He knows this too. Incredible. So, when do we begin? Wang Tao brimmed with eagerness, even as doubt flickered beneath. That generator, it's heavy, isn't it? Just the three of us. Precisely. Liamo nodded. It weighs well over 100 Gene, perhaps more. Carrying it alone from the equipment room to the 5th floor is impossible. We'll need teamwork and tools, a handcart, crowbars. There's an old cart inside the equipment room. Its wheels may still turn. He deliberately framed the task as arduous, entirely plausible. After all, industrial-grade portability had its physical limits. No problem. All three of us together will manage, Wang Tao declared, instantly clapping Wu Jichao on the shoulder. Wu Jichao nodded vigorously, uncertain yet clinging fiercely to this fragile lifeline. No rush, Liamo signaled them to sit. First, we eat, replenish strength. The generator isn't going anywhere. We'll plan step by step, clear and reinforce the generator room first. Then locate the cart and tools, finally retrieve the generator. One stage at a time. He opened a previously warmed can, poured rice from a bag, and heated more water. The three gathered around the gas heater, eating in silence. Unlike earlier desperate chewing, this meal delivered not just heat, but a quiet electric thrill. Wang Tao ate while stealing glances at Liamo. His unanswered questions still lingered, but no longer dominated his thoughts. Now his mind raced ahead, to hauling the generator upward. Once powered, they could activate heaters. No more shivering in thick coats. They could charge phones, even just to check the time. A faint radiant anticipation began to bloom. The moment light blazed anew in this frozen, blackened dormitory. That would be nothing short of divine revelation. Liamo chewed slowly, his own mind mapping the next move. The logistical challenge of moving the generator perfectly masked the truth that he could have summoned it instantly from his spatial realm. Once installed, future maintenance, part replacements, even acquiring second or third units, all would carry seamless justification. The desolate, lawless campus, its forgotten corners, its scattered emergency storerooms. These were the perfect camouflage for his system space. As operations scaled, concealment would grow ever simpler, eventually fading into irrelevance. An hour later, after a hearty meal, his body was filled with warmth and his spirits lifted slightly. Wang Tao rubbed his slightly bulging belly and let out a long sigh of relief. A satisfied expression emerged on his face, as if he had survived a disaster. In this dreadful weather, being able to enjoy hot rice along with greasy meat cans was a blessing. To top it off, he could savor some sweet and cool fruit cans. This treatment would make anyone envious. Wu Jichao also looked much better. After the fever subsided, the young body's recovery ability manifested. Coupled with this solid meal, there was more vitality in his gaze. Seeing their conditions improve, Liamo stood up and said, "I'll go check the direction of the wiring and see if there are more suitable tools. You two put on the thickest clothes and wear gloves. In 10 minutes, let's gather at the stairway on the 1st floor and check the equipment room first." Wang Tao and Wu Jichao nodded immediately without thinking much. Liamo opened the door and stepped out, bringing a chill with him. He didn't go far, but headed straight to the secluded equipment room on the first floor. After closing the door, darkness and coldness enveloped him. He stood quietly for a moment, and his consciousness sank into the system space. 1,000 brand new generators and 1,000 barrels of gasoline silently lined up in the grayish space. With a thought, 2 deep green 5 kW gasoline generators appeared out of thin air on the cold cement floor of the equipment room, emitting 2 dull thuds. Immediately after, 10 20-liter orange gasoline barrels were neatly stacked in the corner nearby. After finishing this, he walked to the wall and tore down a large piece of heavy canvas that had been used to cover some machine. The canvas was covered in oil stains. He shook it off and draped it over the 2 newly appeared generators. The canvas was large enough to cover the second generator and part of the oil barrels. Only the first generator and a few oil barrels were exposed. At a glance, it looked as if there had originally been some reserve supplies piled here, merely covered by an old canvas that had gone unnoticed before. After arranging the scene, he waited a few more minutes, estimating that enough time had passed before pulling open the door of the equipment room and walking to the stairway on the first floor to wait. Not long after, heavy dragging footsteps and labored breathing echoed in the corridor. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao came down. Both of them were bundled up like balls. Wang Tao imitated Lima's previous outfit, putting on all the clothes and cotton-padded jackets he could find. He even wrapped a scarf around his neck and wore a cotton hat, leaving only his eyes exposed. Wu Jichao was similarly dressed, but it was evident that he was still weak. After climbing several flights of stairs, he was shivering slightly, even with so many layers on. Due to the recent changes in clothing and walking, a thin layer of sweat formed on his forehead. Fortunately, the wind in the corridor had been blocked off by Liamo for the most part. Although it was still bone-chillingly cold, at least there wasn't that lethal draft. "Mo go," Wang Tao called out to Liamo, panting. Liamo nodded, his gaze sweeping over them. "Not bad, let's go to the equipment room." The 3 of them arrived at the door of the equipment room, and Liamo pushed the door open. Inside, it was darker than in the corridor, with only a little light filtering in from the doorway. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao adjusted their eyes to the light before they could see the deep green generator in the corner, along with a few stacked oil barrels. "This is it." Wang Tao walked over excitedly, reaching out to touch the cold, rough exterior of the generator. "It looks pretty sturdy, but it's just too heavy." He tried to lift one corner gently, but it didn't budge. Wu Jichao leaned in to take a look and worriedly said, "How are we going to get this up to the 5th floor?" "Find some tools and figure it out," Liamo responded as he walked over to the generator, casually glancing at the massive canvas on the ground. The edge of the canvas was raised as if it was covering something underneath, bulging slightly. He squatted down, grasped a corner of the canvas, and curiously pulled it back with some force. Dust fell in a flurry. The canvas was pulled back halfway, revealing what it had been covering. An identical deep green portable gasoline generator lay quietly underneath. Beside it, more orange gasoline barrels were neatly stacked. In the dim light, the orderly array had a striking impact. Both Wang Tao and Wu Jichao froze at the same time. Their eyes were fixed on the additional generator and the significantly increased number of oil barrels, their mouths slightly agape. "This." Wang Tao rubbed his eyes, thinking he must. Liamo also revealed a hint of surprise at the right moment. He stood up, glanced at the original generator, and then looked back at the 2 new ones revealed under the canvas. His tone carried a hint of unexpectedness. "I didn't expect there would be backups here. It seems the school stocked quite a bit initially." His tone was natural, as if he had merely discovered an unforeseen, yet logical situation. Wang Tao's mind struggled to comprehend. Another one, including the original, that made 2. And there were so many barrels of gasoline. His first reaction was sheer joy. If one broke down, there was a backup. Plenty of gasoline. The hope of generating power had greatly increased. But then a faint hint of doubt flickered. Previously, Liamo only mentioned finding 1 generator. How did another one suddenly appear along with so much oil? He glanced at Liamo. The expression of just the right amount of surprise on Liamo's face did not seem feigned. Liamo was currently squatting down to inspect the 2 new generators. Wang Tao looked again at the stack of gasoline barrels. A thought popped into his mind. Could it be that Liamo had only glanced over briefly before not noticing that there was so much still covered by the canvas? After all, it was so dark here, and the items were piled chaotically. This explanation seemed reasonable. The slight doubt in Wang Tao's heart quickly dissipated, replaced by a strong. He was not a particularly meticulous person. In such extreme circumstances, the joy of discovering more life-saving supplies overshadowed any minute doubts. Wu Jichao was even less inclined to think much. He was already stunned by the 2 generators and the large pile of gasoline. A hint of color flushed his pale face due to "This is great. This is great. With so much. Can it last a long time? Yes, we don't have to worry about fuel for now." Liamo finished his inspection, stood up, and brushed the dust off his hands. The machines all look similar. They should all be from the same batch of procurement. The trouble of transporting them hasn't been solved yet, but at least we have more options. We can take the one in the best condition first. His attitude was practical and calm, quickly steering the conversation back to the real problem of transportation, successfully redirecting Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's attention. Right, let's move one first. Wang Tao rubbed his hands together, eager to try. He began circling the two generators, comparing which one looked more appealing, as if picking a watermelon. Liu Mo pointed to a rusty but seemingly functional flatbed cart in the corner of the equipment room. This was not extracted from the system space, it had been there all along. We'll use this along with a pry bar. The three of us will slowly move it. We'll take one generator at a time, and also take 2 barrels of oil up. That should be enough for initial use. Where should we put it? Let's place it in that washroom stall you mentioned, Wang Tao asked. Let's put it in the empty dorm room next door for now, Liu Mo had already planned. We'll clear that room out to temporarily serve as our tool and supply transfer station. Once the door of the washroom is reinforced, we'll move the generator over, make a wall hole, and connect the lines. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the stacked gasoline barrels and generators, adding casually, these things aren't safe left here. Moving them upstairs and keeping them under our noses feels much more secure. Wang Tao nodded in agreement. With so many valuable machines and fuel left on this dark first floor, what if someone else found them? He recalled the 3 dead bodies outside the door, and his heart tightened. So what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. Wang Tao waved his hand boldly. Despite being bundled in thick clothing, his actions looked somewhat comical. Wu Jichao nodded vigorously as well. Although he was still weak, seeing hope ahead invigorated him. The 3 of them began to hustle. Liu Mo took the lead while Wang Tao and Wu Jichao assisted. They first used the pry bar and a piece of wood they found to carefully inch the selected generator onto the flatbed cart. They then moved 2 barrels of gasoline to the side. The cart's axle creaked loudly due to rust and low temperatures. Yet at this moment, that noise sounded like a trumpet of progress to the 3 of them. Liu Mo was at the front, pulling the cart, bearing most of the weight. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao pushed and steadied it from behind. Their steps were heavy and slow, sweat quickly soaked their undershirts, and in the extreme cold it turned icy. Breathing heavily, white mist puffed out in clouds. But no one complained. The 3 bulky figures steadily moved forward, pushing a heavy machine step by step. They moved the generator out of the equipment room, pushing it through the flat corridor. Although it was strenuous, the process was relatively smooth. The rusty wheels left intermittent scraping sounds on the frozen concrete floor. The 3 of them held their breath, the white mist of their breaths merging into a cloud in the darkness. The real test lay in climbing the stairs. At the corner from the first floor to the second, there was the first steep slope. Liu Mo pulled hard on the cart's handle, leaning back, so that his body was almost at a 45-degree angle to the ground. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao pushed from behind, pressing their shoulders against the heavy machine to prevent it from sliding backward. Their thick boots struggled to find purchase on the frost-covered steps. 1, 2, 3. Go! Liu Mo shouted, and the 3 of them exerted their strength simultaneously. The front wheels of the cart struggled against the first step, then the second. With each step up, they needed to make a brief adjustment and gather their strength. The heavy clothing severely restricted their movements, and heat dissipation and sweat quickly soaked through their undershirts. The cold fabric clung to their skin. The continuous exertion only generated more heat. In the extreme cold, it created an uncomfortable sensation of humid warmth alternating with chill. Rest. Let's take a break. As they reached the second-floor platform, Wu Jichao gasped for breath, leaning against the wall and sliding down, his face pale and sweat dripping. His stamina had not fully recovered. Wang Tao was also exhausted, leaning on his knees, taking deep breaths, the cold air stinging his throat. Liu Mo was breathing heavily as well. He checked the straps securing the cart and the generator, confirming that nothing was loose. No rush, take it slow, Liu Mo said. After resting for a few minutes, they continued. From the second floor to the third, from the third to the fourth. Repeating the same hardships. The generator's weight of over 100 pounds might not seem like much normally. But at this moment, combined with the awkward cart, the restrictions of their clothing, the depletion of their strength, and the low temperature's effect on their muscles, it felt burdensome. Every step was like climbing a mountain with a heavy load. The corridor echoed with their labored breaths and the dull thuds of the wheels hitting the steps. Yet they could only grit their teeth, and every brief rest was merely to gather a bit of strength for the next push. The dark staircase seemed endless. Above was only deeper cold and the unknown. Finally, the platform of the 5th floor appeared before them. In the last short stretch of slope, the 3 of them used almost all their remaining strength. With a combination of pushing and pulling, they forcefully dragged the cart and generator up. We made it. Wang Tao collapsed onto the cold ground, disregarding the dirt, gasping for breath, as if his lungs would burst. Wu Jichao lay flat on the floor, his chest heaving violently, unable to speak. Liu Mo leaned against the wall to rest for a moment, then got up and untied the securing straps. Let's move it into this room. He pointed to the open door of dormitory 507 next to the storage room. The 3 of them worked together to unload the generator from the cart and rolled it onto the floor of room 507. They couldn't attend to it for now. Liu Mo returned to room 508 and found a toolbox among the supplies. The box opened to reveal a complete set of tools. Pliers, screwdrivers, electrical tape, a multimeter, a small roll of copper wire expansion bolts, a power drill, and more. He first planned the route. From room 507 to the washroom partition at the end of the corridor, which would serve as the final machine room. Then to room 508, the power supply center. The distance wasn't long, but it required going through walls. Liamo took a tape measure and chalk to mark the drilling positions on the wall. He chose to run the wires as discreetly as possible along the corners and through the non-load barrier. After marking, he replaced the drill bit on the power drill and connected the power supply. As for the batteries, there were plenty in the space. The buzzing sound of drilling echoed in the silent building, seeming somewhat out of place. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao watched curiously and nervously. The drill bit struggled to bite into the cold wall, dust flying everywhere. They were not worried about the noise reaching outside. Because the wind outside was strong, any noise would be greatly muted. Liamo moved skillfully, his gaze focused, drilling at the marked spots, the holes just large enough for the cut PVC conduit to pass through. Next, he laid the wiring. He twisted several thicker copper wires into one, encasing them in a cut-open water pipe for simple insulation and protection, passing it through the wall hole. Between the washroom partition and room 508, a temporary electrical corridor was formed. At the junction of the wiring, he carefully stripped the insulation, using wire strippers, tightly twisting the copper wires together, then wrapped them layer by layer with insulation tape, ensuring there would be no short circuit or leakage. Then he connected it to the output terminal. In the corner of room 508, he installed a small low-voltage distribution box connecting the incoming wires to the input terminal. He then pulled out several sockets from the distribution box and secured them to the wall. In the washroom partition, he connected the wires to the generator's dedicated output terminal, also ensuring the entire process took nearly 2 hours. Liamo was meticulous. Sweat trickled down his forehead, almost freezing on his cold cheeks. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao couldn't help much, mainly passing tools and cleaning dust. They studied things according to Liamo's instructions. They watched Liamo's skilled operations, those unfamiliar tools and complex wiring appearing orderly in his hands, deepening their admiration and reliance on him. Brother Imo truly understands everything. He had been too low-key before. Everything was ready. Liamo checked all the connections and wires, confirming they were correct. He had Wang Tao and Wu Jichao step back to fuel the generator. The cold gasoline gurgled as it filled the tank. He checked the oil and spark plugs, then gripped the pull cord. Ready, he said in a deep voice. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao held their breath, their eyes fixed on the small space heater in the corner of room 508. It had already been moved next to the newly connected socket. Liamo pulled the cord forcefully. The first time it didn't respond. The second time the generator emitted a muffled coughing sound. On the third pull he increased his force and speed. Put, boom. A powerful roar suddenly erupted, penetrating the walls and echoing in the corridor. The generator had started. Its operation was steady and continuous, carrying a rhythm of industrial power. Almost at the same moment. In the corner of room 508, the small orange space heater covered in dust had its internal resistance wires suddenly glow, shifting from dark red to bright. It's lit. It's lit. Wang Tao couldn't help but shout, his voice trembling. The orange glow, like a miniature sun, instantly dispelled the darkness and chill surrounding them. The warm breath was tangible, carrying a hint of the dry scent of burning dust. It began to expand slowly outward from its center. Wu Jichao extended his hand, cautiously approaching the warming grill. The cold that had once pierced to the bone no longer reached his fingertips. Instead, it was a warmth that almost brought him to tears. His throat tightened and his eyes reddened. Liamo approached, a trace of relief visible on his face. He checked the distribution box and sockets. The voltage was stable. For now, I've only connected this heater, which doesn't draw much power, so the generator's load is light. Wang Tao had already thrown himself in front of the heater, wrapping his arms around it, enjoying the precious warmth and humming with pleasure. It's warm. So damn warm. The heat from one heater was just a drop in the bucket for the whole dormitory, but its significance far exceeded the actual temperature. It was light, it was heat, it was hope. It was the first crack torn open in the absolute cold and darkness. Liamo looked at the two of them entranced and said, "One isn't enough. We need to find more, not just heaters, but other small appliances that can be used, electric kettles, rechargeable desk lamps, even electric blankets. Anything that can be found. If the boys' dormitory doesn't have it, the girls' dormitory surely will. They might not use it often, but now it's a treasure." This statement ignited the enthusiasm of Wang Tao and Wu Jichao. With power, these usually inconspicuous items instantly transformed into survival tools. Right? I'm going to look. Wang Tao jumped up, full of determination. I know who has electric kettles in the dorms next door. I'll check over there, as someone might have a rechargeable hand warmer. Wu Jichao responded actively. Without hesitation, the two set out to take action. Liamo did not stop them, only reminding them to be safe and not to go too far, and to avoid any potentially dangerous rooms. In the time that followed, Room 508, and the adjacent room 507, which was used for temporarily storing supplies, gradually became more abundant. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, like explorers discovering a new continent, carefully searched through the open dorm rooms on the 5th floor. They found 3 different styles of small heaters, or fan heaters. Some were covered in dust while others looked quite new. 2 small electric kettles made of stainless steel boiled water quickly. They also found several rechargeable desk lamps and flashlights that could still be used. Although their batteries were long dead, they could be recharged. Miraculously, they even discovered a well-packaged, never-opened electric blanket. With each item they found, they excitedly brought it back as if they had discovered treasure. Liamo was responsible for checking the safety of the appliances, giving them a quick wipe, and then connecting them to the power strip for testing. Most of them worked. The electric blanket made Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's eyes light up. Laying it on the bed and plugging it in would be a heavenly experience. Liamo set up 2 fan heaters and 1 small heater in different corners of room 508 and connected them to the power supply. Soon the temperature in the dorm began to rise noticeably. While it was far from a spring warmth, at least it was no longer the desperate state of breathing mist in the cold, still shivering, even while wearing thick down jackets. Removing the top layer of his jacket, even sitting in the room in just his inner clothing, was no longer unbearable. The electric kettle quickly boiled the first pot of water. Scalding hot water. It could be drunk directly, used to soak compressed biscuits, or simply poured into a hot water bottle to warm hands. The significance of hot water was no less than that of the heater. Finally, Liamo turned his gaze to the ordinary fluorescent light in the center of the dormitory ceiling. The bulb had long since burned out, and the ballast was probably broken. But he had a simpler and more direct solution. He found an LED ceiling light panel that had been taken down from the adjacent dorm. It had a low power consumption, but was bright enough. He connected the light panel to the lighting circuit controlled by the wall switch. He had Wang Tao and Wu Jichao stand at the door while he walked to the wall, his finger resting on the small switch. Ready. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's hearts raced, staring intently at the ceiling. Liamo gently flicked the switch. Click. A light sound. Soft, bright, steady white light instantly filled the entire room, 508. It dispelled the darkness in every corner and illuminated 3 tired, yet delighted faces. It also illuminated the frost that had formed on the wall, the food supplies stacked in the corner, and that heater radiating orange light and warmth. Light. Stable, artificial, belonging to the civilized world. Wang Tao opened his mouth wide, staring blankly at the familiar, yet strange brightness above. Then he suddenly turned his head to look outside. Outside was an all-consuming darkness, thick as ink. The cold wind whipped snowflakes, endlessly battering the glass with a wail. The entire campus, no, the whole world, was submerged in the chilling silence of -70 degrees. There was not a glimmer of light, nor a trace of life. Yet this little dormitory of theirs was lit, like the only porthole of a ship in an endless deep sea, also like the candlelight in a tent. Small and fragile, yet shining brilliantly. The warm glow seeped through the frost-covered glass window, struggling to spill out a little. Immediately, it was torn apart by the violent darkness and cold wind. But inside the window, light and warmth truly existed. Liamo stood under the light, looking out at the boundless night, and at his 2 roommates illuminated by the glow, speechless with excitement, his face showing no expression. Only in the depths of his eyes were 2 small flames ignited. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory in the easternmost room, Su Jinwan tightly wrapped herself in 2 thick layers of blankets. Like a pupa ensnared in its own cocoon, the edges of the blanket were tied with a rope, trying to hold onto the meager warmth of her body. In the dormitory, the other 3 beds had long been empty. On the first day of the temperature drop, her roommates rushed to the auditorium, which was said to have heating. She did not go, not because she was particularly clever, but because she had twisted her ankles, swollen and painful, making it impossible to. At first she held on to a glimmer of hope, waiting for her roommates to bring back news or for the school's rescue. She carefully calculated her supplies of bottled water, instant noodles, and snacks hoarded in the dormitory. Having endured the first day, then the second, the pain in her ankle became numb in the low temperature, replaced by an unending chill seeping from her bones. Hope was like the frost flowers on the window, becoming increasingly blurred, leaving only the outline of despair. Her phone had long become a cold brick. The power was out, the signal was gone, and the world seemed to have been muted and plunged into darkness. Parents, family, friends, all connections severed by this damned cold. She had cried, initially sobbing in fear, later shedding silent tears. After a while it felt as if even her tears had frozen, leaving only dry pain and a numb void. A bothersome gurgling sounded from her stomach. Her stomach was already empty. The energy provided by chips and the last half bottle of cold water barely sustained her basic metabolism, keeping her alive, like a plant struggling to breathe beneath the ice. There was also an urge to urinate. The bloating in her lower abdomen reminded her of her physiological needs. She struggled a bit and poked her head out from under the covers. The cold air instantly pricked her face like needles. She glanced towards the balcony, a definite cold zone. These past few days she had been taking care of things in the dormitory using a basin that was no longer needed, and then she dared not think too much. Ultimately, the physiological need overcame her shame and the remnants of dignity. Shivering, she slowly lifted the blanket, the cold air rushing and causing goosebumps all over her body. Her feet froze painfully on the floor. The injured foot could hardly bear weight. She leaned against the bed frame, limping to the basin, unbuttoning her pants, and squatting down. The process was agonizing. The cold made every physiological activity feel arduous and prolonged. She lowered her head, watching her breath condensing into white mist. Her mind was blank, unable to think. Or rather, she dared not think. The future? There was no future. Only endless cold darkness and hunger. And the despair slowly walking towards death. Just as she finished, pulled up her pants, and prepared to return to the somewhat warm cocoon of blankets, her gaze accidentally swept across the opposite side. The girls' dormitory building and the boys' dormitory were separated by a small basketball court and a few paths. Usually one could see the balconies and parts of the rooms across from the window. At this moment, the opposite side was a dark silhouette covered in ice and snow, not much different from this side. But her gaze suddenly fixed. In the boys' dormitory around the 5th floor, from a window on the west side, there was light. Not the reflected light of snow or the blurred glow of moonlight. It was a stable, warm white light belonging to artificial lighting. That glow spilled out from the window, resembling a lighthouse on the dark sea, devouring everything. More like a bonfire on a polar ice field, clearly dazzling. Su Jinwan froze. Maintaining a half-squatting posture, her eyes were glued to that beam of light. Her mind buzzed blank. Light. Power. How could it be? Wasn't the entire school in blackout? The last news from the auditorium was that the generator had stopped, leaving it in darkness and chaos. How could there be light in the boys' dormitory? Was it an illusion? Had she been frozen too long, resulting in near-death hallucinations? She blinked hard and even raised her hand to rub her numb eyes. The light remained shining steadily. Through the thick frost flowers on the boys' dormitory window, a small halo diffused, yet felt incredibly real. It was not an illusion. It was real light. A current-like shiver instantly shot up from her tailbone to the crown of her head. Within her cold and numb body, it felt as if something had been ignited. A surge of shock, ecstasy, and disbelief flooded her with a desperate desire to survive. They had power. They actually had power. In such a hellish environment, they were still able to turn on the lights. What did that mean? It meant there was energy. It meant there might still be heating devices. It meant there might still be food, water, a shelter that could still function. The auditorium. After going there for a few days, there was no news. In such a chaotic place, even if there was rescue, how much could one get? Moreover, at this temperature, transportation would definitely be cut off. The network was down. One could outside help. Those who went to the auditorium would probably fare poorly. But this beam of light was right across, merely 100 steps away. Much closer than going to the auditorium. Her survival instinct surged like a beast trapped for too long, wildly crashing within her chest. Go. She must go. She must take the risk. Staying here meant only a dead end. Slowly depleting the last bit of warmth and hope in the darkness and cold. Finally becoming a rigid corpse. But going across, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, represented a path to life. She licked her cracked lips, the taste of blood rust and the acidity of hunger filling her. Another gurgle sounded from her stomach, this time accompanied by a burning hunger. No matter what, she must go. Even if it meant crossing this deadly zone of 100 steps. Even if the other side might be another group of vicious survivors. Even if she had to pay a price she was unwilling to think about, but for the sake of survival had no choice. She had to survive. Su Xinyuan's gaze quickly sharpened. The despair from before was completely shattered by this unexpected light. She no longer hesitated, not caring about the pain in her ankle, quickly moved back to the bed and began rummaging through all the clothes she could wear. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, wrapping herself as bulky as possible. She found a scarf, tightly wrapping it around her head and face, leaving only her eyes exposed. A pair of ordinary fleece short boots. She put on all the socks she could find and stuffed them in. She glanced at the remaining half bottle of water and the last small pack of biscuits in the corner of the dormitory, gritted her teeth, and stuffed them all into her arms. Then she walked to the door, took a deep breath of the cold, biting air, and grasped the icy doorknob. The boys' dormitory, 5th floor, that room with the light on. She was going. 5th floor of the boys' dormitory, room 508. Under the bright and stable light, the cold was effectively kept at bay. 3 heaters and a small heater radiated orange light in different corners. They maintained the indoor temperature at a level where one could take off the outer heavy jacket and wear just the down layer. The electric kettle was boiling water, emitting a faint buzzing sound. But Li Mo was not idle. He directed Wang Tao and Wu Jichao to start a new round of construction. Dismantle all the removable bedboards. Li Mo pointed at the wooden ladder and side panels of the bunk bed in the dormitory. And the metal frames. Dismantle the useful parts too. We need materials to seal off all unnecessary gaps. Reinforce the doors and windows, especially the door of the bathroom, where we plan to place the generator. Wang Tao and Xiao Wu were now obedient to Li Mo. With power and warmth, Li Mo seemed like a god in their eyes. The two immediately found tools, mainly hammers, crowbars, and screwdrivers, from Li Mo's toolbox. They began to clatter while dismantling the bed. The particle board became more brittle in the low temperature, making it not very difficult to pry off. The metal frame was somewhat frozen and needed to be struck hard. The noise spread through the quiet building, but at this moment no one cared. Wang Tao, while dismantling, couldn't help but glance at the bright light outside the window, still a bit worried. Mo Guar light. It's so bright, what if the people from the auditorium see it? Li Mo was measuring the width of a window gap with a tape measure, not lifting his head. Let them see it if they do. Huh. Wang Tao stopped his movements. What if they come to rob us? What about Zhao Peng and his group? Li Mo straightened up, glancing at the endless darkness and the raging wind and snow out. In this weather, without proper cold-resistant gear, it's over 100 meters from the auditorium to here at minus 70 degrees, plus the wind. Exposed skin would freeze and die in a matter of minutes. If not dressed warmly enough, body heat would rapidly dissipate. If they dare to come, half of them would fall along the way. Even if there are a few particularly strong individuals wrapped up particularly tightly, trying to sneak over. He weighed the fire axe in his hand. Their condition would be roughly the same, so what is there to fear? Wang Tao thought for a moment. Indeed, coming here was just sending themselves to Li Mo. Zhang Hai, while wearing a cotton jacket, almost froze to death, just trying to run back and forth. Those from the auditorium probably couldn't even piece together a complete warm outfit. Stepping out meant, Wu Jichao also whispered, and they might think we are more dangerous here. He referred to the 3 corpses outside the door. Li Mo didn't respond, which was considered tacit acceptance. Fear and cold were 2 natural barriers. So the most important thing now is not to worry about whether they will come, but to secure and warm our own nest. With a solid stronghold, power, continuous heat source, and food, we can remain invincible. At that time, it won't be about fearing others coming, but about others begging us. These words relieved Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, boosting their morale. Yes, following Mo Gu with electricity, warmth, food, and drink plus weapons, as long as they guarded the door well, who would they fear? The 3 continued to work busily. The dismantled bed boards were used to further seal off window gaps and reinforce the inner side of the dormitory door. Iron bars were bent into simple door latches and reinforcements. The clanging sounds of knocking and pulling continued in this warm little house, illuminated by lights, forming 2 completely different worlds from the howling storm outside. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, the door was cautiously pushed open a crack. A figure tightly wrapped and somewhat unsteady struggled to step out. Stepping on the thick layer of snow below made a muffled puff sound. She glanced back at her dark and cold dormitory, then looked up at the bright and stable lights of the boys' dormitory on the 5th. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her head and began to move forward, stumbling towards that beam of light and the potential for survival. 100 steps, normally a blink away. At this moment, it felt like crossing a chasm of life and death. The cold wind whipped up snowflakes, instantly swallowing her thin figure. In the early morning, the system's cold prompt arrived as scheduled. Li Mo did not sleep. He leaned against the bed, eyes closed in meditation, actually counting his supplies. Water, rice, medicinal combinations, fuel tools, generators, cotton fabrics, canned food. The basic survival supplies were already quite complete. However, there were still some items that needed to be supplemented. For his first copying opportunity, he chose rice. Instantly, 1,000 heavy bags of rice piled up in the space. This was the staple food, a source of starch, the foundation of energy. It provided far more satiety and long-term support than canned food. For the second time, he chose an electric. Finding the one in the dormitory made him realize the value of this item in extreme cold. By directly copying the illustration, 1,000 soft electric blankets appeared in the space. This could greatly improve sleep quality and heating efficiency, saving energy consumption of other heating devices. For the 3rd time, he hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, he focused on the outfit he was wearing. The same as the Antarctic research team. An extreme cold protection suit. From head to toe, including a spare small hand warmer, antifreeze patches, and antifreeze cream, he packed them all into a single unit. Touching his own gear, he unlocked the illustration and copied it. 1,000 identical brand new top-tier extreme cold protection outfits were added to the supply list. This meant that if needed, he could quickly arm a small team capable of operating in extreme environments. The sense of security grew even heavier. After completing these tasks, he opened his eyes. The 5th floor had changed dramatically after their continuous hours of hard work. All the windows at the ends of the corridors were completely sealed off with bed boards, broken cabinets, and even frozen old quilts. All the dormitory doors that could be closed were shut. The large gaps in the doors were also simply sealed with wooden strips and tape. Although the temperature still showed about minus 30 degrees indoors. But the deadly cold wind had been greatly weakened. Without the wind, the same low temperature felt entirely different. Frostbite and hypothermia's greatest accomplice was the wind. Now, as long as he wore enough cotton clothing and moved around in the corridor, although it was still cold, he at least wouldn't feel like being pierced by countless ice blades. Wang Tao even dared to briefly remove his gloves to move his fingers. The dismantled bed boards were piled up in a corner of the corridor, most of them irregularly shaped. But Li Mo selected those relatively thick and square ones and stacked them separately. These were valuable building materials. In this ruin would mint repair reinforcement, or even iron frames were also collected. Bent they could serve as reinforcements or be used to make simple tools in the future. Perhaps there might be an opportunity to take more supplies from the space and pile. Even if it's unreasonable, it doesn't matter. He believed that Wang Tao and Xiao Wu would reason with themselves. Li Mo mused. Mo good, the porridge is ready. Wu Jichao's voice came from room 508, tinged with satisfaction. He used a small electric kettle and a small pot found in the dormitory to cook a pot of thick white rice porridge steaming hot. He also opened a can of chicken. Pouring the large chunks of chicken and rich broth into the porridge, he stirred it. The simple ingredients exuded an enticing aroma at that moment. The three of them sat around the gas stove, illuminated by the surrounding heaters, holding warm cups as bowls devouring the chicken porridge. The rice porridge was smooth and warming while the chicken was savory and hearty. It brought real satisfaction and warmth. Wang Tao ate until he was sweating, calling it a delight. Wu Jichao sipped carefully, and a long-lost contentment appeared on his face. Having eaten his fill, Li Mo took out the half-pack of cigarettes he had gotten from the dormitory manager. He lit one for himself first. Then he handed the pack to Wang Tao. Wang Tao was momentarily stunned, then joyfully took one out, lit it at the gas stove, and took a deep puff. The spicy smoke rushed into his lungs, bringing a slight dizziness and a curious sense of relaxation. Wu Jichao hesitated for a moment, and also clumsily took one out, lighting it, and coughing a few times from the irritation. But he quickly immersed himself in the temporary solace brought by the nicotine. In times like this, smoke is not harmful, it is a stress reliever. The smoke wafted in the dim, warm little space. Li Mo only smoked half, then carefully extinguished the rest. He also carefully kept the last one remaining in the pack. The apples were also frozen hard, so they wouldn't spoil. These were all illustration samples that couldn't be consumed all at once. I'll keep watch during the first half of the night, Wang Tao in the second half, and Xiao Wu needs to rest well. Li Mo arranged the night watch. Everyone stay alert. Although the likelihood is low, don't forget Zhang Hai brought people here. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao immediately nodded, their relaxed expressions tightening. Indeed, they still weren't safe. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, wrapped in quilts and the newly obtained electric blankets, quickly fell into a deep sleep on the relatively warm side of the bed, breathing evenly. The days of tension, cold, and exhaustion surged in after they felt safe and warm. Li Mo sat in a chair near the door, covered with a blanket with a fire axe within reach. He did not sleep. He merely closed his eyes, listening intently to the faint sounds outside the door. The generator's low rumble came through the wall of the communal restroom, becoming a sort of reassuring background noise. In room 508, several small heaters emitted constant warmth. Time slowly passed in the silence and faint light. Before long, Li Mo's closed eyelids suddenly moved. It was not the sound of the wind. It was an extremely faint dragging and irregular footstep. It came from downstairs and was moving upward, very slowly, very laboriously. Li Mo's eyes snapped open sharp as an eagle in the dim light. He did not act immediately, merely listening quietly. The footsteps stopped at the corner between the 4th and 5th floors, and the sound of breathing became clearer. It was heavy, tinged with a painful tremor. After about half a minute of pause, it sounded again. Then it stepped onto the stairs of the 5th floor. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were also awakened by the unusual sound, sitting up groggily, their faces filled with confusion. Li Mo raised a finger to his lips, signaling them to be. He silently got up, gently picked up the fire axe, and walked to the door, pressing his ear against the cold door panel. The footsteps echoed in the 5th floor corridor, moving awkwardly in their direction. It sounded like only one person, and in very poor condition. Li Mo made a gesture to Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, and the two immediately understood, grabbing their axes and nervously standing on either side of the door. Li Mo gently turned the doorknob, not fully opening it, just revealing a crack. Cold air and clearer footsteps rushed in immediately. A plump, staggering figure was seen leaning against the wall, inching closer. The person was wrapped in several layers of clothing, but it was clearly not professional. The down jacket was not long enough, exposing a section of wrist between the pants and gloves. A scarf was wrapped around the head, but the cheeks were exposed. In the dim light, a sinister bluish-purple appeared. That was a sign of severe frostbite. The walking posture was awkward, as if one leg could not exert strength. It was a girl. She had exhausted her last bit of strength, and just 5 or 6 meters from the door of room 508, her body swayed. Leaning against the wall, she slowly slid down. Her head drooped weakly towards her chest. Only her chest continued to rise and fall violently. Li Mo did not approach immediately. He scanned the stairwell and the dim corridor behind her cautiously, confirming that no one else was following. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao peered nervously through the crack in the door. The woman seemed to catch her breath, struggling to lift her head, her gaze vaguely sweeping forward. Then it suddenly fixed on the warm, orange-eared glow spilling from the crack of room 508. Her eyes on the face that had turned blue from the cold suddenly widened. Bursting forth was a light of disbelief and a dying person's grasp for a lifeline. Su Jinwan leaned against the cold wall, her chest heaving violently. Her breath came out in a hoarse and pained rasp like a broken wind instrument. She saw the light streaming through the... To her that light was more blinding and scorching than the sun. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all fear and weakness. Help! Help me! She opened her cracked, bleeding lips, her voice hoarse and weak like a stringed instrument about to snap. Please help me. I beg you. Li Mo's figure flashed out from the shadow of the wall. Holding an axe, he stood in the dim light of the corridor. The blade glimmered with a cold sheen under the light. Su Jinwan shuddered in fear, the rest of her words stuck in her throat, her eyes wide with terror. Her body instinctively wanted to shrink back, but it only futilely brushed against the wall. Don't kill me. She spoke incoherently, her voice trembling violently. I am from the foreign language department, Su Jinwan. I twisted my ankle and didn't go to the auditorium. I stayed in the dormitory for a few days. Saw your lights on. I mean no harm, I just want a way to survive. As she spoke, she struggled to stand up to show her sincerity. But her frostbitten weak legs caused her to slip down again. She could only tilt her face up, staring intently at Li Mo with her bloodshot, frostbitten eyes. And behind him, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao peeked from the crack in the door. Their eyes held fear and pleading. There was also a sense of desperation, as if a dying person was grasping at the last straw. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances, then looked at Li Mo. Li Mo remained silent, his gaze sweeping over her bruised cheeks, frostbite-covered wrists, and the clearly injured ankle. He lowered his guard slightly, but the axe still remained in his hand. He stepped forward, reaching out to help Su Jinwan up. His touch was icy and rigid, almost devoid of the softness of a living person. Su Jinwan shivered all over, yet gritted her teeth, barely managing to stand upright with his support. Li Mo helped her towards the open door of room 508. A warm glow and a more pronounced heat rushed towards them. There was also the lingering scent of chicken porridge and instant noodle. Su Jinwan was overwhelmed by the sudden warmth and fragrance, feeling dizzy. She almost used all her strength to take a deep breath. Her withered stomach let out a loud gurgle. Saliva uncontrollably dripped down. Thirst compelled it to be swallowed down quickly. It brought a fiery sting to her throat. Her eyes instantly turned red. It was an intense physiological craving for warmth and food. Inside, several small heaters emitted a steady orange glow, and the electric lights illuminated everything. In the corner, some canned food boxes and tools were neatly stacked. Everything seemed so extravagant, so unreal. Compared to the dark, desperate dormitory she had just escaped, this place was simply heaven. Li Mo helped her to an empty chair. Then he took out a first aid kit, finding frostbite ointment and anti-inflammatory medicine. He didn't ask much, quickly starting to treat the most severe frostbite areas on her face and hands. The ointment, cool to the touch, was applied to her painfully hot and already numb skin, bringing a strange sense of relief. Wu Jichao hurriedly reignited the gas stove, pulled out 2 packs of instant noodles, broke the noodles into the small pot, added some water, and began to cook. Wang Tao, holding the axe, gave Li Mo a nod, quietly pushing the door open. He cautiously stood guard near the 5th-floor stairwell, listening intently to the sounds from below. Don't worry. It's just me. Su Jinwan looked at Wang Tao as he exited and quickly added, there's no one following me. Li Mo continued his actions, merely raising his gaze. His eyes turned towards the balcony window. Through the glass and frost, he could faintly see the outline of the opposite girls' dormitory. He mentally calculated the angle and distance. Indeed, only the room at the east end of that building could possibly see the lights from their 5th-floor dormitory. The woman's words made geographical sense. Thank you. Thank you all. Su Jinwan felt the coolness of the ointment on her cheeks and the palpable warmth inside the room. Tears finally welled up from her eyes, and she quickly wiped them away with the back of her hand, only to smear the frostbite ointment, making her gasp in pain. How do you have electricity? She couldn't help but ask, her gaze still incredulous as it shifted between the electric lights and heaters. Hasn't it all been cut off? We have a generator, Wu Jichao replied casually, keeping an eye on the pot, a hint of pride in his tone. A generator? Su Jinwan paused for a moment, then revealed a look of realization and envy. Then, you are really lucky. At this moment, Li Mo had finished treating the most severe frostbite on her hands. Using clean gauze, he wrapped it simply. He straightened up and sat on the edge of the opposite bed, calmly assessing her. Su Jinwan felt a bit self-conscious under his gaze, instinctively lowering her head, her fingers twisting the dirty hem of her clothing. She knew that she must look utterly disheveled, and she was an uninvited I have nowhere else to go. She mustered her courage, lifted her head, and looked directly at Li Mo. I don't know if there are any survivors in the girls' dormitory on that side. Even if there are, they're probably just waiting to die like I was before. I nearly risked my life to come here. Her voice gradually stabilized, carrying a sense of desperation. I want to live, so please accept me. I'm willing to join you, I'll do anything. Li Mo did not respond immediately, gently tapping his fingers on his knee. What's the situation in your building? Are there others besides you? Su Jinwan shook her head, her gaze dimming slightly. I don't know on our floor. I heard crying and shouting, and then it's so cold, girls generally can't withstand the cold. Those who could walk probably went to the auditorium. Those left behind, I fear. She didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. If it weren't for her twisted ankle, keeping her trapped along with having a bit of snacks and water, and a few thick clothes she bought last year that she hadn't had time to take home from the wardrobe, she probably would have frozen or starved to death long ago. She looked at Li Mo, then at the busy Wu Jichao next to him, and the vague figure of Wang Tao outside the door. These three people had food, electricity, warmth, and weapons. They had evidently formed an effective small group. The leader was this guy named Li Mo, who spoke little, his gaze calm, but he worked methodically. She had to seize this opportunity. I can help, Su Jinwan said eagerly, cleaning, cooking, keeping watch. I can learn. I don't eat much. Really. She added this last sentence a bit humbly, carrying a hint of pleading. We are also thinking of ways to survive. Li Mo finally spoke, his voice flat. One more person means one more strength, but also one more mouth to feed. If you want to stay, you can, but you have to work and follow orders. Su Xinyuan's eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously. I will definitely be obedient. First, let your injuries heal. Li Mo pointed to her frostbitten hands and feet, and noticeably swollen ankle. It's hard to move, and you can't do anything. At that moment, Wu Jichao's instant noodles were ready, and the aroma became even richer. He served a large bowl and handed it to Su Jinwan. Simple instant noodles at this moment seemed to surpass any delicacies in Su Xinyuan's eyes. She thanked him, and not caring about the heat, began to eat quickly in small bites. The hot soup flowed down, driving away the coldness from her insides, injecting a bit of vitality into her body. After finishing the noodles, Li Mo made some arrangements. Room 507 was stacked with many supplies and could not be lived in. He pointed to the adjacent room, 506. You can stay in that room for now, while we tidy up. The door to room 506 was open, equally empty and cold inside, but much better than the corridor outside. Li Mo brought over a small heater from room 508 and plugged it in. The orange glow lit up, beginning to dispel the chill in the room. He also took out a quilt and an electric blanket from his supplies, spreading them over one of the relatively clean upper bunks. Let's keep it like this for now, Li Mo said. It will be cold at night, so don't turn off the heater, and you can set the electric blanket to low. If you need anything, knock on the door. Su Jinwan stood at the door of room 506, looking at this room, which although simple now had light and warmth, no longer a deathly prison, causing her nose to feel a bit sore. She turned around and looked towards Li Mo, who was about to leave. The light from the corridor shone in through the door, casting half of Li Mo's expressionless face in shadow. Wang Tao was still on guard near the stairwell, while Wu Jichao was tidying up the bowls and chopsticks in room 508. It was very quiet here, only the low hum of the generator and the distant howling of the wind and snow. A sense of relief after surviving mixed with a vague fear of the future, and a complex emotion towards this boy who held the power of life and death over her, rolled within her heart. She knew she had no bargaining chips, besides this body that hadn't completely fallen apart, and a little bit of will to survive. The long nights spent alone in the girls' dormitory, darkness, cold, loneliness, hunger, slowly wore away all her unrealistic fantasies. She had seen the panic in her roommates' eyes as they left, and heard the faint screams emanating from afar. The world had changed, the rules were no longer what they used to be. To survive relying on the strong, and paying the price, seemed to be the only way out. She was not a naive, sweet girl, nor would she build a monument for herself. This Li Mo before her, though cold, had at least provided her with treatment, food, and shelter. He did not immediately reject her, or worse. This was already a tremendous kindness. She took a deep breath, the cold, dry air stinging her throat. Then she took a step forward, blocking Li Mo's path slightly at the door, raising her bandaged hand, trembling, but firmly grasping Li Mo's. Li Mo paused his steps, turned to look at her, his eyes calm and questioning. Su Xinyuan's face flushed under the dim light. A hint of shame, nervousness, and a desperate determination surged within her. She dared not look into Li Mo's eyes. Her gaze fell, her voice extremely low. She had thrown caution to the wind. I know I have no right to demand anything. If you are willing to take me and give me food and shelter, I don't even know how to repay you. She paused for a moment, her chest heaving as if she had used all her strength to squeeze out the following words, as long as you let me follow you, let me live. I am willing to. Her voice dropped even lower, almost inaudible. It carried a determination akin to severing her own retreat. I can accompany you, as long as you don't mind. After saying that, she tightly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, her hand gripping Li Mo's arm, trembling. Her whole body was as stiff as a statue awaiting judgment. The frostbitten purple on her cheeks remained. In the dim light, it revealed a fragile beauty. In her words, the humble and raw sacrificial meaning formed a contrast that tightened one's heart. A gust of cold wind blew in from the stairwell, tousling her messy hair. She waited. Over an hour later, Li Mo returned to dormitory 508. He pushed open the door with no particular expression on his face. He casually leaned the fire axe back against the wall, his movement as swift and practiced as ever. Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao were still awake, huddled low beside the gas stove, murmuring something in hushed tones. Hearing the noise, they looked up. Their eyes held a knowing, teasing glint. After all, though the commotion next door had been subdued, it had still been unmistakably clear. Especially Su Jinan's voice, they had heard it well. Wang Tao winked, grinned slyly, and lowered his voice. Brother, Mo, impressive. So Lin Wei's out of the picture now. Li Mo shrugged off his coat, sat by the gas stove, stretched his hands toward the warmth, and didn't even lift his eyelids. Long forgotten. He felt no embarrassment. None was warranted. In this apocalypse, desire was as raw and unvarnished as the instinct to survive. Su Jinan had initiated it, he had needed it. That was all. It bore no weight of sentiment. It was transactional, a means to consolidate the group and affirm authority. Su Jinan was straightforward, unlike Lin Wei, who loved to erect moral facades. Wu Jiqiao scratched his head, awkwardly too shy to respond. From now on, Su Jinan is one of us. Li Mo, his hands now thoroughly warmed, declared it plainly. An extra pair of hands and eyes. Same rules apply, work, follow orders. Understood. Wang Tao affirmed at once, his grin softening into sober resolve. So, do we start calling her sister-in-law now? He couldn't resist that jab. Li Mo shot him a glance. Call her by name. No empty formalities. Got it. Wang Tao replied, already certain in his heart that this bond ran deeper than mere convenience. Next door in dormitory 506, Su Jinan lay on the upper bunk, covered by a thick quilt over an electric heating pad. Its gentle, constant warmth rose steadily from beneath her, dispelling the deep-seated cold she'd carried for days, her stiff, frozen limbs slowly stirring back to life. A cooling ointment soothed the frostbitten patches on her cheeks, stinging faintly, yet far preferable to the numb, burning ache before. She stared upward, eyes wide, at the dim shadows shifting across the ceiling. Her body still ached, but within an uncanny calm settled a quiet sense of finality, of things falling irrevocably into place. She had guessed right. Li Mo acted decisively. No superfluous words, no hollow refusals. His movements were clean, direct, unburdened by hesitation. He was no indecisive paragon of virtue, nor a sanctimonious hypocrite cloaked in pretense. That very directness brought her peace. Besides, he wasn't unattractive. He was in fact quietly handsome and tall. If anything, she had gained. The bargain was struck. She offered what she could, and secured her place within this tight-knit circle. She had also bought herself a chance to live. Fair enough. As for what came after, she dared not dwell. Surviving today, and tomorrow, and the days beyond, was victory enough. Electricity, warmth, food, and beside her a man who appeared cold and distant, yet grounded in pragmatism, capable and resolute. Infinitely better than facing death alone in the suffocating dark. Drowsiness laced with exhaustion and relief washed over her. She closed her eyes, and sank swiftly into sleep, the first night in days without trembling from fear or cold. How long had passed she couldn't tell. Su Jinan awoke to the familiar comforting scent of rice porridge. Pale ashen light seeped through the cracks of the boarded-up windows. Morning had. The dorm remained warm. The heater hummed softly, radiating residual heat. She shifted slightly. The frostbite still throbbed, but her fingers and toes moved with newfound ease. She climbed down, retrieved the electric kettle Li Mo had given her yesterday, small yet perfectly suited for boiling water for washing. She poured in some purified water and switched it on. Carefully, she soaked a towel in the hot water, gently wiping her face and hands, avoiding the worst of the frostbite. The transformation of icy water into soothing warmth nearly drew a sigh from her lips. After freshening up, she smoothed the wrinkles from her worn but sturdy clothes, took a steadying breath, and stepped out of dormitory 506 toward 508. The door to 508 stood ajar, spilling warmth and the richer aroma of porridge. She knocked lightly, then entered. Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao were seated around a compact electric pot, sipping steaming bowls. At her entrance, their expressions shifted subtly. Wang Tao flashed her a broad, easy grin. Wu Jiqiao ducked his head, slurping his porridge with sudden intensity. Li Mo sat by the wall-facing table, a bowl of porridge before him, half a compressed biscuit in hand. He glanced up at Su Jinan, gave a slight nod. Acknowledgement, nothing more. Su Jinan moved naturally to the empty seat beside Li Mo. That silent act declared her allegiance, her belonging. Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao exchanged a look. Just as expected. How's your foot? Li Mo asked, tone matter-of-fact. Much better. I can walk. Su Jinan replied, her voice still hoarse, yet firmer than the night before. She served herself a bowl. The porridge was rich and thick, flecked with minced canned meat, savory, deeply comforting. She ate slowly, savoring each spoonful like solace made. Finish up and tidy up, Li Mo said, setting down his bowl and turning to Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao. We've cleared most of the 5th floor. Today we move to the 6th and the lower levels of the 4th. Same procedure, seal the windows, shut every door, gather all usable supplies, centralize them in dormitory 507. Understood. Wang Tao responded instantly. About time. We should claim these floors outright as our territory. Wu Jichao nodded. More supplies mean greater peace of mind. Su Jinan listened silently, finished her porridge quickly, and rose to collect the dishes. I'll wash them. Liemo offered no objection. When she returned, Liemo had already laid out the inner layers of the elite extreme cold survival gear. The quick-dry base layer, the fleece mid-layer, and the down-insulated inner shell, and put them on. The outside is still frigid. Su Jinan accepted them. The fabric was fine, crisp with newness. A quiet warmth stirred within her. She asked no questions, turned, and went back to 506 to change. The garments were oversized, but warmth bloomed instantly. So much so that she almost felt overheated. Only then did she notice the fifth floor, sealed tightly and warmed by the generator's faint residual heat, had genuinely grown milder. Wearing this professional inner ensemble, she needed only a standard down jacket outdoors. No trace of that earlier bone-deep chill remained. With heavier layers, she might even break a light sweat. The shift thrilled her. An oasis of relative safety and warmth was taking shape. The four gathered their tools: axes, crowbars, hammers, ropes, and several empty woven sacks. Liemo led the way out of 508, followed closely by Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, with Su Jinan bringing up the rear. The corridor was silent and warm. They ascended first to the 6th floor. Their conditions were worse than on the 5th. Some dorm doors hung open, revealing chaos within. Others remained tightly shut. Knocking yielded no answer. They breached them forcibly, clearing every room and common area. Liemo directed Wang Tao, and Wu Jichao supplied the muscle. Su Jinan pitched in too, carrying sweeping passing tools. Her limbs still faltered slightly, yet she worked diligently, determined to prove her worth. They sealed ventilation grills using found wood planks, and broken cabinets blocked both ends of the corridor. Doors were shut, every open dorm inspected. Every useful item, small appliances, unopened bottled water, scattered snacks, heavy quilts, even books and tools, was gathered. They packed everything into woven sacks, stacking them temporarily at the 6th floor stairwell. Then they descended to the 4th floor, repeating the same process. Inside several dorms they found frozen corpses. Without speaking, they moved the bodies to corners and covered them with sheets scavenged nearby, then continued working. This was not their first such task. The 5th floor held its own grim tally. The mood grew somber, but no one paused. Survival demanded suppression of sentiment. The labor was grueling and monotonous, yet conducted in tolerable warmth, a stark contrast to earlier struggles against biting. During brief rests, Wang Tao cracked dry jokes to lighten the air. Wu Jichao spoke little, but worked with unwavering focus. Su Jinan gradually found her rhythm. Exhausted, yes, but filled with purpose. One sack after another was carried back to the 5th floor, emptied into dormitory 507. Food, daily necessities, tools, clothing. The inventory diversified steadily. Liemo silently cataloged each item, mentally sorting which could serve as seeds for replication, which were fit for immediate use. Even now, he could discreetly draw supplies from his spatial storage, blending them seamlessly into the hall. After all, he oversaw the inventory, and no one would scrutinize it closely. By afternoon, the preliminary clearance and sealing of the 6th and lower 4th floors were complete. Not as airtight as the 5th, but sufficient to drastically reduce drafts, laying groundwork for future expansion. The four returned to dormitory 508, drenched in sweat. Su Jinan boiled more water, offering everyone a simple warming rinse. They no longer used purified water for this. With blizzards raging outside, snow could be scooped freely and melted over flame, yielding bucket after bucket. Sipping hot water, gazing at the growing stockpile in dormitory 507, and at this floor increasingly resembling a secure, functional stronghold beneath their feet. A profound, weary fulfillment took root in each of them. They were no longer isolated souls flailing blindly in darkness, but a cohesive unit anchored by territory and purpose. Outside, the blizzard raged on. Inside, lights burned steady. Warmth permeated the air. Liemo watched the leaden gray sky beyond the window, then glanced at the three resting beside him. The foundation, laid deeper, stronger. Now came the next phase, leveraging that base, replicating, expanding, drawing in more people, forging broader order. First, however, he needed more seeds, and a more plausible pretext, to release the vast reserves stored within his spatial domain. The accumulating goods in dormitory 507, and the unexplored corners of the entire dormitory building, would serve as perfect cover. The grand auditorium. It had become a silent ice cave. The biting cold wind had already breached every damaged window and inconspicuous door gap. The interior space had become scarcely different from the outdoors. The ground was covered with a thin layer of ice mixed with stains and some unidentifiable solidified substances. Most figures huddled in corners or embraced each other motionless. Their skin displayed a bluish-black or ashen hue, having long since stiffened. Those still alive were barely clinging to life, their hollow eyes gazing up at the ice-covered dome, their throats emitting faint breaths reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. Waiting for the final moment to arrive. Zhao Peng and his remaining 5 friends occupied a relatively sheltered nook near the back of the stage. Here lay the last remnants of their scavenged possessions. A few empty plastic water bottles, torn biscuit wrappers, and several relatively intact thick coats stripped from the bodies of the dead. Edibles and drinkables had been completely exhausted by yesterday. Hunger gnawed at their stomachs like a dull knife, while the cold constantly devoured their dwindling body heat. Despair thickened like layers of ice. Lin Wei curled up by Zhao Peng's feet, wrapped in a down jacket peeled from a female corpse, soiled and tattered. Her face had long lost its former luster, now only bearing frostbites, purplish blue, and the pallor of numbness. In the past 2 days, Zhao Peng had vented his frustrations from his setbacks, with Li Mo his fears for the future, and the twisted pleasure of controlling her life and death. All of it was unleashed upon her. Verbal humiliation became mild while physical abuse had become the norm. Lin Wei dared not resist, even afraid to cry out loud. She clearly felt Zhao Peng's changing attitude towards her. From once careful appeasement, it had transformed into this unabashed dominion and trampling. And she could only endure. For if she left Zhao Peng's group, she would immediately end up like the corpses surrounding them. Damn it. If I stay here any longer, I'll die here. Zhao Peng spat his saliva, freezing into ice shards in midair. His face was pale, his eye sockets sunken, yet his fierce demeanor only intensified. Like a cornered beast driven to desperation. Beside him, a boy named Lu Chang, one of the instigators who had once followed Zhao Peng, rubbed his almost numb hands, his voice trembling. Brother Peng, it's minus 70 degrees outside. Going out is just a death sentence. You saw how cowardly Zhang Hai was. Staying here is waiting to die. Zhao Peng growled, his eyes burning red. That kid Li Mo. He must be living comfortably. He has food and drink and warm clothes. Xiao Wu and the others' revenge. When mentioning Xiao Wu's death, his voice faltered. A flicker of fear flashed in his depths of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. Zhao Peng was skilled at bullying people, but when it came to real bloodshed, that kid Li Mo was ruthless. But right now fear was useless. If we don't fight, we'll all rot here together. Zhao Peng scanned the 5 emaciated and bewildered followers around him, along with Lin Wei, who was trembling at his feet. He struggled to imbue his voice with persuasion. The dormitory building isn't far. Let's rush over. If we seize Li Mo's supplies, we can survive. His place must be warm. Think of the hot food, think of not freezing. Xiao Wu and the others can't have died for nothing. This vengeance must be avenged. With so many of us, are we still afraid of him alone? His words acted like a strong stimulant, igniting a spark of ferocity, driven by the instinct to survive in the eyes of the others. Indeed, staying here meant certain death. To fight might offer a glimmer of hope. No matter how strong Li Mo was, he was still just one person. But our clothes. A boy looked at his not-so-thick cotton jacket. It was stripped from a relatively fresh corpse. He was still freezing, his teeth chattering. Were more layers. Zhao Peng stood up, his eyes fiercely scanning the bodies nearby, which had just ceased breathing, still warm. Strip. Take everything wearable. Put it on. Lin Wei felt a wave of nausea at these words, but gritted her teeth and dared not speak. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. A few people, including Lin Wei, began to numbly follow orders. They approached the bodies that still had warmth, even those who had just drawn their last breaths. Enduring fear and disgust, they stripped sweaters, cotton pants, scarves, and gloves from the corpses, putting them on one by one, even though they were bulky and dirty. But at least their thickness increased. At that moment, a boy who was taking turns watching near the auditorium's entrance crawled back, his face bearing an unbelievable excitement, as he whispered, Brother Peng, the wind. The wind seems to have stopped. It's calm outside. Zhao Peng trembled all over. He rushed to the broken door, peering outside. Indeed, the once ceaseless howling wind had diminished significantly by some unknown time. Only a few feeble gusts remained, swirling with snowflakes. The sky remained leaden gray, yet visibility had greatly improved. They could make out the vague outlines of distant buildings. The temperature had not risen, but with the wind's absence, the chilling effect that instantly siphoned away all warmth was drastically reduced. Heaven is helping me. Zhao Peng rejoiced, striking the cold doorframe forcefully. The wind's cessation meant the risk of frostbite from going out had significantly decreased. They could conserve more energy and move faster. Quick, are you all dressed? Get ready and set off immediately. To the dormitory. Finally, Mo. Zhao Peng turned, his voice hoarse with command, his eyes burning with the flames of desperation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the campus, the area leading from the cafeteria to the school hospital, unlike the dead silence of the dormitory and auditorium, here a tense yet orderly operation was surprisingly maintained. A roughly 2-meter-wide path, clearly repeatedly swept, connected the cafeteria and the second floor of the school hospital. The ground was sprinkled with melting agents and sand. Though cold and hard, at least there was no thick accumulation of ice, allowing people to walk carefully. The 3-story building housing the cafeteria and school hospital was an early construction of the school, relatively sturdy. The doors and windows had also been reinforced as much as possible. On the second floor, several large rooms had been merged to serve as temporary living quarters and command center. Dozens of students, under the direction of a few remaining teachers and school staff, worked busily and silently. After the wind stopped, they were clearing the newly fallen snow from the pathways and using makeshift tools to further seal window gaps. Some were also transporting supplies. They all wore fairly thick, deep blue windbreakers and clumsy, but warm non-slip boots. These were stock military training supplies dug out from the school's warehouse, along with some spare equipment from faculty. Several school leaders, the security department head, the medical office director, and two seemingly calm counselors were gathered in a temporary office on the second floor, discussing seriously. Is there still no contact from the auditorium? The vice principal rubbed his temples, his voice hoarse and weary. The security chief shook his head. All the walkie-talkies are unresponsive. We tried sending someone closer, but it was too far and the temperature was too low. The person sent almost didn't make it back. We can only confirm that the situation over there is very grim. What about the dormitory area? Are there any signs of students organizing themselves? Another leader inquired. There are scattered signs of some students returning to the dormitory, but it's not most of the dormitory buildings. I'm afraid the situation is dire. The counselor's tone was heavy. The reason they could still maintain basic operations here was due to several key factors. Firstly, the location was relatively concentrated, and the building had better insulation. The cafeteria and school hospital were adjacent, and being old buildings, their walls were thick. Secondly, during the initial disaster phase, they quickly stocked and transported some supplies. In the early onset of the cold, a few experienced staff and teachers had forcefully opened the cafeteria storage and the small shop. They transported out a large quantity of rice flour, canned goods, bottled water, and crucially dozens of liquefied natural gas canisters. This was the gas used for cooking in the cafeteria. These gas canisters were carefully stored in insulated rooms, becoming precious sources of heating and cooking energy. Thirdly, they organized the core group of personnel. Initially stranded in the cafeteria and school hospital were not only some faculty, but also dozens of students who were nearby or hadn't returned to their dorms in time. After the initial panic, several leaders quickly stepped up. With the slogan of waiting for rescue and collective survival, they organized these individuals. They established simple divisions of labor and discipline. Water was a major issue. All outdoor pipes had frozen and burst. Their solution was to collect snow and melt it in the cafeteria using large pots, and they stored the melted water in insulated containers for rationing. The natural gas canisters ensured continuous combustion. In terms of keeping warm, besides distributing stock clothing, they also converted the cafeteria hall and several large rooms into centralized heating points. Using makeshift stoves made from metal barrels, they burned a small amount of natural gas or any available wood, like dismantling and used tables and chairs. Although it couldn't make the rooms as warm as spring, it could at least maintain a temperature of -20 to 30 degrees, preventing immediate hypothermia. They cleared a simple passage from the cafeteria to the school hospital and insisted on daily cleaning and maintenance. This ensured basic passage in the core area. However, the challenges remained immense. Supplies were depleting rapidly, especially food and fuel. Morale was low. Hopes for rescue were worn down by the relentless cold and silence of each passing day. They were completely cut off from the outside world. Phones, networks, and radios had all failed. It felt as if they were trapped on an icy snow island. More importantly, they knew that in other parts of the campus, especially in the auditorium and dormitory area, there were still many students whose fates were unknown. We must send someone to check on the auditorium again. Sighing, the medical office director said, at the very least. We need to know if there are any survivors, how dire the situation is. If there are survivors, perhaps we can bring some over. How do we get there? It's so cold and the distance is far. The security chief frowned. Wait for the next calm window of wind. Like today? The vice principal looked outside at the snow and wind that seemed to have calmed down a bit, making up his mind. Organize a small elite team, dress in the best gear, and bring some first aid supplies and a small amount of high-calorie food. Not too many, 3 to 5 people. The mission is not rescue but reconnaissance. Assess the situation and return immediately. Everyone fell silent for a moment and nodded in succession. This was currently the only feasible plan. Meanwhile, in the direction of the dormitory building, unseen by them, Zhao Peng's group, bundled in layers of clothing stripped from the dead, resembled a pack of bloated and awkward hyenas. They were facing the still bitter cold but windless air, stumbling away from the auditorium that had become a frozen hell, making their arduous way toward room 508 on the 5th floor, where they hoped to find a way out and confront their enemies. Zhao Peng and his group stumbled as they rushed down to the dormitory building. All of them were freezing terribly. Although the wind had stopped, the chilling temperature of -70 degrees pierced through the layers of ill-fitting and unprofessional clothes that they wore. It penetrated deep into their bones. Several people were stomping their feet and huffing. Their faces and bare wrists had long since gone numb and lost all sensation. But in the next moment, their gazes were firmly locked onto the window on the 5th floor. Light. A stable, warm white light streamed out from that window. In the midst of the dark buildings, that glimmer of light was like a lighthouse in the night. Clear, blinding, with a maddening allure. Damn, they really have electricity, one boy stammered. His eyes burst with shock, jealousy, and greed. Zhao Peng also stared intensely at that point of light, his chest heaving violently. It was not from the cold, but from a burning rage and frustration. They struggled like rats in the auditorium, nearly coming to blows over a moldy cookie. In the end, they had to strip clothes off a corpse. It wouldn't be long before they resorted to cannibalism. And that kid Liu Mo was actually hiding in the dormitory, enjoying the electricity. Having electricity meant the possibility of heating hot water, and everything they dared not. Damn it. Sure enough, that bastard hoarded who knows how much. And he can generate electricity. Zhao Peng gritted out through clenched teeth, his facial muscles contorting. Xiao Wu and the others must have been killed by this treacherous bastard. If we don't take him down today and steal his stuff, we'll all die out here. His words ignited the madness of those around him. The thirst for warmth, the hunger for food, the fear of death. And the hatred stirred up by Zhao Peng overshadowed their fear of Liu Mo. Let's go. Up there. Screw him. Lu Chong shouted with reddened eyes. Zhao Peng led the charge, rushing into the dark entrance of the dormitory. Others followed in a frenzy. On the 5th floor dorm room, 508, Liu Mo leaned against a chair by the door, resting his eyes. The low rumble of the generator provided a background hum, while the heater in the room radiated steady warmth. Su Jinwan was sleeping soundly in room 506, while Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were snoring on the beds inside. Suddenly Liu Mo's ears twitched. It wasn't the sound of the wind and snow. It was the chaotic and heavy urgent footsteps coming from downstairs. Getting closer, they were coming upstairs. There were quite a few of them. He instantly opened his eyes, devoid of any sleepiness, only an icy calm. He grabbed the fire axe beside him and whispered sharply, "Get up. Someone's coming." Wang Tao and Wu Jichao jolted awake. Groggy, they saw Liu Mo standing by the door with the axe raised. Their expressions changed, and they immediately jumped out of bed. They also grabbed their own axes, their hearts pounding. Jinwan, stay inside, lock the door, don't come out. Liu Mo shouted towards room 506, his voice not loud, but a rustling sound, and a brief reply came from 506. Liu Mo signaled for Wang Tao and Wu Jichao to stand behind him on either side. Then he yanked open the door to room 508. Almost simultaneously as the door opened, Zhao Peng led his group of a dozen bundled up, fierce-looking lackeys charging up to the 5th floor landing. The two sides suddenly confronted each other under the dim emergency lights of the corridor. Zhao Peng immediately spotted Liu Mo standing at the door of 508, axe in hand, expressionless. Behind him, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, although nervous, were also armed. When enemies meet, they are especially fierce. Not to mention the warm light and the faint smell of food emanating from the door behind Liu Mo. It was like a resounding slap in the face, striking Zhao Peng's extremely sensitive nerve. "Liu Mo, I will kill you today." Zhao Peng breathed heavily, howled with a hoarse voice. His facial muscles trembled, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot madness. He attempted to bolster himself and those behind him. "Charge at them. Kill them. Everything inside is ours." The dozen or so people behind him hesitated, a bit intimidated by the stance of Liu Mo and his two companions with axes. But with Zhao Peng's shout and the thought of their dire straits and the paradise so close at hand, they all stirred up and began to yell. Wielding their makeshift weapons, sticks, bricks, and even an old rubber baton stolen from the police station, they slowly closed in, forming a semi-encirclement. Liu Mo's gaze swept across this ragtag group. They were dressed in mismatched, bulky clothing, and many had frostbite on their faces and hands. Though their eyes glinted with ferocity, there was more of a facade of bravado and fear born from hunger and cold. The wind and snow outside had stopped, and this group had indeed seized the opportunity. There was no need for unnecessary words. He took a step forward. Just one step. But the timing of that step was just as Zhao Peng finished shouting, with the enemy's formation loosening and their attention drawn to Zhao Peng. Liu Mo moved. No unnecessary actions. Like a leopard that had been poised to pounce, he suddenly surged forward. The fire axe in his hand charged straight at the first boy, waving a brick in the front, whose face still bore a hint of confusion. That boy never expected Liu Mo would take the initiative to attack, and so swiftly. He instinctively tried to raise his arm to block, but the heavy clothing and stiffened body slowed his reaction. Thud! The axe blade struck heavily at the junction of his shoulder and neck. It wasn't a chop, but more like a smash. The sound of shattered bones echoed chillingly in the silent corridor. The boy didn't even have time to scream, collapsing as if his bones had. The brick slipped from his hand and rolled to the side. Blood gushed forth in an instant, painting a shocking red on the cold floor and walls. A single blow to kill. Fierce. Violent. Without a hint of hesitation. The entire corridor suddenly fell silent. Zhao Peng's roar caught in his throat. The lackeys behind him, who had been noisy moments ago, suddenly froze in disbelief, their faces twisted with horror and fear. They looked at the rapidly spreading pool of blood and the twitching corpse on the ground, then at Liu Mo, who was holding the bloodied axe, his expression frighteningly calm. A chill shot up from their feet to the top of their heads, more chilling than the outside temperature. He killed someone. He actually killed someone. This wasn't a fight, it was murder. They usually witnessed scuffles that left a bit of blood, but they had never seen a scene where someone silently and directly dealt death. In that instant of shock and delay, Liam did not pause at all. Using his momentum and the opportunity of the enemy's daze, he lunged forward again. He swung the axe horizontally, forcing the few people in front to retreat in fear, further disorganizing their formation. His target was clear Zhao Peng, who was shielded slightly behind the Zhao Peng watched as Li Mo charged toward him like a god of death, especially when those icy eyes devoid of any emotion locked onto him. The courage he had gained from the numbers dissipated in an instant. In its place was the same terror he felt when Xiao Wu died. He let out a wild cry and quickly shrank to the side, hiding behind a tall lackey. Block him. Quickly block him. Zhao Peng's voice pitched sharply. The boy he used as a shield turned pale, unable to steady the stick in his hand. At that moment, at the entrance of 508, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, who had hesitated and been timid, watched Liam take down one person, then boldly charged into the crowd. That unstoppable momentum, defying the odds, surged like boiling blood over their heads. Afraid. Of course they were still afraid. But what they feared more was the outcome if Liam fell. Just look at Zhao Peng's wolf-like gaze. Damn it. Let's fight them. Wang Tao's eyes reddened. That usual boisterousness mixed with the fierce determination born from desperation erupted. He let out a roar, raised his axe, and charged forward, aiming straight at a lone opponent who had fallen behind due to retreating. Wu Jichao's lips trembled, but seeing Wang Tao charge out, and Li Mo weaving through the crowd like a ghost, he felt a surge of hot blood rising. He gritted his teeth. Letting out a yell to bolster his courage, he picked up his axe and followed. Though his movements were a bit clumsy, his spirit had changed. Li Mo's fierce charge disrupted the enemy's formation. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's sudden involvement thoroughly panicked Zhao Peng's group. They had originally relied on their numbers and the madness of desperation. Essentially, they were still a group of students who had never experienced true life-and-death combat. Faced with someone like Li Mo, who was willing to kill without a second thought, and the two other students who had turned bloodthirsty, the morale of that ragtag group crumbled in an instant. Run, run fast, someone shouted, first turning to dash toward the stairwell. Once there was one, there were others. Fear spread like a plague. Although it was cold outside, it was slow death. But in this corridor, in the blink of an eye, people were gone. Their initial ferocity and greed crumbled against the face of death. Zhao Peng was swept up in the crowd's panic, rolling and scrambling down the stairs. The arrogance that had been on his face earlier was long gone. All that remained was fear and disgrace. He didn't even dare to look back. However, the escape lasted only a few seconds. When they rolled and crawled to the corner of the stairs between the 4th and 5th floors, they thought they had temporarily evaded the deathly axe. Heavy footsteps thundered like a death knell, rapidly approaching from the stairway above their heads. Liam had no intention of letting them go. Releasing a tiger back to the mountains leads to endless troubles, especially in such a life-and-death environment. A moment of mercy could bury oneself. He remembered the bloody lessons of his past life all too well. He moved at an incredible speed, as if the heavy clothing he wore did not affect the power and agility he unleashed at this moment. In just a few breaths, he had caught up to the last of the fleeing crowd. The last boy, hearing the wind rush behind him, turned around in terror. All he saw was a rapidly enlarging axe blade stained with dark red in the dim light. No. The scream abruptly stopped. The axe struck violently into the back of his neck, almost severing it in half. The body fell forward, rolling down the stairs and knocking over the two people in front. Split up. Run. Someone screamed hoarsely, trying to squeeze into the corridor on the 4th floor. Liam was like a shadow brought to life, killing with relentless speed. He did not stop his footsteps, using the momentum to swing the axe horizontally. Another boy trying to turn was heavily struck in the side by the axe. The sound of shattering bones was clearly audible. The man cried out in agony as he toppled over. Liam followed up with a kick that sent him tumbling down the stairs, crashing into a pile. The stairwell instantly transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. Screams, wails, the sound of bones breaking, and the dull thud of bodies hitting walls and the ground mixed together. Liam's figure flickered in the narrow space. His axe swings were precise and fierce, lacking flair, focused solely on speed, taking lives from his enemies. Blood splattered, painting horrifying red plums on the cold walls. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were momentarily stunned by the merciless and relentless pursuit, but they quickly reacted, shouting as they followed. They blocked the upper part of the stairs, preventing anyone from running back. They did not dare to charge into the crowd like Liam did. Instead, they used the axe to intimidate, forcing those trying to slip past Liam's axe and escape upwards back, or to deliver a blow. The crumbling Zhao Peng's group had completely lost the will to resist. Only the instinct to survive drove them to scatter like headless flies. But in the narrow stairwell, facing a killer who completely overpowered them in speed, strength, and ferocity, escape became a luxury. One figure after another collapsed amidst the screams. The stench of blood was so thick it could not disperse, rushing up their nostrils mixed with the foul odor of excrement. Zhao Peng was pressed among the crowd, stumbling down, his face stained with tears and snot, his pants soaked cold and sticky. He heard the screams of his companions growing closer, but fewer. An endless fear drowned him like ice water. He dared not turn back, desperately trying to grab the person in front, only to find that they had also collapsed. Finally, he tripped over a corpse at his feet. He fell heavily onto the cold platform of the 4th floor. He struggled to get up. When he looked up, he saw Li Mo coming down the stairs step by step, holding the still dripping axe. His boots squelched in the blood and on the steps, making a sticky thud sound. Blood splattered on Li Mo's face, but his eyes were eerily calm. Like a bottomless ancient well, reflecting not a single ripple. Behind him, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao followed, standing on the stairs, their faces pale, their hands gripping the axe trim. They stared at the hellish scene before them. On the stairs lay at least 7 or 8 corpses in disarray. Some were still twitching slightly, blood gushing forth, dismembered limbs were horrifying to behold. The only survivors were Zhao Peng, slumped on the platform, and 2 others huddled in a corner, terrified to the point of losing their souls, unable to even cry. As Zhao Peng watched Li Mo approach, the cold gaze fell upon him. His final psychological defense completely shattered. He scrambled backward with hands and feet, until his back hit the cold wall, with no retreat left. Don't kill me. Li Mo, brother Mo, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Zhao Peng cried out, his voice high-pitched and trembling, filled with unprecedented humility and fear. I should never have opposed you. I shouldn't have coveted your things. It's all my fault. Spare me. Spare my life. He struggled to kneel, ignoring the blood and cold on the ground, banging his head on the floor before Li Mo. His forehead struck the hard ground, quickly swelling. I will be your servant. I understand my mistakes. Please, don't kill me. My family is wealthy. When I get out, I'll give you all my family's money. The house, the car, all will be yours. Li Mo paused in front of him, the axe hanging at his side, blood droplets slowly dripping from the blade. He looked at Zhao Peng, who was kneeling and banging his head in fear and tears, a stark contrast to the arrogant person he once was. His face showed no expression. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao watched from the stairs, their hearts racing, their throats dry. They had never seen Zhao Peng so pitifully humble, nor had they ever felt such a palpable aura of death. Wu Jichao's calves trembled, his stomach churning. Zhao Peng. Li Mo finally spoke, his voice not loud, even lacking much fluctuation. Before you die, let me teach you a lesson. Zhao Peng abruptly lifted his head, his face smeared with blood, snot, and tears, with a final glimmer of hope erupting in his eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Tell me. I'm listening. I will remember it. Li Mo looked down at him, speaking clearly and coldly. At such times, begging for mercy is useless. Tears are even more useless. The only thing that matters is the weapon in your hand and the courage to use it to strike down. Unfortunately, you have neither. Zhao Peng's glimmer of hope instantly extinguished, turning into complete despair and desolation. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Li Mo did not give him another chance. His arm lifted, the axe sliced through the air in a clean arc. Thud. The blade precisely struck the side of Zhao Peng's neck, severing the carotid artery and trachea. Zhao Peng's body stiffened suddenly, his eyes widening in disbelief. A wheezing sound escaped his throat, and then he slumped to the ground. Blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly pooling beneath him. Li Mo did not even glance at Zhao Peng's corpse, his gaze shifting to the 2 terrified boys in the corner. The 2 boys were already paralyzed with fear. Upon seeing Li Mo look over, one rolled his eyes and fainted, while the other made a short choked sound like a chicken with its neck squeezed. His pants were once again soaked, his body shaking like leaves in an autumn wind. Li Mo approached, holding the axe. No, please. The remaining boy stammered, his lips trembling, his face smeared with tears and snot, unable to utter a complete sentence. Li Mo hesitated not at all. 2 swift axe strikes silenced the stairwell completely. Li Mo stood amidst a pool of blood and corpses, slowly exhaling a puff of white mist. He shook the blood off his axe. Turning, he looked towards Wang Tao and Wu Jichao at the top of the stairs. Both of their faces were as white as paper. Particularly Wu Jichao, who trembled violently at the grotesque sight of severed limbs and the nauseating smell of blood. He suppressed a retching sound in his throat. Wang Tao was slightly better, but his face was still pale, and the veins on the back of his hand were bulging as he gripped the axe. They had never witnessed such brutality up close. Nor had they indirectly participated in such a one-sided bloody massacre. Previously, when Li Mo killed those 3 at the door, the impact was nothing compared to this. In the blink of an eye, a dozen people had turned into a sea of corpses. The visual and psychological shock far exceeded their limits of endurance. At that moment, a strained and suppressed short gasp came from the 5th floor stairway. Su Jinhua was leaning against the wall, standing at the edge of the 5th floor platform. Her face was whiter than the cotton-padded jacket she wore. She had heard the commotion below quiet down and could not help but worry, sneaking out to check the situation. What met her eyes was the hellish scene in the stairwell below. Severed limbs, corpses, dark red blood nearly drowning the steps. And standing in a pool of blood with a blood-stained axe and clothing was Li Mo. There were also Wang Tao and Wu Jichao on the stairs, equally stained with blood, their faces grim. The overpowering stench of blood surged up, causing her stomach to churn. She quickly covered her mouth, desperately holding back the urge to vomit. Terrified, she glanced at Li Mo, then like a startled rabbit, turned and fled back to dorm room 506, slamming the door shut, leaning against it, and gasping for breath, her body trembling uncontrollably. Li Mo saw Su Jinuo, but said nothing. He walked up the stairs, returning to Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's side. Brother Mo. Wang Tao's voice was somewhat hoarse. Handle this. Li Mo's voice remained calm, as if he had merely cleaned up a pile of garbage. Throw the bodies downstairs. The weather is cold, and they will freeze quickly. This wind is only temporary, it won't be long before it picks up again, and snow will cover them. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances, both seeing the difficulty in each other's eyes. But to refute Li Mo or voice any objections, they did not dare. The person before them, who had just slaughtered a dozen people with eyes calm, as if nothing had happened, commanded both respect and fear at this moment. Okay. Wang Tao swallowed hard, agreeing. Wu Jichao also nodded stiffly. Move quickly, finish up, and come back to rest. After saying this, Li Mo picked up the axe and walked back to the 5th floor corridor, heading towards room 508. He needed to clean the axe and the blood on himself. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao watched Li Mo's departing figure, then looked at the chaos and bloodshed in the stairwell, gritting their teeth as they began to take action. They first worked together to drag the nearest corpse to the edge of the stairs, then pushed it down forcefully. The body rolled down, hitting the empty cement floor below with a dull thud. One body, two bodies. This process was cold and mechanical. Both of them kept their mouths shut, trying not to look at the tragic faces and severed limbs. The smell of blood lingered. Just as Wang Tao and Wu Jichao began to handle the corpses, a figure was curled tightly in the shadows at the corner of the stairs between the 3rd and 4th floors. She pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, even holding her breath. It was Lin Wei. She had come with Zhao Peng's group, but had deliberately lagged behind due to fear and exhaustion. When the sounds of fighting and screams came from the 5th floor, she was terrified out of her wits. She hid here on the 3rd floor too, scared to go up. She heard Zhao Peng's desperate pleas for mercy, the chilling sounds of slaughter, and the heavy thuds of objects rolling down the stairs. Then everything fell silent. Only the sounds of dragging and dull thuds remained. Zhao Peng and his group. Lost. Were they all dead? This realization left her cold all over, more so than the outside chill. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably. Then she vaguely heard the calm voice of Li Mo speaking, along with the responses from Wang Tao and the others. They were handling the corpses, throwing them down. Lin Wei's heart almost leapt out of her chest. She was all alone here. Zhao Peng was dead, and his gang had perished too. What should she do now? Return to the auditorium. That was a dead end. Stay here. What would Li Mo do to her? After all, she had come with Zhao Peng. Even though she had done nothing, would Li Mo believe her? The image of Li Mo killing without blinking, along with the fierce demeanor of Wang Tao and Wu Jichao just now. An overwhelming fear seized her. Lin Wei crouched like a terrified feral creature, scrambling and tumbling into an empty dormitory room on the 3rd floor, whose door stood ajar. She softly closed the door behind her, daring not to lock it lest the click betray her presence, then shrank into the upper bunk nestled in the corner, its mattress thick with dust. Wrapping herself tightly in the heaviest blanket she could find, she left only 2 wide, terror-stricken eyes exposed, fixed unblinkingly upon the door. Below, an occasional muffled thud echoed upward, the sound of corpses being cast down. Each dull impact sent violent tremors rippling through her body. She bit down hard on her lower lip, stifling every cry, every gasp. Even her breath came in shallow, suppressed whispers. In her mind replayed fragmented screams, desperate pleas for mercy, faint but unmistakable. And Li Mo's voice, calm, unervingly serene. Zhao Peng was dead. So too were all his brutal henchmen. Slain by Li Mo as effortlessly as cleaving melons and vegetables. That quiet, unassuming Li Mo, the one she'd never deigned to glance at directly, was capable of such ruthless ferocity. She dared not imagine her own fate should she be discovered. Merely having arrived with Zhao Peng, that single association condemned her to death 100-fold. Cold and terror coiled together, shaking her like a leaf caught in a gale. Silent tears traced icy paths down her cheeks as remorse and despair consumed her. If only she had known. If only she had known. Fifth, in dormitory 506, Su Zhuan knelt beside the washbasin, retching dryly once more. Her stomach, long since emptied, yielding nothing but hollow convulsions. Tears blurred her vision. The blood-soaked horror of the stairwell seared itself onto her memory like a branding iron. She had seen death before. Over these past days, she glimpsed stiff, frozen bodies from afar in the girls' dormitory. But this closed slaughterhouse-like carnage was something else entirely. Splattered blood, severed limbs, and Li Mo, standing motionless amid the crimson pool, his gaze eerily placid. The sheer visceral impact overwhelmed her. She had earlier surrendered herself to survive, believing Li Mo cold, yes, but pragmatic. Now, this was no longer mere coldness. It was something almost inhuman, an utter chilling indifference to life itself. A tremor deep and primal rose from the core of her soul. After cleaning the axe and most of the blood from his body, Li Mo returned to dormitory 508. There he found Su Jiwan's pallid face and wide, fearful eyes, and said nothing. Offered no explanation. None was needed. If she could bear it, she would stay. If not, she was free to leave. In this apocalypse, compassion and sentimentality were luxuries no one could afford. His recent slaughter served dual purposes, eliminating immediate threats, and establishing in blood the rules and boundaries for Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, and even Su Jiwan. Soon after, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao returned, dragging weary, still trembling bodies behind them. Their faces remained drawn, but the ghastly pallor had softened into a numb. They scrubbed hands and faces repeatedly with snow, its biting chill sharpening their senses. Then they saw Li Mo seated quietly, picking up the fire axe that had claimed over a dozen lives, wiping its blade carefully with a cloth. Its edge was pitted with microscopic nicks and curled from repeated impact. Blood had seeped deep into the metal's grains, stubbornly resisting removal. Even a well-forged axe could not withstand such relentless hacking through bone and sinew. The blade had lost its keenness. Li Mo glanced at it, then leaned it casually against the wall, no trace of regret on his face. Dull or not, his inventory held 990 more, pristine and razor-sharp. And when those ran out, he could replicate them anew. His arsenal would never run dry. He lifted his gaze toward Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, who had just finished washing and now stood silent. Meeting his eyes, both men instinctively straightened, their expressions awash with reverence, and beneath it a subtle, unmistakable flicker of fear. In that instant, Li Mo's image in their minds shattered and reformed, not as the prudent foresight roommate, but as a decisive, merciless leader who held dominion over life and death. Yet relief surged within them too, gratitude that they stood on Li Mo's side. Put on heavy clothing. Prepare yourselves. Li Mo's voice broke the silence. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao froze. Go out again. Just after the killing, after disposing of the bodies. To the Grand Auditorium. The Grand Auditorium. Wang Tao frowned. What for? Zhao Peng and his group are all ready. To check for survivors. Li Mo spoke flatly. If any remain alive, bring them back. If you can. His words stirred complex emotions in Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, and even Su Jiwan. Moments ago, he had slaughtered Zhao Peng's faction without hesitation, yet now he spoke of rescue. The dissonance was jarring, yet upon reflection it made grim sense. Zhao Peng and his men had been active, imminent threats. Those trapped in the auditorium, at least until now, were harmless, perhaps even victims themselves. Rescuing them honored the last vestiges of humanity, and simultaneously expanded their fledgling group's strength. Of course, only those deemed useful and obedient would be welcomed. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances. Both saw affirmation in the other's eyes. Saving lives. They embraced the idea wholeheartedly. It reminded them they were still human, not mere instruments of slaughter. Su Jiwan stays behind, Li Mo instructed. Lock the door. Stay alert. Her reply was barely a whisper, trembling still. Li Mo said no more, turning instead to prepare. Before Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's astonished eyes, he walked to the supply pile in dormitory 507 and retrieved 3 complete sets of extreme cold inner thermal layers, identical to the one he'd given Su Jiwan earlier. He then selected 3 new outdoor backpacks and began packing them sealed frostbite ointment and anti-inflammatory medication, high-calorie compressed biscuits and chocolate bars, several fully charged compact gas canisters and miniature gas stoves, and even 3 brand-new fire axes still bearing their factory oil coating. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao stared dumbfounded as Li Mo conjured professional-grade gear from that seemingly ordinary stockpile, as if performing sleight of hand. But neither asked. After what they'd witnessed, their threshold for accepting Li Mo's uncanny preparedness had risen dramatically. Brother Mo was simply extraordinary, meticulously prepared, unfathomably deep. Why question? Just follow and act. The wind had ceased, ideal conditions for movement. Without further words, Li Mo led the way, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao close behind. They descended the stairs, stepping deliberately over half-frozen bloodstains. As they passed the 3rd floor, Li Mo did not pause, not even glancing down the corridor. Hidden inside a room, Lin Wei heard his steady footsteps approach and retreat, her heart nearly ceasing its beat. She clamped both hands over her mouth, scarcely daring to breathe. Stepping outside the dormitory, the wind's absence offered little comfort. -70 degrees struck the face mask like a solid, frigid wall. No wind meant marginally less punishing wind chill, but the cold remained devastatingly severe. They quickened their pace, heading resolutely toward the Grand Auditorium. The path lay in absolute silence, broken only by the brittle, grating crunch of their boots on hardened snow crust. Occasionally, frozen corpses emerged from the white expanse, frozen mid-struggle, mid-curl, mid-flight. Soon the auditorium's gray hulking silhouette loomed ahead, its doors yawning open like the maw of some ancient devouring beast. The moment they stepped inside, even through their masks, a nauseating malons assaulted them. Death, excrement, and the slow, sickly sweetness of decay. Light was scarce, only one pallid daylight filtering through broken high windows barely illuminating the interior. Crowds filled every inch, seated, sprawled, huddled, every corner, every aisle, every step, packed tight with bodies. Most lay utterly still, skin bluish-black and frosted white, clearly deceased for hours. Their clothing was thin. Many wore only light sweaters, cotton shirts, even short-sleeved t-shirts, utterly useless against the sudden lethal freeze. Heavy garments had long been seized, hoarded, or stripped away by Xiaoping's gang. Silence reigned. Absolute, suffocating silence. Not even a moan pierced the void. Liamo stood motionless at the entrance, surveying this landscape of hell. Raising his voice, he called out, "Is anyone still alive?" His words reverberated across the cavernous, corpse-choked space, bouncing off icy walls, met only by echoing emptiness. "Search separately. Examine thoroughly." Liamo commanded, his tone as detached as inspecting warehouse inventory. The three dispersed, treading carefully over frozen ground, sidestepping bodies as they began their grim sweep. Most required only a single touch to confirm rigidity. Some stared upward with vacant, open eyes, light long extinguished within them. Many had succumbed to hypothermia, dying slowly in despair and cold. Others bore wounds, trampled or beaten during earlier chaos. Wang Tao suppressed his revulsion. This scene, though horrific, was marginally less gruesome than the corridor's carnage. He knelt beside a figure huddled in the corner, covered by several crumpled newspapers. His fingers met icy, rigid flesh. He shook his head and moved on. Wu Jichao likewise checked several others, all confirmed dead. Near the rear of the stage, where Xiaoping's faction had previously held sway, Liamo paused abruptly. Amid scattered cardboard boxes and debris wedged between a crate and the wall, something stirred, barely perceptible, a minuscule tremor. Liamo approached, nudging aside a discarded box with his foot. There, huddled in the narrow gap, were 3 students, 2 young men and 1 young woman. Freshmen likely. They wore layers of filthy, threadbare jackets and tattered blankets scavenged from others, pressed tightly together in a futile bid to share dwindling warmth. Their faces were purplish with frostbite, lips cracked and dry eyes shut. Their breathing was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Yet they lived. Liamo knelt, examining them closely. All 3 suffered severe frostbite on extremities, the girl worst of all, her consciousness already slipping away. Still, her chest rose and fell with infinitesimal fragile motions. Their survival owed partly to luck, finding this relatively sheltered, debris-screened corner, and early huddling for shared heat. Partly, too, to their position deeper inside, thus spared Xiaoping's gang's systematic plundering. They still wore several thin underlayers. Crucially, they may have entered a near hibernation state, drastically lowering metabolic demand to conserve energy. "Here, survivors," Liamo called out. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao rushed over, relief surging through them at the sight of living souls. Liamo concealed nothing. Before Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's eyes, he drew thick emergency thermal blankets, shimmering aluminum foil, superbly insulating. He swiftly wrapped all 3, then applied frostbite ointment to their exposed, ravaged skin. Next, he ignited a miniature gas stove, placing it nearby to radiate gentle, direct warmth. Then he unscrewed a thermos, filled earlier with freshly boiled water, and carefully dribbled warm liquid into the slightly more lucid young man's mouth using the cap. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao hurried to assist, mirroring Li Mo's actions, wrapping the others in thermal blankets and helping administer sips of water. Heat and hydration stirred faint signs of life in the 3 near-dead. The young man emitted a faint guttural "huh" sound, his eyelids fluttered. The others twitched faintly. "Can they be carried?" Liamo asked. Wang Tao tested gently. "They're very light. Should be manageable. 1 each. Move slowly. Steadily." Liamo extinguished the stove, then lifted the gravely injured girl onto his back. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao each hoisted a young man. 3 rescuers bearing 3 fading lives departed the ice-locked tomb of death and despair. At the auditorium's threshold, Liamo paused, glancing back at the dense, silent sea of bodies. This was all he could do. At least 3 had been saved. Returning to the 5th floor, the warmth of the dormitory enveloped the 3 survivors, just emerged from an icy abyss, inducing a surreal, dazed sensation. Liamo settled them onto the relatively spacious floor mats in room 506, layering thick cotton quilts and emergency thermal blankets beneath them. Several space heaters and radiant heating lamps were repositioned to concentrate. Su Zhuan, following Liamo's prior instructions, had already simmered a thin but steaming pot of rice porridge on a compact electric stove enriched with finely diced canned meat. Professional thermal blankets locked in their dwindling body heat, nearby heaters radiated steady warmth, and the hot porridge was carefully spoon-fed to each survivor. The The cooling balm for frostbite and anti-inflammatory medication began taking effect. The first to regain partial consciousness was the young man whose condition had been comparatively mild. His name was Zhou, a freshman majoring in mechanical engineering. Blinking groggily awake, his gaze first fell upon the steady glow of the LED ceiling light above. Then came the unfamiliar yet deeply concerned faces gathered around him, and the comforting aroma of food lingering in the air. Rescue, has it arrived? His cracked lips trembled faintly, his voice emerged hoarse and barely audible, yet his eyes blazed with desperate, unyielding hope. He's awake. He's awake. Wang Tao exhaled in relief and promptly offered him another sip of warm water. Moments later, the other two also stirred back to awareness. The girl Chen, a literature student, and the second boy. The second boy was Sun Haoran, Zhou Yu's fellow classmate in mechanical engineering. Their initial reactions mirrored Zhou Yu's stunned awe at the light and warmth, then overwhelming, almost disorienting elation. They believed official rescue had finally arrived, until reality swiftly unsettled them. This was a dormitory room, Spartan, unadorned. Outside the window, night remained absolute, pierced only by faint, ghostly reflections off the snow and ice. No uniforms, no insignia, no rest. Only 4 youths, students like themselves, stood quietly nearby. And seated apart, methodically polishing a gleaming fire axe, sat a young man whose stillness carried an unnerving gravity, and beneath it a subtle, chilling aura. They couldn't quite place it, but instinct flared cold dread. Hope, like a punctured balloon, collapsed instantly. Their hearts sank once more into desolation. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao gently explained the situation. This was no official rescue outpost, but a small self-organized haven established by a handful of survivors. The electricity was self-generated, the food drawn from prior reserves, and careful foraging. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their joy dissolving into confusion and quiet disappointment. Not official? Then how long could they possibly last? Yet regardless, this place dwarfed the grand auditorium in every conceivable way: light, warmth, sustenance. They were alive. Thank you. Thank you for saving us, whispered Chun, her voice frail, but sincere. Her frost-bitten cheeks remained swollen, yet her eyes had regained a lucid, steadier light. You survived. That alone is fortune, remarked Wu Jichao, his tone heavy with reflection. We checked the auditorium. Nearly no one else remains. Zhou Yu's expression dimmed briefly. In a rasping voice he murmured, we hid behind the stage, wedged deep within a crevice amid piles of clutter. Huddled close from the start, dared not utter a sound. Later chaos erupted outside, shouting, fighting, scrambling over supplies. Then it grew colder and quieter, so terribly quiet. He shuddered, a visceral. Sun Haoran added softly, we thought we wouldn't make it. Then Zhou Yu suddenly stiffened, straining to sit up slightly. He turned urgently toward Wang Tao, and Wu Jichao's voice sharpened with urgency. Wait, we saw them. On our way to the auditorium. School staff. They were moving supplies toward the canteen, rice flour crates of mineral water. And people from the campus clinic were there too. Was their organization there? Actual rescue? The question struck Wang Tao and Wu Jichao dumbfounded. They exchanged an instinctive, searching glance. School administration, still organized. At the canteen and clinic? Are you certain? Did you clearly see them directing the operation? Pressed Wang Tao. Absolutely certain. Zhou Yu nodded firmly. Several faculty members supervised, teachers unmistakably, while students assisted, all wearing thick uniform jackets resembling military training. Supplies were hauled from the convenience store, warehouse, and kitchen storerooms, upstairs to the canteen's second floor. It looked remarkably orderly. Sun Haoran confirmed, we assumed coordinated arrangements would follow shortly, so we went straight to the auditorium. His voice trailed off, leaving the unspoken regret hanging in the air. Had they known of that organized effort, perhaps they should have gone to the canteen instead. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's thoughts quickened. What if the administration truly had established a base there? Organized, stocked, possibly even medically equipped. Wouldn't that surpass their cramped dormitory stronghold? After all, official backing implied legitimacy, greater hope. Wait here a moment, Wang Tao told Zhou Yu and the others, then gestured for Wu Jichao to step outside with him. At room 507's threshold, he lowered his voice. Xiao Wu, what do you think? About the administration? Wu Jichao hesitated. If they truly have organization, supplies, and medical personnel, that's undeniably good news. Our current setup, while stable, relies solely on a few hands. Resources won't last forever. And, Li Mo Ji, Wu Jichao paused, recalling Li Mo's decisive, unflinching resolve, and felt a complex knot tighten in his chest. I think the same, affirmed Wang Tao, nodding. But this decision rests with Mog. As they returned, they found Li Mo already standing at the doorway, having evidently overheard part of their exchange. Mog, Wang Tao began directly. Zhou Yu says they saw school staff organizing supply transport at the canteen, and personnel from the campus clinic as well. Should we go investigate? Or attempt contact? Li Mo's gaze swept across Zhou Yu's hopeful, anxious face. and then lingered on the subtle uncertainty flickering in Wang Tao's and Wu Jichao's eyes. His expression remained impassive. He knew precisely what transpired at the canteen. In his past life near death in the auditorium, he'd been rescued by a reconnaissance team dispatched by the administration and brought to their canteen. There during those earliest days order had indeed held. Ration meals distributed, rudimentary medical care administered, even tentative efforts made to clear blocked passages. But, yes, the administration has organization, Li Mo said, his voice calm, unwavering, imbued with irrefutable certainty. Yet it is fragile. He stepped into the room, lifted a cup of hot water, and drank slowly before continuing. Their numbers are limited, their supplies sufficient only for dozens, short-term consumption at best. Warmth depends on dismantling furniture for fuel and finite propane canisters. Once fuel runs out, or foraging missions fail, the entire structure collapses instantly. They possess neither sustainable means to generate energy or procure food, nor experience or preparation for enduring extreme prolonged cold. Their so-called order is rootless, appearing solid yet crumbling at the slightest pressure. Zhou Yu and the others listened stunned into silence. Chun Qian ventured softly. Then, what about rescue? Is the nation abandoning us? Li Mo met her gaze. No, it hasn't abandoned us. But when help arrives, and how, remains unknown. Relying on others is far less certain than relying on ourselves. Wang Tao frowned. Still, MOG, even if flawed, they have doctors and more manpower. Wouldn't merging our forces amplify our strength? Merge. Li Mo's mouth curved. Barely. A cold, humorless arc. Merge under whose command? By whose rules? Shall we adopt their inefficient rationing system? Surrender our stores to centralized distribution, and wait helplessly until they dwindle to nothing? Setting down his cup, he surveyed each person present. I'm not saying they're unworthy. To mobilize even a handful under such conditions is no small feat. But their model is passive, waiting for salvation. A model of depletion. Ours. He tapped the floor beneath his feet, then gestured toward the neighboring room where the generator's low, steady hum resonated. Is self-sustaining. We have power. We possess potential to continuously acquire resources. We operate with agility and adaptability. Joining them would be binding our own hands. He paused, summoning fragmented memories from his past life. The administration's ill-fated expeditions for airdrop supplies launched without proper cold weather gear or expertise, resulting in devastating losses. Little was recovered from the drops. Internally, scarcity and poor decisions soon ignited discord and disorder. And furthermore, Li Mo concluded, his tone resolute, final. I assert unequivocally they will not endure longer than we will. They'll soon confront crises they cannot resolve. When that day comes, not we who seek refuge with them, but they may come seeking ours. The declaration was absolute, bordering on audacious, yet paired with Li Mo's uncanny foresight and the undeniable reality before them. The radiant warmth, the steady hum of power, the visible abundance. His words carried an unsettling, magnetic conviction. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao fell silent. Upon reflection, Li Mo's logic held undeniable weight. Though fewer in number, their dormitory functioned with seamless efficiency. Every element under Li Mo's precise, unspoken control. What awaited them at the canteen remained uncertain, and their trust in Li Mo ran deep, rooted in reverence, hardened by reliance. After all, the administration had led hundreds into the auditorium, only to perish. Could their vaunted efficiency truly be trusted? Zhou Yu, Sun Haoran, and Chun Qian listened, hearts pounding, not just with fear, but with dawning realization. Having just escaped one collective illusion of order, one brittle, chaotic facade, they now faced a quiet, focused presence, Li Mo. Few words, yet each charged with clarity, authority, and unshakable confidence. By contrast, remaining here seemed safer. At least here there was light, sustained warmth, reliable nourishment, and a leader who clearly knew exactly what to do. So what now? Zhou Yu asked, Li Mo, voice tentative, expectant. Recover fully. Choose to stay, contribute diligently, and abide by our rules, and your share is assured. Decline. When you're able to walk, you're free to go wherever you wish. Tonight's wind has calmed, travel poses no immediate. He imposed no coercion, only a stark, unambiguous choice. Zhou Yu and the others exchanged glances, finding identical resolve reflected in each other's eyes. Stay? They must stay. Against the uncertain, increasingly dubious promise of administrative organization, this dormitory, alive with electricity, warmth, and sustenance, was indisputably superior. We choose to stay, Zhou Yu declared for all three. We'll obey, work hard without complaint. Li Mo simply nodded, no further words required. He glanced out the window, into the unbroken black of night. In his past life, the canteen's administration hadn't lasted a month. This time, with him altering fate's course, history might shift, but not yet. For now, his priority remained absolute, anchoring himself firmly within this dormitory tower, and forging from its foundations upward a survival system entirely his own. In the early morning, the system refreshed. Limo's consciousness sank into the space, quickly completing today's 3 copies. 1,000 units each of cigarettes, frozen apples, and a portable butane stove with a small gas canister. Cigarettes and apples are consumables and luxury items, while the stove serves as an important source of heat and cooking tool, being more flexible and energy efficient than relying on a generator. After finishing these tasks, he gathered everyone in dormitory 507. This place had now become a temporary supply warehouse and conference room. Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, Su Jinwan, Zhou Yu, Sun Haoran, and Chen Qian stood together. Though their expressions varied, especially the 3 newcomers who appeared somewhat weak and timid. But their gazes were all focused on Limo. Today's mission is to thoroughly clean the 3 lower floors, block all vulnerabilities, and turn the entire building into our fortress. Limo got straight to the point. 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor. All usable supplies must be concentrated here. Close all windows and doors tightly and seal those that cannot be. Use everything you can find to block the ventilation windows at both ends of the corridor. He assigned tasks. Wang Tao, Zhou Yu, and Sun Haoran, being strong, were responsible for the main dismantling and heavy lifting. Wu Jichao, being meticulous, took Chen Qian to collect and categorize scattered supplies. Su Jinwan, having almost recovered from her injuries, was responsible for logistical support, like cooking and washing. Limo coordinated and commanded the operation himself, handling the most critical reinforcement work. No one voiced any objections. After the rescue at the Grand Auditorium, and a night of rest, especially seeing the large amount of stockpile in 507 and the stable heating equipment, the 3 newcomers, Zhou Yu and the others, quickly accepted Limo's leadership. Surviving meant following those who have the capability. This was the simplest truth at that moment. Starting from the 3rd floor. Yesterday was just a rough inspection, today was a thorough cleanup. Most dormitory doors were ajar, creating a scene of chaos. They searched room by room, moving useful items to the corridor. Progress was swift, but they soon encountered an unexpected situation. While cleaning a dormitory on the east side of the 3rd floor, Wang Tao pushed open the slightly ajar door, and a wave of foul, icy air rushed out. The moment he stepped inside, he kicked something soft and nearly stumbled. Ouch! Wang Tao looked down and was startled. In the corner on a lower bunk bed, a mass wrapped in a dirty quilt was slightly trembling. A pale, swollen face marked with tear stains and frostbite was revealed. It was Lin Wei. She seemed to be in a semi-comatose state, her eyes half open, gaze vacant, lips purple and cracked, and her body trembled. Even Wang Tao's entrance did not elicit much of a reaction from her. She instinctively shrank deeper into the quilt, emitting a whimper like a small animal. "Mo Gu, come quick!" Wang Tao hurriedly shouted towards the door. Hearing the call, Li Mo approached and frowned slightly upon seeing Lin Wei's condition. He crouched down to check her condition. Severe hypothermia, frostbite, dehydration, and extreme weakness. She had survived until now, relying entirely on this quilt and this relatively wind-sheltered room. And perhaps it was the last flicker of survival instinct holding on. She's still breathing. Li Mo stood up. "Is it Lin Wei?" Wang Tao recognized her too, his expression somewhat complicated. He shared a dormitory with Li Mo, so he naturally knew about Li Mo's past feelings for Lin Wei and had heard the hurtful "yeah." Li Mo replied without much emotion on his face. "Carry her up and let Su Jinwan take care of her." "Huh, save her." Wang Tao was a little surprised. He thought Li Mo would leave Lin Wei to her fate, considering the past. The more people we have, the more labor we can utilize. Li Mo's tone was flat, as if assessing a tool. She came with Zhao Peng, but didn't go up, which means she hasn't completely lost her conscience, or simply she's afraid of dying. She's useful. Wang Tao understood. It was not due to old feelings, but purely practical. He said no more and beckoned Zhou Yu over. The 2 carefully wrapped Lin Wei in the quilt and carried her up to the 5th floor, handing her over to Su Jinwan. Su Jinwan was momentarily taken aback when she saw Lin Wei, especially after recognizing her. Her expression became somewhat nuanced. After all, Lin Wei's reputation as a beauty was quite significant in the school. But she did not ask much, following Li Mo's instructions, and together with Chen Qian changed Lin Wei into dry, warm underwear. They wrapped her in an electric blanket and fed her some warm water. They treated the frostbite on her face and hands. Li Mo did not spare her another glance and continued directing the cleanup operations. The 3rd floor was cleared and the harvest was decent. Some forgotten snacks, half a box of mineral water, and a few thick coats were discovered. They then began to seal off the area. The found bedboards, broken cabinets, and even discarded suitcases were used to block the damaged windows at both ends of the corridor. Li Mo used the found nails and wires to perform simple reinforcements. Next was the 2nd floor. The same process ensued. Here there were more corpses and the atmosphere was, but they had become somewhat numb, silently moving the bodies to the corner, covering them with bed sheets, and continuing to work. The harvest was slightly richer than on the 3rd floor. Perhaps the students on the 2nd floor had evacuated more hastily. Finally, they reached the 1st floor. The 1st floor was the coldest and most chaotic. The hall was empty, and the duty room's door was open in disarray. Limo's focus was on reinforcing the main entrance. The dormitory building's front door consisted of two sliding glass metal doors. At this moment the glass had long been shattered. Only the hollow metal frames remained, and the cold wind rushed in unrestrained. Li Mo directed Wang Tao and Zhou Yu to bring down the two heaviest and most intact wooden bedboards from upstairs. Using the dimensions of the door frame, they nailed a layer inside and outside with the hammer and long nails they found. This was still not enough, so he had them find two bedsheets abandoned by students which were thick enough. Soaked with water, they froze quickly and were tightly bound to the outer layer of the wooden door with iron wire. The frozen bedding formed an additional layer of insulation and cushioning. The door did not need to be completely sealed, but it needed to ensure a tight fit when closed, making it difficult to burst open from the outside. Li Mo checked the door lock and hinges, applying some lubricant found in a dormitory to ensure smooth operation. Finally, he propped the door from the inside with two heavy iron bed frames, creating a second line of defense. After completing these tasks, the chill at the first floor entrance was significantly diminished. Though still cold, it was no longer the kind of unprotected death corridor. The cleaning work lasted for most of the day. Everyone was exhausted, but amidst relatively warm and windless work filled with hope, morale was surprisingly high. The haul of supplies was enormous. When Wu Jichao and Chun Xian carried the last batch of items to 507 for sorting, even Li Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Just the instant noodles alone of various brands amounted to 70 or 80 packets. Additionally, there were self-heating rice packages and various hot pot ingredients totaling over 20 boxes. There were also several large bags of ham sausages and luncheon meat cans. Snacks like biscuits, chocolate, and Snickers filled several plastic bags. There were also plenty of nuts and chips. The most surprising find was a cardboard box in a male dormitory. Inside were neatly stacked over 100 packets of individual seasonings taken from various instant foods, such as salt, sugar, MSG soy sauce packets, vinegar packets, chili powder, and even a few small bottles of cooking oil. This was a treasure in the apocalypse. This habit of hoarding seasoning packets was truly priceless, including alcohol. A case of unopened beer, 3 bottles of white liquor, one of which was Woyangya, with the other 2 being yellow-capped fun. Moreover, there were many daily necessities and tools. For example, lighters, both loose and packaged, numbering in the dozens. Power banks of various sizes, over 20, although none had any charge left, but having the opportunity to charge them later meant resources. There was a pile of data cables and plugs, a small USB desk lamp, and over a dozen rechargeable mini fans. There were also toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, shampoo, trash bags, toilet paper, and face towels. These everyday consumables added up to a considerable quantity, enough to last the current population for a long time. Afterwards, they found 2 sets of simple screwdriver and plier kits, including a few practical books like Field Survival Manual, Basic Electrical Work, and Family Medical Encyclopedia, which Li Mo had specifically picked out. There were also a few decks of playing cards, a chess set, and several Rubik's Cubes. Although most thick clothes and quilts had been taken by their original owners, some spare ones were gathered. Lastly, they collected 3 to 4 dozen bottles of bottled water and various drinks, many of which were untouched or half drunk. These items would be enough for Li Mo to replicate. Looking at the rapidly accumulating and well-sorted supplies in 507, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and security. These unassuming items were easily obtainable in normal times. But at this moment, each one was a guarantee of survival, a tangible embodiment of hope. Wang Tao picked up a packet of salt, weighed it in his hand, and grinned. This thing is more solid than gold. Wu Jichao fiddled with a small USB lamp that still worked, a smile appearing on his face. Zhou Yu and the others were utterly dazzled, having just crawled out of a hellish hunger and cold. They felt as if they had fallen into a treasure trove. Su Jinwan fed Lin Wei some sugar and salt water while watching the busy figures in the corridor and the increasing amount of items in 507. Recalling Li Mo's calm arrangements, the complex feelings in her heart gradually gave way to a sense of solid ground. No matter who Li Mo was, what secrets he held, how many people he had killed, at least he was leading everyone down a visible path of survival. Li Mo stood at the entrance of 507, looking at the room full of supplies. The shape of the fortress was taking form, and the foundation of supplies was further solidified. Next, it was about how to utilize the system to transform these supplies and this building into a truly sustainable survival base, and to cope with the impending external variables, such as the airdrops that could appear at any moment, and the cafeteria which would inevitably notice the gaze directed here. He glanced out the window. The sky remained gloomy, but the wind had indeed stopped. The following week, time seemed to stretch and compress within the dormitory building. The repetitive labor, study, and the quietly increasing supplies formed the main melody. The reinforcement work did not cease. Instead, it became more meticulous. Under Li Mo's command, everyone used the collected wood not only to seal all non-essential windows, but also to tightly board up the only powered 5th-floor dormitory windows from the inside with precisely cut wooden planks. Only tiny observation holes were left. The light was completely locked inside the building. From the outside, the dormitory appeared no different from other lifeless structures, low-key and concealed. The outer layer of the frozen cotton mattress at the main entrance was reinforced with a layer of thin iron sheet taken from dismantled desks and chairs, enhancing its defense and sealing properties. The blockage points in the corridors on each floor were also reinforced again. The entire building gradually transformed into an airtight and cold fortress, maintaining a fragile warmth and vitality within. Lee Mo took advantage of this relatively stable period to start systematic replication and training. He had 3 opportunities for replication each day, no longer focusing on a single item. Instead, he categorized the diverse but limited supplies from room 507, selecting samples for packaging and replication. The first batch: basic survival kits. It included 5 pounds of vacuum-packed rice, 2 packs of salt, 1 pack of sugar, 5 pieces of compressed biscuits, a small bottle of multivitamins, a pack of disinfecting wipes, and a roll of bandages. 1,000 copies. The second batch. A combination of fuel and tools. A complete butane stove set, a multifunctional folding knife, a strong flashlight, a box of windproof matches, and a small roll of paracord. The third batch: warmth and medicine. A set of thick thermal underwear, a pair of wool socks, a box of frostbite ointment, a pack of ibuprofen, a pack of antibiotics, and a bottle of iodine. And so on. Cigarettes, apples, instant noodles, ham, sausages, chocolate, nuts, toothpaste, and toothbrushes, garbage bags, bottled water. All essential consumable supplies were replicated by Lee Mo in the form of combination packs or standard items. In the system space, the originally relatively empty area was quickly filled with neatly stacked supply units. 21 different combinations of supplies formed a vast and organized 3-dimensional warehouse. This meant that as long as Lee Mo wished, he could conjure up various supplies capable of supporting a small community's long-term survival. The sense of security had never been so tangible. Meanwhile, training was also proceeding in an orderly manner. Every afternoon in the relatively warm room 507, a high-powered heater was placed, turning it into a public activity room. Lee Mo would gather everyone. He wasted no time and directly imparted the experiences earned through blood and tears from his past life. In extreme cold environments, losing heat is more deadly than hunger. Sweat is the enemy, it must dry quickly against the skin. He picked up a brand new set of thermal underwear, explaining the importance of layering and avoiding excessive sweating. The first signs of frostbite are numbness and tingling. Once discovered, warm up immediately, but avoid direct exposure to fire or soaking in hot water. He demonstrated how to wrap frostbitten areas with body heat or a mildly warm cloth, and how to use frostbite ointment. Wound care starts with cleanliness. If there is no clean water, use boiled and cooled water. Infection now equals death. He simply demonstrated debridement and bandaging, emphasizing the concept of sterility as much as possible under extreme conditions. The generator must be checked daily for oil, fuel, and filters. For simple troubleshooting, check the spark plug and fuel line if it fails to start. He took Wang Tao and Zhou Yu to the adjacent machine room, which served as the washroom for Hansen teaching. Alert rules: at any time someone must be secretly guarding the main door. Night patrols of the corridors at set times. If any unusual sounds or lights are detected, report first, and do not act without permission. He established a simple shift schedule. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao learned diligently, even taking notes. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran, with their engineering backgrounds, quickly understood the equipment parts. Su Jinwan and Chen Qian were particularly attentive to the medical and logistical parts. Even Lin Wei, who had recovered somewhat, sat silently in the corner listening. Her expression was complex. Yet there was no longer the previous arrogance, only a careful effort to learn. She knew this was her only value left. The training was tedious, but necessary. These explanations subtly reinforced Lee Mo's authority and enhanced the overall survival chances of this small group. They were no longer a scattered group, but had become a survival unit bound by shared knowledge and discipline. This stood in stark contrast to the low-key yet efficient development and construction within the dormitory. In the cafeteria, the stronghold of the school hospital, Vice Principal Zheng Guodong hadn't shaved in many days. His face was marked by exhaustion and anxiety. In the temporary command room, the atmosphere was oppressive. On the table lay a hand-drawn map of the campus with red circles marking the cafeteria, the school hospital, and the barely maintained passage. Today's rations will be reduced by another 10%. Zheng Guodong's voice was hoarse. The rice stock is only enough to sustain the current personnel for 20 days. Fewer compressed biscuits. There are only 7 gas cylinders left. We must prioritize heating water and ensuring minimal heating in key areas at night. The expressions of the security office director, logistics director, and medical office director seated below were grim. This is not the first time we've cut back. Everyone's quota has already been pathetically low, barely enough to avoid starvation. Reduce again. How is the students' morale? Zheng Guodong asked. It's relatively stable, but there are definitely grievances, mainly due to the cold and the hopelessness. A counselor responsible for student management whispered. Hope. The word pierced the hearts of everyone present. They initially relied on stockpiles and organization to establish some order, giving everyone hope. But now the stockpiles were visibly decreasing, and the outside was silent. The maintenance team encountered 2 cases of frostbite today. The security office director sighed, shoveling snow and spreading de-icing agents, even if it's just to maintain this 100-meter distance. Without professional gear, every outing is a risk. Their best gear was the winter military training uniforms in stock, thick but limited. In minus 70 degrees outdoors, surviving for half an hour was the limit. Hands and feet would surely go numb. Zheng Guodong had also attempted to send out small teams to explore the nearest teaching buildings and convenience stores, hoping to find overlooked supplies. The results were disheartening. In the teaching building there was nothing but frozen corpses and broken desks and chairs. The convenience store had long been emptied. Even the parts they had forcibly transported were left with only. When the exploration team returned, nearly everyone was injured. There had been severe losses with minimal gains. Medicines, especially frostbite ointment and anti-inflammatory drugs, were being consumed rapidly. He even tried to scout the auditorium. That was a heavy stone in his heart. But on a relatively windless day, he dispatched the strongest 5-member team, wearing double military training uniforms, to a distance where they could see the outline of the auditorium. The team leader reported hoarsely via intercom that the team members were already showing serious signs of frostbite. They could not proceed and requested to return. Zheng Guodong could only grit his teeth and order a retreat. The auditorium had become an unattainable grave. How many living souls remained inside? Perhaps none. He dared not think further. The situation was paralyzing the temporary command center. They felt like travelers trapped on a cracking ice surface, the ice beneath them slowly melting, yet they lacked the strength to leap to safer ground. Just then, the technician responsible for guarding the old military radio purchased by the school for flood prevention drills stumbled in. His face bore a rare excitement. "We got through. Just now. We received a very weak signal. Repeat the broadcast." Everyone jumped to their feet. "What was the content?" "What content?" Zheng Guodong asked anxiously. The technician panted, straining to repeat. "It's the city's emergency broadcast automatic loop frequency. It says, due to the extreme cold wave, the country is organizing airdrops of rescue supplies. Drop points. Prioritize urban landmarks and open squares as well as college playgrounds and other prominent areas. Survivors are urged to pay attention to aerial signals and organize forces to gather supplies, ensuring safety first. But caution, the weather is severe and the drop points may have significant deviations, and the specific time and batch of airdrops are not yet clear." The message was like a stone thrown into dead water, creating huge ripples. Airdrops. Rescue supplies. The command room was instantly filled with excitement. Airdrops. Finally there's news. College playground. Our school playground. But what about the drop point deviation? With such bad weather, can the planes deliver accurately? Organize forces to gather if our current manpower and equipment. Zheng Guodong forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, leaning on the table, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "This is our greatest hope. It may also be our only chance." He pointed to the location of the school playground on the map, about 400 meters from the cafeteria, separated by several buildings and an open area. "We must be prepared. Once any signs of airdrops are detected, we must do whatever it takes to retrieve the supplies." His voice was resolute. Deep within his eyes lay the helplessness and fear of the potential heavy casualties behind the phrase "at all costs." They had hope, but the road to hope was filled with ice spikes and shadows of death. Yet the bargaining chips in their hands were so thin. Meanwhile, in the completely darkened 5th-floor dormitory, Li Mo finished today's equipment maintenance class. He walked to the window sealed with wooden boards, peering through the narrow observation hole left intentionally, gazing at the pitch-black campus outside. The wind seemed to stir a little, swirling the snowflakes. The news of the airdrop. He vaguely remembered it from his past life. In this life, he was better prepared. The opportunity, regarded as a lifeline from the cafeteria, would serve for him as a test for the team, a means to obtain additional resources, and another point to further widen the gap with competitors. All he needed to do was wait and ensure his team was in the best condition. At dawn, the system refreshed. Li Mo rose silently, draped a coat over his shoulders, and stepped out of room 508 into the adjacent storage room 507. Supplies piled inside were sharply outlined in the dim glow of emergency lighting. He submerged his consciousness into the system and swiftly completed today's 3 replications. This time he selected 1,000 units each of high-energy protein bars, assorted flavors, compact water purification tablets, 100 per pack, and a shovel discovered earlier. The protein bars offered exceptional emergency caloric replenishment. The purification tablets vastly expanded viable water sources. The shovel served as a versatile utility tool. Once more, the spatial inventory matrix welcomed new additions. Just as he finished tallying the newly acquired stock, the half-ajar door of room 507 swung open softly. Lin Wei stood there. She wore the thermal undergarments Li Mo had provided, layered beneath a worn-down jacket. Her complexion, though still pale, had markedly improved since her rescue. Her frostbite had receded, yet she remained gaunt and wan. Spotting Li Mo standing before the stacked supplies, her body stiffened instantly, her eyes flickering with panic. Instinctively, she took half a step backward, fingers twisting tightly around the hem of her coat. Li Mo merely glanced at her, his gaze calm, untroubled, then lowered his eyes again to examine the instruction leaflet for a box of purification tablets, as though she were no more than a passing shadow. Lin Wei's throat tightened. She tried to speak, yet not a single syllable emerged. The bloodstained stairwell, Li Mo's icy composure as he executed Zhao Peng, and her own past scorn and indifference toward him pressed upon her chest like heavy stones. She dared not meet his gaze, instead bowing her head and whispering hoarsely, I need to use the restroom. Then, as if fleeing, she slipped sideways past him and darted down the corridor into the communal restroom. Li Mo paid no mind. After completing his inventory, he extracted several samples of each newly replicated item and discreetly integrated them into their respective piles in room 507, marking them clearly. As he prepared to leave, the door of room 507 opened once more, this time admitting Su Jihuan. She appeared freshly roused, hair tousled, wearing thermal undergarments identical to Li Mo's, overlaid by one of his old, oversized shirts. Seeing him, she offered a gentle smile, entered, and quietly closed the door behind her. Still awake, she murmured softly as she approached. Yes, just organizing some things. Li Mo set aside the entrenching tool in his hand. These past days, you've hardly rested. Su Jihuan observed, her gaze lingering on the faint shadows beneath his eyes. Her fingertips brushed lightly against his arm. Shall I massage your shoulders? Li Mo said nothing, a silent assent. He sat down on a stack of rice sacks, and she moved behind him, kneading his shoulders and neck with steady, deliberate pressure. Her technique lacked professional polish, yet it was tender and sincere. Within the sealed confines of room 507, silence reigned, broken only by their quiet breaths and the soft rustle of fabric. The air held the mingled scent of stored grain, vacuum-sealed provisions, and fine dust, underlaid by the clean, subtle fragrance of soap clinging to Su Jihuan. After a while, her hands drifted downward to his chest, unfastening the top two buttons of his coat. Warm fingers slipped beneath the fabric, pressing gently against his firm pectorals. Her breathing quickened slightly, her body leaned closer. Li Mo lifted his hand, grasped her wrist firmly, and turned his head to meet her gaze in the dim light. A faint flush warmed Su Jihuan's cheeks, her eyes held unmistakable invitation, and a trace of supplication. She understood precisely her place within this group and the singular value she offered. To align with strength, to provide emotional solace and physical intimacy in exchange for protection and relative security. This was the path she had chosen, and walked with growing conviction. Li Mo did not refuse. He required release, and such acts reinforced loyalty, hierarchy, and mutual dependence. Releasing her wrist, he signaled consent. Su Jihuan responded with quiet, practiced assurance. Lin Wei washed her face with icy water in the restroom, seeking clarity and relief from her mounting anxiety. She lingered, stalling before reluctantly retracing her steps. Passing room 507, she caught faint, intimate sounds from within. Not speech, but the hushed friction of cloth-muffled breaths, and the soft, rhythmic thud of bodies shifting against stacked rice sacks. Her feet froze mid-step, her face flared crimson, heart hammering wildly. She was no naive girl. She instantly grasped what unfolded behind that door. Li Mo and Su Jihuan. A complex surge of emotion seized her entirely. Shame and embarrassment. Yet stronger still was a bitter, nameless ache, remorse, regret, and a quiet, searing envy. Su Jihuan, the seemingly docile, serene girl. How effortlessly she engaged with Li Mo, the decisive, ice-cold sovereign who commanded life and death, while Lin Wei, once the department's celebrated beauty, now lacked even the courage to meet his eyes. She skulked like a rodent, surviving solely on scraps and shelter granted by others. She recalled her own cutting words toward Li Mo, how nestled beside Zhao Peng she dismissed his possible suffering with contemptuous indifference. Her cheeks burned as though lashed by an invisible whip. Now Li Mo was the sole source of warmth and light in this frozen hellscape, the undisputed sovereign of this fragile, self-contained realm. Su Jihuan had seized her chance and secured his acceptance, however unconventional the means. And what of herself? Clenching her fists, nails biting deep into her palms, yet feeling no pain, only the corrosive fusion of humiliation and twisted yearning. She wanted it too. No, she needed it. Needed that acceptance. Needed to anchor herself within this sanctuary, to survive. Unable to bear listening further, she fled back to room 506, scrambled onto her upper bunk, and buried her head beneath the blanket. Yet her body trembled uncontrollably. Not from cold, but from the violent storm of raw emotion. Time dissolved. Perhaps half an hour passed, or longer, before the dormitory door creaked open softly, and Su Jihuan slipped inside. A lingering blush warmed her cheeks, her breath remained uneven, though barely visible in the moonlit gloom cast by snow outside. Hearing movement, Lin Wei abruptly threw back her blanket and sat upright. Su Jihuan started, then relaxed upon recognizing her in the faint light. Still awake, she whispered. Lin Wei offered no reply. In the darkness, Lin Wei's eyes gleamed, fixed unwavering upon Su Jihuan. Unsettled, Su Jihuan moved toward her own bed to undress. You. Lin Wei broke the silence, voice parched and raw. How is it with him? Su Jihuan froze, turning in stunned disbelief. She hadn't expected such blunt candor, nor realized Lin Wei had been listening. Heat rose to her face, yet she quickly steadied herself. In this precarious world, pretense was absurd. He's direct. No superfluous words. When need arises, it happens. When done, we resume our duties. But he never forces, never torments. Lin Wei paused, then asked, aren't you afraid? He kills. Afraid? Yes. Of course, Su Jihuan replied, sitting on the edge of her bed, voice barely audible. But I fear death more. Fear freezing, starving. He takes lives, but saves them too, including yours and mine. He restored power, warmth, food. With him, survival has a clear path. She paused, adding softly, and he keeps his word. There are rules. In the dark, Lin Wei's breathing grew distinctly audible. After a moment, Lin Wei spoke again, lower, trembling faintly with suppressed tears and self-mockery. I treated him terribly before. Spoke cruel things. Now I don't know what to do. I want to stay, to be like you, but I. Su Jihuan understood instantly. Having watched dispassionately these past days, she'd long sensed tension between Lin Wei and Li Mo, each encounter reducing Lin Wei to a trembling mouse. Now it was confirmed. Do you wish to make amends? Su Jihuan asked. Yes, Lin Wei breathed, barely a whisper, fragile and humbled. Su Jihuan weighed the matter. An ally outweighed a potential rival or enemy, and Lin Wei's full integration would strengthen the group. I can speak to him on your behalf, she said. He's uncomplicated, decisive. If he agrees, he agrees. If not, he refuses outright. He won't feign interest or waste time with pretense, unless he truly despises you. Lin Wei's pulse spiked. Then, will he? I don't know the specifics of your past, Su Jihuan admitted honestly. But he rescued you, treated your wounds, let you remain. He clearly doesn't wish you dead. What remains depends on you. Lin Wei fell silent, reclining once more, staring blankly at the underside of the upper bunk, mind swirling with chaos. Su Jihuan's words kindled a fragile ember of hope, yet uncertainty still gripped her. Meanwhile, Li Mo tidied his slightly rumpled clothes in room 507. He checked the generator's fuel level, then inspected all fifth-floor barricades, confirming integrity, before returning to room 508. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao slept deeply, their steady snores filling the room. Li Mo settled onto his bunk, pulled the blanket snugly over himself, and closed his eyes. His body surrendered to post-exertion ease, but his mind remained habitually vigilant. Just as consciousness began drifting toward shallow sleep, a faint piercing hum pierced the thick veil of cloud and blizzard overhead. Not wind, not the howl of storm, but the unmistakable thrum of engines. Aircraft engines. Li Mo's eyes snapped open, sharp light flashing across his pupils. Rising silently, he tilted his ear toward the ceiling. The hum swelled, drawing nearer, growing clearer, jarringly alien amid the frozen silence. It did not linger, sweeping across the city skyline, perhaps searching for a drop zone, or already releasing its payload. It had arrived. Li Mo's heart beat steadily, powerfully. Sliding from his bunk, he approached the window and peered through a narrow gap between wooden planks, out into a sky swallowed by blackness and roaring snow. What must come, will come. The hum of the airplane's engines grew louder as it approached from a distance, circling overhead for a moment. The deep, powerful roar of the engine tore through the incessant wind and snow that formed a relentless backdrop. The sound was clear enough to quicken one's heartbeat. Then it gradually faded away, disappearing into the sky to the northwest, leaving behind a deeper silence and the accelerated heartbeats of the crowd. Li Mo stood by the window, his gaze seemingly penetrating the heavy wooden boards and the endless darkness and snow outside, following the sound that had vanished. It was invisible. The wind and snow, along with the low-hanging clouds, completely obscured his view. There was no way to determine whether the airplane had dropped anything, nor could he ascertain its specific model or altitude. But based on fragments of memories from his past life, he could piece together some connections. The first pass of an airplane was usually just for reconnaissance and preliminary confirmation. In this frozen city, there were still many trapped survivor strongholds. Some key departments might still be operational. Airdrops would not target just one point. The dropper needed to assess the weather visibility and possible signal feedback from the ground. For instance, some strongholds might attempt to signal using reflective panels or fire. The first pass was often just for observation. The actual first batch of supplies, based on his vague memories, would be dropped when the roar of the airplane sounded for the third time. The interval between these passes would not be too long, perhaps within a day or two. Because rescue operations also emphasized timeliness, the window of opportunity was short, especially in their university town area. The drop point for the airdrop seemed to have sparked some debate in his past life. It was not at the broad school playground he had anticipated, but rather on a small hill between the campuses. This small hill was in a somewhat special position. It was located at the junction of several universities, including the one Li Mo attended, as well as two nearby specialized colleges. It wasn't very high, but it was relatively open. There were no tall buildings to obstruct the view, making it a prominent landmark on the snowy plain. From the air, it might be easier to identify and locate than the playground of any specific school. It was also fairer. Theoretically, several schools could attempt to access it. However, there was a huge gap between theory and reality. That small hill was more than a kilometer away from the dormitory building where Li Mo lived. In between, one would have to traverse the frozen campus roads and abandoned buildings and finally climb a slope covered in deep snow. In temperatures as low as -70 degrees, without professional cold protection gear and transportation, this journey was tantamount to a death march. In his past life, the school had organized attempts from the cafeteria stronghold. The outcome was as one might expect. Personnel dressed in winter military training uniforms set off on relatively calm days. Yet before they had covered even half the distance, they suffered severe frostbite and were forced to turn back, resulting in significant non-combat attrition and returning empty-handed. Who ultimately received that batch of supplies was unknown to Li Mo, who was just a small pawn trapped in the cafeteria waiting for distribution. It could have been other better prepared or luckier survivor groups. Or perhaps no one got anything, and it was ultimately buried under the wind and snow. But this life was different. Li Mo had top-tier extreme cold protection gear. He had ample backup energy experience in traversing snowy terrains and a clear goal with memories of time points. He didn't need to drag the entire airdrop box back. That would be too conspicuous and cumbersome, requiring organization. He only needed to arrive near that small hill in advance, hide, and wait for the airdrop. Then when it was safe, he could touch the airdrop box. As long as he touched it and unlocked the blueprint, he could replicate 1,000 identical airdrop boxes in the system space. The supplies inside, whether specialized polar cold protection gear, high-energy military rations, medicines, fuel, or potential tools and equipment, would become a tremendous asset for the growth of his faction. Moreover, this method was undetectable and posed minimal risk. While he was contemplating, he heard rustling sounds and hushed voices behind him. Mo, was that an airplane just now? Wang Tao rubbed his eyes and sat up, his voice hoarse with disbelief and excitement. Wu Jichao also woke up, perked up his ears, and said, I heard it too. It was definitely the sound of an airplane engine. Does this mean rescue is coming? Yes. The neighboring rooms 506 and 509 also stirred. Zhou Yu, Sun Haoran, and Qin Qian were all awakened. Su Jinwan and Lin Wei also came out, gathering at the door of 508, their faces filled with confusion and hope. It is an airplane. Li Mo turned around to face the faces illuminated by the dim emergency lights and confirmed it. Really? Is an airdrop about to happen? Right at our school? Wang Tao nearly jumped up. Not necessarily on our school playground. Li Mo poured cold water on their excitement, but his tone remained. It just flew over it. It may not have dropped anything. Even if it did, with such a large area, the drop point is uncertain. Then, what should we do? Just wait. Wu Jichao asked. Waiting also requires preparation, Li Mo replied. If there is indeed an airdrop and it is dropped nearby, there will definitely be people rushing to grab it. It could be from the cafeteria side, or it might be other survivors. What we need to do is not to be the first to rush out and expose ourselves. He walked to the entrance of room 507, signaling everyone to come in. They all squeezed into this room filled with supplies, and the light from the heater slightly eased the. Li Mo spread out a somewhat yellowed campus map found in a dormitory, which still had pencil drawings made by previous students. He pointed to the location of the dormitory and then moved to the blank area representing the junction of several schools. Finally, he pointed to a small hill symbol marked on the map. If I were the one dropping supplies, I wouldn't choose a specific school, as it would easily lead to competition and collateral damage and might not be fair. It would be more likely to choose a relatively neutral open landmark that is easy to identify from the air. For example, here, Suwei Slope. Suwei Slope. Zhou Yu leaned closer to take a look. I know that place. It's a small park. It's quite crowded in summer, but it gets deserted in winter. But it's not close to us. We'd have to cross most of the campus. It's not closed, Li Mo nodded. And there are no obstructions along the way, just open land, so the wind will be stronger and colder. Without professional gear, one would suffer frostbite before reaching there. The group looked at the distance on the map and then thought about the temperature outside. The excitement that had just risen was suddenly doused significantly. Wang Tao scratched his head. Then, what about the cafeteria side? They must have heard it too, Li Mo said. They will attempt to go for it. But with their gear, the chances of success are extremely low and the cost will be high. Su Jinwan asked softly, so are we not going? We are going. Li Mo's answer surprised some people. But not now, and not by charging in like they will. He scanned the group, his gaze calm. We need more accurate information, a better opportunity, and more thorough preparations. For the next 2 days, everyone should remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Wang Tao and Zhou Yu, you are responsible for checking all our cold protection gear again to ensure it is in good condition. Wu Jichao takes Sun Haoran and Chen Qian to continue counting and familiarizing yourselves with our existing supplies, especially high-energy foods and medicines. Lin Wei. Li Mo's gaze shifted to Lin Wei, who had been keeping her head down and had a low presence. You and Su Jinwan will be in charge of logistics, preparing some easily portable instant food and hot water. Lin Wei suddenly raised her head, seemingly surprised that Li Mo would directly assign her a task. After a moment of shock, she quickly nodded. Okay. As for me, Li Mo finally said, I will pay attention to the movements outside. Everyone remember, once an airplane has come, it may come a second or third time. Stay vigilant, but do not act without permission or follow the arrangements. His arrangements were clear and well organized with explicit goals. There was neither blind optimism nor passive waiting, which reassured everyone. The crowd dispersed, each busy with their own tasks. However, the ripples brought by the sound of the airplane engines had not yet settled. Each person held this matter in their hearts, their minds slightly distracted, while working, occasionally straining to listen to the outside, hoping to hear that sound of hope once again. Li Mo returned to the window of room 508, looking once more into the dark, snowy world outside. The vague sense of time from his past life sorted itself in his mind. The first reconnaissance. The second confirmation or possible small-scale test drop. Only the third would be the formal first batch of supplies. What he needed to seize was the timing of the third. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Zheng Guodong from the cafeteria side was probably anxiously planning how to organize his poorly equipped team, looking at the map and the dwindling list of supplies, hoping for that faint hope. The atmosphere in the temporary command center on the second floor of the cafeteria was starkly different from the previous oppressive despair. Although it was still cold, each person's face bore a sickly flush, and their eyes sparkled with an alarming brightness. An airplane. They truly heard the sound of an aircraft engine. It was not an illusion. It's a Y9. Definitely the sound of a Y9 engine. I've seen pictures in military magazines and heard simulated sounds. A boy, once a military enthusiast, spoke with a trembling voice, leaning against the window. Although he could see nothing, it felt as if he could outline the silhouette of that steel eagle through sound. Only military transport aircraft can operate in such weather. The country hasn't given up on us. Another physics teacher adjusted his glasses, striving to maintain a calm analysis. From the direction of the sound and the faint Doppler effect, it's evident that the flying altitude is not high and the speed is not fast. It should be conducting low-altitude reconnaissance or searching for a drop zone. The mobilization of the Y9 indicates that at least the emergency command system at the theater level is still operational, possibly even higher. The situation in the city is certainly more complicated than we imagine, but the core departments are definitely still holding on. The head of security clenched his fists. Public security, armed police station troops. They must be organizing a rescue. Airdrops are a signal. These analyses, regardless of how much speculation they contained, were like a shot of adrenaline injected into this nearly collapsing outpost. Hope, real hope. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of the engine, it descended. Vice Principal Zheng Guodong stood in front of the map, his hands trembling slightly from excitement. He forced himself to suppress his churning emotions and spoke as steadily as possible. Everyone be quiet. The arrival of the plane is a good thing, but this is just the beginning. He pointed to the map. The first flyover did not see any drop items. It is likely just reconnaissance of the terrain, confirming whether there are signs of survivors in this area. The actual drop is likely to occur during the second or even third flyover. So what do we do? Just wait here? A young teacher exclaimed anxiously. Of course not. Zheng Guodong's eye sharpened. We must be prepared. Gather the strongest and most cold-resistant individuals. Check all available winter clothing. Concentrate the best food as operational rations. Once signs of airdrops are detected, we will set out immediately at all costs to retrieve the supplies. But the head of the medical office showed a worried expression. Our frostbite medicine is almost depleted and the risks of going outside are too great. Last time the exploration of the teaching building. No buts. Zheng Guodong interrupted him, his voice filled with undeniable determination. This is the only chance. If we miss this, we may never have another opportunity. How many days can our supplies last? How long can morale hold? We must take a gamble. He scanned the crowd, his gaze sweeping over each face, filled with excitement, worry, or I know there are risks and some may get hurt, even sacrificed. But this is for the survival of the majority. To honor the country's rescue. Yes, let's fight for it. We can't just wait here to die. Vice Principal, please give the order. The crowd erupted with fervor. Hope in the dire straits ignited a courage to risk everything. Soon a list of 20 members for the assault team was drafted, primarily consisting of strong athletic students, those who had previously participated in outdoor clubs, and a few physically fit staff and security personnel. They were gathered and assigned the thickest clothing that could be found. Usually they wore 2 or even 3 sets of winter military training uniforms, along with any available scarves, wool hats, and work gloves. Each member was provided with a day's worth of high-calorie rations, primarily compressed biscuits and chocolate, along with a small bottle of melted snow water. Zheng Guodong personally rallied the team, his voice passionate. He painted a picture of how they would feast after obtaining the airdrop supplies, how they would receive better treatment, and how they would hold out until the final rescue arrived. The assault team members were stirred to a boiling fervor, itching to get started, as if victory and supplies were within their grasp. They lacked professional snow boots, only having ordinary insulated boots or even sneakers. Without masks or goggles, they could only use scarves to cover their faces as much as possible. There was no continuous heat source. They could only rely on a warm drink before departure and their physical strength to endure. Yet they had faith, organization, and a determination to fight to the last. The entire cafeteria outpost began to move, preparing for the impending expedition. Hope intertwined with a sense of tragic heroism. Unlike the bustling preparations in the cafeteria outpost, the atmosphere on the 5th floor of the dormitory was much more calm and pragmatic. It even felt somewhat oppressive. Limo's training entered a new phase. Important points for long-distance travel were discussed. In room 507, the heater was set to the highest setting and the lights were bright. Everyone was present, including Lin Wei. Limo stood at the front holding a small notebook containing key points compiled from his previous life experiences, with a campus map spread out in front of him. Long-distance travel is not a walk in the park. Limo got straight to the point, his voice not loud, yet it drowned out the faint hum of the heater. At -70 degrees, leaving the relatively sealed warm building, each step is a risk. Hypothermia, frostbite, getting lost, encountering accidents, or other survivors. Any lapse in attention could be fatal. He paused, scanning the crowd. Therefore, those going out must be clear about what they want to do, how to do it, and how to respond to problems that arise. What we discussed today must be remembered by everyone, regardless of who goes out this time. It will be useful in the future. First, preparations before departure. Limo began to elaborate point by point. Soon, Limo finished speaking, took a sip from his thermos, and looked at everyone. Did you all understand? Understood. Wang Tao and the others answered in unison, their voices slightly muffled in the cramped space. Understanding alone is not enough. Limo closed the notebook. Practice is needed to form muscle memory. Next, we will simulate in groups. Wang Tao and Zhou Yu in one group, simulating leading the way and providing rear support. Wu Jichao and Sun Haoran will simulate the treatment of team members suffering from frostbite during the journey. Su Jinwan and Qin Xian will simulate first aid bandaging. Lin Wei, he looked at Lin Wei, who had been relatively inconspicuous. You will observe and record their mistakes during the simulation. Lin Wei was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded vigorously. Okay. The training transitioned from theory to practice. The hallway was limited in space, but they did their best to simulate, using desks and chairs as obstacles, blankets as injured individuals, and brooms as probing sticks. Limo observed coldly from the side, occasionally pointing out mistakes. Wang Tao, your leading speed is too fast. You didn't consider Zhou Ye's pace behind. Wu Jichao, you cannot use hot water directly for rewarming. Use a cloth soaked in warm water. Su Jinwan, the position of the tourniquet is incorrect. It should be closer to the upper artery of the wound. His voice was calm, yet stern, each correction tightening the hearts of those addressed, prompting them to improve with greater seriousness. The atmosphere was tense and focused. This rigorous and nearly monotonous preparation sharply contrasted with the passionate oath-taking on the cafeteria side. One side meticulously honed tools and skills, while the other drained their beliefs and flesh. The training lasted the entire afternoon. By the end, everyone felt a bit fatigued, yet their gazes were steadier. They realized how dangerous the outside world was and how to face it. The unknown fear was partially alleviated by concrete knowledge and steps. When will the airdrop come, and where will it land? It's still uncertain. But as long as we are prepared, no matter when or where the opportunity arises, we will have the capability and greater confidence to seize it. Yes. Everyone answered in unison, their voices lacking the previous lightness of excitement, now filled with a heavy sense of conviction. They held their breath. It was not a reckless charge fueled by bloodlust, but a calm resilience forged through calculation, training, and preparation. In the early morning, the system had just refreshed. Limo completed today's replication: high-energy beef jerky, 5 hydrogy, packed solid alcohol, fuel blocks 1 box, and a small charging panel, each with 1,000 units. Beef jerky is a source of high-quality protein and fat. The fuel blocks can serve as a supplement for gas stoves or an emergency heat source. The charging panel offers a possibility of obtaining weak electricity in the outdoors. Although efficiency is concerning in extreme cold, it's better to be prepared. Just as he placed the samples in their corresponding positions, a deep and powerful rumble echoed from the sky once again. The second time, Limo immediately walked to the observation hole, focusing intently to listen. The engine sound seemed clearer than before, possibly flying at a lower altitude and circling for a longer duration. He could even faintly hear some mechanical operations distinct from the subtle sounds of the engine. It could be the hatch opening or the throwing device preparing. Fragments of memories from his past life surged back. The second airdrop usually involves a small-scale tentative precision drop. The targets are not only the landmarks around the unit, they would also attempt direct drops into relatively open areas within various campuses, such as playgrounds. This serves both to test delivery precision and to preliminarily assess and feed the organizational capabilities of ground survivors. The amount of supplies dropped would not be large, possibly just 1 or 2 boxes, and the contents would be quite basic. High-calorie food, basic medicine, and a small amount of fuel are meant to prolong life and provide encouragement rather than truly solve the problems. He could almost imagine the scene at the cafeteria stronghold. Zheng Guodong would surely have jumped up the moment the plane appeared, excitedly ordering the already prepared assault team to set off immediately for the most likely drop point within the campus, the playground. They would be filled with hope and might actually find 1 or 2 orange and white airdrop boxes on the playground. That little bit of supplies would be a drop in the bucket for the massive cafeteria stronghold, but it would be enough to uplift their spirits, strengthening their belief in their choices and the correctness of the authorities. Liamo did not need to compete for those. His target lay in the 3rd drop on that small hill, which would truly be a feast. He turned around to look at Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, and the others who had gathered upon hearing the sound. After days of uninterrupted theoretical training and limited indoor simulations combined with a few short-distance low-risk practical exercises that Li Mo intentionally arranged, such as walking in the snow and observing covertly within 100 meters around the dormitory building, everyone's spirit was entirely different from a week ago. Wang Tao progressed the fastest. He had a good physical foundation and was becoming bolder while also growing more cautious. He performed steadily in several drills, able to understand and execute Li Mo's commands well. Although Wu Jichao was slightly weaker in stamina, he was meticulous and cautious, excelling in inventory checks and route memorization. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran had decent theoretical knowledge and Hansen abilities, quickly adapting to the equipment. Su Jinwan and Qin Qian were becoming increasingly reliable in logistics and first aid. Even Lin Wei, through silent observation and diligently completing the mundane tasks assigned by Li Mo, had significantly improved her demeanor and spirit. There was less panic in her eyes and more focus. "It's the second time," Li Mo said to everyone, his tone calm. "The people over at the cafeteria should have already set off for the playground by now." Wang Tao's eyes lit up. "Then we're not going to fight for this." Li Mo shook his head. "Let them go. If our target is bigger and further away, we need to wait for the 3rd drop." He walked to the map, pointing again at that small hill. "If my judgment is correct, the real drop point is here. It's a long distance. The road is difficult. Competition will be less, but the rewards will be much greater." Everyone's gaze was fixed on the intimidating distance marked on the map. So Liamo looked at Wang Tao and Wu Jichao. "At that time, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, the 3 of us will go." Wang Tao nodded vigorously, revealing an eager expression. Although Wu Jichao was a bit nervous, he straightened his back. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran exchanged glances, a hint of envy flashing in their eyes, but they did not express dissent. They knew their stamina and experience were not sufficient to handle such a long-distance, high-risk mission. Su Xinyuan's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just looked at Liamo with concern. Qin Qian whispered, "You all must be careful." Lin Wei kept her head down, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Li Mo's choice was made after careful consideration. Going alone. In -70 degrees with unpredictable wind and snow and complex terrain, the risks are too high. An unexpected situation could arise, such as slipping, severe frostbite, or encountering other survivors. Being isolated and helpless means certain death. With 3 people, they can look out for each other, take turns leading and bringing up the rear. They can also discuss how to respond to situations, which greatly increases their margin for error. Wang Tao's bravery and Wu Jichao's meticulousness perfectly complement each other. However, bringing people along means he must provide a reasonable explanation for his replicate airdrop box plan. Dragging the entire airdrop box back, not realistic. Even if it's not large, moving it through deep snow is extremely difficult. It requires a lot of manpower and time, creating too much noise and easily exposing them. It could also easily lead to injuries during transportation. Their small shelter, although equipped with medicines copied and collected from the system, Liamo also understands some first aid knowledge. But that is limited to treating frostbite, simple wound cleaning, and stabilizing fractures. If someone really broke a leg, suffered internal injuries, or required complex surgeries and postoperative care, he would be powerless. The absence of a professional doctor is one of their biggest shortcomings aside from supplies. Therefore, they cannot take risks by forcibly moving. So how to explain how they acquired the supplies from the airdrop box? Liamo quickly evaluated several possibilities in his mind. Plan 1: open the box on site, taking only the most urgently needed and easily carried items, such as medicines, high-energy foods, and small tools. Then claim that the box was too big and heavy to move, or that they were concerned that too much noise would attract others, so they only took part and hidden or buried the remaining supplies on site. They could say they marked it for retrieval later when the opportunity arises. This explanation is reasonable, but means giving up most of the supplies, especially any potential professional equipment. Plan 2 claimed to have found the airdrop box, but the box was damaged or had already been picked up by someone else, so they only picked up some scattered supplies. This would explain what they brought back, but significantly devalues it, and makes it seem Plan 3 handling it vaguely without detailed explanations. Just say they got something, gloss over the specific process, relying on his increasingly solid authority to keep Wang Tao and Wu Jichao from probing further or to form a tacit understanding. This requires a very high level of trust and authority, as well as Wang Tao and Wu Jichao being sufficiently understanding. Liu Mo leans more toward a variant of Plan 3. He doesn't need to explain in detail how they obtained it, he just needs to show the result. He can give Wang Tao and Wu Jichao some hints and groundwork in advance. This time out, the goal is to touch the airdrop box and confirm what's inside. Liu Mo looked at Wang Tao and Wu Jichao slowly, saying, "As for how to bring it back, I have a way. We don't necessarily need to move the entire box. What you need to do is ensure we can safely arrive and return, and be on guard while I do my work." His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable certainty. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances, seeing confusion in each other's eyes, but more was the trust in Li Mo's consistent miraculousness. "Mo, good, do you really have a way to get the stuff without moving the box?" Wang Tao couldn't help but be curious. Liu Mo did not elaborate, just follow my lead when the time comes. Remember, our top priority is safety, and only then the supplies. Under any circumstances, preserving ourselves comes first. Understood. Wang Tao nodded, still curious, but chose to believe. Wu Jichao also responded seriously. Liu Mo did not say more. He began the final pre-departure checks. 3 sets of top-notch extreme cold protective gear were taken out again, carefully checking each seam zipper and whether the insulation was even. Spare hand warmers, first aid kits, high-energy foods, hot water tools, weapons. Counted one by one and packed. He specially stuffed a power bank into his backpack. Perhaps it won't be used, but what if there are devices in the airdrop box that require electricity? The roar of the plane outside had long since faded, and the wind and snow seemed to have intensified. The team dispatched from the cafeteria is likely struggling through the snow on the playground at this moment, perhaps already joyfully discovering that little bit of pitiful hope. Meanwhile, Liu Mo is preparing for a hunt that is further away, riskier, but potentially much more rewarding, making the final and calm preparations. Going without bringing anyone isn't feasible, but bringing people requires explanations. Liu Mo chose to use authority and vague handling to overcome this logical obstacle. He bets on Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's loyalty, not asking too many questions. He is betting on the omnipotent image he has built over time. As long as he successfully touches the airdrop box, all problems will be easily resolved. The massive supplies replicated are sufficient to render any subtle logical doubts insignificant. Now they just wait for the third engine sound to break through the frozen sky. Meanwhile, the cafeteria outpost erupted into chaos almost the instant the second aircraft engine roar echoed across the sky. Zheng Guodong threw open the command room door and dashed to a shattered window in the corridor. Though nothing could be seen, the thunderous, unmistakable drone circling directly overhead sent his blood surging through his veins. "Did you hear that? It's back. This time they're definitely dropping supplies." He shouted hoarsely to those who had rushed out behind him. "Move. Assault team, deploy immediately. To the main sports field, now." The 20-member assault team, already fully geared and shivering with anticipation in the cafeteria hall, stood poised and ready. At the order, they sprang into motion like clockwork, surging out of the relative warmth of the cafeteria under their team leader's command, and plunged headlong into the glacial world beyond, where temperatures plummeted to -70°C. Clad in bulky layered military training uniforms and wrapped head to neck in scarves, leaving only their eyes exposed, they marched against a wind that, though diminished, remained piercingly cold, trudging step by uncertain step toward the remembered location of the main sports field. The distance was short, but in such extreme cold and deep snow, every stride demanded immense physical exertion. Some soon gasped for breath, sharp needle-like pains stung the skin around their exposed eye sockets. Yet within them burned an unquenchable fire. The aircraft's roar was a clarion call, a promise of hope. They believed with unwavering conviction that if they reached the drop zone, salvation would be theirs. Roughly half an hour later, the team leader's voice crackled over the radio, distorted by emotion, ragged breaths, and howling wind. "Found it. We've found it. Vice Principal, we've located the drop." 2 crates, orange and white, landed dead center on the sports field. A wave of jubilant cheers and tearful sobs instantly erupted inside the command room. Zheng Guodong gripped the radio tightly, his voice urgent. "Excellent. Excellent. Quickly, inspect them. If transportable, bring them back immediately. Ensure everyone's..." After another grueling hour and more, the assault team staggered back, exhausted beyond measure, nearly every member bearing injuries, primarily frostbite and severe physical depletion. Dragging behind them were the 2 modest-sized crates, light in weight yet immeasurably heavy in meaning. Back to the cafeteria. The crates were opened publicly. Inside lay neatly stacked supplies, approximately 100 individual self-heating rations, 50 packs of compressed biscuits, 20 boxes of antibiotics and analgesics, a small case of bandages and antiseptic tablets, and a dozen cans of portable solid fuel. The haul was modest, but for the cafeteria outpost teetering on the brink of starvation, it was nothing short of providential. More importantly, it carried profound symbolic weight. The nation had not abandoned them. Rescue was truly underway. An expert among them quickly analyzed, "This is a probing drop, small in volume, yet precise in placement. It signals that higher authorities are verifying the locations and reception capacity of survivor enclaves. The next drop will be large-scale and comprehensive." Exactly. This message tells us hold fast. Rescue is imminent. Standing before the supplies, Zheng Guodong watched tears stream down the faces of those surrounding him and felt his own eyes burn with emotion. He raised his arms, voice trembling with fervor. "Comrades, students, you've witnessed it firsthand. The state has not forsaken us. This is only the beginning. Next time there will be greater supplies and greater hope. So long as we stand united and endure, the day of full-scale rescue will arrive." Endure, endure. The crowd roared in response, morale soaring to unprecedented heights. Days of gloom and despair dissolved, dispelled by these two unassuming supply crates. Their faith in leadership deepened, their belief in patience reaffirmed. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the dormitory building, the atmosphere was starkly different. When the second aircraft roar reverberated, Li Mo merely paused at the observation port, listened quietly for a moment, then turned to the assembled group. "The cafeteria has likely retrieved the supplies." Wang Tao clicked his tongue. "Lucky them. Trifling favors." Li Mo replied calmly, "Merely life support. True relief lies ahead." He returned to room 507, unfurled a map, and fixed his gaze upon Sui's slope, his fingertip tapping rhythmically against that point as calculations unfolded rapidly. Fragments of memory from his past life coalesced into clarity. No more than 24 hours would elapse after this second trial drop. The next operation would target a brief weather window, relatively clear skies, and high visibility. A large-scale multi-wave official airdrop would follow, designed to maximize rescue efficacy. Tomorrow, most likely. Based on his observations over recent days, blizzards peaked during night and early morning. By midday, however, winds often subsided briefly, even ceasing altogether, and cloud cover thinned, granting the highest possible visibility. That interval represented the optimal airdrop window. Moreover, for university districts, dense concentrations of potential survivors, scattered token drops would be futile. Such meager supplies would barely scratch the surface. A genuine operation would deliver cargo measured in tons, distributed strategically near central landmarks across the region. Designed for autonomous retrieval by survivors from all campuses, Suwei Slope, geographically centered among several universities, stood as the most logical drop zone. The third drop, Li Mo lifted his gaze, scanning the group, and lingering for a moment on Lin Wei standing silently in the corner, will very likely occur tomorrow. During daylight, most probably around noon. A collective breath caught, hearts surged with anticipation. "We depart before noon tomorrow. Destination, Suwei Slope." Li Mo's voice resonated with calm authority, unyielding, decisive. "We'll reach the vicinity before the drop and conceal ourselves. Upon crate impact, we move in immediately." He paused, then continued, "Everyone knows the plan. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, you accompany me, handling perimeter security and cover. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran remain on the 5th floor, maintaining watch and preparing for extraction. Su Jinan, Shen Qian, and Lin Wei hold the base, ensuring logistics and internal security. Any anomaly, respond per emergency protocol." "Understood." Those named answered in unison, voices taut with tension, yet resolute with readiness. Days of rigorous training and role assignment had instilled clarity in each person's duty. "Remember," Li Mo emphasized finally, "our primary objective is safe contact with the supply crates. There's no need to carry the crates themselves. Once we secure what we require, we withdraw immediately. No lingering, no overreaching. Speed and silence are paramount." All nodded solemnly. Night fell. Though the blizzard eased slightly, the cold intensified perceptibly. Everyone retired early, conserving energy for the operation ahead. Late that night, Li Mo as always entered room 507 to conduct his final equipment inventory. Su Jinan followed him in and closed the door softly behind her. Rather than approaching as usual, she stepped beside him, watching in silence as he meticulously inspected each item, then spoke gently. "Tomorrow, please be careful." Li Mo murmured in acknowledgement, his hands never pausing. Su Jinan bit her lips, summoned courage, and slipped her arms around his waist from behind, pressing her cheek against his broad, steady back. I'm afraid. Outside is too cold and too dangerous." Her voice trembled with genuine anxiety. Li Mo's movements stilled for a heartbeat, then resumed, checking the locking mechanism of his entrenching tool. "The plan is sound. Equipment is complete. Risk remains manageable. I know you're capable." Su Jinan held him tighter, "But I still worry. You must return safely. This place cannot function without you. Liamo turned. Bathed in soft light, her features appeared unusually tender, her eyes clear with quiet concern. He lifted a hand and gently pinched her chin. Do your part. Guard our home. Wait for me. These words, stripped of sentiment, yet brimming with certainty, settled her fears more deeply than any vow of affection. She nodded fiercely, then rose onto her toes and kissed him. It was a kiss devoid of passion, more a plea for safety, a silent affirmation of belonging. Liamo met her lips in return. Amidst stacked supplies and biting air, they shared a fleeting embrace, exchanging warmth, breath, resolve. The following morning dawned gray and pale, but the wind and snow had indeed abated considerably compared to previous days, leaving only fine drifting snowflakes. Visibility improved markedly. The blurred silhouettes of buildings emerged clearly at distances exceeding 100 meters. The system refreshed. 3 replication opportunities awaited untouched. Liamo chose not to activate them. He needed to preserve them. The contents of the airdrop crates remained unknown. If identical, a single touch would suffice. 1 replication would yield the equivalent of 1,000 crates worth of supplies. But if crates varied, medical, food, or tool-specific, he could deploy his 3 chances across up to 3 distinct crate types. This was the safest strategy. After an unusually hearty breakfast, high-calorie canned congee and dried beef, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao stood fully armed before Liamo. All 3 wore top-tier gray-black polar expedition suits with full-face respirators and snow goggles. Their backpacks bulged with gear. Multifunctional entrenching tools served both as probes and implements. Firefighting axes hung sharply at their waists. They looked lean, disciplined, professional in every detail, worlds apart from the cumbersome, ill-equipped cafeteria assault team. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran waited at the stairwell entrance, performing final checks and farewells. Su Jinan, Shin Qian, and Lin Wei stood quietly at the threshold of room 507, watching them depart. Final inspection complete. Liamo asked one last time. Confirmed. Everything operational. Wang Tao thumped his chest. Route memorized. Memorized. First shadow the building line to the experimental building, then skirt the forest edge, avoiding open ground, finally ascend to a slope via the eastern slope. Wu Jichao recited flawlessly. Liamo nodded, turning to those remaining. The base is in your hands. Execute the plan precisely. Rest assured, Brother Imo. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran responded in unison. Su Jinan nodded firmly. Chen Qian whispered, safe travels. Lin Wei gazed at Liamo. Her lips parted slightly, then bowed deeply, saying nothing. Liamo offered no further words. He pulled down his respirator, adjusted his snow goggles, revealing only a pair of cool, incisive eyes. Then he gestured sharply to Wang Tao and Wu Jichao. Move out. They swung open the reinforced heavy door, whereupon a wave of cold, tenfold sharper than indoors, flooded inward. Without hesitation, they stepped forward, into the snow-blanketed, eerily silent, yet perilously concealed expanse beyond. The door sealed shut behind them, cutting off the last vestiges of warmth and light. The hunt had begun. Leaving the relatively familiar cluster of campus buildings behind, they stepped into a vast snow-choked wasteland, silent, desolate, and utterly still. Only scattered motes of snow drifted down from the leaden gray sky. Visibility was low, yet sufficient to discern the faint silhouettes of distant terrain up to several hundred meters away. The mechanized cold clung to them like a sentient force, pervasive, insidious, relentless. Even clad in top-tier protective gear, its malignant intent remained palpable, a creeping, probing chill that sought every fissure, siphoning warmth with predatory precision. Skin exposed beyond the mask prickled incessantly, as exhaled breath instantly crystallized into a fine frosty film upon the inner surface of their snow goggles. They wiped the lenses regularly with the backs of their gloves. Liamo led the formation, Wang Tao followed at the center, and Wu Jichao brought up the rear, each maintaining the prescribed spacing dictated by protocol and training. They advanced in silence along the pre-planned route, shovels probing ahead, boots crunching rhythmically on the brittle frozen snow crust with sharp, brittle creaks. The sound carried far across the barren expanse, jarringly loud in the suffocating stillness. Without wind, the world held its breath. Only their labored breathing and the muffled percussion of boots on snow broke the hush. Before them stretched an endless expanse of blinding white, a monochrome void punctuated only by the collapsed skeletons of buried structures or the frozen sculptural forms of trees, stark and lifeless, evoking the eerie stillness of a post-apocalyptic graveyard. Wang Tao clenched his jaw, consciously regulating his breath while scanning the periphery with vigilant eyes. Training bore no resemblance to actual deployment. Stepping onto this ice-wrapped wilderness imposed crushing psychological weight. Yet he recalled Li Mo's instructions clearly. Pace control, energy conservation, constant awareness of his comrade's condition. Wu Jichao meanwhile grew increasingly tense, his back soon dampened with cold sweat, which froze almost instantly in the sub-zero air. He forced himself to focus, mentally mapping landmarks as they passed, while continuously monitoring both rear and flanks. Ahead, Li-mo moved with unwavering steadiness. His breath measured, his stride deliberate. His past life experience granted him deeper intuition and adaptation to such extremes. He knew where snow concealed treacherous softness beneath its crust, and how to exploit the shadows cast by shattered walls and broken ruins to minimize exposure. In such extreme cold, rhythm mattered more than haste. He calibrated their pace precisely, not so fast as to exhaust his companions, nor so slow as to forfeit critical opportunity. They traversed a small forest half buried under snow, skirted a stadium collapsed halfway inward, and began ascending gentle rising ground ahead. The silhouette of Tue slope gradually emerged against the ashen sky, a broad snow-draped hill serene and immense like a slumbering white leviathan. Just as they reached the slope's base, preparing to locate cover and identify the optimal ascent path, a familiar roar reverberated once more from the distant sky. It surged rapidly closer, deafening, unmistakable. "Here it is," Wang Tao whispered, voice taut with disbelief and exhilaration. Uncannily precise. Around noon, Li-mo had said, and indeed it arrived at noon. Above Tsuwei slope, and there it was exactly as foretold. Wu Jichao tilted his head upward, though the aircraft remained invisible. Yet the engine's mounting thunder now directly overhead sent his pulse racing violently. Li-mo did not look up. Instead, he swept his gaze across the slope and pointed decisively toward a natural depression on the eastern flank, sheltered by protruding boulders and snow-laden shrubs. "There, move. Take cover." In an instant, all three accelerated, scrambling headlong into the hollow. They dropped low, burying themselves deep in snow, leaving only their eyes exposed for observation. A colossal shadow blotted out the sky as deafening thunder shook the air. The aircraft skimmed terrifyingly low overhead. This time they saw it clearly. A deep gray military transport plane, its wings bearing prominent orange auxiliary fuel tanks, bore a faint, indistinct emblem along its fuselage. Flying lower and slower than before, it seemed to be making final adjustments. Then one after another, 3 orange and white square cargo containers dropped from its rear ramp. Each trailed a billowing white deceleration parachute, arcing gracefully through the air before descending toward the summit and surrounding slopes of Tsuwei Hill. The chutes deployed sequentially at low altitude, dramatically reducing impact velocity. Yet the sheer mass of the containers still struck the snow with thunderous muffled impacts, expelling towering plumes of white mist. 3 containers, distinct, separate. They landed at widely spaced intervals across the slope, approximately 100 meters apart. The nearest landed less than 50 meters from their hiding place. Having completed its drop, the transport banked sharply upward, accelerating away without pause, its roar receding swiftly into the horizon until silence reclaimed the hill, broken only by the slow drifting descent of disturbed snow dust. Li-mo did not move immediately. He studied each container's landing site intently, then paused, listening, waiting, until absolute stillness confirmed no further threat. Only then did he murmur, "Go, fast," to the nearest one. Emerging from concealment, they plunged forward through knee-deep snow, sprinting toward the closest drop pod. The container exceeded expectations in size, nearly 3 meters long, 2 meters wide and high. Its robust composite shell reinforced with metallic ribs and marked with bold reflective orange stripes. One side featured a pressure-actuated latch and pull ring. Though momentarily awestruck by its scale, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao wasted no time. Following Li-mo's brief instruction, they braced together and with grunting effort released the heavy latch with a resonant click, then heaved the lid open. A sharp, sterile odor rose forth. Industrial packaging mingled with the acrid tang of desiccants. Inside, rows of sealed metal canisters and vacuum-packed pouches were arranged with military precision. Lifting one pouch at random revealed crisp labeling, individual 24-hour high-energy ration, self-heating. Its caloric density listed in the nutritional panel was staggering. Adjacent lay stacked boxes of high-protein energy bars and multivitamin tablets, even dehydrated vegetable packets and seasoning kits. A rough estimate suggested this single container held enough sustenance to feed 100 people for 3 days. Moreover, its nutrient composition vastly surpassed any commercial-grade civilian ration. Holy hell, so much food! Wang Tao stared dumbfounded, cradling a dense, weighty, self-heating rice pouch in his gloved hands. "All military issue," Wu Jichao murmured, astonished. Li-mo wasted no time, checked the other 2. Instantly, they bolted toward the second container. Slightly smaller but equally massive, its interior left Wang Tao and Wu Jichao breathless. Layer upon layer of integrated thermo-regulated protective suits. Silver gray advanced fabric formed the outer shell, embedded with microcirculatory systems and ultra-efficient thermal insulation. Each suit included a fully integrated helmet with respiratory filtration and communication interfaces. Beside them rested active heating insoles, electrically warmed gloves, and matching high-density battery packs, equipment straight from science fiction. Also present were abundant high-efficiency heat patches, emergency thermal blankets, and specialized anti-frostbite gel, none commercially available, all engineered for extreme efficacy. What is this? Wang Tao lifted one suit. It felt astonishingly light, yet its layered construction defied comprehension, lying far beyond his prior frame of reference. Advanced cold weather survival gear, Li Mo replied succinctly, though a fierce, unmistakable gleam flickered in his eyes. This technology belonged to a generation far beyond even the most elite outdoor equipment he currently wore. The third crate was the largest and heaviest. Upon opening it, they found an array of precision instruments and specialized equipment inside. Among them were portable multifunction environmental monitors capable of measuring temperature, humidity, wind speed, atmospheric pressure, and hazardous gases, compact low-temperature fuel cell stacks offering highly efficient power for field devices, handheld ultrasonic flaw detectors for assessing structural integrity or ice thickness, 2 sets of integrated heating-enabled water purification and snow-melting units, and several high-power frost-resistant handheld searchlights. Every item was engineered for extreme cold, robust, durable, and purpose-built. Many bore labels Li Mo could not decipher. Even their names eluded him, though fragments of technical specifications were legible. The 3 crates corresponded precisely to survival rations, cutting-edge thermal protection, and professional-grade equipment. This was no ordinary relief shipment. It resembled a meticulously curated supply cache intended for elite expedition teams operating in the harshest environments. Its value was incalculable. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao stood speechless, stunned into silence by this unimaginable bounty, overwhelmed by euphoria and euphoric at the sheer abundance before them, yet bewildered by one urgent question: how could they possibly carry it all away? Brother Mo, how on earth do we move this? Wang Tao stared at the massive crates, then at the 3 of them, utterly flat. Even the sealed metal food containers alone weighed dozens of Jin each. How much could they realistically transport? And the delicate high-value instruments and thermostatic suits were entirely out of the question. Wu Jichao added anxiously, exactly. We couldn't even carry much just in food, let alone those suits and equipment. By conventional logic, they should now prioritize stuffing their backpacks with only the most valuable lightweight items, then abandon the rest and withdraw swiftly. They might even need to make multiple trips or summon more personnel, yet that would exponentially increase exposure risk and uncertainty. Li Mo, however, remained unflustered. He stood before the 3 open crates, his gaze sweeping slowly across the dazzling array of gear. His expression was calm, yet deep within his eyes flickered a subtle, almost imperceptible light. He reached out and touched the cold composite shell of the food crate. Item touched: military-grade, high-energy ration crate, standard model. Bestiary entry unlocked, advanced food crate. Replicate. Replicate. His consciousness sank into the spatial realm. 1,000 identical crates, each brimming with high-energy rations, appeared in perfect formation. Next, he approached the thermostatic suit crate and touched its surface. Item touched: integrated thermostatic protective suit auxiliary equipment crate. Bestiary entry unlocked, advanced cold weather gear crate. Replicate. Replicate. 1,000 thermostatic gear crates joined the formation. Finally, he turned to the equipment crate. Item touched: multifunction equipment crate, polar environment specialized. Bestiary entry unlocked, advanced equipment crate. Replicate. Replicate. 1,000 equipment crates materialized. All 3 replication opportunities had been used, precisely. The entire process unfolded solely within Li Mo's consciousness, lasting mere seconds in the external world. To Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, Li Mo had simply walked to each crate in turn, briefly touched its outer casing, then paused, deep in thought. Brother Mo. Wang Tao, unable to bear the stillness, called out. Li Mo stirred from his reverie and looked at them, his voice quiet yet imbued with an uncanny certainty. We've secured the supplies. Huh. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao blinked in confusion, glancing first at the 3 nearly full crates, then back at Li Mo, utterly baffled. Secured. They held only a few energy bars hastily stuffed into their jackets. Li Mo offered no explanation. Instead, he stepped to the food crate, withdrew several self-heating rice meals and energy bars, and packed them into his own backpack. Then he gestured toward Wang Tao and Wu Jichao. Each of you take a few rations. And he pointed to the thermostatic suit crate, 1 complete protective suit set, with its battery pack. Handle them carefully. For equipment, take 2 handheld environmental monitors and 1 compact fuel cell. His orders were crisp yet defied all rational expectation. Though riddled with doubt, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao obeyed instinctively. Their trust in Li Mo had long since hardened into reflexive loyalty. They followed his instructions precisely, selecting modest rations, then delicately extracting 1 thermostatic suit and its accompanying battery from the crate, awkwardly stuffing them into their packs. They took only the 2 pieces of equipment Li Mo had specified. When finished, the 3 colossal airdrop crates remained nearly full, silent and undisturbed upon the snow. Brother Mo, are we really leaving the rest here? Wang Tao winced, heart aching at the sight of so much invaluable gear. Leave them here. Li Mo zipped his backpack, shut, his tone unwavering. We cannot carry them. Leaving them behind may yet serve other survivors. But what we have taken is already sufficient. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao glanced at the meager contents of their packs, trivial beside the crate's vastness. Then at Li Mo's serene, inscrutable face, a strange dissonance stirring within them. Sufficient. Did Brother Mo hold some radically different definition of sufficiency, or was there something else entirely at play? Wu Jichao, ever more perceptive, recalled Li Mo's uncanny foresight. His precise predictions of weather shifts and airdrop timings, his seemingly preternatural ability to locate endless supplies in forgotten corners of warehouses or storage rooms. They had never questioned it, until now. He had merely touched the crates. A bold, almost absurd hypothesis flashed through Wu Jichao's mind like lightning. Could it be? He dared not dwell on it. His heart hammered violently. His gaze upon Li Mo shifted, awe now mingled with something akin to divine reverence, and profound trembling bewilderment. Li Mo paid no heed to their inner turmoil. With one final glance at the three crates, destined to ignite fierce contention among later arrivals though their cores had already been stripped, he declared, voice resonant and firm, mission accomplished. He turned first and descended the slope along their inbound path, his stride steady as if returning from a routine reconnaissance. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao suppressed their storm of questions and hurried after him. Within moments the three vanished beneath the snowline of Tsui Slope, leaving only scattered footprints in the snow and the three immense airdrop crates intact and mocking, as if taunting future claimants. On the return journey, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao fell into deep contemplative silence, each processing the staggering implications of what had transpired in those fleeting minutes. They stole furtive glances at Li Mo's tall, enigmatic back as he led the way. His uncanny weather forecasts and airdrop timing predictions, his pinpoint accuracy in locating impact zones, his restraint in taking only a fraction of the bounty while declaring it sufficient, and his inexhaustible reserves. These threads coalesced into a single unspeakable suspicion burgeoning relentlessly in their minds. Was Brother Mo merely exceptionally prepared and fortunate, or did he possess foreknowledge of events, even some unfathomable capability beyond mortal comprehension? Once conceived, the idea spread like wildfire. In their eyes, Li Mo grew taller, more mysterious, and increasingly profoundly awe-inspiring and unsettling. Li Mo sensed the shift in their emotions, but offered no explanation. Nor did he need to. Ambiguous authority and veiled mystique often bound hearts more firmly than lucid clarity ever could. Besides, what he had acquired would soon silence their doubts and transform that awe into unshakable devotion. Within his system space, 3,000 crates, each overflowing with elite-grade provisions, awaited his command. This haul far surpassed all expectations. On the way back, Li Mo chose not to take the same route he had come. He remembered some vague information from his past life, who, after enjoying the benefits of the second airdrop, the cafeteria, was bound to strive for the third large-scale drop. Even with their rudimentary equipment, it was highly likely they would send out a team. They attempted to head towards Tsuiwei Slope along a relatively flat path. Now that the wind had stopped, it was their last chance. Li Mo did not want to encounter them. A direct confrontation was meaningless. It would only expose their own strength and attract unnecessary attention and potential trouble. He took Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, making a large detour as they advanced along the frozen riverbank at the edge of the campus and around a few low walls nearly buried in snow. This path was harder to traverse with deeper snow and more complex terrain, but it was sufficiently concealed. They cautiously erased any obvious footprints using the terrain to avoid potential lines of sight. Sure enough, when they circled to a deserted construction site on the south side of the campus, they saw a group of figures in the distance struggling to move along the main road towards Tsui Slope. Those figures were bulky and waddling, resembling a group of clumsy penguins on the boundless snowfield moving at a pitifully slow pace. It was indeed the assault team sent by the cafeteria stronghold. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao crouched behind a low wall watching that team, while contrasting their swift movements on the slope moments ago with their relatively leisurely detour now. They were deeply impressed by Li Mo's foresight and choice of route. At the same time, they were even more puzzled. How did Mo Gu seem to have calculated which road the cafeteria would take and approximately when they would arrive? They did not linger, quickly leaving their observation point to continue their detour. After more than an hour, the three of them safely returned to the vicinity of the dormitory building. After confirming there were no anomalies around, Li Mo signaled Wang Tao to approach and knocked on the reinforced door with the agreed-upon signal. The door was soon opened a crack, revealing Zhou Ye's vigilant face. Upon seeing them, he immediately relaxed and quickly opened the door wider. Mo Gu, Tao Gu, Wu Gu, you're back. Zhou Ye's voice was filled with relief. Hearing the commotion, Su Jinwan, Chen, Qin Sun Haoran, and even Lin Wei rushed down from upstairs, gathering in the first-floor hall. Seeing the three of them, though covered in frost, standing intact at the door, everyone let out a long sigh of relief, their faces breaking into genuine smiles. Coming quickly. It's cold outside. Su Jinwan hurriedly stepped forward, trying to brush the snow off Li Mo, but he gestured for her to stop. He took off his outer layer, which was covered in snow, and signaled everyone to go upstairs. Back in the relatively warm fifth floor, the heater in room 507 brought a sense of peace. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, bursting with words, excitedly began to describe their recent experiences to those who had stayed behind. You won't believe it. That box was huge. Wang Tao spread his arms wide, his words overflowing. It was full of military-grade good stuff. Self-heating rice energy bars, and that shiny, high-class clothing, and a bunch of instruments we didn't even recognize. There was too much. We couldn't take it all. We only managed to grab a few things that were easy to carry. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran's eyes lit up, and Chun Xian's curiosity widened her gaze. Su Jinwan was more concerned about their safety. Did you encounter any dangers on the way back? Did you run into anyone else? At this moment, Li Mo spoke up, his voice calm as he took over the conversation. During our retreat, we saw another group of people from a distance. They should be survivors from another nearby university. There were quite a few of them, and to avoid conflict, we took a few things and quickly detoured back. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's words suddenly came to a halt. The two looked at Li Mo, simultaneously, a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. But they quickly lowered their heads and did not add anything further. They remembered very clearly that on the way back, besides catching a distant glimpse of the cafeteria's group, they hadn't seen any survivors from the nearby university. Mo Gu is lying. Why? Su Jinwan and the others did not doubt him. They were just relieved that they had returned safely. After chatting for a bit, Li Mo let everyone rest and eat something. He and Wang Tao and Wu Jichao needed to tally up the supplies they had brought back. The crowd dispersed. Li Mo exchanged glances with Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, and the three entered room 507. As soon as the door closed, Wang Tao couldn't help it anymore, and lowering his voice urgently asked, Mo Gu, why did you say that just now? We didn't see anyone else on the way back except for the cafeteria group. Wu Jichao also looked at Li Mo, his eyes filled with confusion. Li Mo walked over to the corner where the supplies were piled. There were only a few items taken from the three of their backpacks. A few boxes of self-heating rice, a few packages of energy bars, 2 sets of neatly folded silver gray thermal protective clothing, 2 palm-sized environmental monitoring devices, and a small fuel cell. Compared to the vast amount of supplies they had described, these items were pitifully meager. I said we saw other people to prevent Zhou Yu and the others from suggesting going out again. Li Mo, with his back to them, calmly explained while sorting through the few items. The window of opportunity is closing fast. The wind will pick up soon, and it will be even more dangerous out. Moreover, the people from the cafeteria are likely nearing Tsui Slope. If we go out now, the chances of running into them are very high. This explanation was reasonable. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances, reluctantly accepting this explanation, but their internal doubts were not fully dispelled. Was it really just for this? But Wang Tao looked at the meager spoils on the ground, his face contorted. Mo Gu, we only brought back this little bit. Isn't it too much of a loss? So many good things left in the snow. He felt his heart bleed. Wu Jichao sighed. Yeah, what if we go again next time and they're gone, or the cafeteria people? Loss. Li Mo suddenly turned around, a hint of an inscrutable smile on his face. He looked at Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, casually reaching into the inner pocket of his jacket. He felt around and then pulled out an item. It was a flat metal box embossed with a military emblem and intricate markings. Clearly printed on it was individual 24-hour high-energy nutritional meal type B lamb pilaf. Wang Tao's eyes widened instantly. This box of self-heating rice. He remembered very clearly. In the food box, this type flavor seemed to have only a few boxes placed in the corner of the box. At that time, in a hurry, he saw Li Mo only take 2 boxes of type A from the box and stuff them into his backpack. He definitely did not take type B. Moreover, on the way back, they did not stop to rummage through their backpacks, and Li Mo had no chance to take this item out and put it in his pocket. This box of type B self-heating rice seemed to have appeared out of thin air in Li Mo's hand. Wu Jichao's breath hitched, suddenly his eyes fixed on the metal box in Li Mo's hand, his mind buzzing. His previous absurd speculation ignited like dry tinder thrown into a fire, bursting into flames. Wang Tao's throat went dry, he swallowed, his voice trembling. Mo Gu, when did you take this box of rice? I didn't see it. He tried his best to make his tone sound normal, but the shock and probing in his eyes betrayed him. Li Mo did not answer, but casually tossed the type B self-heating rice onto the pile of spoils with a light clatter. Then he reached into the inner pocket again. This time he pulled out a board of high-concentration compound vitamin chewable tablets sealed in aluminum foil, something they had never seen before. Next, he brought out 2 bags of tightly sealed dehydrated vegetable mixes. Then a small bag labeled as a polar-specific antifreeze lubricant, one after another. Each item was clearly not among the few items they had brought back from the airdrop box, but bore unique military markings and quality. Li Mo's seemingly unbulging inner pocket seemed to connect to another space, continuously producing items. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were utterly dumbfounded. They stood there like wooden puppets, watching Li Mo perform what looked like magic. He placed dozens of items, some they recognized, and some they didn't, clearly from the airdrop box, onto the cold cement floor of 507. quickly forming a small pile. The volume and weight of these items far exceeded the physical capacity of Li Mo's jacket's inner pocket. Finally, Li Mo stopped, patted the unbulging spot of his inner pocket, and looked at Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, who were shocked to the point of losing their ability to speak. His gaze was calm, but carried an unfathomable power. Some things are not yet the time to discuss. Li Mo's voice was not loud, yet it struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of the two. You just need to know that this trip was not in vain. We have obtained what we needed, and there's more than just what's on the ground. He paused, his tone turning serious. Everything you saw and guessed today should remain buried in your hearts. Do not mention it to anyone, including Zhou Yu and the others. Do you understand? Wang Tao and Wu Jichao seemed to awaken from a dream, nodding their heads like chicks pecking at rice. Wang Tao nodded so hard that his neck made a slight crack. Understood. Understood. We won't say a word. Wang Tao's voice was so excited it cracked. Wu Jichao nodded vigorously, his face flushed with shock and excitement. Looking at Li Mo, their eyes were filled with an unprecedented, almost fanatical awe and admiration. There was no need to ask more. Everything made sense now. Why could Mo Gu always foresee the future? Why could he always find a continuous supply of new resources? Why, facing a massive airdrop, could he declare that just taking a little was enough? Why could he conjure up so many items clearly from the airdrop box out of nowhere? There was only one explanation. Countless scenes from novels and movies he had seen before the apocalypse flashed through Wang Tao's mind. Wu Jichao's thoughts raced in the same direction. Supernatural ability, space ability, storage ability, or even more mysterious powers. Mo Gu is not an ordinary person. He has awakened an incredible ability. No wonder he remains so calm. This realization completely overturned their worldview, but also dissipated all their lingering doubts. In its place was a thrilling ecstasy. The person they followed was not an ordinary powerhouse, but a chosen one with extraordinary abilities. Li Mo watched the shock, awe, joy, and relief of the truth finally revealed in their eyes. Knowing that the groundwork and guidance had been laid, he did not need to admit anything or provide a detailed explanation of the system. This vague speculation about supernatural abilities was more in line with the understanding of this world than directly mentioning a system, and it would better evoke awe and loyalty. Put these items away separate from the previous supplies. Li Mo pointed at the pile of newly appeared spoils on the ground. In the future, when we need something, I will find a way. Your job is to take care of the others and guard this place. Yes. Mo Gu. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao said in unison, their voices incredibly loud, filled with heartfelt excitement and obedience. From this moment on, Li Mo had transcended the role of a leader in their hearts. They began to elevate towards a certain direction of faith. It's all right. Even if it's 30 degrees colder outside, they could still survive. Li Mo said no more, turned and left room 507, leaving Wang Tao and Wu Jichao staring at the pile of supplies, their hearts surging, unable to calm down for a long time. Outside, the wind began to rise, and the brief window of opportunity was rapidly closing. The assault team from the cafeteria outpost staggered up to the foot of Tsui Slope long after Li Mo and his two companions had departed. 20 had set out. Only 14 remained standing, barely. The other 6, crippled by severe frostbite and utter physical exhaustion, were half carried, half dragged by their comrades. They had lost all capacity for movement. Their faces were bluish-purple, consciousness flickered dimly. The rest fared little better. Thick layers of military training uniforms, soaked in sweat, then frozen solid, had stiffened into leaden weights. Limbs burned with numb stabbing pain. Frostbitten sores bloomed across exposed cheeks and around hollow eye sockets. Each breath seared the lungs and carried the metallic tang of blood in the throat. Even the physical education teacher leading them swayed unsteadily on his feet. Yet he fixed his gaze upon the slope just ahead and heard Zheng Guodong's hoarse, desperate voice crackling over the radio. Urgency and hope entwined, and swallowed his own broken teeth without a "Hold on. We're almost there. The airdrop is right above us. Grab the supplies, and we all live." He roared, his voice splintering in the biting wind, more an incantation to sustain himself than a command to others. They abandoned those who could no longer walk, leaving them temporarily sheltered in a wind-protected hollow. The remaining 14 clung to one another, hauling themselves upward with glacial slowness across the deep, snow-choked incline. Every step felt like wading through frozen mire. Icy snow poured into their boots, swiftly leaching away the last fragile warmth from their feet. Some slipped and crashed down, faces bruised and bleeding, only to be hauled upright and pushed forward again. Despair and cold gnawed at their resolve, sustained solely by the single burning imperative: reach the supplies. That obsession burned like a guttering candle in the gale, until at last they tumbled, rolled, and clawed their way onto the crest. Under the ashen light of the overcast sky, 3 massive orange and white crates lay motionless in the snow, stark and unmistakable. Crates. There they are, someone cried out with the raw, ragged edge of tears. But the leader's heart plummeted. The crate lids were open. Caution. Someone may be nearby. His voice tore from his throat, a warning laced with dread. The survivors raised their makeshift clubs, trembling, scanning the barren expanse. Wind howled. The slope stood utterly empty. They edged cautiously toward the nearest crate, peered inside, and saw rows of neatly stacked metal tins and vacuum-sealed pouches brimming full, untouched. The supplies are intact. Relief surged, momentarily eclipsing suspicion. They lurched to inspect the other 2 crates, each equally stocked, each undisturbed. Excellent. Everything's here. Quick, load up. Take as much as you can carry. There was no time to question why the lids stood open, yet the contents remained untouched, and no strength left to probe. Overwhelming fatigue and euphoric relief blinded them to the glaring anomaly. They began stuffing backpacks, cramming items into jackets, clutching armfuls, frantically, desperately. Self-heating rice meals, energy bars, compressed biscuits. They seized whatever caught their eye. Soon, however, they realized the weight was crushing, and the crates held far more than they could possibly bear. Impossible, too much. We can't carry it all in one trip. The leader stared at the crates, still half full, then at his team, bowed under burdens, faces darkening with worsening exhaustion, and felt his chest constrict with anguish. We must return for reinforcements. Come back immediately, someone shouted. We can't leave these here, if others find them. Another murmured, voice tight with fear. In the end, the primal will to survive overrode every risk. They resolved to retreat at once, carrying only what they could manage, and deliver this miraculous news to their base. Then they would mobilize every available hand, spare no effort, and race against the encroaching storm, to retrieve every last item before the weather turned deadly once more. No moment was wasted. Shouldering, cradling, even dragging sacks and crates bound with rope, they withdrew, like wounded hyenas gripping spoils. Back along the path they'd come, each step a grim, grinding ordeal. Behind them, the 3 open airdrop crates remained silent sentinels on the snow-draped slope. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the dormitory building, the atmosphere in room 507 stood in stark, radiant contrast to the struggle unfolding on Seway Slope. A rich, mouth-watering aroma of cooked food filled the air. Su Zhuan, Chun Shi, and even Lin Wei had joined the effort. Using a small electric rice cooker and a few salvaged lunchboxes, they had conjured a generous pot of thick, steaming rice. Even more astonishing, they had transformed dehydrated vegetable packets, with a touch of canned minced meat and precious salt, into a modest but vividly green vegetable soup. They even dissolved the last scrap of sugar into a delicate syrup, a luxury beyond measure for those who had subsisted for days on nothing but compressed biscuits, tinned rations, and the fragrance of the rice, the subtle sweetness of the broth, even that faint crystalline hint of sugar. Each sensation offered profound solace, soothing both palate and soul. Wang Tao cradled his bowl, head bent low, devouring every grain with unrestrained delight. Wu Jichao sipped his vegetable soup slowly, a look of quiet contentment softening his features. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran ate with fierce, ravenous speed. Even Lin Wei, usually reserved and taciturn, gazed at her warm, steaming rice and the few tender greens floating atop it, her eyes glistening faintly. Li Mo ate steadily, savoring the nourishment and gentle warmth spreading through him. He glanced toward Su Zhuan, who moved carefully among them, ladling out the sugared water. Her face held a serene, settled smile. Chun Shi wiped down the cookware. Lin Wei silently polished the tabletop. This meal was more than sustenance. It was ritual. It declared that this small fellowship, even amid extremity, was not merely clinging to survival, but actively preserving life itself. After dinner, they gathered around the space heater, bodies warmed, spirits eased. For the next several days, winds will intensify and temperatures may drop further. Li Mo broke the postprandial calm. My recommendation is simple: remain indoors. Do not venture out. Wait for the next viable window of relative safety. Right? Wang Tao nodded. It's far too dangerous outside. If the cafeteria group truly made it to Seway Slope, they're likely in dire straits by now. So what do we do? We can't just sit idle, can we? Zhou Yu asked. There are still many areas of this building we haven't thoroughly searched. Li Mo replied. While we're confined indoors, let's conduct a meticulous, comprehensive sweep of the entire structure, including corners previously overlooked, the rooftop water tank room, additional compartments in the basement. And he turned towards Su Zhuan. If conditions permit, during the next safe window, we should consider exploring your dormitory wing. I hear the girls' dorm holds an abundance of small appliances. Su Zhuan's eyes lit up eagerly. Yes, absolutely. Nearly every room has electric kettles, mini rice cookers, hand warmers, rechargeable desk lamps, even compact dryers and curling irons, countless things. And most people fled in such haste, they certainly didn't take them. She had never considered these scattered, trivial objects particularly valuable. Until now, when she understood in this apocalyptic world, any device powered by electricity could become priceless. Chun Shi added softly. Also, girls tend to stock different kinds of snacks. We might uncover more chocolate, more candy. Sun Haoran blinked, stunned. Our 5-kilowatt generator is already straining to power these heaters and lights. Adding all those small appliances, will the electricity hold? That question struck straight to the core. All eyes turned to Liamo. Before he could respond, Wang Tao waved dismissively. Electricity? No concern. There's a backup generator in the equipment room downstairs, isn't there? Run both simultaneously. The combined output will suffice. A second generator. Zhou Yu, Sun Hao, and Shen Shi. Even Su Zhuan and Lin Wei froze, staring first at Wang Tao, then at Liamo in disbelief. They had always assumed only one generator powered the fifth floor. Wang Tao's revelation carried seismic weight. Realizing he'd slipped, Wang Tao shot a nervous glance toward Liamo. Wu Jichao held his breath tense. The existence of the second generator was in truth a feint Liamo had casually devised earlier, designed to justify broader power demands without revealing deeper truths. Only Wang Tao and Wu Jichao knew. They'd kept silent until now. Its sudden exposure left the others awestruck. 2 generators existed within the dormitory. No wonder Liamo and his 2 companions had thrived here from the outset. Power, heat, stability. Such foresight was staggering. Or perhaps such fortune was preternaturally uncanny. Meeting their astonished gazes, Liamo nodded calmly. Yes, a backup unit sits in the corner of the equipment room. Its condition remains sound. Power supply is not an immediate concern. He spoke with effortless nonchalance, as if describing a trivial detail. Yet to Zhou Yu, Sun Haoran, and the others, who had arrived later, the words deepened Liamo's aura of inscrutable preparedness and Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged a swift, knowing glance, then saw reflected in each other's eyes dawning comprehension. That second generator. Was it truly discovered? Recalling Liamo's inexplicable retrieval of the airdrop supplies moments earlier, and remembering his seemingly inexhaustible stockpiles of tinned goods, medicine, fuel, his eerily precise forecasts of weather patterns and airdrop timing, a clear, coherent chain snapped into place within their minds. Perhaps even that first generator, and those initial reserves, were never merely the fruits of prior preparation. Everything stemmed from Brother Mo's ability. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's hearts hammered violently, struggling to suppress the gasp rising in their throats, the questions threatening to spill forth. They recalled Liamo's stern warning inside room 507, let it rot in your stomach. Yes, it must remain unsaid. This was Brother Mo's secret, and the very bedrock of their collective strength, and Wang Tao hastily laughed it off, steering the conversation elsewhere. Exactly. 2 generators, plenty of juice. Once we hit the girls' dorm, we'll scavenge every usable appliance, and our lives here will feel truly civilized. Having a plan is reassuring. Wu Jichao managed a strained smile in agreement. Though Zhou Yu and the others sensed something odd in Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's reactions, they were captivated by the promise of the future and let the matter drop. Liamo observed Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's subtle shifts, their dawning certainty, their instinctive commitment to silence. Precisely the effect he intended. He rose. Everyone's exhausted. Rest early tonight. Tomorrow we begin the systematic, thorough sweep of the building. Wang Tao and Zhou Yu, you'll cover the upper floors and rooftop. Wu Jichao and Sun Haoran, you'll handle the basement and ground. Su Zhuan, you and the other 2 women will inventory and categorize all current supplies, maintaining meticulous records of usage and depletion. Understood, they responded in unison. Night deepened. The wind outside resumed its mournful, keening wail, heralding the end of the brief respite. A new cycle of brutal cold and violent storms was gathering strength. On Sewei Slope, the 3 open airdrop crates slowly vanished beneath fresh, falling snow. At the cafeteria outpost, Zheng Guodong stood over the first batch of supplies retrieved at terrible cost, and the grim casualty report, his emotions torn between elation and sorrow. He urgently plotted the next, and possibly final, retrieval mission. Meanwhile, within the dormitory, warmth bloomed, and calm settled, steady and sure. In the following days, the raging winds indeed swept through the frozen campus, just as Liamo had anticipated. The howling wind stirred up a flurry of snowflakes, drastically reducing visibility, with the outdoor thermometer showing a chilling drop below 75 degrees Celsius. In such weather, venturing outside was tantamount to suicide. However, inside the dormitory, the atmosphere was remarkably different. Everyone seized the opportunity to digest their gains, enhance their gear, and further fortify their stronghold. The sets of temperature-regulating protective suits became invaluable treasures. Liamo, Wang Tao, and Wu Jichao each donned their suits for trial. The silver-gray special fabric fit snugly, yet was not constricting, with an almost silent microcirculation system operating within. It maintained the skin's temperature within a very comfortable range. Outside, one merely needed to wear a regular down jacket, layer it with a protective suit, seal it with a zip, and don a full-face helmet. Approaching the main entrance on the first floor, the coldest spot in the building, they found it only felt slightly chilly, completely devoid of the previous bone-chilling cold. Wow, this thing is incredible, Wang Tao exclaimed, moving his limbs with amazement. With this on, it shouldn't be a problem facing the cold outside, right? In the short term, it should be fine, Li Mo replied, checking the battery indicator on the side of the protective suit, which showed ample power. But this device consumes a lot of energy. The batteries need to be replaced or recharged periodically. Moreover, we cannot rely on it entirely. Our own awareness of warmth and basic clothing are still important. Wu Jichao ran his fingers over the smooth surface of the protective suit, his eyes shining with excitement. I saw in a short video before that our country has already implemented similar technology at its research stations in Antarctica, even growing fresh vegetables in temperature-controlled rooms. I never expected to witness it for myself and even use it, Li Mo nodded. The technological reserves at higher levels are far deeper than ordinary people imagine. They just aren't easily made available to the public. Apart from the protective suits, other high-tech devices were also brought out for research and trial use. The portable environmental monitoring device could accurately read the temperature, humidity, and even atmospheric pressure changes inside and outside the building with data far more reliable than mere feelings. The small low-temperature fuel cell units were astonishingly efficient. A fuel block the size of a palm could charge multiple devices and power a small heater for several hours. The handheld ultrasonic flaw detector was taken by Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran, who eagerly tested the safety of the building's walls and load-bearing structures. The water purification and snow melting machine with heating functions resolved a significant issue, allowing them to obtain drinking water more safely and efficiently. Li Mo was not idle. With 3 opportunities for replication each day, he prioritized the temperature-regulating protective suits and their corresponding battery packs, along with several crucial high-tech devices, such as the environmental monitoring devices, fuel cells, and water purifiers, as combined units for replication. In the system space, the resource units, representing top survival gear, rapidly increased. In terms of food, he also replicated a batch of military-grade high-energy food. Individual self-heating meals, energy bars, multivitamin tablets, dehydrated vegetable packs. 1,000 of each. Coupled with the basic supplies replicated earlier, the reserves in the space had reached an astonishing scale sufficient to support this small group in high-quality survival for years without any additional income. The raging winds and snow outside became the best cover. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran, 2 engineering students, with Li Mo's tacit approval and the assistance of Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, successfully moved the second backup generator from the first-floor equipment room to the 5th floor. They installed it in a small cleared compartment at the other end of the corridor. They carefully laid out more organized cables and connected them to the existing power supply system. The 2 5 kW gasoline generators operated simultaneously at low load, providing power not only to meet the current demands of heaters, lighting, and a few small appliances. The waste heat generated significantly increased the temperatures in the 5th floor corridor and several main rooms. Now, even wearing only a regular thick sweater while moving around the 5th floor felt bearable. Room 507 was even a bit too warm, requiring them to occasionally open a crack for ventilation. This warmth was priceless for those who had struggled in the bitter cold for so long. It greatly boosted morale and made everyone more convinced of Li Mo's leadership. Bro Mo, this place is now even more comfortable than the heated dormitories before the apocalypse. Wang Tao slumped onto a chair with a cushion in room 507, sighing contentedly. Wu Jichao was using the newly obtained water purifier to melt snow, chuckling. It's mainly because we have enough electricity and these great gadgets. He glanced at Li Mo, who was inspecting the wiring, his eyes filled with awe. And all of this stemmed from the silent, seemingly omnipotent Bro Mo. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran were particularly energized, feeling they had chosen the right person to follow. Here not only was there a path to survival, but the road ahead was widening. Su Jinwan, Chen Qian, and Lin Wei organized the logistics meticulously. Supplies were clearly categorized, consumption records were accurate, and they even attempted to make thicker curtains and sock covers using old fabric and cotton they found. Lin Wei was especially diligent, seemingly trying to make up for something with her actions. That evening after dinner, everyone gathered around the heater in room 507. Outside, the wind howled, but the indoor warmth was inviting. Li Mo looked at everyone and said, "The wind outside is expected to blow for another day or 2. Once it calms down, we will go out." "Where to?" Wang Tao sat up straight. "First, we will sweep through the nearby boys' dormitory." Li Mo pointed to several adjacent buildings marked on the simple map. "It's close, and the risks are relatively low. Our primary goal is to collect any usable supplies, especially items for warmth, as well as any food and medicine that might have been left behind." "And then, oi?" Wu Jichao asked. "Then we will go to the girls' dormitory." Li Mo glanced at Su Jinwan. "The small appliances and different supplies there will be very useful for us. Moreover, we need to confirm whether there are any survivors left there." Su Jinwan nodded vigorously. "I know the structure of our building and can lead the way." I also remember some things," Chen Qian murmured softly. Lin Wei kept her head down, remaining silent, but her fingers tightened slightly. "The girls' dormitory is a bit farther away, so we will wait until we clear the nearby areas, accumulate more experience, and the weather stabilizes before we go." Li Mo planned clearly. Every step must be steady. Our goal is to gather resources and expand the safe zone, not to take risks. Everyone agreed without dissent. After experiencing the journey to Tsuewe Slope and the technological upgrades over the past few days, they had developed an almost blind trust in Li Mo's judgment and plans. With 2 generators and our current manpower and equipment, as long as we are cautious, gradually clearing and taking control of the nearby buildings is feasible. Zhou Yu analyzed. We can slowly extend the power supply to establish a larger safety network. Sun Haoran nodded. Yes, just like our building with ceiling and reinforcement, it can turn into a new stronghold. Wang Tao chuckled. Then our territory will just keep expanding. Li Mo did not refute, implicitly accepting this direction of development. Sticking to a corner was ultimately passive. With the ability gradually encroaching outward was the inevitable choice to establish a larger buffer zone and resource reserves. Rest early, the weakening of the wind will be our signal, Li Mo concluded. The group dispersed, returning to their rooms. In room 507, only the low hum of the generators and the warm orange glow of the heater remained. Li Mo walked over to the window, peering through the gaps in the wooden boards, gazing at the chaotic darkness outside, with snow swirling wildly. He wondered how things were over at the cafeteria. The 3 airdrop boxes at Tsuewe Slope should have brought them immense hope, but they undoubtedly came with painful costs and subsequent troubles. However, those were temporarily unrelated to him. The storm finally showed signs of weakening. No longer was it the roar that seemed capable of tearing the heavens and the earth apart. It had turned into a continuous low wailing. The sky remained lead-gray, but the snowflakes no longer flew wildly, and visibility had improved to about 100 meters. In the cafeteria stronghold, the atmosphere was complex. A fatigue born from surviving the calamity mingled with the exhilaration of acquiring supplies and the undeniable pain. The 3 airdrop boxes at Tsuewe Slope had nearly been empty. The supplies brought back were piled in a corner of the cafeteria's second floor, resembling a small mountain. Individual rations, compressed biscuits, medicines, fuel. The quantity far exceeded the second airdrop. This greatly alleviated the imminent food shortage crisis. Several teachers, accompanied by students, counted, registered, and stored the supplies. Every face bore a tangible expression of joy. But the price was steep. Nearly 30 people had been dispatched, with 11 suffering from severe frostbite and unable to move. For others did not return due to hypothermia or serious injuries during transport. Those who could stand were all injured. Their hands, feet, and faces were covered in frostbite, and their eyes reflected fear and lingering terror. Vice Principal Zheng Guodong looked at the supplies and then at the wounded in the room, feeling heavy-hearted. There were supplies, but the people could not endure any more suffering. Medicines, especially those for frostbite and anti-inflammatory drugs, were being consumed rapidly. We must expand the search area, Zheng Guodong said in the temporary command room, pointing at the map, his voice hoarse yet resolute. We cannot sit idly by and consume all our resources. We don't know if there will be more airdrops or when they might come. He continued, with the wind lessening now, we must take the initiative to search the dormitory area. With so many buildings and the previous hasty evacuation, there were certainly supplies that had been overlooked. Warm clothing, bedding, possibly leftover food tools. These were all no one disagreed. With the successful experience at Tsuewe Slope, despite the heavy cost, going out to search seemed a viable option. Moreover, they indeed needed more items to replenish their supplies and soothe their spirits. The first search team was quickly organized. 15 people, led by an officer from the security department. Dressed in the temperature-regulating protective clothing found in the airdrop boxes, they carried sticks and several empty woven bags, aiming for the 2 nearest male dormitories. The process went more smoothly than imagined. The wind had lessened, making movement less arduous. The 2 dormitory buildings had most of their doors and windows wide open. Inside was a scene of devastation with many frozen corpses, but they indeed found some overlooked items. Several boxes of unopened bottled water, some scattered biscuits and snacks, a dozen thick and thin cotton-padded jackets or down jackets, a few lighters and power banks. They even found a small box of unopened instant noodles in one dormitory. They dismantled some bed boards, preparing to take them back as fuel. The hall was not large, but every little bit counts. The search team returned to the cafeteria with these spoils, prompting a small cheer. This proved that going out to search yielded results. Zheng Guodong felt a surge of energy. He immediately began organizing a second larger team with clearer objectives, pushing towards the more distant dormitory buildings, especially those that appeared to be relatively intact. Focus on finding sealed rooms. There might be students who didn't leave or who left behind more supplies. He reminded the physical education teacher Lu Feng, who was leading the team. Be cautious. If you encounter any survivors, try to persuade them to join us. If there's resistance, handle it accordingly. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Right now, being soft-hearted would be cruel to their own people. Lu Feng set off with 20 men. They first cleared several buildings near the 2 dormitories, gathering similar albeit scattered useful items. As they advanced, they gradually approached the outer edges of the campus. The building ahead, Building 6, looks a bit different. A sharp-eyed student pointed to a gray six-story building in the distance. Lu Feng squinted to look. It indeed looked different. Most nearby dormitory buildings had broken windows and wide-open doors resembling monsters with gaping black mouths appearing dilapidated and desolate in the wind. Only this building 6 had all its windows from the first floor to the 6th tightly boarded up. It was not just casually barricaded. Those wooden boards appeared to be cut relatively neatly. They were tightly sealed against the window frames with hardly any gaps. Even the ventilation-high windows commonly found at both ends of the corridor were completely blocked. The entire exterior of the building except for necessary entrances and exits had almost no openings for light or air. Silently standing in the snow, it did not resemble a student dormitory at first glance. It looked more like a fortress. There are people inside. Lu Feng instantly made a judgment, his heart racing. Such a scale of barricade was certainly not a hasty act in the face of disaster. Rather, it was a planned and sustained project. It required a certain amount of manpower and time. How did they survive? A student murmured nearby. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This building was sealed like a steel drum. How did the people inside breathe? How did they keep warm? What did they eat? Perhaps they centralized all the supplies of the entire building. Lu Feng speculated there were many students hoarding snacks, instant noodles, and water in the dormitory. If there weren't many people gathering all the supplies from the whole building, rationing them, and then sealing the windows for insulation, theoretically they could have lasted until now. He recalled the ancient tales of city defense. During a siege, having reserves could allow one to endure for a long time. This speculation brightened the eyes of the search team. If there were indeed survivors inside and they had managed to survive by gathering all the supplies from the entire building until now, that would mean the stockpile in this building could be quite considerable. It might even exceed the total amount they had just scavenged from several buildings. After all this was organized collection and fortification. Captain, should we go in and take a look? Some were eager to give it a try. Lu Feng, however, waved his hand, his expression serious. Don't rush. With the building sealed like this, the people inside must be on high alert. If we approach recklessly, it could easily lead to misunderstandings or even conflicts. He observed the silent state of the building, no lights, no sounds, no smoke. They are very cautious and do not want to expose themselves. Although we have many people, our equipment is lacking. Forcefully storming an unknown fortress would not be wise. He recalled Zheng Guodong's instructions. But the aura emanating from this building made him feel that persuading the other party would be quite difficult. Withdraw for now. Lu Feng made a decision. Return and report to Vice Principal Zheng. The situation of this building is unusual and requires careful consideration. The search team, filled with doubts and a hint of excitement, circled around Building 6 again from a distance, noting its location and characteristics. Then they turned and returned to the cafeteria along the same route. They did not dare leave too obvious marks or footprints close to the building, fearing to alarm any possible survivors inside. On the way back, the group was abuzz with discussion. What kind of people do you think are inside? Students. They must be students. The teachers have already come over to the cafeteria. To seal off a building like this and still be alive, that's not simple. They must have plenty of food and supplies. Perhaps even medicine. Will the vice principal let us take over? Lu Feng listened to the discussions behind him, pondering as well. Discovering a possibly resource-rich stronghold with organized survivors was a significant achievement. But how to handle it was a dilemma. A forceful attack. The cost was unknown. Negotiation. Would the other party agree to merge and hand over resources? Looking at the situation of the sealed building, it was likely difficult. He turned back and cast another glance at that Building 6, which under the gray sky resembled a giant tombstone. It stood quietly there, incongruent with the surrounding dilapidated buildings, emanating a silent, yet stubborn strength. What secrets lay hidden inside, and how many of the supplies they urgently needed were there? Upon hearing Lu Feng's detailed report, Zheng Guodong first expressed shock, then a wary and calculating expression emerged on his face. A fortress. Survivors. Gathering the supplies of an entire building. He tapped his fingers on the table, rapidly thinking. Good. Excellent. This proves that our judgment was correct. There is still potential in the dormitory area. He looked at the location of Building 6 on the map, his eyes blazing with intensity. To organize and seal off a building indicates that the leader has some brains and a certain level of, but being trapped in one building means that their supplies will eventually run out, their perspective is limited, and they lack external information and support. Vice Principal, do you mean? First show kindness before making threats. Zheng Guodong said solemnly. Organize a negotiation team, bring some of the good things we got from the airdrop, like a few boxes of self-heating rice and some medicine. Go meet with them, express our goodwill, explain the situation at the cafeteria stronghold, invite them to join us, share resources, and wait for rescue together. He paused, lowering his voice. The key is to ascertain their bottom line. How many people are there? How much supplies? What is their mental state? What about their weapons and equipment? If they are willing to cooperate, that would be best. If they are unwilling. He did not finish, but the cold glint in his eyes said it all. If the other party does not recognize the situation, a resource-rich stronghold would be too great a temptation for a cafeteria force that urgently needs to expand and replenish. As for the so-called student identity, it has become less significant in the face of survival. Go prepare. Choose a few clever and eloquent individuals. Tomorrow, if the wind dies down a bit more, we will go meet the survivors in this fortress. Zheng Guodong issued the order. Though the blizzard had eased somewhat over the past 2 days, it was still sufficient to bury every trace left behind by the search team near the dormitory building. Moreover, Building 6 had been hermetically sealed. Unless someone inside deliberately scanned the exterior, it would be nearly impossible to detect that distant observers had once spied upon and then departed from the premises. Liamo carried out routine security patrols and internal affairs as usual. Wang Tao and Zhou Yu assumed morning patrol and lookout duties. Wu Jichao and Sun Haoran continued their research on the newly acquired equipment. Su Zhihuan, accompanied by Chun Shi and Lin Wei, oversaw housekeeping and sanitation. 2 generators inside the building supplied steady warmth and electricity. Thanks to their thermostatic protective suits, even those stationed near the relatively frigid main entrance on the first floor felt no discomfort. In fact, they felt remarkably comfortable. Life had even gained a subtle refinement with the integration of new equipment. Wu Jichao monitored real-time temperature and humidity fluctuations both indoors and outdoors using an environmental. Sun Haoran attempted to charge several discovered power banks by the compact fuel cell, a slow but steady process. At lunch, Su Zhihuan prepared a thicker vegetable meat congee, using dehydrated vegetables, a small portion of canned meat, and an electric heating pot. She also distributed a small energy bar to each person as an afternoon snack. Everything proceeded with quiet efficiency, exuding a calm, unwavering stability utterly at odds with the biting cold and despair beyond the walls. The following day dawned brighter than the preceding ones. The wind had nearly ceased, leaving only faint air currents swirling residual snow. A deterrence squad dispatched from the cafeteria outpost set out. Their leader was Zhang Ming, a counselor from the Student Affairs Office, early 30s, bespectacled and renowned for his eloquence in ideological education. 4 robust, alert male students accompanied him, former athletes or active student cadres. They wore neatly fitted winter military training uniforms layered with spare cotton vests retrieved from the Tsuwei Slope airdrop crate, standard issue non-thermostatic military gear. Each carried sharpened steel pipes or sturdy wooden clubs. Zhang Ming cradled a small cardboard box containing several individual self-heating meals, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and a small tube of frostbite ointment. These items constituted their dual demonstration of capability and goodwill, explicitly instructed beforehand by Zheng Guodong. Adopt a courteous demeanor first, then assert authority if necessary. Emphasize that we are an officially sanctioned campus organization already in contact with higher authorities and receiving national relief supplies. Our resources are stable, order is maintained. Extend an invitation for them to join us to persevere collectively while awaiting rescue. Naturally, personal supplies, collected individually, must in principle be centrally stored for unified management and equitable distribution. If cooperation is forthcoming, all proceeds smoothly. Should resistance or hostility arise, withdraw immediately. We will reassess and adapt. Zhang Ming nodded, confident in his understanding. In his estimation, this assignment posed little difficulty. The survivors holed up in the dormitory were merely students who had narrowly escaped death, scavenging dwindling food and water, surely shivering, starving, and paralyzed by dread. His delegation represented official authority bearing relief supplies and organizational structure. Their arrival would feel like salvation itself. Centralized storage of personal supplies was not mere policy. It was necessity, preventing hoarding and waste, entirely reasonable and justified. En route, Zhang Ming bolstered morale among the students. Follow my lead. Speak respectfully, yet make clear we are an organized force, not disorganized stragglers. Integrating them will strengthen our outpost. The 4 young men nodded, their expressions tinged with quiet superiority. They belonged to an established organization, with formal roles, assured provisions. Psychologically, they held decisive advantage over isolated, desperate individuals clinging to survival within a solitary tower. Soon they arrived before Building 6, distinctive among its peers. Its entrance was tightly sealed beneath sheets of iron plating and frozen quilted padding, appearing even sturdier and more impenetrable than observed from afar the previous day. The structure stood mute and soundless. Clearing his throat, Zhang Ming stepped forward and called out loudly, "Is anyone inside? We are survivors from the cafeteria outpost. We represent the university administration and wish to speak with you. Please open the door." His voice echoed across the hushed, snow-draped expanse, receiving no reply. After waiting, he repeated the call, voice firmer, "Students, we know you're in there. We've come to assist you. Please open the door." Silence persisted, absolute and unyielding. One student grew impatient, murmuring low, "Teacher Zhang, are they deliberately refusing to open, or worse, abandoned?" "Impossible. They're certainly here. Zhang Ming replied, shaking his head as he gazed at the sealed windows. No one seals a building so thoroughly without occupants. Perhaps they're overly cautious, or simply didn't hear. He gestured, send 2 of you to test the door, try prying open a narrow gap for communication. 2 students stepped forward and strained against the reinforced entrance. It did not budge, not even a tremor, only dislodging fine shards of ice along its edges. They then attempted to lever the iron cladding and frozen padding with their steel pipes, producing grating metallic shrieks, but with negligible effect. The door's resilience far exceeded their expectations. This was no hasty reinforcement. It bore the hallmarks of deliberate, meticulous fortification. Damn, how solid is this thing? One student muttered, frustration edging his tone. As they paused, debating whether to fetch tools, a palm-sized, unassuming wooden panel, roughly at eye level on the door, slid inward with a soft, precise motion. A dark square observation port appeared, followed instantly by a hand clad in black tactical gloves, reinforced at the knuckles, gripping a gleaming, freshly polished fire axe whose blade shimmered with cold, lethal light extended through the aperture. The axe angled slightly outward, an unmistakable warning. Simultaneously, half a face emerged behind the blade, wearing professional anti-blizzard goggles with deep-tinted lenses obscuring the eyes. The nose and mouth were concealed beneath a thick, insulating mask. Only a tightly pressed mouth and a jawline carved with austere, unyielding lines remained visible. Hair was tucked beneath a close-fitting cap, indiscernible. The entire figure radiated chilling professionalism, utterly alien to any student's everyday attire. Then a filtered, slightly distorted male voice emanated from the opening, calm, measured, devoid of inflection. What do you want? For terse words, cold, crystalline, as though ice pellets striking the ears of the 5 outside. Zhang Ming's rehearsed speech froze mid-throat. Behind him, the 4 students stood stunned, hands holding rebar, instinctively lowering. This was nothing like what they'd imagined. They'd expected gaunt, terrified, hopeful faces peering out, voices trembling with frailty or fervent hope asking breathlessly, "Are you rescuers?" But this, tactical gloves, professional snow goggles, and respirator mask, a meticulously maintained fire axe, and that unervingly composed, almost indifferent tone. These were no starved, frostbitten survivors stranded for days. No, this was something else entirely. This resembled, precisely, the disciplined sentinels from action films, or the armed, battle-hardened survivors depicted in post-apocalyptic fiction. Zhang Ming's heart skipped a beat, then a wave of icy dread slithered up his spine, colder than the surrounding winter air. He forced composure, adjusting his glasses, striving for a tone both warm and authoritative. Fellow students, don't be alarmed. We're from the Cafeteria Survivor Outpost. I'm Counselor Zhang Ming of the Student Affairs Office. We represent the university administration. An organized survivor camp has been established, and we've established contact with higher authorities receiving nationally deployed relief supplies. Our mission today is to invite fellow students still holding out to join us, to consolidate strength, endure this crisis together, and await final rescue. As he spoke, he signaled the student carrying the box to step forward and open it, revealing the self-heating meals and compressed biscuits within. See, these are but a portion of our provisions, offered in good faith. You must have endured unimaginable hardship alone in this building. Holding out solo carries grave risk. Join us. You'll have hot meals, medical aid, and the safety of a collective environment. Your personal supplies may be brought to the outpost. We'll register them meticulously and distribute fairly, ensuring everyone survives. He finished, gazing expectantly at the masked face half visible behind the observation port, hoping for a softening in expression or perhaps a sigh of relief, a note of grateful surprise. Nothing changed. The hand gripping the axe remained immovable, steadfast as bedrock. Through the tinted goggles, a gaze, cool, detached, unblinking, seemed to pierce direct. Silence stretched, seconds elongating into an eternity, before the muffled voice returned, now edged with palpable impatience, finished speaking. Zhang Ming faltered, "Student you. We're doing fine," the voice interrupted, flat, unshakable, final. "No need for your concern. Return whence you came. This place welcomes no outsiders." Without pause, the axe-wielding hand withdrew sharply inward. The sliding panel snapped shut with a crisp, definitive clack, sealing the aperture seamlessly as though it had never existed. Outside, the wind swept across the snowfield, leaving Zhang Ming and his 4 companions frozen in disbelief before the cold, impregnable door, now silent once more, and the self-heating meals inside the open box suddenly seeming pitifully meager. Zhang Ming felt a burning sensation on his face from the suddenly closed observation hole, as if he had been slapped across the face. The 4 boys behind him exchanged glances, reading shock and unease in each other's eyes. "Teacher Zhang, this," one boy whispered. "Shut up," Zhang Ming reprimanded, his face darkening. The task could not simply be dismissed. He took a deep breath of the cold air, suppressing the panic and inexplicable chill within. Stepping forward again, he gave a firm knock on the heavy wooden door, raising his voice to add a touch of authority and urgency. "Students, listen to me. This is not the time for impulsiveness. You might have some food inside for now, but how long can that last? Do you know what the temperature is outside? You are in a solitary building with no support and no information. What will you do if something goes wrong? Joining us is the only correct choice. The school will ensure your safety and basic needs. Those personal supplies are merely held in trust for fairness. You must trust the organization. He changed his angle, softening his tone to coax. I know you may have concerns about being bullied or having your supplies taken. I assure you in my capacity as a teacher that will never happen. We adhere to discipline. As long as you join us, you will be our comrades, enduring together, awaiting national rescue. In that case, you will all be heroes. The silence persisted within the door, only the cold wind whispering through the iron door's surface. Zhang Ming waited a few seconds without a response. Anger surged within him, mingled with a sense of humiliation at being ignored, his voice involuntarily taking on a hint of threat. Students, you need to think carefully. This is a critical time. Any behavior that undermines collective action, hoarding supplies, and refusing to share may be seen as sabotage against unity and rescue. His words trailed off as footsteps suddenly echoed from within the door. It seemed more than one person was coming down from the building. Soon the observation hole slid open again. This time it was not just Wang Tao behind the opening. Wang Tao shifted slightly to allow for more visibility, revealing Li Mo's face behind him. Li Mo was also wearing snow goggles and a mask, but the silver-gray, uniquely lustrous and distinctly high-tech thermal protective suit he wore shone like a firefly in the night, instantly capturing the attention of everyone outside. Zhang Ming's pupils suddenly constricted, his mouth slightly agape. The remaining words were stuck in his throat. The four boys behind him widened their eyes in disbelief. They stared intently at the clothing on Li Mo, their faces filled with incredulity. This suit, it was the same as the one they had found in the airdrop box at Suwei Slope, carefully preserved by Zheng Guodong as a treasure. Only a select few core personnel knew the specific appearance of such high-tech cold-resistant gear. It was identical. It even looked newer and more fitted. How could they have this item? A terrifying thought rushed into Zhang Ming's mind. Could it be they had also been to Suwei Slope? Had they also come into contact with the airdrop box? Or perhaps even earlier than they had? He had no time to digest this shocking discovery before he noticed several more figures vaguely standing behind Li Mo. Though he couldn't clearly see their features or gear, he could tell that there were at least 5 or 6 silhouettes. They stood silently, exuding an oppressive presence. This was not a couple of struggling survivors. This was a group of at least 7 or 8 individuals equipped with high-tech gear that they regarded as treasures. Li Mo's gaze through the snow goggles fell upon Zhang Ming's face. His expression was as calm as a deep pool, yet it made Zhang Ming feel an invisible pressure. The previous rhetoric now appeared so pale and ridiculous. Are you done? Li Mo spoke, his voice filtered through the mask, even deeper and steadier than Wang Tao's, carrying more penetrative power. Zhang Ming's throat moved as if to say something, but he found that all the words he had prepared lost their weight in the presence of the others' gear and the silent figures behind. We do not interfere with each other's affairs, Li Mo continued, his tone unwavering yet imbued with an undeniable coldness. Take care of your own people. You are not welcome here, nor do we need your so-called help and management. If you come any closer or try to make trouble here. He paused, leaving the threat unvoiced, but that silent menace was more powerful than any harsh words. He raised his hand and gently tapped the edge of the observation hole, producing 2 soft knocks. Remember my words. With that, he stepped back, disappearing behind the observation hole. Wang Tao stepped forward and with a sharp sound closed the wooden panel again. Outside there was a deathly silence. Zhang Ming stood frozen in place, his face alternating between red and white. The 4 boys he brought were likewise silent, their sticks drooping unconsciously, their eyes evasive, no longer daring to glance at the tightly shut door. The earlier sense of superiority, mission, and even a hint of threatening intent vanished entirely. In its place was a profound sense of defeat, embarrassment, and a tinge of fear. The opponent not only had more people than they had imagined, but their equipment was also more intimidating than expected. Their stance was even more resolute than anticipated. The small leverage they held seemed worthless in the eyes of the others. Teacher Zhang, should we go back? A boy asked softly, his voice trembling. Zhang Ming snapped back to reality, glancing at the silent fortress and then at the 5 disheveled individuals on his side. Through gritted teeth he whispered, "Let's go." The 5 of them virtually fled, their footsteps hurried, not daring to look back, as if a fierce beast was pursuing them. On the 2nd floor of the cafeteria stronghold, the temporary command room, Zheng Guodong listened to Zhang Ming's pale face and hurried report, his brow furrowing tighter. The few teachers and student leaders beside him also showed expressions of shock and suspicion. There are definitely more of them. I saw at least 7 or 8 shadows. And the leading boy was wearing the same silver-gray battery-powered protective suit we found in the airdrop box. Identical. It even looks newer. Zhang Ming emphasized, his voice tinged with fear. Their attitude was extremely forceful. They completely disregarded what we said, and directly warned us not to approach, that we should not interfere with each other. Impossible. Zheng Guodong's first reaction was disbelief. Where did they get that kind of protective suit? That thing is only found in the airdrop boxes. We worked so hard to bring it back. Unless... A sports student who had previously participated in the transport at Suwei Slope suddenly spoke, his expression shifting. Unless they got there even earlier than us. This statement was like a stone thrown into calm waters. Yes, Teacher Zhang said, as well they have that suit. Another transport team member recalled, when we first went up the slope and saw the box, the lid was already open. At that time we were just happy that the items were still there, not thinking much about it. Looking back now, it does seem strange. Who opened it? Why was it open without taking anything? They might have taken the most critical items like that kind of suit, as well as some small, but important things, and deliberately left most of it untouched to make us think no one had been there. Someone speculated. The command room erupted in chaos. Although this speculation was shocking, it seemed to explain why the other party had that kind of protective suit, and why their attitude was so firm. They had likely already come into contact with the airdrop, possibly obtaining core valuable items, and successfully retreated without being discovered. A deep sense of jealousy, mixed with anger at being deceived, rose within Zheng Guodong. Then came an even stronger greed. If this group had indeed accessed the airdrop earlier, did they have anything else besides the protective suits? Such as more advanced equipment, more medicine, or even weapons? Vice Principal, this group is not simple at all. The head of security said solemnly they were able to sneak into Suwei Slope, take items, and seal a building like that, and now they are so forceful. They are probably not ordinary students. So what? A young radical teacher snorted. No matter how capable they are, they're stuck in a single building. How many people could they possibly have? How much supplies? We have more people here, and now we have airdrop supplies to support us, plus the school's backing. We should take advantage of the fact that they haven't established a stronghold, yet unite all our mobilizable forces and find an opportunity to take that building. The supplies inside as well as their people could all be used by us. Nonsense. An older female teacher immediately opposed. They are all students. How can we turn against our own students? That is a crime. Right now we are maintaining order, awaiting rescue, not acting like bandits. Exactly. If they don't want to join us, then so be it. Forcing them, what if it leads to casualties? How do we explain that later? Another conservative teacher added. Explain? To whom? In this damned weather, who cares about you? Enough. Zheng Guodong slammed the table, halting the argument. His expression darkened, his gaze sweeping over everyone. The news brought back by Zhang Ming disrupted his plans. The survivors in that building were far more troublesome than he had imagined. Everyone quiet. Zheng Guodong rubbed his forehead. This is not the time for internal strife. He looked at Zhang Ming. Are you sure? Their attitude is very firm, and they have no intention of cooperating. Extremely firm. They are not receptive at all, Zhang Ming affirmed. The leading student's gaze was very cold, showing no fear of us. Zheng Guodong pondered for a moment, then said slowly, since they are unwilling to cooperate, then so be it. For now, let's not approach that building again. A radical teacher wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zheng Guodong's gaze. Right now we have the supplies brought back from Suwei Slope, the cafeteria's own reserves, and the items collected previously, which are enough to last us for a while. They are holed up in one building. Even if they took some good items early on, how much could they really have? For daily necessities, they are consuming resources every day. No matter how sealed their building is, can they possibly have more people or supplies than we do? He paused, a calculating look on his face. Just wait. Wait until their supplies are nearly depleted. Wait until they can't hold on anymore. They will naturally come to us for help. At that time, whether it's cooperation or something else, the initiative will be in our hands. Now to confront them hidden is unwise. This analysis sounded reasonable. Everyone thought it over and found it sensible. No matter how strong the opposition was, they were still a rootless tree consuming their resources. Our side, backed by the cafeteria, had a relatively stable supply source and a time advantage. Yes, the vice principal is right. They are just a group of lucky and bold students unable to amount to anything. When they are hungry and cold, we will see how tough they remain. Exactly, we don't need to take risks now. The atmosphere eased. Most people accepted this strategy. After all, reason suggests that the resource reserves of a dormitory building cannot possibly compare to an organized stronghold with a sustainable supply. Only a few like Zhang Ming recalled the cold atmosphere before that door, the glaring protective suits, and the unperturbed gaze of the leader on the other side. A sense of unease still lingered in his heart. Witnessing and hearing about it are not the same. Yet they couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, and could only suppress their doubts. Zheng Guodong finally made a decision. Pass it down. Do not approach the area of Building 6 for now. Strengthen the management and defense of our own stronghold. Continue organizing personnel to collect supplies within a safe range. Await further instructions. The orders were relayed. The cafeteria stronghold temporarily buried its covetousness and dread toward Building 6 in their hearts, turning their focus to solidifying themselves. They believed time flowed quietly amidst the snow and silence. A week had passed. Limo's side was proceeding in an orderly manner. They gradually cleared several boys' dormitories near the dorm building according to plan. There were some gains, but far from expectations. Most of the items scavenged were scattered daily necessities and a small amount of leftover food, most of which was either expired or had gone bad. There were also some old clothes and wooden boards. Hardly any decent instant food, compressed food, or bottled water was found. The reason was simple. The people at the cafeteria stronghold were also searching. Moreover, they were faster and had more people. Rooms that were relatively intact and might have supplies were often ransacked first. On several occasions when Limo left, he saw from afar another team dressed in bulky military training uniforms coming in and out of other buildings. Both sides tacitly kept their distance and did not communicate. It was like two wary beasts on the snowy field, each defining their temporary activity range. Limo was not surprised by this, nor did he feel regret. The few items in the ordinary dormitory were insignificant compared to the vast resources he currently possessed. What he valued more was the process. Training the team, familiarizing themselves with the surrounding environment, and expanding the actual control area. It was a form of experience. The ordinary supplies scavenged were categorized and stacked. In addition to room 507, the nearby rooms 505, 504, 503, and 502 were also gradually filled. They mostly contained tools, wood, fabric, and daily groceries with very little food or medicine. The boys' dormitory area had been nearly cleaned out. Limo turned his attention to the girls' dormitory further away. Though the cafeteria stronghold was quick, their manpower was also limited. The girls' dormitory was farther from the cafeteria and had more buildings. They might not have time to cover everything. Prepare, we will go to the girls' dormitory tomorrow. After dinner, Limo announced this in room 507. Will it only be us? There are many buildings over there, and I'm not familiar with the routes, Wang Tao asked. Su Jinwan and Qin Qian will go with us, Limo replied. They know the environment, and Lin Wei will stay behind. Su Jinwan nodded, her eyes filled with both anticipation and nervousness. Qin Qian also quietly agreed. Lin Wei silently lowered her head, saying nothing. In the girls' dormitory, there should be many small appliances, and there might be different reserves to find, Limo explained. We need to act quickly and find things before the cafeteria side completely cleans out. I have a way to handle what we find. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances, understanding each other. They knew what Limo's method was. With Su Jinwan and the others leading the way, efficiency would be greatly improved. The items found could be directly taken by Limo, eliminating the trouble and risk of transporting them. As for why he could take them, they no longer questioned it. On the other hand, life at the cafeteria stronghold was not so easy. With many people, the consumption was high. The food in the airdrop box at Suwei Slope appeared plentiful, but when divided among dozens of mouths, especially in such an extremely exhausting environment, it quickly ran out. Compressed biscuits, self-heating rice energy bars were decreasing at a visible rate. Going out to search had become a necessity for survival. However, every outing came with risks. The temperature below -70 degrees was not something that a few layers of ordinary cotton clothing could fully withstand. Even if the wind was light, prolonged outdoor activity still resulted in constant frostbite among people, numbness, blisters, and ulcers. The meager supplies in the infirmary quickly became insufficient. Even worse were the issues of morale and leadership. The cohesion brought by initial hope gradually eroded day by day amid the severe cold, scarcity, and unfair distribution. Those truly risking their lives to search, transport, and do hard work were always the relatively stronger or more honest students and a few school workers. Meanwhile, the teachers and management security personnel and a small number of students closely tied to the higher-ups remained in relatively safe indoor areas responsible for management and distribution. The few sets of temperature-controlled protective clothing obtained from the airdrop boxes were tightly controlled by Zheng Guodong and a few core figures. They would only be used for tasks they deemed extremely important. Usually they would not be issued to the search teams that did the most work. The search team members could only wear heavy but not warm ordinary clothes, risking their lives repeatedly in the icy wilderness. Yet when they returned, they could only receive barely enough rations to survive. Watching the higher-ups occasionally walk around the stronghold in those magical silver-gray outfits, it was impossible not to have thoughts. Frostbite, exhaustion, and injustice slowly poisoned this hastily assembled team like a crime. Many search team members no longer wore the excitement or determination they had when they set out. Instead, their faces showed numbness and fatigue, even hiding a hint of resentment. Some began finding excuses to avoid outdoor tasks or to slack off during missions. Teacher Wang, my foot is frostbitten again, I really can't walk. Captain Zhang, I feel really dizzy today, can I rest once? Similar words were increasingly heard by Zheng Guodong and several supervising teachers. That afternoon, a logistics teacher responsible for inventory approached Zheng Guodong with a pale face. Vice Principal, the remaining food based on the current rations will last at most 5 days. The medicine, frostbite ointment, and anti-inflammatory drugs are basically gone. Zheng Guodong sat on the cold chair, feeling a chill spread from his heart. It was worse than the low temperature outside. He had been worried and laboring during this time, his cheeks hollow and his eye bags heavy. His hair had turned significantly gray and he looked more than 10 years older. Little did he expect that the respite brought by the airdrop would be so brief. The girls' dormitory must be searched thoroughly as soon as possible. Zheng Guodong suddenly stood up, his voice a bit hoarse. There must still be supplies there. Organize personnel. We'll go tomorrow. Bring back everything usable. But Vice Principal. The logistics teacher hesitated, the search team over there. Many people are in poor condition, and there is considerable resentment. If we force them out, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Zheng Guodong interrupted sharply. Without supplies, everyone will die. Don't they understand? Go. Gather everyone who can move to the hall. They'll talk to them personally. Soon in the hall on the first floor of the cafeteria, more than 30 search team members, and some remaining personnel, who could still stand gathered. Most of them looked pale and exhausted. Many had visible frostbite on their hands and faces. The atmosphere was heavy, and no one spoke. Only the sound of heavy breathing and occasional suppressed coughs could be heard. Zheng Guodong stepped forward, looking at the numb or evasive faces below, feeling both anxious and angry. He took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound powerful. Comrades, students, I know everyone has worked hard during this time. Very hard. I understand the harshness outside and the dangers of searching. However, we cannot stop. We cannot retreat. The difficulties we are facing now are temporary. The country has not abandoned us. The airdrop is proof. But we must also strive for ourselves. The stock is running low, that is a fact. Therefore, we need to unite and work harder. The girls' dormitory area is also the place where we have the best hope of finding supplementary supplies. The distance is a bit far and the difficulty is greater, but we must go. For ourselves and for the classmates and teachers around us. I assure everyone. Zheng Guodong waved his arms. This operation will prioritize allocating the best cold-proof gear to the team going out. The supplies found will also immediately improve everyone's lives. As long as we get through this tough time, wait for the next airdrop and the final rescue. Everyone who contributes will be a history will remember you all. His words echoed in the vast and cold hall, but they failed to stir much response. Most people looked down or stared blankly elsewhere. Prioritize the best gear. Hadn't it always been said this way before? Improve lives. With a little ration every day, how could one talk about improvement? A few of the frontline team members with severe frostbite displayed obvious disbelief and resistance on their faces. They were too exhausted both physically and mentally at their limits. Vice Principal. A timid voice sounded. It was a boy who had previously participated in hauling at Silway Slope and had lost 2 toes to frostbite as a result. I can't walk anymore, can I? No. Zheng Guodong immediately put on a stern face and decisively said. Everyone must go. In extraordinary times there are no exceptions. How can one shrink back over a little injury or pain, and how can it be justified to those comrades who sacrificed? How can it be justified to the trust of the organization? The boy's face turned pale, and he lowered his head, saying nothing further. The atmosphere around them grew even more oppressive. Zheng Guodong looked at everyone's reactions, feeling anxious, but he also knew that mere empty words wouldn't work. He gritted his teeth and threw out the final incentive. For this operation, all those who participate and complete the tasks will receive double rations upon their return. For 3 consecutive days. Double rations. Many people's eyes stirred. 3 days of being well fed. Even if only relatively speaking, it was a tremendous temptation. Under the dual torment of hunger and cold, this little bit of sweet reward was enough to suppress many people's dissatisfaction and fear. Those willing to go step forward. Zheng Guodong shouted. After a moment of silence, people gradually took half a step forward or nodded slightly. Most of them were those who could still hold on, or those who were simply scared of hunger. But some stood still, their eyes struggling. Zheng Guodong counted about 20 people were willing or reluctantly willing. He felt a bit relieved. This number was barely enough for a large-scale search. Good. This is the spirit we need. He loudly declared, go back and prepare. We will set off early tomorrow. The target is the girls' dormitory area. Bring back everything you can. The crowd slowly dispersed, carrying a heavy sense of lethargy driven by hunger. Zheng Guodong watched their backs, rubbing his aching temples. How could he not know that this forcefully suppressed team had many hidden dangers? But there was no other way. Resources hung like a sword over their heads. He had to drive these people to fight for a way of life for the entire stronghold. As for the strange building number 6, and those students inside wearing temperature-controlled clothing with a tough attitude, he temporarily had no mind to think more about it. Once the girls' dormitory was emptied and the urgent crisis was resolved, he might have time to think about this. He turned and walked towards the room where some important supplies and those few sets of temperature-controlled protective clothing were stored. Tomorrow he might indeed need to take out 2 sets to give to the team leaders. Although it hurt him, some costs had to be paid to ensure the success of the operation. The next morning, the sky remained that unchanging lead gray. Li Mo gathered everyone in room 507. Today we are going to the girls' dormitory. His words were concise. Me Wang Tao Wu Ji Chao Su Jinwan, and Qin Xian, 5 of us. He walked to the corner and opened a box. Inside, he took out 5 sets of silver-gray temperature-regulated protective suits along with matching battery packs and helmets. They were brand new, gleaming. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were already used to this. They stepped forward to each take a set. Su Jinwan and Qin Xian were somewhat flabbergasted, carefully cradling the protective suits in their arms, feeling the lightweight, yet sturdy texture of their faces, showing a sense of reassurance. With these, the fear of going outside dissipated significantly. Lin Wei stood by, watching the 5 sets of clearly identical, freshly shiny protective suits. A hint of faint surprise flashed in her eyes. Such high-tech gear. Does he have so many sets? She remembered there seemed to be only 2 or 3 sets before. Perhaps they were just stored away. However, she didn't dare to ask, merely lowering her head silently to help organize other items to be taken. Li Mo took out a backpack, pulling out several different high-energy snacks, such as military energy bars, chocolate bars, and mixed nuts. He distributed a portion to Su Jinwan and Qin Xian, placing them in their convenient clothing pockets. For replenishing energy on the way, he said. Next came 5 military-sized thermos bottles filled with piping hot water. Drink when you're thirsty, don't hold back. Then came a small waste bag with simple tools and first aid supplies for each person, along with necessary weapons. Li Mo, Wang Tao, and Wu Jichao naturally received fire axes and entrenching tools, while Su Jinwan and Qin Xian each took a sturdy metal pry bar, the kind with one end sharpened. Also a multifunctional survival knife. Finally, Li Mo produced several small powerful flashlights obtained from airdrop boxes, cold-resistant and frost-proof, along with some spare batteries. The gear laid out was dazzling, complete, from warm food, water to tools, lighting, and defense. Moreover, each item exuded an aura of professionalism and extravagance. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran watched from the side, their tongues clicking in astonishment. Zhou Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Mo, good, this equipment is too top-notch, right? It's just a matter of rummaging through the next building. Feels like we're going to explore Antarctica." Li Mo, while checking his axe, replied without looking up, "Since we have the conditions, why not provide the best? Safety first, efficiency first." His words, though plain, warmed the hearts of Su Jinwan and Qin Xian. The last bit of tension they had about going out vanished. Following such a leader, the sense of security was overwhelming. Wang Tao chuckled, patting Zhou Yu on the shoulder. "Learn from this is professionalism." With everything ready, the 5 donned their gear. The fitted tactical jackets were snug with the temperature-regulated protective suits worn over them. They put on helmets and pulled down face masks. Except for weapons and necessary tools, all other supplies were placed in easily accessible positions. They looked sharp and efficient, in stark contrast to the clumsy image of the search team over at the cafeteria. The ones left behind, Zhou Yu, Sun Haoran, and Lin Wei, escorted them to the entrance on the first floor. Li Mo conducted a final check of everyone's gear and status, confirming everything was in order, pulled down his mask, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." With that, the heavy door was pulled open, and the 5 streamed out, quickly blending into the gray-white cold landscape outside. The door closed behind them, shutting off the warmth within. Almost immediately after, the search team, dispatched from the cafeteria under Zheng Guodong's almost coercive urging, left the cafeteria. They moved toward the girls' dormitory area. This team consisted of about 20 people. Leading them was Counselor Zhang Ming, who had been to Building 6 last time, accompanied by physical education teacher Lu Feng. Zheng Guodong gritted his teeth and produced 2 sets of temperature-regulated protective suits, giving them to Lu Feng and Zhang Ming. The others still wore the bulky multi-layer military training uniforms with cotton vests. Many people's faces were frostbitten, their gazes weary, and numb, their steps heavy. They did not walk fast. On one hand, it was because there were many people and the equipment was poor, on the other, morale was low. Many merely walked mechanically, thinking of finishing quickly to return and collect those doubled rations. Just as they approached the edge of the girls' dormitory area, Lu Feng, with keen eyes, suddenly stopped, pointing ahead at the entrance of a nearby dormitory building. Someone. The team immediately tensed up, glancing over. They saw 5 figures clad in matching silver-gray coats and wearing full protective helmets nimbly slip into the building. Their movements were clean and swift, without the slightest hesitation. What was most striking was the silver-gray clothing they wore. Under the dim daylight, it shimmered with a unique luster. The style and color were identical to the temperature-regulated protective suits that Lu Feng and Zhang Ming were cautiously wearing, as if they were talismans for survival. No, they were not identical. The 5 individuals appeared to have newer and stiffer suits. Moreover, there were 5 complete sets. This. Zhang Ming's mouth fell open, his eyes behind his glasses bulging in disbelief. He could hardly believe what he saw. He instinctively touched the protective suit he had worked hard to apply, for a sense of absurdity washed over him. Lu Feng was also stunned, his hand gripping the steel bar, trembling slightly. The 20 or so search team members behind him fell into a brief state of speechlessness. One by one, they stared dumbfounded at the door where the 5 figures had disappeared. Then they looked at the two precious suits on their teachers. Then they glanced at their own heavy and tattered-down jackets and cotton clothes. An indescribable emotion spread among the cafeteria search team. There was no anger or hostility, but rather shock, absurdity, and an uncontrollable envy. They struggled in the frigid -70 degrees Celsius weather to search. Wearing clothes that provided no warmth, every breath was painful. Their hands and feet were numb, losing sensation, and upon returning, they would face the possibility of worsening frostbite and insufficient rations. Yet the 5 individuals had a set of temperature-regulated protective suits, each, which they regarded as treasures. They moved as if it were a leisurely stroll. Why? Aren't they just a bunch of students holed up in a lonely building living off their dwindling resources? Shouldn't they be struggling for survival due to a lack of supplies? What is going on? Teacher. They. How? A team member stammered, struggling to articulate his words. Zhang Ming suddenly came to his senses, his face turning extremely grim. He recalled the closed door he faced last time in Building 6. Remembered the other party's stern attitude. Seeing the 5 glaring protective suits before him, the suspicion in his heart became unbearably clear and heavy. The other party not only had access to airdrop boxes, but likely took far more than just these few suits. Their strength is probably far beyond what we estimated. Shut up. Lu Feng snapped from the side, suppressing the tumult within him. Let's ignore them. We will search our own. Let's go to the adjacent building. He didn't dare, nor did he have the strength to provoke those 5 individuals. The other party was well-equipped, their actions, orderly, clearly not easy targets. At present, completing their search task and bringing back supplies was the most important thing. Under Lu Feng's firm order, the team turned toward another girls' dormitory building next door. However, everyone's thoughts were evidently shaken by the scene they had just witnessed. They walked silently, their steps feeling even heavier. Their gazes occasionally darted toward the building where the 5 had entered. Then they looked at their own thin, tattered clothing. The long-suppressed feelings of injustice and resentment began to sprout like wild grass. They toiled and froze, struggling to search for supplies that they could not enjoy themselves, having to first hand them over for collective distribution. Yet what they received was always the least, and meanwhile the higher-ups could wear precious protective suits, staying relatively safe in their stronghold, or like now casually coming out to direct work. Looking at those 5 individuals, though they didn't know where they came from, their equipment and the ease and camaraderie in their movements showed they were evidently doing much better than them. Much fairer too. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Many team members lowered their heads, looking at their frostbitten, swollen, and cracked hands, feeling a deep sense of doubt and fatigue for the first time toward the organization, the collective, and the very notion of waiting for rescue. Lu Feng and Zhang Ming naturally sensed the unusual atmosphere within the team, but they were also too preoccupied to comfort them. The shock and pressure brought by those 5 protective suits weighed heavily on their hearts. They only wanted to finish the search quickly and leave this uncomfortable place. At this moment, Li Mo and his companions had already entered the girls' dormitory building designated by Su Jinwan. Inside it was cold and silent. But with the temperature-regulated protective suits, they hardly felt the chill. This way, I know a few dormitories that used to stockpile snacks. Su Jinwan whispered, her eyes behind the mask filled with memories and urgency. Move quickly, focus on small appliances, unopened food, medicine, and thick clothing and bedding. Li Mo ordered. Concentrate the items found at the staircase, I'll handle it. The 5 quickly dispersed, beginning their search according to their assignments. With the guidance of Su Jinwan and Chun Qian, their efficiency indeed increased significantly. Soon various items were being turned up in every dormitory. Small electric kettles, hand warmers, rechargeable desk lamps, bags of snacks, unopened hygiene products, and even a few good quality blankets. Items were continuously moved to the empty space at the 3rd floor stairs. The pile kept growing. Li Mo walked at the back, and whenever a room was cleared and valuable supplies were concentrated, he would step forward. It seemed he was counting, but in reality his hand brushed over those items. Piles of supplies like magic quickly vanished into the system space. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao had long since become accustomed to this, finding it unremarkable, and only searched even harder. Meanwhile, the cafeteria search team was struggling in another building. Occasional hoarse coughs and muted complaints could be heard. Over here, Li Mo and his 5 moved quietly and efficiently, like a precise harvesting machine. Wherever they passed, valuable supplies evaporated quickly. Only empty rooms and chaos remained. This silent competition on the icy plains. From the very beginning, the outcome was destined. Soon the search inside the building was nearing its end. The valuable supplies on several floors apart from those intentionally left by Li Mo for Wang Tao and Wu Jichao to symbolically pack some trivial daily necessities and small appliances into a few empty woven bags. The vast majority, however, had been quietly disposed of by him. In the system space, there were specialties from the girls' dormitory, including various brands of small appliances, packages of snacks and candies, unopened sanitary products, and quality autumn and winter clothing. The reserves of several dozen duplicate samples had also increased. The area managed by Su Jinwan and Qin Qian was mostly cleaned up as well. The two of them walked over holding a few thick sweaters and several scarves they had found. They wore expressions of relief from completing their tasks. That's about it, Li Mo said, glancing at the few bags of spoils stacked at the stairway. He looked outside through a broken window. The wind and snow seemed to have temporarily paused, and the leaden gray sky had lightened somewhat with decent visibility. Pack up and get ready to leave, he ordered. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao immediately tied the openings of the woven bags tightly, each carrying one or two. Li Mo also took one. Su Jinwan and Chen Qian held onto the clothes they had found. The five of them quickly descended the stairs, leaving the dormitory building that had already been emptied of its core supplies. As they stepped into the open space outside, the door of the adjacent dormitory building was also pushed open. The search team from the cafeteria base struggled to emerge, carrying large and small bundles. The two sides unexpectedly met on the icy snow ground. The cafeteria side clearly had the advantage in numbers. There were about 20 people, each burdened with packages, bags, or even bundled wooden boards. They looked quite well stocked. However, their condition was vastly different. Only the leaders Lu Feng and Zhang Ming, dressed in silver-gray protective suits, appeared relatively intact. The 20 or so students behind them had faces frozen blue and purple, with cracked lips and frost clinging to their eyebrows and eyelashes. Their exhaled breath was heavy and lit. They stumbled as they walked, clearly tormented by heavy burdens and the severe cold. In contrast, Li Mo's group was lightly equipped. They merely carried a few woven bags and the few pieces of clothing held by Su Jinwan. All five were clad in immaculate silver-gray protective suits, their expressions calm behind the masks. The stark contrast between the two groups was immediately evident. Lu Feng and Zhang Ming were momentarily taken aback at the sight of Li Mo's meager haul. Then Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, revealing an expression of superiority, tinged with the condescension of a teacher. He took a moment to steady his breathing, trying to make his voice sound as calm and authoritative as possible. Classmates, is this all you found? His gaze swept over the few deflated woven bags in Li Mo's hands. Is this enough for all of you? There should still be some supplies in the girls' dormitory. You need to look carefully. At a time like this, you can't afford to be picky. Whatever you find is good. He attempted to advise this group of seemingly well-equipped students who were not adept at scavenging. Li Mo lowered his mask, exhaling a puff of white breath, his expression neutral, as he replied, as long as it's enough. No matter how much you scavenge, if you can't take it with you, it's all in vain. His words were delivered flatly, yet they caught Zhang Ming off guard. Can't take it with you. He glanced back at the exhausted students behind him, then at the relaxed demeanor of the other group. Zhang Ming suddenly felt that what they said seemed to hold some truth. Lu Feng frowned, sizing up Li Mo's group. He noticed that despite their meager haul, their spirits were exceptionally high. Their protective suits were brand new and well-fitted. What stood out most to him was the fact that both of the girls in the group each had a set of protective suits. This filled him with discomfort and confusion. At that moment, Su Jinwan seemed to feel a bit thirsty. Naturally, she unscrewed the thermos hanging from her waist, brought it to the drinking port under her mask, and took a few sips. The warm vapor from the water even seeped slightly through the gaps of her mask. After drinking, she handed it to Chen Qian beside her, who also took a few sips, both of them displaying contented expressions. Hot water. They actually had hot water to drink. And it was in a thermos, ready to drink at any time. This detail pierced sharply into the eyes of each member of the cafeteria. Almost simultaneously, Wang Tao pulled out something wrapped in foil from his pocket and tore it open. It was half a block of dark brown, tightly textured high-calorie chocolate. He broke off a small piece and popped it into his mouth, chewing slowly with a satisfied squint. Wu Jichao leaned on his fire axe with one hand and pulled out a piece of gum from his pocket, unwrapped it, and stuffed it in his mouth. His gaze lazily scanned the surroundings behind the windscreen. Their relaxed demeanor seemed more like a casual stroll in their backyard than executing a mission in the icy cold. Hot water, high-calorie chocolate, gum. All of this stood in stark contrast to the scene of the cafeteria search team shivering in the cold, with cracked lips, bleeding, and their stomachs growling like drums burdened heavily. Many students in the team stared wide-eyed. They fixated on the thermos in Su Xinyuan's hand. They gawked at the chocolate in Wang Tao's mouth, their throats unconsciously bobbing up and down. Before coming out, they had only sipped some ice-cold melted snow water. The compressed biscuits in their arms would only yield a meager portion after returning to hand them in. Hot water. That was a luxury only the higher-level teachers could enjoy indoors. Chocolate. That was even more critical supplies. An indescribable bitterness and desire, along with their despair regarding their own situation, surged wildly in the hearts of the cafeteria students. They had labored to the point of exhaustion with numerous frostbite injuries. Most of the good things they scavenged were out of their reach. Yet the 5 individuals before them, who seemed to be on an outing, were living so comfortably. The faces of Lu Feng and Zhang Ming also changed. The little sense of superiority Zhang Ming had moments ago vanished, completely replaced by shock and a hint of embarrassment at being outdone. Lu Feng squinted, staring at Li Mo. His lips twitched involuntarily a few times. He had originally thought that the other party only had slightly better equipment and a tougher demeanor. Perhaps they had a bit more supplies than they had imagined. But now it seemed it was far more than just a bit. The way they carried themselves clearly indicated an abundance of resources, even to the point of being wasteful. In their eyes, casually drinking hot water and eating chocolate was indeed wasteful. Why did they have the right? Was it just because of those 5 sets of protective suits? Or was it because they were fewer in number, so their per capita resources were more? This realization filled Lu Feng with deep discontent, as well as a sense of vigilance and greed. If they could seize the resources the other party possessed. Classmates, it seems you have plenty of supplies. Lu Feng suppressed his emotions, trying to keep his voice sounding normal. We're all from the same school. In times of hardship like this, we should help each other. Our side has many people and high consumption. If you have any surplus, could you? We don't have any surplus. Liamo interrupted him directly, his tone still calm, but with an unyielding firmness. Everyone has their own way of dealing with things. Just then, a much colder gust of wind suddenly swept through the empty dormitory area, carrying snowflakes with it. Liamo immediately looked up at the sky where the gray clouds were gathering. He pulled up his mask and said to Wang Tao and the others, "The wind is coming, let's go." Saying this, he ignored Lu Feng and Zhang Ming and turned to head back towards his dormitory. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao quickly followed, while Su Jinwan and Chun Qian hurriedly adjusted their hold on the clothes and jogged to catch up. The 5 of them walked steadily and swiftly, their silver-gray figures quickly becoming indistinct in the intensifying wind and snow. They were wearing temperature-regulating protective suits. Although the cold wind was fierce, it could only stir the edges of their clothing and could not penetrate their bodies. At most, it just made walking a bit more laborious. But the cafeteria search team was in dire straits. The cold wind sliced through them like knives, instantly penetrating their thin, tattered-down jackets and cotton clothing. The low temperatures they had barely endured before had now transformed into a torturous ordeal. Students without protective suits shivered violently, and cries of despair and groans filled the air. The heavy supplies on their shoulders now became a tremendous burden, making it nearly impossible for them to move. Their exposed faces and hands felt as though countless fine needles were stabbing them, causing excruciating pain. "Hurry! Quick, back to the cafeteria!" Lu Feng shouted anxiously. He was fine with his protective suit, but seeing the pitiful state of his students, he knew the situation was dire. Zhang Ming also panicked, urging everyone to run faster. But how could they move? The students were cold, exhausted, and scared, and the burdens on their shoulders were impossible to throw away or to keep. In the increasingly fierce wind and snow, chaos ensued. Cries, curses, and coughing blended together. They could only watch helplessly as the silver-gray figures of Li Mo's group grew more distant in the storm until they disappeared from sight. The sight of them departing so easily stood in stark contrast to their own hellish struggles at that moment, creating an image that would forever haunt them, filled with irony. Lu Feng and Zhang Ming exchanged glances, both seeing deep shock and defeat reflected in each other's eyes, along with a hint of indescribable fear. What kind of people were in Building 6? It seemed they possessed far more than just a few sets of protective suits. On their side, they risked great danger and paid a heavy price to scavenge these meager supplies. In the face of the other party's calm enjoyment of hot water and chocolate, it all appeared so laughable and trivial. The howling cold wind whipped across their faces. Lu Feng knew they had to quickly bring the team back, otherwise they would suffer further losses today. He suppressed the turmoil within him, hoarsely directing the chaotic team as they made a difficult retreat towards the cafeteria base, that not-so-warm shelter. Behind them, the wind and snow rapidly covered their footprints from when they had arrived. At this very moment, the canteen outpost was saturated with tension. The search teams had finally returned, bearing supplies scavenged from several girls' dormitory blocks. Bulging bundles were piled in a corner of the canteen. There seemed to be a fair amount, which allowed those who remained behind a momentary respite. But brought in on stretchers were several students, severely frostbitten, nearly unconscious. Following the old routine, they were sent straight to the adjoining school infirmary. No one had anticipated such a sudden gale. Those who remained were all wounded, as well, their faces bruised, purple, their demeanors listless. They slumped on the cold floor, lacking even the strength to shed their burdens. The senior members clustered around the supply heap, conducting a rough inventory. Zheng Guodong examined the bed-plank scrap, wood-worn clothing, a few stillion-expired foodstuffs, and a miscellany of items, and his furrow loosened slightly. At least they could hold out for a few more days. Yet another problem surfaced in his mind: power. He instinctively touched the battery pack of his temperature-regulating protective suit. The indicator light had already turned yellow. The other suits were likely in the same state. The suits were invaluable, but utterly dependent on electricity. The outpost's meager reserve power had long since been exhausted. Charging the suits, maintaining necessary lighting, and the radios all required a stable power source. He thought of the main auditorium. There was a portable gasoline generator there. Although the last scouting party reported the auditorium a deadly place, the generator might still be intact, only frozen, and could surely be. Back then they had been scraping for food and had no time for such matters. A few days from now we must send people to the main auditorium again. Zheng Guodong whispered to several corps members, asking them to retrieve the generator. Without power, those protective suits were mere ornaments. Many tasks simply could not be carried out. He spoke without much expression, as if the teachers and students frozen to death in the auditorium had already become a distant, indistinct background. The pressure to survive forced him to focus on every exploitable resource. There was no time for other concerns. Meanwhile, the infirmary presented a different tableau. Calling it a hospital was generous. It was really two adjoining lecture halls. They were crammed with frostbite victims. Mild cases had red, swollen, ulcerated limbs. Severe cases lay unconscious with blackened skin. Pained moans, suppressed sobs, and cries of agony rose and fell. The air was thick with the acrid scent of medicine, mostly iodine and expired ointments, mingled with the metallic tang of blood and the sourness of sweat. The only two school doctors and a handful of students with rudimentary nursing knowledge worked tirelessly, barely touching the ground in their haste. Medicines had long been depleted. They could only perform the most basic disinfection and bandaging with little effect. The search team members who had just returned were also assigned here for temporary frostbite treatment. They pulled off rigid icy shoes and socks to reveal feet swollen, blackened, and festering. Rinsing them with freezing snow water elicited grimaces of pain. Many had chilblains on their hands and faces. Zhang Ming tugged Lu Feng, who was having his hand treated by a school doctor, and led him to a relatively quiet corner. Lowering his voice, his tone betrayed barely contained agitation. "Lao Lu, why didn't you mention those students in that building during the report just now? Their gear, the way they looked." Lu Feng drew in a cold breath from the pain, shook his half-bandaged hand, and cut him off. What good would it do to bring it up? Besides making the vice principal and the others more worried, what else? Send us to seize it. Look at all of us. He pointed at the wounded groaning throughout the room. Could we win a fight? Zhang Ming was stung into silence. Lu Feng sighed with a hint of envy. Don't you feel it? Those people are living much better than we are. They each have a protective suit, hot water, and hot meals. They look well supplied. Here we are. He shook his head and fell silent. Zhang Ming grew quiet, recalling the composed retreat of 5 silver-gray figures. He remembered the steam rising from the thermos cups they carried and Wang Tao chewing on chocolate. Compared with their own sorties that felt like marching to execution, the sting of being returned to meager rations while battered and bleeding ignited a fierce sense of injustice and humiliation, but he could not voice it. Circumstances outweighed individuals. Just then the clamor in the medical room rose. A logistics teacher, surnamed Zhao, known for his sharpness, entered. He looked over the wounded with little sympathy and a trace of impatience, and announced loudly, demanding silence. He declared that today's return supplies needed to be inventoried and logged. The vice principal had said distribution would be organized after the count was complete, to be carried out the next day. Endure it today, he said. Those words fell on them like cold water thrown into hot oil. What? Tomorrow? Teacher Zhao. The vice principal said before we left that the rations would be doubled upon return. For 3 consecutive days. We risked our lives to bring this back, and now we can't even have a warm bite first. Exactly. We are frozen like this. Still have to wait until tomorrow. The room exploded with protest. Many wounded, ignoring their pain, struggled to their feet, their faces etched with anger and disappointment. They were exhausted to the limit, chilled numb. What had carried them back was the promise of double rations. And now they were told to wait. Teacher Zhao's expression darkened. He instinctively adopted the posture of a disciplinarian, raising his voice in rebuke. What is all this noise? Is there no discipline left? Inventorying supplies is the rule. How can we know how much there is and distribute it fairly without counting? You must endure a little. In extraordinary times you must submit to the greater good. Do not create trouble for the organization. His condescending, unsympathetic tone finally ignited the tempers of students already on the verge of collapse. The greater good, oi. We are barely clinging to life. Where is the greater good now? Obey. Haven't we obeyed enough? Every time it's us sent out to die. A hot-tempered sports student, his face marred by chilblains, sprang up, ready to charge, his eyes reddened. At that moment, a boy nearby, head bowed and quietly tending the frostbite on his feet, suddenly reached out and gripped the sports student's arm with a vice-like hold. The boy was Su Kuan, a sophomore in the materials department. He rarely spoke, but was clear-headed and well-regarded within the search team. He too had chilblains covering his hands and face. His lips were cracked and bleeding, yet his gaze remained unusually composed. "Kunzi, what are you pulling me for?" The sports student snapped angrily. Su Kuan ignored him and raised his head to look at the furious teacher Zhao. His voice was low, slightly hoarse, but articulate. "Teacher Zhao, the vice principal did promise double rations. Everyone is upset because they are cold, exhausted, and wounded." Seeing someone still willing to reason, teacher Zhao's expression softened a touch, though he remained stern. "I know, but rules." "We understand the rules," Su Kuan interrupted calmly. "We have no objection to today's inventory and counting. But the vice principal's promise must count. If today is inconvenient, then when distribution occurs tomorrow, in addition to the promised doubled rations, might it be possible to add a little more? After all, everyone suffered considerable losses this outing, so many have been frostbitten. His words sounded conciliatory, but were in fact a condition laid plainly on the table. Teacher Zhao frowned. Add more. There were only so many supplies, the leaders would reserve their shares. How could one simply increase allocations? He was about to refuse instinctively. Su Kuan, sensing the hesitation, added, "Of course, Teacher Zhao, you will need to report back to the vice principal about this. We will wait here for the response. If the vice principal shows compassion and agrees, everyone will be grateful and work harder in the future. If he does not." He paused, leaving the rest unsaid, but the implication unmistakable. Teacher Zhao stared into Su Kun's unervingly calm eyes, then scanned the roomful of resentful watchfuls. A chill crept over him. He knew that if today's matter was mishandled, trouble might erupt. These students were usually docile, driven to desperation. Who could predict their actions? "Final go?" asked the vice principal. Teacher Zhao finally relented, his tone softened. "You all tend to your wounds and don't cause trouble." With that, he turned and hurried out of the medical room to report to Zheng Guodong. The moment Teacher Zhao left, the suppressed anger surged back. The sports student shrugged off Su Kun's hand and glared at him. "Kunzi, why are you talking to him? Still waiting for tomorrow? When have they ever kept their word? If you ask me, we should just what?" Su Kuan asked, his voice still calm. "Start a fight. Steal. And then, it's over 70 degrees below zero out there. Where would we go? The canteen is occupied by their people. They have sticks, perhaps worse. So many of us are wounded and exhausted. Could we win? If we take it, could we hold it?" The flurry of questions stilled the sports students' anger and quieted others who had been itching. "Then, just endure it," someone asked, unwilling to accept it. "Endure?" Su Kun's mouth twitched into a bleak, cool smile. He lowered his voice and let his eyes sweep across a few nearby teammates he trusted. "This is what I propose." In the evening, the wind and snow intensified once again. The sky turned dark with visibility extremely low. On the first floor of Building 6, Zhou Yu was on alert behind the door, his ear pressed against the cold metal, listening to the howling wind and snow outside. Suddenly, he heard a series of extremely faint, intermittent knocking sounds carried by the wind. It was not the natural sound of the wind hitting the door. Someone was deliberately knocking in a rhythmic manner. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud. Zhou Yu immediately became vigilant and leaned closer to the observation hole, cautiously peering outside. The wind and snow blurred his vision, but he could vaguely see two figures heavily bundled and almost covered in snow huddled outside the door. "Who?" Zhou Yu lowered his voice, speaking through the observation hole. "Classmates, open the door. We are students from the cafeteria side. We have something to discuss with your leader." A trembling, intermittent voice came through, almost swallowed by the sound of the wind. Zhou Yu did not dare to be careless. He immediately reported to Li Emo upstairs via the intercom. "Brother Emo, someone is knocking at the door downstairs, claiming to be students from the cafeteria, wanting to see you." Soon Li Emo came down with Wang Tao and Wu Jichao. Li Emo signaled Zhou Yu to step back and lean towards the observation hole. "What is it?" Li Emo's voice came through the door, clear and calm. Outside, Su Kuan, hearing this steady voice, perked up and shouted against the cold wind, "Classmates, we want to come to your side. We have important matters to discuss. Please open the door. It's just the two of us." Li Emo peered through the observation hole, using the faint reflection of the snow outside to take a closer look. Indeed, there were two students wrapped in tattered cotton, clothing shivering from the cold. They held no obvious weapons, and their eyes were filled with urgency. He pondered for a moment and nodded to Wang Tao. Wang Tao stepped forward, undid the iron frame blocking the door, and struggled to pull it open, just a crack. A biting cold wind and snow rushed in. Su Kuan and the other boy immediately squeezed inside, and the door was quickly shut. Once inside, the two felt a wave of warmth. Although the first floor was still cold, it was much better than outside. There were still people on duty here. They stomped their feet, shaking off the accumulated snow, their faces flushed from the cold, lips turning purple. Li Emo examined them. Su Kuan appeared relatively calm, his eyes reflecting a determined resolve. The other boy seemed a bit nervous, constantly rubbing his hands together. "Let's go upstairs to talk," Li Emo said, turning towards the stairs. On the fifth floor, room 508, the heater's warmth dispelled some of the cold. When Su Kuan and the other boy were brought into this room, they noticed the relatively tidy environment and the pile of supplies, and the clean, warm clothes worn by Li Emo and the others. A glimmer of envy and a hint of hope flashed in their eyes. Indeed, they even had electricity. This time they had not come to the wrong place. "Speak up." Li Emo gestured for them to sit down while he took a seat across from them. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao stood at the door, their expressions scrutinizing. Su Kuan took a deep breath, trying to steady his trembling voice. "My name is Su Kuan from the materials department. This is my brother Zhao Chong. We are part of the search team from the cafeteria base." He got straight to the point. We want to bring a group of brothers to join you. Limo's face showed little emotion, simply watching him, waiting for him to continue. Su Kuan licked his chapped lips and began to describe the situation inside the cafeteria base. The favoritism and injustice from the higher-ups, the search team, being repeatedly forced out, suffering frostbite and exhaustion, yet receiving no proper treatment, promised rewards being withheld or delayed, and the growing gap and resentment between ordinary students and the management. He recounted the conflict in the infirmary that afternoon, as well as teacher Zhao's words, and expressed the grievances he and his companions felt. "We have had enough." Su Kun's voice carried suppressed anger and fatigue. "Every time it's us who are out there risking our lives, yet we return to receive the least and the worst. They sit inside wearing good clothes, drinking hot water, and giving orders. We are also human. We want to survive, to live like human beings." He looked at Limo, his eyes sincere. "I can tell that you are different here. You may not be many, but your equipment is good, and your supplies must be abundant. My brothers ask for nothing else, just a place where they can have enough to eat, not suffer humiliation, and have some medicine for injuries. If you are willing to take us and we will recognize you as our leader, you point the way, we will follow without question." Zhao Chong nodded vigorously beside him. After listening, Limo lightly tapped his fingers on his knee, remaining silent. In room 508, only the hum of the heater could be heard. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances, both seeing wariness in each other's eyes. People from the cafeteria side, taking the initiative to come and join. Could it be a trap? After a while, Limo slowly spoke. "Coming to me is not impossible." Su Kun's eyes brightened, but Limo's tone shifted. "I cannot take you in for free. You are from the cafeteria side where there are many people. Although life there is tough, at least you have a base and some resources. You can't just expect to come over without proof." "Oh, I can't explain that to my brothers." Su Kun's heart sank. "So, what do you mean? Your cafeteria base still has some supplies." Limo looked at him, his gaze calm, yet sharp. "Especially the recent loot and the previous airdrops. If you want to come over, you can. But I need to see your sincerity and your capability." He paused, stating each word carefully. "Go take some supplies from your base. Not too much, but not too little either. If you get it, bring it over. Then I will accept your pledge and take you in. From now on here, as long as I have food, you will too." Pledge. Su Kuan understood. This was to have them take concrete action to completely sever ties with the cafeteria side and prove their value. The risk was great. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. But he did not hesitate for long. He could see no hope on the cafeteria side anymore. This opportunity before him, though dangerous, was the only way to survive. "Okay." Su Kuan gritted his teeth in agreement. "We will do it. But," he showed a troubled expression, "we few brothers have suffered heavy frostbite. This time our hands and feet are not nimble. With the strong wind and heavy snow these days, I'm afraid we need some time to recover." This was indeed a practical issue. Carrying injuries and being unable to move would greatly reduce their success rate. Limo seemed to have anticipated this. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He turned to Wang Tao and said, "Taozi, go to the opposite side, get something from that green backpack against the wall, and bring it here." Wang Tao was taken aback, but quickly reacted, responding and hurriedly going upstairs. In a short while, Wang Tao came down holding a bulging, somewhat worn green woven bag, placing it at Limo's feet. Limo gently nudged the bag with his foot towards Su Kuan. "Open it and take a look." Su Kuan, puzzled, opened the bag, and in an instant he froze. Inside the bag was packed full of various medicines, especially the topical ointments which occupied most of the space. He immediately recognized the packaging of several types of effective frostbite ointments commonly used in the military. There were also anti-inflammatory ointments, disinfectant gauze, bandages, and even several boxes of oral antibiotics and painkillers. So much, so complete. And many of the packages were military or professional medical brands, far superior to the expired or inferior goods from the school hospital. This is... Su Kun's voice trembled as he looked up at Limo, his eyes filled with disbelief. High-efficiency frostbite ointment, much better than ordinary ones, and the anti-inflammatory ointment too. Limo spoke in a calm tone. "Take it back, give it to your brothers for use, and recover quickly. I want to see your actions and results." Su Kuan looked at the bag of life-saving medicines at his feet. Then he glanced at Limo's calm and unperturbed face, and a storm surged in his heart. Not only did they have abundant supplies, but they were also casually handing out life-saving medicines at such a critical moment, treating it as an investment. They truly lacked nothing. Moreover, their strength was unfathomable. After the shock, a stronger determination arose within him. Following such a person was the only true way to survive. "I understand." Su Kuan nodded firmly, hugging the bag tightly to his chest, as if holding a rare treasure. "We will take the medicines at most 3 days. Within 3 days we will definitely get things done. Bring the supplies over." "All right." Limo stood up, signaling for them to leave. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao escorted the still-shocked Su Kuan and the other boy downstairs. They opened the door and watched as they quickly disappeared into the howling wind and snow, clutching the medicine bag. The door was shut again. Back in room 508, Wang Tao couldn't help but speak up. Brother Mo, is this reliable? What if they are spies sent from the cafeteria side, or if they take the medicines and don't follow through? Wu Jichao frowned as well. Yeah, and sending them to steal supplies from the cafeteria, won't that alert them and make them focus on us? Liamo sat back down by the heater, took a sip of water, and then spoke slowly. They are just a group of students pushed to the brink, frostbitten and exhausted. What kind of spies would they be going against those old foxes from the— It's not that complicated. He looked at the flickering flames and slowly said, they are just too suffering and cannot see any hope. At this time, if we help them, give them medicine, and point them in the right direction, they will remember it in their hearts. As for the pledge, it's also a test of their courage and capability. If they can't even accomplish this, it shows they are either useless or lack determination, and taking them in would be pointless. What about the cafeteria side? Wu Jichao still had some Cafeteria, Liamo chuckled. Their internal conflicts are already on the verge of collapse. If Su Kuan and these people take action, it will only accelerate their division. For us, that is a good thing. Even if they fail or get exposed, the cafeteria side will only become more chaotic and have less energy to deal with us. We will sit back and watch, or we won't lose anything. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao thought it over and realized it was indeed so. Giving them medicine was like sending coals in the snow, winning hearts, and also testing the other side. Asking for a pledge was a means of selection and testing. Regardless of success or failure, it would weaken the cafeteria and stir up trouble there. Brother Mo really thinks deeply. But we still need to be on guard, Wang Tao admired. Liamo added strength and vigilance in the coming days, especially at night. Su Kuan and Zhao Chong carried a heavy bag of medicine, braving the wind and snow, slipping back towards the vicinity of the cafeteria base, with each step unsteady. They did not enter the building directly, but instead circled around to a semi-collapsed small shed behind the cafeteria piled with miscellaneous items where few people usually came. This place had become a temporary secret base for their close-knit group of brothers. Inside the shed, 5 or 6 people were already waiting. They were core members of the search team who had strong bonds and were extremely dissatisfied with the current situation. Seeing Su Kuan and the others return with a bulging bag, they all gathered around. Kuan Guchong Zi, how did it go? A boy with frostbite on his face asked eagerly. Su Kuan did not speak. He first gently set the bag down on a relatively clean wooden board and opened the bag. The shed was dim, but thanks to the reflection of the snow, they could still see the bag stuffed full of medicine. Especially those frostbite ointments and anti-inflammatory creams marked with military green or professional labels seemed to shine in everyone's eyes. So much medicine. Where did this come from? It was given by the people in that building, Zhao Chong whispered, unable to hide his excitement. Without a second word, they just handed it over. They even said we could use it first. Su Kuan nodded and began distributing. Don't just stand there, hurry up and divide it. Apply what needs applying, take what needs taking. This is good medicine, far better than the shabby stuff from the school hospital. Everyone scrambled to share the medicine, their hands touching the cold, yet solid tubes and boxes of ointment, their hearts burning with warmth. They carefully squeezed out some frostbite ointment and applied it to their swollen and festering hands and feet. The cool sensation immediately alleviated the stinging pain. Someone who received oral anti-inflammatory medicine swallowed it with a bit of cold snow water, feeling a little more at ease inside. Look at them. A boy named Dabin said quietly while carefully applying medicine to his almost rotten toes. Over here we have to look at Teacher Zhao's face just to get a bit of iodine, begging for it like we're asking for a favor. And those people just threw a bag over here. Exactly, another lean tall boy interjected. Look at their equipment and demeanor. They clearly aren't lacking anything. Following a leader like that gives us hope. Su Kuan observed the visibly relieved expressions of his brothers after using the medicine and listened to their words, knowing the time was right. He cleared his throat, and the shed fell silent. They gave us medicine, but they also made demands. Su Kuan's voice was calm and low. If you want to go over, you can, he continued. But we need to give them a token of allegiance, which means we need to get a batch of supplies from this shabby cafeteria to them. Not too much, but not too little either. If we succeed, we'll be one of their own. If they have a meal, we'll have a meal too. There was a moment of silence in the shed. Stealing supplies from the cafeteria was a direct breach of trust and a huge risk. But the silence was soon broken. Let's do it. Dabin was the first to express his stance, his face filled with determination. I've had enough of this wretched place. Every day treated like livestock, and during distribution, we can't even get a hot soup. Following Kuan Gu and that side, let's take a right? Let's do it. Those people from the school, what else can they do besides pointing fingers? What kind of support is this? It's been over half a month, and we haven't even seen a shadow. I think it's a scam. The country can't even take care of itself. They don't see us as people at all. No matter how hard we work, we're just helping them build their wealth. Resentment, dissatisfaction, despair over the current situation, and a yearning for the power that Li Mo had displayed swiftly overpowered their fear of the risks. The people Su Kuan had chosen were the most oppressed and had the strongest sense of rebellion. Now with medicine and a clear path ahead, almost no one hesitated. Su Kuan looked at the excited and determined faces and felt a surge of certainty in his heart. He began to lay out the detailed plan. The target was the temporary storage room in the corner on the second floor of the cafeteria. Inside were the supplies recently scavenged and most of the important items from airdrops. It was usually guarded by 2 students taking turns. The key was with teacher Zhao, who was in charge of logistics, but the warehouse door only had a regular padlock that could be pried open with tools. The time was set for tomorrow night. They would take advantage of the darkness and the sound of the wind for cover. Plus, with 8 people in the shed along with Su Kuan and Zhao Chong, there would be a total of 10. They would split into 2 groups. One group would be responsible for diverting or controlling potential patrolling personnel, mainly consisting of a few equally miserable and timid remaining students. The other group would handle prying open the lock and transporting the goods. After the successful acquisition, they would not exit through the main door, but rather through a broken window at the back of the cafeteria, taking a longer route to Building No. Remember, Su Kuan warned at the end. Move quickly and quietly. Only take high-value items, who prioritize food, medicine, and fuel. Leave behind tools and heavy items. If it can't be moved, forget it. Our goal is a token of allegiance not to clear out everything. Everyone nodded, their eyes shimmering with a mix of tension and excitement. The next day, during the day, the atmosphere in the cafeteria base was eerily calm. The search team members, including Su Kuan's group, mostly stayed in temporary dormitories or the school hospital treating wounds and resting. No one questioned the matter of the doubled rations anymore, nor did anyone make a fuss with teacher Zhao or the vice principal. This unusual quietness made Zheng Guodong and a few higher-ups feel a bit puzzled. Why are those students so quiet today? Zheng Guodong asked Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming couldn't clarify, only guessing maybe they're exhausted. Or perhaps the frostbite is too painful. Maybe. Zheng Guodong rubbed his temples. He too was exhausted from various matters and had no energy to delve deeper. It's good to be quiet. Once the wind calms down a bit in a couple of days, we should quickly organize people to go to the auditorium to get the generator. He was completely unaware that he was violating his own promise and retribution was already brewing. Night fell quietly during a brief lull in the wind and snow. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, most people in the cafeteria had already retreated early into their blankets or wrapped in thin quilts, dozing off due to the cold and fatigue. Only a few students responsible for night patrols were moving about weakly with sticks in the corridors and doorways. Su Kuan and the others quietly gathered in the shed. They changed into the thickest, yet most mobile clothing, covering their mouths and noses with cloth, leaving only their eyes visible. In their hands, they held sharpened steel pipes and crowbars along with a few empty woven bags. Let's go. The 10 of them, like shadows in the night, crept silently towards the main cafeteria building. Initially, everything went smoothly. The 2 student guards dozing at the warehouse door were almost caught off guard and dragged aside before they realized what was happening. They were tied up with cloth strips, their mouths gagged, and thrown into an adjacent empty room. The entire process was quick and quiet. Su Kuan personally took action and, using the tools he brought, pried open the padlock on the warehouse door. The door was pushed open, a crack revealing a pitch-black interior. However, they could smell food, fabric, and a faint scent of medicine. Everyone's hearts leapt with joy. But just as they were about to file in, footsteps and a soft cough suddenly echoed from the corner of the corridor. A female doctor in a white coat, holding a broken enamel basin, probably just finished tending to a patient and was going to pour some water, turned the corner and bumped straight into the group of masked, armed individuals at the warehouse door. The female doctor, frightened, dropped the enamel basin with a clang. She opened her mouth to scream. Shut her up. Su Kuan snapped. Zhao Chong and Dabin, who were closest, rushed forward. One covered her mouth, while the other grabbed her arm, stifling her scream in her throat. The female doctor struggled in terror, but her strength was no match for the 2 strong boys. What should we do? Dabin looked to Su Kuan. Su Kuan's mind raced. This female doctor, surnamed Han, was one of the remaining 2 doctors in the school hospital with a bit of responsibility and had generally treated students fairly well. There was no need to kill her, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. Letting her go, that would definitely ruin everything. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be no professional doctors on Li Mo's side. Take her with us. Su Kuan made a decisive decision. She's a doctor, she'll be useful in the future. Tie her up, gag her, and take her away with the supplies. Immediately, someone fetched ropes and cloth strips, securely binding the struggling, terrified Dr. Han, gagging her mouth tight. Dr. Han whimpered silently, her eyes filled with despair and confusion. Having resolved this unexpected situation, Su Kuan no longer hesitated and waved his hand, signaling, "Quick, get in and move the goods. 5 minutes. Fast." The 10 of them rushed into the dark warehouse like hungry wolves. Relying on their rough memory of the layout inside, they frantically stuffed items into the woven bags. Boxes of compressed biscuits, self-heating rice, canned goods, vacuum-packed meat, bags of salt and sugar, small bottles of cooking oil, as well as a dwindling amount of medicine, a few cans of solid fuel, and even 2 sets of ordinary cotton military uniforms that hadn't been distributed yet. Anything that looked valuable and easy to carry was swept into their bags. Their movements were swift and coordinated. The heavy supplies were quickly concentrated at the entrance. Truly, they were professionals at scavenging supplies. 5 minutes passed in no time. That's enough. Withdraw, Sukuin shouted. Everyone hoisted the heavy woven bags with 2 of them carrying the bound and still wriggling Dr. Han. They quickly exited the warehouse. Following the planned route, they squeezed out one after another through the broken window at the back of the cafeteria, which had already been scouted. They disappeared into the thick night and the snowflakes that began to fall again. The warehouse door stood wide open, the inside in disarray, as if it had been ransacked. The 2 tied-up student guards in the adjacent room squirmed futilely, making muffled sounds. It wasn't until a student who got up to use the bathroom wandered by a few minutes later that something seemed. The terrified scream shattered the false calm of the cafeteria base at night. But at this moment, Sukuin and the others were already carrying supplies and a captive trudging through the wind and snow toward Building No. 6. The token of allegiance was already in hand. After Sukuin and his group departed, a brief, suffocating silence fell over the cafeteria stronghold. Then chaos erupted, sudden, deafening, and uncontrollable. It took over 10 minutes before anyone discovered the warehouse had been robbed and its guards bound. A student roused from sleep by urgent needs stumbled past dazedly. Spotting the warehouse door flung wide open and the interior in utter disarray, he froze, then fled in sheer terror, scrambling to report the disaster. By the time Zheng Guodong arrived with several senior personnel, panic-stricken and breathless, Sukuin's group had long vanished into the blizzard's shrouded night, footprints erased in moments by fresh drifting snow. Inside the warehouse, devastation reigned as if plundered by ruthless raiders. Neatly stacked supply crates lay overturned. Empty packaging and abandoned items littered the floor. A hasty inventory revealed the loss of 2 large boxes of compressed biscuits, nearly half the self-heating rice meals and canned goods, an almost entirely emptied medicine cabinet, and several fuel canisters. Even the 2 spare sets of cotton-lined military uniforms had disappeared. Zheng Guodong's vision darkened, his blood pressure surging. He nearly collapsed on the spot. Whirling around, he fixed his gaze upon the 2 bound guards, now untied and brought before him, and his face contorted with fury. With a sharp crack, he struck each one across the face with brutal force. Worthless, gluttonous fools. You couldn't even guard a single door, he roared, his voice warped by rage and anguish. The 2 students staggered under the blows, stars bursting before their eyes, cheeks burning, but dared not utter a sound, only clutching their faces, trembling violently. Investigate. Find out who did this now, Zheng Guodong bellowed. Zhang Ming and Lu Feng immediately mobilized teams to scour the stronghold. Sukuin's faction had long formed the backbone of the search team, tight-knit, insular, operating within their own circle. Their sudden absence, nearly 10 people vanished at once, alongside Dr. Han's unexplained disappearance, instantly raised suspicion. A few hesitant, stammering confessions soon surfaced, murmurs of Sukuin's recent grievances, whispered alliances, covert meetings. It was Sukuin, along with Zhao Changdabin and the rest. They'd been complaining for days. They were acting strangely all afternoon. Evidence swiftly converged upon Sukuin. Zheng Guodong trembled uncontrollably, not from cold, but from incandescent fury. These tools, these expendable laborers, had dared defy him. Worse still, they had stolen his most precious supplies. He immediately summoned every able-bodied person to the cafeteria hall. The crowd gathered sparsely, many still wounded, their eyes dull, evasive, or hollow. Zheng Guodong stood before them, face ashen, voice raw. Sukuin, Zhao Chang, and their accomplices. They have betrayed the organization, stolen collective resources, and abducted Dr. Han. This is grave criminal conduct, shameless, despicable. He brandished his arms, straining to ignite shared outrage. They seek to cut off everyone's path to survival. These supplies were earned through blood and sweat. They belong to us all, to the collective. Reactions among the crowd varied widely. Some, those close to management or naturally timid, scowled with righteous indignation. But most ordinary students and search team members remained silent. A few even concealed a flicker of quiet satisfaction in their eyes. Sukuin's rebellion, though extreme in method, echoed what many had secretly yearned to do, but lacked the courage to attempt. Several elder teachers, inherently kind-hearted, stepped forward to mediate. Principal Zheng, the deed is done, no lives were lost. Let the material losses be borne. Indeed, pursuing them further would require sending people out there. The outside world is perilous beyond measure. If they chose to leave, let them go. Our internal stability must not fracture further. Yet the hardliners saw it differently. We cannot let this pass. This is mutiny, armed robbery. They've surely joined the faction at Building 6. The stolen goods may already be there. We must reclaim our supplies and apprehend the traitors. The 2 factions clashed fiercely, no resolution in sight. Zheng Guodong's mind buzzed, a storm of fury and calculation. How desperately he wished to march out now, crush Su Kuan's rebels and the enigmatic students of Building 6 alike, and seize back every last item. Yet reason held him back. His forces were depleted. Morale had crumbled. Internal unity teetered on the brink. And his adversaries, already formidable, had now absorbed Su Kuan's battle-tested defectors. Their strength likely doubled. What were the odds of victory in open confrontation? Yet inaction would obliterate his authority as vice principal, leaving him powerless to command ever again. After prolonged heavy silence, he settled upon a compromise. Zhang Ming, he commanded, voice low and iron-hard. Yes, sir. Zhang Ming stepped forward, his expression grim. Take a few men, go back to Building 6. Zheng Guodong enunciated each word with deliberate weight. This time, bring weapons. Your stance must be uncompromising. He paused and issued precise instructions. Tell them Su Kuan and his associates are traitors, guilty of stealing collective property and kidnapping medical personnel, crimes that violate the law. We choose not to hold you accountable for harboring them. That is clemency granted. But a portion of the stolen supplies must be returned, immediately. This is non-negotiable, the absolute line. His gaze locked onto Zhang Ming, cold, predatory, unyielding. Liamo did not allow the people brought by Su Kuan to go to other floors alone. After a brief thought, he made arrangements. There are empty rooms on the 5th floor. Su Kuan Zhaochong to bin you 3 along with this Dr. Han will stay on the 5th floor. The other brothers will stay on the 6th floor. There are more empty dormitories over there. Liamo said directly, there are not enough beds. We've already dismantled many sealed windows. You can lay mats on the floor for now, and later you can move a few beds over from the dormitory next door. This arrangement surprised Su Kuan and the others. They had expected to be sent to the lower floors, or to be concentrated in a distant floor away from the core. They did not expect to be placed directly on the 5th floor, sharing the same level with the leader and the initial core members. Dr. Han is a woman and will share a room with Su Jinwan and the others. Liamo had his own considerations. This new batch of people had combat power and organization. Although they were forced into this situation, they were also likely to band together. They would form a small circle independent of the existing group. Once separated in living arrangements, physical isolation would quickly breed psychological barriers and factions. In the apocalypse, internal unity and trust can sometimes be more deadly than external threats. He needed to integrate the newcomers quickly and break any potential barriers. Everyone will be on the same floor from now on. It will be easier to look after each other and facilitate communication, Liamo added, as an explanation. After arranging the accommodations, the next step was distributing supplies. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao along with a few others moved a pile of items out from room 507 and the adjacent room. First were the warm clothes. Each person received a set of thick thermal underwear, a good quality cotton jacket or down coat, and a thick wool blanket. Then there were the bedding supplies. Although there weren't enough beds, each person received a thick moisture-proof mat, a sleeping bag, and several electric blankets that made Su Kuan and the others, not just one but several, prioritized for those with frostbite and Dr. Han. Next came daily necessities. Brand new towels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes, soap, toilet paper, garbage bags. There were even several foldable wash basins and insulated water cups. Food and medicine were also distributed directly. Each person received a basic food package containing several packs of compressed biscuits, a few pieces of chocolate, and several packs of, along with a small package of common medicines like frostbite ointment, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, etc. Lastly, each room was also provided with a small heater connected to an outlet and a portable butane gas stove with 2 canisters. One by one, the items were moved into the empty dormitory and piled on the floor, quickly filling the space. Su Kuan, Zhaochong, Dabin, and the other boys who came along with the bewildered Dr. Han were all stunned. They stared blankly at the brand new, or at least intact, supplies, their breathing becoming somewhat rapid. In the cafeteria stronghold, which of these items did not require application queuing? In the end, they might even be shortchanged or replaced with rags. Thermal underwear. Don't even think about it, having 2 ragged sweaters was already good enough. Electric blankets. That's just a legend. Heaters. Only high-level rooms are qualified to use them. Brand new towels and toothpaste. They had long become luxuries. But here this brother Mo didn't even blink as he directly distributed supplies per head in abundant quantities, even providing spare ones. Brother Mo, this is too much. Su Kun's throat felt dry and his voice became choked. The few brothers behind him had red eyes. They had worked tirelessly like oxen in the cafeteria over there only to receive what? Frostbite, hunger, disdain, and scolding. Yet here, just stepping through the door without doing anything, they received such a generous settlement fee. Not much. Liamo waved his hand, his tone flat. Here, basic living security must be ensured. If you have frostbite, there are medicines. If you are cold, there is warmth. If you are hungry, there is food. This is the bottom line. In the future, when you put in effort and work, there will be even better. This was said lightly, yet struck Su Kuan and the others' hearts like a heavy hammer. The bottom line. Over on the cafeteria side, even this little bottom line was a luxury. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao also gathered over, smiles on their faces. Wang Tao patted Su Kun's shoulder. Kuan-zi, don't just stand there. Hurry up and tidy up, get your bedding sorted. From now on we are brothers. If you need anything, just say it directly. Wu Jichao helped connect the electric blankets plugged to the wall outlet, tested the switch, and the orange indicator. This thing saves power. Keep it on at night, and it'll be warm inside the blanket, helping frostbite heal faster. Su Kuan and the others hurriedly nodded frantically, starting to organize the supplies they were feeling the soft and thick cotton jacket, unfurling the sleeping bag that smelled of new fabric, experiencing the warmth coming from the electric blanket switch. A sense of unprecedented security and belonging arose. While they were tidying up, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao started chatting casually with them in a relaxed tone. Our brother, Mo, don't be fooled by his few words. He truly cares for his brother, Wang Tao said while helping to move the gas canisters. Did you see? All these supplies were prepared in advance by brother Mo, anticipating that newcomers would arrive. Wu Jichao nodded. Yes, here I can't say much about other things, but for food and supplies, as long as you are obedient and willing to work, you will definitely have enough. Unlike certain places where they engage in empty talk and grand promises, they were naturally referring to the cafeteria stronghold. Su Kuan and the others listened, feeling the same. Their awe and gratitude towards Li Mo deepened. It turned out that all of this was not a spur of the moment, but was well prepared. Brother Mo's foresight and resource reserves were simply unfathomable. At this moment, Su Jinwan, Chen Qian, and Lin Wei, who had come to help upon hearing the commotion, also walked over from room 506. Seeing so many newcomers and noticing that they all looked frostbitten, Su Jinwan took the initiative. I've boiled some hot water over there, everyone can drink some to warm up. Later, we'll get some food ready, she said, looking at Li Mo with a questioning gaze. Li Mo nodded. All right, just prepare something simple, let everyone have something warm to eat. Su Jinwan, Chen Qian, and Lin Wei immediately got to work. Su Kuan and the others, seeing that there were girls on this floor, all felt a bit shy. They saw her moving the largest electric pot from room 507 and bringing a few lunchboxes. Su Jinwan instructed them to find a few packs of dehydrated vegetable packets and a few cans of meat from the pile of supplies. There were even a few small boxes of skim milk powder. The pot was plugged in and melted snow water was poured in to boil. The dehydrated vegetables were added, quickly unfolding and releasing a faint vegetable aroma. Once the meat cans were opened, chunks of meat and rich broth poured into the pot, bubbling together with the vegetables. The milk powder was also dissolved in hot water, although it was not much, the milky fragrance already wafted out. Without tables, Wang Tao and Zhou Yu moved 2 old desks from the lower dormitories, piecing them together in a relatively spacious area of the 5th floor corridor. The pot was set next to the outlet, steaming hot. Su Jinwan also took out some compressed biscuits, broke them up, and placed them in the lunchboxes. Soon a pot of hot and fragrant vegetable meat. The soup was rich in color with green vegetable leaves and tempting chunks of meat floating inside. Next to it were the prepared milk and crushed compressed biscuits. Come on, don't be polite. Serve yourself, Wang Tao called out. Su Kuan and the others could hardly believe their eyes. Hot pot, hot soup, milk, compressed biscuits soaked and eaten, and even rice. This treatment is way too good. In the cafeteria stronghold, the best they received was a bit of cold porridge water or hard biscuits. Hot soup. That was something only the higher-ups occasionally enjoyed. For a moment no one moved. It wasn't that they didn't want to, they were afraid and reluctant. The scene was too beautiful, like a dream. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up. Li Mo was the first to take a lunchbox, serving himself half a bowl of soup along with some pieces of meat and vegetables, then sat down to eat leisurely. Seeing him move, Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, and the others also began to fill their bowls with soup, and it was only then that Su Kuan reacted, urging his brothers, quick. Thank you, brother Mo. Thank you, sister-in-law. Except for Chen Qian, Su Jinwan, and Lin Wei both blushed. They intuitively felt that it was about them. So they did not refute, just lowered their heads to serve soup. Only then did everyone rush forward, carefully ladling the steaming hot soup from the pot into their insulated lunchboxes. Looking at the substantial meat and vegetables inside and smelling the long-lost food aroma, many people's hands began to tremble. They stood around the makeshift table or squatted by the corridor walls, cradling their warm lunchboxes, blowing on them, and taking small sips of soup and bites of vegetables. Chewing on the softened compressed biscuits, and then sipping warm milk. The warmth flowed from their mouths to their stomachs, dissipating the accumulated coldness and hunger over the days, soothing their tormented hearts. Su Kuan took a sip of soup, and the fresh flavor almost brought him to tears. He looked up, observing the others in the corridor, some standing, and some sitting quietly eating. He gazed at Li Mo's calm profile, at the satisfied expressions on Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's faces. Then he looked at the unhidden happiness and excitement on the faces of his brothers beside him. He was utterly dumbfounded. Was this really a survivor stronghold struggling to exist in the apocalypse? This was clearly a place rich in resources, well managed, and filled with human warmth. A home. To welcome this batch of newcomers who had just arrived, even with a record, the leader was willing to take out so many things they usually didn't even dare to think about to treat them. Thinking about the cafeteria stronghold where they would fight over a moldy biscuit and the higher-ups would hoard resources, treating the lower ranks like livestock. Then looking at this place. It was simply worlds apart. In this moment, the last bit of uncertainty about the future in Su-kun's heart completely vanished. He and the brothers he brought were utterly convinced that they had followed the right person. This was the place they were meant to be. In the corridor, the aroma of food and the sound of quiet conversations filled the air, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. The gap between the newcomers and the old-timers quickly melted away in this simple yet heartfelt welcome feast. Liam was the first to finish eating. He put down his lunchbox, gently patted Su-kun on the shoulder as he stood up and nodded to the others. "Take your time, there's plenty more in the pot." His voice was steady, revealing little emotion, yet somehow it brought a sense of reassurance. After speaking, he turned to Dr. Han, who had been quietly sipping her soup with her head lowered, appearing quite reserved. "Dr. Han, could you come with me for a moment? I need to discuss something with you." Dr. Han's hand trembled, nearly spilling the soup. She lifted her head, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic and anxiety. The students around them, still eating, fell silent for a moment, their gazes drifting over. Su-kun was about to say something, but Liam had already turned and walked toward the end of the corridor. Dr. Han set down her lunchbox, pressed her lips together, nervously clenched the corner of her clothing, and ultimately stood up to follow cautiously. At the end of the corridor, they avoided the bustling area of dining, with only the distant heater casting a faint light. The sound of wind and snow outside was muffled by the thick wall. Liam stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. Dr. Han paused a few steps away from him, slightly lowering her head, her heart racing. She didn't know what this young yet composed student leader wanted to say to her privately. Was he going to do something to her? She dared not think further. "Dr. Han," Liam began, his tone low. "Since you were brought here against your will, you should have realized it by now. Su-kun and the others took you not because you are a teacher, but because you are a doctor." He paused, observing her reaction. "We have plenty of supplies here. You staying would be very beneficial." Dr. Han raised her eyes, looking at him with some surprise. His words were direct, even a bit cold, yet there was an inexplicable sense of sincerity. "Stay and I will allocate a dedicated room for you as a medical office. As for medicines and medical equipment, list what you need and give it to me. I will ensure you have everything I can provide. If you have any other needs, feel free to tell me directly." His tone was as if stating an ordinary arrangement, without command, merely offering conditions and choices. Dr. Han was taken aback. She did not expect Liam to say such things. Her mind was in a tangle. The first thought that emerged was to return to the cafeteria. After all, she was the school doctor, part of the faculty, even though the vice principal. But still, they were one of their own. Yet, just as this thought arose, it was quelled by the warmth of the soup. She had just had the brand new supplies in her possession, and the calm, yet determined gaze of the student before her. What was there in the cafeteria? A cold room with an ever-inadequate supply of expired medicines. The vice principal's reprimands, and his superior attitude. And the students suffering from frostbite, yet receiving no proper treatment, wore expressions of despair. Whereas here, the aroma of hot soup seemed to linger in her nostrils. The warmth of the electric blanket could be felt against her skin. The students, including Su-kun and his group, wore expressions of relief and hope that were unmistakably genuine. There was no condescension here, just the ordinary warmth of a family gathered around a meal. Although there were rules, at least here people were treated like people, without exploitation or oppression. Dr. Han struggled within herself. She was just an ordinary school doctor with no ambitions. All she wanted was to treat the injured within her capabilities. But in the cafeteria, she couldn't even do that. Supplies were dwindling while injuries increased, and the vice principal's repeated promises felt like castles in the air. Beneath it all was the blood and frostbite of Su-kun and his search team, constantly being exploited. When she treated their wounds, she could clearly see the resentment and despair in their eyes. To be honest, she was shocked by what Su-kun and the others were doing today, but not entirely surprised. Perhaps, where she treated was not really treatment. Staying with these students seemed far better than returning to the suffocating hierarchical world of faculty. Su-kun and his group were not bad people, just pushed into a corner. She let out a soft sigh, her shoulders drooping slightly. The tension in her nerves seemed to ease a bit. I understand now. If you all need me, I'm willing to stay and help." Liam nodded, his expression still neutral, but his gaze softened slightly. "Could find a floor that suits you and pick a room for the medical office. How about the 4th floor?" Dr. Han pondered. "It's close to the 5th floor, and in case of emergencies, it's convenient to access the lower floors. In case more people come in the future, it will be easier to accommodate." She was even starting to consider the future here. Her tone grew serious. "I need a relatively clean room with good ventilation. Basic disinfection equipment is necessary. Alcohol, iodine, cotton swabs, gauze, and bandages are consumables that must be on hand. If there are surgical instrument kits, that would be even better, although they may not necessarily be used. I also need some common oral medications, antibiotics, antipyretics, and painkillers. You just provided a lot of frostbite ointment, which is great, but if there are vitamin tablets, especially vitamin C, that would also help in recovery. Her voice grew softer, a little embarrassed. These items are probably hard to gather right now. I know and I understand it's not easy for you, Liamo. If there are things that are truly unavailable, we can find alternatives, or... She was still considering for Liamo, thinking about what might be hard to find, and what could be omitted. After all, in her understanding, even if the supplies seemed ample at Building No. 6, that couldn't possibly have everything, especially professional medical equipment and medicines. Liamo quietly listened until she finished speaking, then said, "Everything you mentioned is basically available." Huh. Dr. Han abruptly looked up, doubting her hearing. "We managed to get some things from the airdrop boxes," Liamo explained nonchalantly. "We should be able to find all kinds of equipment and medicines." He paused and added, "At least fulfilling what you just mentioned is no problem." Dr. Han was completely stunned, her eyes widening slightly. "Really? Can we really find everything?" Liamo didn't answer, but raised his voice a bit. "Taozi." Wang Tao, who was boasting with Su Kuan and the others, immediately jogged over upon hearing his name. "Brother Emo, what's up? You and Dr. Han go find the things she needs," Liamo instructed. "Go to the room where the medical equipment and medicines are stored." "All right," Wang Tao replied, cheerfully turning to Dr. Han with a grin. "Dr. Han, follow me." The items are piled in a vacant dormitory on the 7th floor. It's a bit messy, but the variety is quite complete. You're a professional, so you can organize them. Dr. Han, still skeptical, followed Wang Tao up the stairs. Wu Jichao also came along to help. The three ascended to the 7th floor, where Wang Tao opened the door to a dormitory and turned on a powerful flashlight. The beam swept across the room, and Dr. Han's breath caught in her throat. There were no beds in the room, but many open boxes were neatly arranged on the floor. Some items were directly piled on the mats. In the flashlight's glow, she saw boxes of unopened medical gauze, bandages, disposable gloves, and masks. She spotted sealed surgical instrument kits, realizing they were marked sterile. There were also syringes and infusion sets of various specifications, plus entire boxes of amoxicillin capsules, ibuprofen tablets, and cephalosporin medications. There were even bottles of alcohol, iodine, hydrogen peroxide, and several unopened portable oximeters and blood pressure monitors, along with a small box of tightly sealed sutures and surgical blades. This was not just a few supplies. This was practically a small battlefield medical station's reserve. These. Dr. Han's voice trembled as she crouched down, picking up a surgical instrument kit. The cold, solid feel confirmed that this was not an illusion. She opened another cardboard box nearby. Inside were neatly arranged bottles of various vitamins and mineral supplements. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao had already started swiftly retrieving items from the boxes, following what Dr. Han previously mentioned. Wu Jichao even muttered, "Dr. Han, see if you need anything else, just say it. If we don't have it here, Brother Emo might be able to find it from elsewhere." Dr. Han stood up, surveying the room, filled with medical supplies. An overwhelming sense of unreality struck her. She couldn't help but look at Wang Tao, her voice filled with disbelief. Where did all these come from? Is there really this much medical supplies in the airdrop boxes? Wang Tao scratched his head, chuckling. "You'd have to ask Brother Emo about that. But we were indeed the first to reach the airdrop boxes. Back then the snow wasn't this deep, and the signal was clearer." Dr. Han's mind buzzed. Indeed, the speculation from the higher-ups at the cafeteria was correct. When they encountered the airdrop boxes, the lids were already open. Indeed, some of the supplies inside might have been taken by the group at Building No. 6. And judging by the amount stored, they probably took far more than just 1 or 2 boxes. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao had already gathered 2 large stacks of items neatly packed in clean bed sheets. "Dr. Han, do you think this is enough to take down? You can sort out the rest slowly later." Dr. Han mechanically nodded, watching them easily carry the bundles downstairs while she stood there feeling a little dazed. She slowly exited the room, her steps feeling a bit unsteady as she descended the stairs. Upon returning to the 4th floor, Wang Tao and the others were already looking for suitable vacant rooms. They finally chose dormitory 404, which was centrally located and relatively tidy. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao began moving things in. Soon boxes of various medicines and instrument kits piled up into a small mountain on the floor. Of course, they couldn't forget the heater and electricity here. Dr. Han stepped inside, gazing at the treasure scattered across the floor, and slowly began to regain her composure from the shock. She crouched down, meticulously counting and categorizing. Her fingers brushed over the brand new packaging. A sense of solidness and strength belonging to a healer gradually returned to her. With these, she could truly treat the injured. She felt more confident in addressing Su Kuan and the others' frostbite, as well as any other ailments that might arise in the future. She recalled Li Mo's calm face and his words. It turned out it wasn't boasting, but merely stating a fact. Perhaps it was precisely based on this fact that the material foundation here far exceeded that of the cafeteria stronghold, giving this young student leader such composed confidence. Dr. Han exhaled softly, the last remnants of her inner turmoil, and unease completely dissipated. She began to seriously plan how to arrange this temporary medical office, her gaze once again becoming focused. The welcome banquet in the corridor lasted quite a while. The soup in the pot had run low. Compressed biscuits had softened and were consumed. A warmth spread from the stomach to the limbs. The atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed. The lines between the newcomers and the old members gradually blurred. Wang Tao somehow produced a bottle of Wulianya perfectly packaged, its surface reflecting light under the emergency lamp. "Come on, Kunzi Qiangzi," and all the newcomers. Wang Tao twisted off the cap, and the rich aroma of the liquor immediately wafted out. "Today marks our official gathering. Let's take a shot. To chase away the cold and share some joy." Su Kuan and Zhao Chong's eyes widened. Alcohol. Good alcohol. At such a time it felt like something more luxurious than gold. At the cafeteria, not to mention liquor, even hot water was carefully rationed. They watched as Wang Tao poured clear liquid into several small cups, their hands trembling slightly. "This, Brother Tao, this is too precious." Su Kun's throat felt dry. "Precious. Alcohol is meant to be drunk." Wang Tao shoved a cup into his hand and distributed to others. Mo Gu said, "Today is a happy occasion. Let everyone have a drink. Just a little to warm up our bodies." Liamo sat a bit farther away, holding a cup of hot water, not touching the alcohol, quietly observing. He did not stop them. At such moments a bit of alcohol could indeed quickly bridge distances and relieve stress. The spicy liquid slid down the throat, bringing a wave of hot stimulation followed by a lingering sweetness and warmth. Su Kuan closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Zhao Chongdabin and a few other boys cautiously sipped. Their faces immediately flushed, but their eyes brightened. After a few cups the conversation flowed freely. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were naturally good at chatting. With the influence of alcohol they soon threw their arms around Su Kuan and the others, calling each other brothers. They reminisced about their first encounter in the girls' dormitory and the trivial matters in the cafeteria. They spoke of the raging snow outside and the people who had frozen to death. As the conversation progressed, someone unknowingly mentioned home. "I wonder how my parents are doing." A boy named Lu Jian, whose frostbite had not yet healed, clutched his cup, his voice muffled. "The phone has long been unreachable. The signal is gone. My home is in the north, but it's even colder than here." This statement pierced the bubble of what had been a lively atmosphere. Su Kuan lowered his head, looking at the remaining bit of alcohol in his cup, tears slowly welling up in his eyes. "My home is in the south. Warm. My mom must be worrying about me every day, and my dad might still be trying to figure things out." He couldn't continue, raising his hand to wipe his face. Zhao Chong sniffled, his voice quivering with tears. "I miss my sister. She's just started middle school. Emotions are contagious." One person cried, then another. Soon this group of boys who had just been excited about finding new support had their shoulders slumped. Some wept silently, while others buried their faces in their arms, stifling sobs. They were all young men in their 20s. Usually they would hold on, but under the influence of alcohol and this fleeting sense of safety, their longing for family and the peaceful life of the past surged like a flood that could no longer be contained. This sadness also affected others. Su Jinwan, Chen Xian, and Lin Wei sat on the other side, initially speaking softly. Seeing this scene, they fell silent. They exchanged glances, tears welling up in their eyes. Did they not miss home? They just dared not think too much about it. They busied themselves to numb their feelings. The atmosphere in the corridor grew heavy and sorrowful. Whimpers and sighs echoed softly. Only Liamo remained calm, sitting there with no visible emotion. Having lost his parents at a young age, his concept of home was already vague. A decade of struggle in his past life had hardened many tender emotions. He watched the crying young men before him, feeling a sigh in his heart, but also some resonance. Yet in the apocalypse, tears were the most useless thing, but occasionally shedding them might wash away some built-up pressure. He did not offer words of comfort. He simply allowed the emotions to flow naturally. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao also restrained their smiles, patting the shoulders of their brothers beside them, silently accompanying them. The alcohol was finished and the tears had nearly dried. Fatigue and warmth surged together. After crying, Su Kuan and the others felt a little lighter in their hearts. That sense of fighting alone, the pent-up frustration with no one to share it with, seemed to flow away with the tears. Coupled with the previous hustle and tension, they relaxed and drowsiness quickly overtook them. Liamo then stood up, his voice steady. "Let's all get some rest. Everyone is tired today. The rooms are all arranged, the electric blankets are on, sleep well." Only then did everyone disperse, returning to their assigned dorms. Su Kuan lay on the floor, which had been covered with moisture-proof mats and sleeping bags. Beneath him was the continuous warmth radiating from the electric blanket. He was covered with a thick blanket. In the room, a small heater emitted a faint hum, and the light was dim and soft. For the first time in over half a month, he felt free from the bone-chilling. It was also the first time he didn't have to be on high alert, worrying about being woken in the middle of the night or being called to work. Exhaustion swept over him, and he fell into a deep sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He slept incredibly soundly, not even dreaming. Other newcomers were similarly at ease. The sound of steady breathing rose and fell in each room. Of course some snored loudly, but everyone was sleeping deeply and no one was disturbed. As the night deepened, the wind and snow seemed to intensify, battering the windows. However, Liemo did not sleep. He first walked quietly around the 5th floor, checking the doors, windows, and heating equipment. Then he returned to room 507 and called Wang Tao and Wu Jichao over. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoren were on duty on the 1st floor. In 507, only a small emergency light was on. Liemo's expression appeared somewhat serious under the dim light. "Mo Go, what's up?" Wang Tao rubbed his face, shaking off sleepiness. Wu Jichao also perked up. "Having more people is good, but it also brings pressure." Liemo got straight to the point. "I just roughly calculated our power usage. Currently, we mainly rely on 2 gasoline generators for power 5 kilowatts, each one as a backup, and 1 in regular. Previously, with fewer people, our power usage was concentrated barely enough. Now, with nearly 10 more people, each room needs heating and lighting along with possibly increasing equipment." He paused. The power might not be able to keep up. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's expression stiffened. Electricity was the lifeblood here. Heating, lighting, charging the intercoms, and some equipment all depended on it. If there were issues with the power, heating would immediately become a problem and many actions would be limited, especially those various heaters which have the highest power consumption. Liemo continued. "To ensure everyone has basic heating, each floor needs at least 2 high-power generators to operate alternately for stability. We are currently far from that. Then, what should we do?" Wu Jichao frowned. "In this weather outside, where can we find more generators? There are some in the auditorium, but Zheng Guodong and his team are definitely eyeing them in that place." Liemo raised his hand to stop him. "I have a way to get generators." His voice was steady, carrying an undeniable tone. "In a couple of days, I will find new generators from the same source as before, saying they were discovered in the equipment rooms or electrical rooms of other dormitory buildings. They might have been spare ones or left behind by the school." Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged glances, seeing a hint of understanding in each other's eyes. But more than that was a near blind trust. They didn't ask Liemo how he knew where to find them or how to bring them back. In the past month of the apocalypse, Liemo's foresight, resource management, and decisiveness had already won their respect. Moreover, Mo Go had special abilities. In their minds, if Mo Go said he had a way, then he definitely had a way. Why ask so much? "Got it, Mo Go." Wang Tao nodded. "What do we need to do when the time comes?" "Find an opportunity to set up the new generators. I plan to add 2 on the 4th and 6th floors. For installation and wiring, Xiao, will you take Zhou Yu and Sun Haoren with you to manage it? Don't worry about fuel. I have reserves on my end." Liemo explained clearly and concisely. "No problem." Wu Jichao agreed without hesitation. Additionally, Liemo shifted the topic. "Even though there are more people, the search for supplies cannot stop. On the girls' dormitory side, there are still many buildings left unsearched. The items inside, especially warm clothing, bedding, and possibly leftover food, are crucial for us." However, he glanced outside the door. "Su Kuan and the others have just arrived, and their frostbite needs recovery. Let them rest for a few days to heal and get familiar with the environment. Once they are better, we will organize an action. You should also chat with them more to understand their strengths and physical conditions. Build good relationships, treat each other like family." "All right, understood." Wang Tao took note. Finally, and most importantly, Liemo's tone grew more serious. "The watch on the 1st floor must be strengthened. With Su Kuan and the others this time, it's as if we've moved half of the cafeteria's stock and taken Dr. Han away. Zheng Guodong has lost face on such a large scale and has suffered significant losses. They will not remain unresponsive. Now that their internal situation is unstable, there may not be an immediate large-scale conflict, but sending people to test and pressurize, or even small-scale sneak attacks, is very possible." He looked at Wang Tao and Wu Jichao. "Tell Zhou Yu, Sun Haoren, and the others to keep their eyes open during the night shift. Do not be careless with any signs of movement. Although we have more people now, it's not yet time to be complacent." Wang Tao's expression turned cold, sneering. "Rest assured, Mo Go. What nonsense, vice principal, what higher-ups from the school, they are no longer useful. In this world, who still recognizes that? It's all about surviving. If they dare to confront us directly, we will not back down. After all, it's not like we haven't risked our lives before. We all have 2 shoulders and 1 head. Who is afraid of whom?" Wu Jichao also nodded, his usual gentleness replaced by hardness. "Exactly, perhaps there used to be respect between teachers and students, but now? Survival is the top priority. If they don't treat us like humans, we don't need to be polite." Liemo was very satisfied with their reactions. Almost a month into the apocalypse, many concepts had been reshaped. The reverence for authority and blind adherence to hierarchy had long since dissolved in the face of survival. "It's good to have this understanding," Liemo finally said. "Go rest. Starting tomorrow, we will follow the plan." Wang Tao and Wu Jichao left room 507. Liemo sat alone in the dim light, listening to the howling wind and snow outside, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee. With more people, the burden increased, but strength was also coalescing. The power issue must be resolved quickly, the search for supplies must continue, and external threats must be guarded against. Every step must be taken without error. He walked to the window, looking at the pitch blackness outside, a world where snowflakes danced wildly, his gaze unfathomable. Fragments of memories from his past life flickered through his mind. Those tragedies caused by a moment's negligence, the brutal killings and the struggle for resources, must be navigated more cautiously. Turning back to the table, he picked up a pen and began sketching out the plans and supply list for the coming days on a blank spot of an old newspaper. The light elongated a shadow, casting it on the wall, stable and clear. Not far away, Su Kuan turned over in his warm sleeping bag, emitting a satisfied sigh. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were quietly discussing the duty arrangements for tomorrow. The wind and snow continued, but within Building 6 a new order was quietly taking root. The next morning, the snowstorm had eased slightly, and the sky was overcast. The door of Building 6 was forcefully knocked on, the sound urgent and carrying a fierce pretense. Zhou Yu, responsible for the lookout, immediately peered through the observation hole and saw Zhang Ming and Lu Feng standing outside the door, followed by 7 or 8 others. There were both men and women, mostly teachers, who usually followed Zheng Guodong closely at the canteen stronghold, along with a few Boulder students. They all held makeshift weapons, steel pipes and wooden sticks. Zhang Ming was even carrying a rubber baton found in the police office, while Lu Feng clutched a sharpened steel pipe. Zhou Yu immediately reported via the walkie-talkie. Soon Li Mo arrived with Wang Tao, Wu Jichao's son Haoran, and a few new corps members, including Su Kuan, Zhao Chong, and a Bin, who had come after hearing the commotion. They all descended to the first floor. Li Mo signaled Zhou Yu to step back and stand guard behind the door while he approached it himself. Open the door. Li Mo, we know you're inside. Zhang Ming's voice came through the door, trembling slightly, but deliberately raised. Come out and talk. Li Mo did not rush to open the door, his voice calm and clear as it emanated. If there's something to discuss, there's no need to knock so hard. Outside, Zhang Ming choked for a moment, then raised his voice again. Li Mo, you're harboring Su Kuan and those traitors, stealing collective supplies from the canteen warehouse and kidnapping Dr. Han. This is a serious mistake. Hand over the supplies now. We can temporarily overlook the people involved, but the items must be returned. This is Principal Zheng's directive. Inside, Su Kuan and the others' expressions instantly darkened, flames of fury igniting in their eyes. Zhao Chong clenched his fists, and a Bin let out a low growl. However, Li Mo chuckled lightly, his laughter not loud, but laced with evident mockery. No need to speak so harshly. Su Kuan and the others came voluntarily. The supplies were their gifts for meeting, and Dr. Han also willingly stayed to help. How did it turn into theft and kidnapping in your mouth? You're being unreasonable. Lu Feng couldn't help but shout. The warehouse was broken into and items were lost, that's a fact. Dr. Han being kidnapped is also a fact. Li Mo, don't think you're safe just because you're hiding in there. This is a critical time, we must adhere to rules. What you're doing is undermining unity and is a crime. A crime. Li Mo's voice turned cold. What about you withholding rations from the search team, sending them out wounded to die, and then delaying the promised doubled supplies upon their return? What does that count as? What about all those who froze to death? The outside was momentarily speechless. Zhang Ming's face flushed red as he stubbornly replied, that's necessary management. It's for the greater good. Hand over the supplies immediately, or else. Or else what? Li Mo interrupted him, his tone suddenly sharp. If you want the supplies, you can come and get them. But first you have to ask if my axe agrees to it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Tao, Wu Jichao's son Haoran, and Zhou Yu all stepped forward simultaneously. The fire axe in their hands gleamed menacingly. The blade, polished to a shine, emitted a chilling glow in the dimly lit hallway. Su Kuan, Zhao Chong, De Bin, and the others immediately drew their steel pipes and crowbars from behind or from their waists. Though they were no match for the fire axe, each wore a fierce expression. All the repressed grievances from a long time were now written all over their faces. The murderous aura that suddenly rose inside made Zhang Ming and the others outside instinctively take a half step back. They could see clearly that not only were the people inside well-armed, but their numbers were not fewer than their own. More importantly, there was a momentum of united animosity. It was completely unmatched by their ragtag group of differing intentions. Su Kuan pushed forward a step, addressing the observation hole, his voice hoarse, but every word striking the hearts of Zhang Ming. Lu Feng, quit talking nonsense here. Still a crime. Open your eyes and see what kind of world it is now. In this icy wilderness, people are nearly dying out, and you're still trying to scare someone with the old tricks. I don't even know if I can survive until next month. Oh, why would I fear your threats? He grew more agitated, his finger almost poking the door. When we're out there fighting for our lives, you're inside roasting by the fire. When we're frostbitten and oozing pus, you hide good medicine and refuse to give it. Now that we come to seek refuge with a wise leader, having found a way to survive, you have the nerve to demand. I spit. Want supplies? Fine, come and take them. Let's see whose stick is harder or whose axe strikes faster. Let's see who lies down first. Zhao Chong yelled as well. Exactly. If you have the guts, let's have a real fight. Don't just stand outside and talk big. Aren't you trying to uphold the rules? Come on. Dabin and several other new boys joined in the cursing, their foul language mixed with long-repressed anger raining down on the door like hail. They cursed harsher and more directly than Li Mo's side. Their hatred for the canteen was even deeper. Zhang Ming and Lu Feng's faces turned green and pale from the abuse. Especially Lu Feng, who was one of the direct managers of the search team. He couldn't escape the responsibility of what Su Kuan mentioned. He trembled with rage, pointing at the door. Su Kuan, you're rebelling. This is lawlessness. Once the country's support arrives, none of you will escape. You'll all be imprisoned. Imprisoned? Su Kuan seemed to hear the greatest joke, his laughter filled with desolation and mockery. You should first worry about whether you can survive until help arrives. Still talking about government support. Such nonsense can only fool those who have never been outside. Do you even know what it's like out there? It's nothing but snow and corpses. Do you believe it? Huh. This struck a chord with many of those outside. Some began to avert their gazes. Zhang Ming's heart sank even further. Didn't he know hope was slim? Yet this was their last shred of dignity to maintain authority. Li Mo had remained silent all along, merely observing coldly. He had anticipated Su Kun's outburst. In times like this, having them, the victims, confront the situation was more effective than stepping in himself. He watched as Zhang Ming and the others displayed a fierce facade, knowing they wouldn't dare truly resort to violence. Indeed, Zhang Ming's chest heaved violently a few times as he looked at the glinting axes and the eyes that seemed to want to swallow them whole. Weighing the morale and mental state of his own side, the false bravado was quickly doused by the cold reality. In a real conflict, this was their territory. Su Kuan's group of desperate rogues had evidently made up their minds to follow Li Mo. The few teachers and some timid students on their side were simply inadequate. Let alone seizing supplies, even escaping unscathed was a concern. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the frustration and anger, forcing out a statement through clenched teeth. All right. Li Mo, Su Kuan, remember today. This matter isn't over. We're leaving. With that, he turned sharply and walked towards the canteen without looking back. Lu Feng shot a fierce glare at the closed door, but could only follow. Seeing this, the others felt as if a great reprieve had come and hurriedly left their footsteps. The earlier bravado completely vanished. Watching their retreating figures disappear into the snowstorm, Su Kuan and the others inside erupted into a suppressed cheer and curses. Su Kuan panted heavily, his eyes still red, but his face bore an unprecedented sense of relief. Zhao Chang patted him hard on the back. Dabin grinned and spat towards the door. Only then did Li Mo wave his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. All right, they've left. He looked at Su Kuan. You did well in cursing. Su Kuan scratched his head awkwardly, but his eyes remained resolute. Mo, Gu, I really couldn't hold it back. They bullied us too much. No need to hold back in the future, Li Mo said lightly. When dealing with such people, when reasoning fails, you must rely on this. He weighed the fire axe in his hand. Wang Tao chuckled. Look at how scared they were. Trying to scare us with prison as if we were 3-year-olds. Wu Jichao remained calm. However, they didn't succeed this time. Zheng Guodong will definitely be angrier. We need to be careful of them using other tricks. Li Mo nodded. Increase vigilance, especially at night. They might not dare to confront us directly, but they might engage in underhanded, as long as everyone is aware. He looked at Su Kuan and the others. All right, everyone go upstairs. Those who need to rest should rest, and those healing should take care of themselves. Only then did the crowd gradually head upstairs. Su Kuan walked last, glancing back at the tightly shut door, feeling that the pent-up frustration he had held for so long was finally released. Following Mo Gu was indeed the right choice. On the other side, Zhang Ming and Lu Feng led their group, struggling against the cold wind, returning to the canteen stronghold in a disheveled state. Zheng Guodong had long been waiting in the room used as an office, his face dark enough to drip water. After hearing Zhang Ming's stammering and embellished report, especially after hearing Li Mo and Su Kun's merciless mockery and threats, Zheng Guodong slammed his palm down on the table. The broken enamel jar on top rattled. This is rebellion. Total rebellion. He growled, his eyes bloodshot and his expression twisted. The warehouse was plundered and Dr. Han was kidnapped, which had already ruined his reputation. Now the people sent to negotiate were forced back. The other side even threatened to resort to violence, which was a direct slap to his face as the vice principal. Yet after his outburst, a deeper sense of powerlessness surged within him. The information brought back by Zhang Ming was very clear. The people in Building 6 not only had better weapons, but also shared a united front. Especially Su Kuan and his group of traitors who had firmly decided to follow that path to the end. Their combat power should not be underestimated. In contrast, once Su Kuan and the others left, the core strength of the search team collapsed dramatically. The remaining members included only a few physical education teachers, school workers, and 2 or 3 somewhat strong individuals from the police office. Most were ordinary teachers and administrative staff, and some students with average physiques and timid dispositions. These people could guard the stronghold and bolster morale, but if they were truly dragged out to fight, most would be of little use. The key issue was the weapons. The other side had sharpened fire axes. It was clear they had been meticulously crafted, effective for cutting or breaking through doors. What about on their side? A few broken steel pipes, some batons, and crude homemade weapons. In a real fight, a single encounter would likely end poorly. A strong sense of distortion gripped Zhang Guodong's heart. He felt like a gambler who had been stripped of all his cards. Clearly holding the moral high ground, yet in the face of naked power disparity, he was utterly defenseless. This feeling of losing control almost drove him mad. Useless. All of you are useless. He pointed at Zhang Ming, and Lu Feng spitting as he yelled. You can't even articulate your words. What use are you to me? Zhang Ming and Lu Feng lowered their heads, not daring to speak, yet their anger was also boiling inside. After scolding for a while, Zhang Guodong panted heavily, slumping back into his chair. He knew that it was unwise to confront them heat-in at this point. However, the loss of materials was real. The decline in prestige was even more lethal. He needed to find a way to recover at the very least to make up for the losses. How to make up for it? The supplies outside were getting harder to search for, and the risks were increasing. His cold gaze swept over the other core personnel in the room. Then he looked at the students in the corridor outside, pale-faced and with vacant eyes. A more brutal thought began to take root in his heart. Since it was difficult to obtain from the outside, he would squeeze from within. Since the backbone that dared to resist had fled, he would exert more pressure on those left behind who were weaker and more. From today on, Zhang Guodong's voice was hoarse and cold, carrying a ruthless determination. All rations will be cut by another 30%. Priority will be given to patrols and necessary positions. For others, if you want more food or warmth, you have to put in more effort. The search team must be restructured as soon as possible. Every boy who can move must participate in training and outside searches. Anyone who slacks off or complains will have their rations deducted. He paused. Tell everyone that this is a critical time. We must face it together. The previous losses must be compensated by everyone's effort. Anyone who dares to have other intentions, Su Kuin's fate will be the example. Once the government support arrives, all accounts will be settled. His words were less of a mobilization and more of a threat. Zhang Ming and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They knew Zhang Guodong was intending to maintain his shaky control through harsher oppression, and he sought to squeeze out more value to compensate for the losses taken by Su Kuin and his group. As the orders were issued, the already low morale at the canteen stronghold plummeted to freezing point. Feelings of resentment and despair spread in the dark, but under the threats of sticks and hunger, no one dared to openly resist. Zhang Guodong was only thinking of one thing: squeeze and squeeze harder, until he had recouped his losses doubled. As for how long these resources would last, or whether it would lead to a total collapse, he no longer cared. A few days later, the atmosphere inside Building 6 was calm. Under the careful care of Dr. Han and the ample supply of medicine, Su Kuin Zhaochang and Dabin's frostbite was the redness and swelling subsided, and the sores began to scab over. Although it would take some time to fully heal, at least they could move without hindrance. Their spirits visibly lifted. Every day, there was hot food and warmth. They no longer had to worry about being shortchanged or scolded. This kind of life gradually brought color back to their faces and rekindled the light in their eyes. After observing for a few days, Liu Mo felt it was time. That morning, he called Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, Su Kuin Zhaochang Dabin along with Zhou Yu and Sun Hao ran to room 507. Su Jinwan and the others along with Dr. Han were next door and did not participate. You've rested enough, it's time to move, Li Mo stated directly. There are still several buildings in the girls' dormitory that haven't been searched. The bedding, heavy clothing, and possibly leftover food inside are crucial for us. The weather is decent today with little wind, making it suitable to go out. Su Kuin and the others straightened up immediately, their expressions showing no fear, but rather excitement. Searching outside from the cafeteria was a hard task, a sure way to meet, but here following Brother Mo, they felt differently. At the very least, their equipment and logistics would be much better. This time we will have more people with us. Li Mo continued, Su Kuin, you choose 5 of the brothers who have recovered the best, including you, making a total of 6. Wang Tao, Xiao Wu, Zhou Yu, Sun Hao, Ran, and me. 12 individuals with a clear target, swift action. Understood. Su Kuin nodded vigorously. As for equipment, Li Mo paused. This time we will provide everyone with better protection. As he spoke, he walked towards a corner of room 507 that was simply separated by a cloth curtain. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao immediately followed, standing on either side of the curtain to block the view of the others. Li Mo lifted the curtain and went inside. Su Kuin and the others were somewhat puzzled, but dared not ask too many questions, waiting quietly. They heard some faint rustling sounds inside. The curtain was soon lifted again. Li Mo came out holding several sets of silver-gray clothing. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao turned around and also brought out several sets from behind the curtain. Those were temperature-regulating protective suits, and they looked brand new, neatly folded with a special coating on the surface glimmering faintly in the dim light. Su Kuin and Zhao Chang's eyes widened instantly. They held their breath for a moment. They had seen Li Mo wearing this in the girls' dormitory and had envied it immensely. They never expected that it would be their turn to wear it now. Moreover, so many sets. A rough glance revealed at least 10 sets. Li Mo paid no attention to their shock and began distributing them. One set per person, all the same size. Just wear something form-fitting underneath. This material keeps warm and allows for easy movement. Wang Tao and Wu Zhiqiao helped to pass the protective suits to everyone. The feeling in their hands was light, yet sturdy with a special fabric that had a slight chill. As Su Kuan touched the protective suit that belonged to him, his fingers trembled slightly. Only Zheng Guodong and a few core members had the right to wear this in the cafeteria. It was treated as a precious item with batteries being conserved. Here it was distributed like regular work clothes. Brother Mo, this is too valuable. Zhao Chang's, it's just a tool, it's meant to be used well. Li Mo replied casually, already starting to take off his outer jacket, preparing to put on the protective suit. Wang Tao and Wu Zhiqiao also swiftly began changing, appearing very accustomed to it. Seeing this, Su Kuan gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed suit. What does it matter? If Brother Mo says to wear it, then wear it. The other selected boys also excitedly and nervously started changing. While putting on the protective suit, Li Mo casually said to Wang Tao, Taozi, the last few airdrop boxes had quite a few good items. It turns out there are dozens of these protective suits, enough for us to use for a while. Wang Tao immediately responded, as if chatting casually, his voice just loud enough for Su Kuan and the others who were changing to hear. Yeah, we were lucky those boxes were sealed tightly and didn't get frozen. There are also matching batteries, though there aren't many. If we use them sparingly, they'll be enough for going out. Wu Zhiqiao nodded as well. Yes, mainly lightweight. It's more convenient than wearing several layers of cotton clothing. Su Kuan and the others listened, feeling a mix of shock and confusion. They seemed to have found a reasonable explanation. Airdrop boxes. Indeed, it was the supplies from the airdrop. No wonder there were so many supplies here in Brother Mo's side. They had suspected that Building 6 might have received the airdrop early, and now they were more certain than ever. As for why there were so many exaggerated protective suits, perhaps those airdrop boxes were specially provided for military use. Or was it sheer luck? They filled in the reasons themselves. After all, besides this, there seemed to be no other explanation. It couldn't possibly have appeared out of thin air, right? What they didn't know was that Li Mo was exploiting this information gap and habitual thinking. He had long realized that his replication ability had a unique characteristic. No matter how old or worn the sample was, the replicated items were always brand new. It was as if they had just come off the production line. Electrical items were replicated in a fully charged state. This discovery allowed him to develop a more luxurious yet efficient method. For consumables or equipment that were inconvenient to recharge, like these temperature-regulating protective suits, he treated them as disposable or short-term consumables. After all, there were thousands of sets stacked in the system space, and the original energy was ample. After using them, he could just toss them aside and switch to new ones. Why waste fuel? It was a hassle and increased the load on the generator. Moreover, they could use them as needed without waiting for a recharge, saving time. He also applied this model to heaters and some small electrical appliances. Otherwise, relying solely on those two generators, they would have long been unable to meet the electricity demands for so many people. He used a portion of the conventional supplies that needed recharging as a cover. At critical moments, he would produce these infinitely renewable new equipment. With Wang Tao and Wu Zhiqiao's cooperation, he used the supplies from the airdrop as a catch-all excuse to deflect attention. On days like today, when he needed to suddenly produce a large amount of rare equipment, he used isolation methods. He had trusted Wang Tao and Wu Zhiqiao assist him, creating a temporary visual blind spot and information barrier. Newcomers would find this explanation reasonable, while the oldtimers wouldn't delve deeper since they hadn't directly witnessed the process. Su Jinwan and the others were now very trusting of Li Mo, and basically had no doubts about the distribution of supplies. They wouldn't even observe. As Li Mo zipped up his protective suit, he was perfecting this process in his mind. Similar situations would occur more frequently in the future. A routine must be established to reduce exposure risks. Soon everyone had changed into their temperature-regulating protective suits. The silver-gray figures stood in a circle, looking neat and uniform, radiating a sense of inexplicable technology and intimidation. The protective suits fit well, allowing for much easier movement compared to being bundled in heavy cotton clothes. Moreover, they could clearly feel a constant warmth emanating from the inner layer of the clothing, dispelling the chill in the building. Next, Li Mo had Wang Tao and Wu Zhiqiao move out several boxes from that corner behind the curtain. Opening them revealed similarly brand new thermos cups, high-energy chocolate bars. There was also a small pack of emergency medicines and tools. One thermos cup per person, filled with hot water already. Make sure to carry food and medicine with you. Li Mo distributed the items. Check the walkie-talkie battery. Weapons as usual, mainly fire axes and crowbars, and Su Kuan, you can use whatever you are comfortable with. Everyone quickly retrieved their gear. The thermos cups felt heavy in their hands with warm walls. The chocolate bars packaging gleamed. Everything was orderly, exuding thorough preparation and confidence. Su Kuan gripped the fire axe he received tightly. It was also new with a sharp blade. He touched the lightweight and warm protective suit on his body, then felt the weight of the food and hot water in his backpack, and a strong sense of confidence surged up. This was not just an adventure search, it was an armed patrol. With a team like this and a leader like this, what was there to fear? Li Mo conducted a final check of everyone's equipment, his gaze sweeping over the excited or determined faces. Remember, actions should be swift, maintain silence, and look out. Our goal is supplies, try not to create unnecessary complications. If we encounter other survivors, assess the situation but prioritize ensuring our own safety. Understood. Understood. Everyone replied in low voices, their eyes sharp. Let's go. Li Mo was the first to head towards the stairs, followed closely by Wang Tao and Wu Jichao. Su Kuan took a deep breath, exchanged glances with Zhao Chong and De Bin, and immediately followed. Zhou Yu and Sun Hao ran brought up the rear. The group descended the stairs and arrived at the first floor lobby. They quickly moved the support from the top door. The heavy iron door was pulled open a crack and the cold wind immediately rushed in, but it was effectively blocked outside by the temperature-regulating protective suits. Li Mo was the first to slip out, and the others followed one after another, quickly disappearing into the dim light outside and the swirling snowflakes. The door quietly closed behind them, sealed once again. Building 6 returned to silence. Lin Wei and Su Jinwan stood by the window at the end of the 5th-floor corridor, watching a line of silver-gray figures gradually diminish in the snow, ultimately disappearing towards the girls' dormitory area. The cold wind seeped in through the window cracks, carrying a whistling sound. Lin Wei tightened her cotton jacket, her brow slightly furrowed with evident confusion in her eyes. She turned her head to look at Su Jinwan beside her. Jinwan, do we have that many protective suits? Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid of being overheard. Those silver-gray ones, they look quite high-end. I remember when Mo Gu and the others went out, there were only a few sets, right? How come suddenly there are more than 10 today? And all of them are new. Su Jinwan also withdrew her gaze from outside the window, shaking her head, her expression equally perplexed. When we counted the supplies, I was mainly responsible for food, daily necessities, and some tools. Special equipment like protective suits was collected separately by Mo Gu and Wang Tao, we never touched them. She paused, recalling. As far as I remember, there were plenty of items piled up in the warehouse, but it didn't seem like there were that many boxes containing protective suits. Lin Wei's confusion deepened. So, did Su Kuan and the others bring them over that night? She recalled the large bags they carried when they defected. Su Jinwan shook her head again. It shouldn't be. Su Kuan mentioned the situation at the cafeteria, and they didn't have many sets of those protective suits either. They were treasures for the higher-ups. How could they suddenly bring over more than 10 sets? Besides, they all look brand new, as if they haven't been used. Could they have come from the airdrop boxes? Lin Wei speculated, though she found it somewhat unbelievable. But would an airdrop box really contain that many identical high-quality protective suits all at once? What kind of box would that be? Su Jinwan couldn't be sure either. Her understanding of airdrop boxes was limited to what she had heard. She had never seen one in person. Maybe it came from several boxes. This reason felt a bit forced even to her. The two fell silent for a moment. The wind and snow outside seemed to intensify. The building was very quiet, and they could hear the faint sound of Dr. Han organizing things in the makeshift medical room downstairs. Forget it, Su Jinwan gently exhaled. If we can't figure it out, let's not think about it. Mo Gu must have his reasons for doing things, since he can bring them out. He must have been prepared in advance. We just need to focus on our tasks. She looked at Lin Wei. If the opportunity arises, I'll ask Wang Tao or Xiao Wu, they should know. Lin Wei nodded, but the slight confusion in her heart did not entirely dissipate. She just knew that now was not the time to delve deeper. She vaguely felt that everything was a bit strange. After all, it wasn't just the protective suits, there seemed to be an inexplicable excess of other supplies as well. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's go check if Dr. Han needs any help, and we still have to prepare lunch, Su Jinwan said as she turned away from the window. Lin Wei took one last look at the desolate snowy ground outside before following her. The two girls temporarily buried their questions deep in their hearts. At the same time, the team, led by Li Mo, had already arrived at the targeted girls' dormitory building. It was a 6-story old building, mostly damaged with broken doors and windows, and the entrance was covered in snow. Old rules: pairs work together, clear each floor, and pay attention to safety. Li Mo whispered, Su Kuan, you take 2 people up the left staircase. Taozi will lead from the right. Xiao Wu, Zhou Yu, Sun Haoran, you will assist me in the center, while quickly checking the public areas on the 1st floor and the dormitory manager's room. If you find a large concentration of supplies, report immediately. Understood. Everyone replied in hushed tones. Wearing temperature-regulating protective suits made movement much more convenient, providing excellent warmth with minimal physical exertion. Su Kuan excitedly waved the empty woven bag in his hand, signaling Zhao Chong and De Bin, brothers, pack everything you can. Blankets, thick clothes, check if there are any locked cabinets. We are quite familiar with this already. His words carried a hint of self-deprecation, but more so reflected a sense of pride and determination. Searching near the cafeteria was a torment, it was a gamble. Even if they found something, they wouldn't get much in return. Here, although it was equally dangerous, they were well equipped with clear objectives. More importantly, the things they found were shared among everyone, which could genuinely improve their lives. After all, Mo was generous enough to reward them. The group quickly dispersed and entered the building according to their divisions. The interior was eerily silent, even colder than outside. The air was filled with dust and an indescribable aura of decay. The beam of the flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the dusty corridor and the closed or ajar dormitory doors. The search work progressed, tense yet orderly. They pried open the locked dormitory doors, rummaging through wardrobes and beds. Thick cotton quilts, down jackets, sweaters, scarves, and gloves. Any fabric that could provide warmth was swiftly yanked down and stuffed into woven bags. Some drawers might contain small packages of snacks, unopened skincare products, or even untouched sanitary items. Liam quickly checked the dormitory manager's room and the public washroom on the first floor with Wu Jichao and a few others. They found some brooms, mops, buckets, and a small first aid kit. Inside were common cold medicines and band-aids. Better than nothing. Soon a voice from the intercom came. Mo. Several dormitories on the east side of the third floor have many clothes and bedding in the cabinets, and there are a few boxes of unopened bottled water. Received. Concentrate at the staircase on the third floor. We'll go up to help. Liam replied. Mo. I found a small storage room on the west side of the fourth floor, which seems to have been used for storing miscellaneous items by the dormitory manager, along with some toolboxes and several bundles of unused wires. Sukun's voice came through, filled with excitement. Take all the tools and wires. Liam instructed. Also pay attention to dismantling the bedboards. Bedboards? Sukun was taken aback. Yes, wooden bedboards. Liam's voice came through the intercom, clear and calm. Be careful when dismantling, try to keep them intact. These boards will be useful for building frames, making partitions, or even as fuel. They are valuable materials. We need to look at the long term. Sukun and the others suddenly understood. Right? Bedboards. Previously they only focused on clothes and food. Who thought of dismantling bed? Indeed, Mo guessed thinking was truly different. It wasn't about struggling to wait for death, but rather about making practical plans for the future, preparing for development. This subtle difference revealed a vastly different attitude towards survival. Understood, Mo. Well, disassemble them now. Sukun immediately called for action. The search became even more meticulous. In addition to the traditional scavenging, everyone began to consciously dismantle useful wooden structures and collect potentially useful metal. They even began to gather intact plastic storage boxes. As time passed, the supplies collected from each floor were gradually concentrated in the first floor hall. The woven bags piled up into a small mountain, bulging with clothing and bedding. Next to them were the dismantled bedboards, bundled wires, toolboxes, and various other items. Liam directed the final consolidation in the first floor hall. He seemed to casually walk past the pile of supplies, occasionally touching the bulging woven bags or stacked bedboards. With each touch, a considerable amount of supplies quietly disappeared, being absorbed into the system space. The action was natural and went unnoticed. Sukun, Zhao Chong, and the others carried the last few bags down from upstairs. Looking at the accumulated results in the hall, though tired, they all wore expressions of joy. Hey, we scored quite a haul this time. Dabin wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead, grinning at the pile. Zhao Chong nodded. Yeah, we found over 20 thick blankets, and the clothes are. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the pile of woven bags, and he suddenly paused. He vaguely felt that there didn't seem to be as much as he had imagined. Clearly, every room upstairs had been thoroughly searched, and when they came down, the bags on their backs felt heavy. How come when piled together it didn't have that overwhelming effect? He quietly nudged Sukun beside him and whispered, Kun, why do I feel like there isn't as much stuff? Sukun, still excited, looked over carefully upon hearing this. It seemed there was indeed a bit, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Or perhaps his expectations were too high. Or maybe the bags weren't packed tightly enough. Maybe it just looks more when compressed. Sukun casually replied, hurry up and help tie things together, we need to withdraw. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were tying the bedboards with rope. Upon hearing Zhao Chong's mumbling, Wang Tao chuckled without looking up. This dormitory building has been rummaged through several times by previous people. Oh, it's good that we found this much. We're quick and thorough, so it feels like a lot. When piled together, of course, it doesn't seem that exaggerated. Yes, some blankets look big, but they shrink when compressed. Hurry up and finish when we're done, Dr. Han might have made hot soup. The two of them sang in harmony, steering the conversation away. Sukun and Zhao Chong thought about it and agreed that it made sense. It might be an illusion, or as Wang Tao said, a visual effect from compression. Liam checked the last concentrated supplies, confirming that no valuable items were overlooked, and he was too lazy to explain why it felt less. He waved his hand. All right, everything we can carry is here. Pack up, prepare to return, and as usual, stay vigilant. Everyone immediately got to work, lifting the tied bedboards in pairs and carrying relatively light, but bulky woven bags. The team regrouped. Although the load was heavy, each person's face showed satisfaction and a hint of urgency. A strong desire to return to the warm and safe Building 6. Liam-O walked at the front of the team, his expression calm beneath the hood of the temperature-regulating protective suit. The system space had been significantly enriched. Su-kun's doubts were inconsequential. The information gap and reasonable explanations were enough to cover up most of the illogical aspects. The team stepped back into the wind and snow, retracing their steps. The team returned to Building 6, carrying supplies as dusk settled over the sky. The moment the door swung open, warmth and the rich aroma of home-cooked meals rushed forth, reviving everyone who had endured hours of. The first-floor lobby quickly filled with the retrieved items, woven sacks, bundled bedplanks, toolboxes, and sundry odds and ends. Liam-O instructed Wang Tao and Wu Jichao to lead others in moving everything to a pre-cleared large dormitory on the 5th floor, and joined them himself. Su Jinwan, hearing the commotion, descended from upstairs. Her eyes brightened at the sight of so many supplies. She approached and helped sort scattered clothing, her fingers tracing the thick cotton fabric, her heart steadying with quiet reassurance. These were tangible, life-sustaining essentials, warmth and survival made manifest. Between tasks, she glanced up at Liam-O, who stood beside Su Kun, carefully leaning a bundle of bed planks against the wall. His profile, half lost in the dim light, appeared stern and unyielding. Hesitating only a moment, Su Jinwan stepped forward. "Brother M-O," she murmured softly, her voice edged with gentle inquiry. "Was today's outing smooth?" Liam-O grunted without turning his hands, never pausing. Su Jinwan bit her lip, then resolved to ask directly. I noticed everyone wore those silver-gray protective suits today, very uniform. Do we even have that many in stock?" she asked, cautiously watching his reaction closely. His hands stilled for a heartbeat, then resumed their steady rhythm. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he finished arranging the last bundle of bed planks, brushed dust from his palms, and finally turned to face her. The corridor's feeble light obscured his expression, yet Su Jinwan felt his gaze settle upon her face. Calm, silent, and heavy with an unspoken weight that silenced the words she'd rehearsed. "Why fret over this?" Liam-O spoke, his voice low and unreadable. "It's enough. I was just curious," she explained, her voice dropping further. "Lin Wei and I counted earlier. We didn't see nearly that many." Before she could finish, Liam-O stepped forward, closing the distance between them in one swift motion. Su Jinwan instinctively recoiled, only to find her waist encircled by his arm. His grip was firm, unyielding, commanding. "Such supplies fall under my purview, and Wang Tao's and Wu Jichao's." Leaning down, his breath grazed her earlobe, his voice sank lower, roughened by a subtle, smoldering edge. "You tend to everyone's meals. You take care of yourself. That is all." Heat flooded Su Jinwan's cheeks, her pulse staggered wildly. She hadn't anticipated this response. Not explanation, not reprimand, but an intimate, almost possessive interruption that dissolved her questions before they could form. But she tried again. Liam-O gave her no chance. He lifted her chin with his free hand, tilted her face upward, and kissed her. The kiss struck like sudden frost. A raw, urgent thing, still carrying the bite of wind and snow, charged with uncompromising dominance. Her mind went utterly blank, a white void humming with static. Down the corridor, Wang Tao, shouldering a sack, froze mid-stride, then let out an exaggerated whoa and whirled around. He elbowed Wu Jichao sharply. Wu instantly averted his gaze. Both snickered, hurried into the makeshift storage room, and shut the door behind them. Su Kun, Zhao Chong, and the others hauling supplies caught glimpses too, and swiftly bowed their heads, feigning intense focus on their work. Yet their lips twitched upward. No one dared stare. No one dared cheer. The kiss lasted only seconds. Liam-O released her just as swiftly. Su Jinwan's cheeks burned crimson. Her breath came shallow and uneven. Her eyes shimmered dewy and dazed. Her earlier questions vanished, entirely replaced by flustered, trembling vulnerability. Liam-O watched her, just a flicker of faint amusement in his eyes, gone as quickly as it came, before his expression smoothed back into serene neutrality. "Go prepare dinner. Ask fewer questions. Obey more." He withdrew his hands, his tone returning to its usual calm detachment, as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. "Oh, yes." Su Jinwan nodded dazedly, turning toward the stairs, her limbs moving stiffly, almost colliding with the wall. Only after she disappeared did Wang Tao and Wu Jichao peek out from the storage room, winking and grinning at Liam-O. He shot them a single glance. Both ducked back inside, suddenly absorbed in sorting supplies. Liam-O knew Su Jinwan's doubt was merely the first ripple. As more people joined them, such questions would multiply. Protective suits could be attributed to emergency airdrops, but what of fuel? Of gas canisters? Consumables both vital and difficult to acquire in bulk without raising suspicion. A robust system had to be built, swiftly. Core supply sources and management must become a black box, accountable only for inputs and outputs, its inner workings deliberately opaque. A true black box meant responsibility solely for inputs and outputs, its internal mechanisms hidden from view. This required several critical layers. First, strict permission segregation. Responsibilities for daily consumables, registration, distribution, basic storage, could be entrusted to Su Jinwan, Lin Wei, and others. But critical assets, protective suits, weapons, energy sources, medicines, specialized tools, must remain under Li Mo's direct control, or handled exclusively by Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao, his two most trusted lieutenants. They would see only the output, receiving goods, not the input or inventory. Second, physical separation of storage. Distinct locations must house different categories of supplies. A public warehouse would hold visible routine items, like the bedding, clothing, and tools retrieved today. Meanwhile, core resources must be concealed, stored only where Li Mo and a select few knew their whereabouts. Perhaps even dispersed across multiple sites, or more radically kept not in any physical vault, but within his system space. Each time needed retrieved discreetly by himself or his lieutenants from hidden caches. Third, procedural obfuscation. Replenishment of core supplies must never follow fixed traceable channels. Claiming every item came from airdrops or scavenging would invite scrutiny. Instead, a complex, ambiguous acquisition network must be implied, suggesting, for instance, that key reserves had been secretly stockpiled before the disaster fully erupted through buried across multiple covert locations, now being withdrawn in phased scheduled increments. These narratives required no verifiable detail, only plausible, unverifiable backstories. Fourth, consumption monitoring and expectation management. Precise estimation of core resource depletion rates was essential, and replenishment plans must be drawn well in advance. Never wait until stocks run critically low before producing a sudden surplus. That would arouse deep suspicion. Instead, replenish irregularly in varying quantities, maintaining inventory within a dynamic, stable equilibrium. Neither overly abundant, inviting questions, nor dangerously scarce, endangering survival. This demanded meticulous calculation and agile coordination. Finally, information control. Discussions regarding supply origins must be rigorously suppressed. Newcomers would receive standardized explanations, delivered by veterans like Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao. Even among core members, discipline must be enforced, no unauthorized inquiries or idle speculation about supply logistics. When necessary, attention could be deflected, as earlier, or silence imposed outright, invoking military secrecy or operational security. His strategy crystallized. Implementation would require time, and Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao's full, unwavering cooperation. Yet delay was unacceptable. With supplies largely sorted, Li Mo asked Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao to remain behind. They began isolating specific sample items he'd marked: top-performing appliances, full-unit packaging of essential medicines, complete tool sets, batteries in various specifications, and packed them separately. These were carried into room 507, his own quarters. These would serve as replication templates. Over recent days, his replication had never been haphazard. He selected deliberately, comparing heater models. He chose one excelling in thermal efficiency, relative energy economy, and mechanical simplicity for mass replication. Medicines followed Dr. Han's prescribed list. Only the most frequently used, critically essential varieties were replicated in bulk. Tools and parts were chosen for universality and high wear-and-tear potential. Through this methodical curation, his system space reserves now covered nearly every fundamental need of their small community. True bottlenecks remained fuel and gas canisters, high-consumption, non-renewable essentials whose replenishment most easily invited suspicion. For him, however, these merely cost opportunity points. The greater challenge lay in making their appearance seem natural. Taozi Xiao Wu Li Mo addressed them. Starting tomorrow, our supply management protocol. I'll brief you fully later. For now, remember, beyond food and daily necessities, anything else, especially fuel, gas, medicine, and specialized gear. When questioned, simply say, Brother Mo has it handled, or we retrieved it from the old location. No elaboration. Wang Tao and Wu Jiqiao exchanged a knowing glance. They understood instantly the era of the black box had begun. Both nodded firmly. Understood, Brother Mo. Right? Go ahead, dinner awaits. The corridor buzzed with life. Su Kuan's booming voice recounted today's bedplank dismantling feat, vivid theatrical, drawing hearty laughter. Zhao Chong de Bin and others chimed in, amplifying the mirth. Su Jinwan Chun, Shi Lin Wei, and Dr. Han carried out steaming bowls of soup, rehydrated compressed biscuits, and dried vegetables, generous portions fragrant with warmth. Spotting Li Mo emerge, Su Kuan waved excitedly. Brother Mo, over here. Today's haul was absolutely worth it. Shouldn't we make regular trips there? Feels like there's still plenty left to uncover. Li Mo walked over, accepting the bento box Su Jinwan silently offered, and sat in the spot others had courteously cleared. We'll plan accordingly. First, let's eat. They gathered close, cradling hot meals, listening to Su Kuan's embellished tales, savoring the rare, vibrant warmth and clamor within. In that moment, the frozen apocalypse receded. Here, cramped and alive, was something unmistakably like home. Another 3 to 5 days passed. Life inside Liuhao building settled into a new rhythm. The storm and snow seemed to have entered a relatively gentler phase. Though the cold pierced to the bone, it no longer carried that ravenous fury that sought to devour everything. Liemo did not idle. He began to implement his black box plan with methodical precision. The first step was to delineate authority. He finally summoned Wang Tao and Wu Jichao to room 507 and closed the door. From now on, management of core supplies will be entrusted mainly to you two. Liemo spoke plainly. Taozi, you will be responsible for recording everyone's basic supply needs and consumption, especially fuel, gas canisters, batteries, medicines, special tools, and protective gear. Xiao Wu, you will assist Taozi and handle the physical retrieval and distribution. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao nodded solemnly, offering no questions. To the outside, we'll say we've set up a unified supply dispatch center. Liemo continued. Everyone, including Su Kuan and the others, must submit a request to Taozi if they need anything beyond the daily basic allotment or require special equipment. Taozi will authorize with written notes based on circumstances, and Xiao Wu will fetch from the storeroom. Without an authorization slip, no one may arbitrarily use the core supplies. What about Jinwan and the others? Wang Tao asked. They will manage daily food and consumables distribution. Liemo had already worked it out. Rice, flour, biscuits, canned food, vegetable packs, salt, sugar, towels, toothbrushes. Those they can handle. But they will not be responsible for auditing total inventory, only the circulating stocks at hand. If their side needs stock replenishment, Taozi, you will coordinate and allocate from the central store. They will not access the main storage entry nor perform stock taking. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao understood. The aim was to conceal the input side completely. Su Jinwan and her team would work only on portions of the output, seeing merely the flow. Understood, Brother Mo. We'll get the process running, Wang Tao said. Rules must be established. Some will resist at first, but they will adapt. Liemo paused. Especially Su Kuan and his group. Newcomers who might be sensitive about formal applications. The canteen has trained them to resent such procedures. Wu Jichao nodded. Indeed, they were made wary by endless requests, approvals, and embezzlements before. We must reassure them. Liemo said. From today, tell Su Kuan and the others that each person will receive a fixed daily allotment, 10 cigarettes and 1 bottle of beer. Distribute it directly, no application needed. If they need extras, they can follow the process. This way they experience the rules without feeling deliberately constrained. Far better than the canteen's empty promises and covert cuts. Wang Tao's eyes brightened. That's brilliant. With tangible benefits in hand, their resistance to filing requests for other items will drop markedly. They'll see you're managing for order, not to punish them. Liemo nodded. Announce it matter-of-factly as a routine welfare measure. Don't over-explain the extras. The crucial thing is to ensure the items end up in their hands. The second step was psychological suggestion and atmosphere building. Afterwards, Liemo began to plant vague information casually into everyday conversations. When discussing inventory with Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, he would drop hints. The old place, those spots, the items we hid before. Phrases left deliberately indistinct. He spoke softly, but loud enough that passing Su Kuan or others might catch a keyword or two. He never elaborated. He let those words become background noise, a whisper in the mind. He also drew Su Jinwan, Chen Xian, and Lin Wei further into administrative tasks, but only on the periphery of the black box. For example, they were asked to register daily food consumption and prepare simple requisition forms. They helped Dr. Han record medicine usage, though medicine replenishment remained Wang Tao's direct responsibility. They even took part in discussions about fair allocation of the limited heater hours. But the origins and total number of heaters remained unknown to them. Su Jinwan and the others worked conscientiously. When assigned tasks, they strove to do them well. They seldom questioned the underlying logic. Their basic trust in Liemo, coupled with Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's constant affirmation and the general bustle, made everything seem. A management network emerged that appeared transparent but kept its core obscured. That afternoon, Wang Tao, following Li Mo's instructions, called Su Kuan, Zhao Chong, Dabin, and other newly arrived backbone members together. Brothers, I have something to tell you. Wang Tao's tone was easy. For convenience and fairness, we'll standardize how supplies are issued here. A flutter of anxiety passed through Su Kuan and the others. Memories of the canteen's abuses surfaced. Wang Tao continued. Daily necessities will be issued, as before, on schedule. Moreover, Brother Mo insisted we must not mistreat our own. This is completely different from the canteen. So from today, each person will receive half a pack of cigarettes and 1 bottle of beer per day, guaranteed. He produced several packs of cigarettes and plastic bags of beer. They had of course come from Liemo in advance. Su Kuan and the others froze, then joy erupted across their faces. Cigarettes, beer, every day? Such a thing had been unimaginable before. Tao Ji, really? Zhao Chang's voice rose. Is this for real, eh? Wang Tao began to hand them out. Take them, but remember this is a welfare measure. If you need more, another pack of cigarettes, special tools, batteries, report to me. Write a simple slip stating the purpose. I'll pull it from the central stores. This is for our long-term good. Items must be planned and conserved. Chaos helps no one. You don't need to worry about anything else. Brother Mo's promises won't change. Su Kuan accepted his cigarettes and beer. The anxiety evaporated. It wasn't about tricking them, the benefit was real. The application process was merely formal management. This was nothing like the canteen's guise of regulation that concealed actual skimming. Understood, Tao Ji. Su Kuan nodded vigorously. This is how it should be. Rules make things easier. We'll cooperate. Others echoed him, faces lit with smiles. Cigarettes and beer every day. This felt like a dream. Who would mind filling out an occasional requisition slip? It was nothing. Seeing their delight, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao exchanged approving looks. Brother Mo's tactic was clever. He understood management. Give people tangible benefits, and they will work willingly and deferentially. You need only compensate them. Paying a little more on base wages, an extra 100 a day, would make every employee polite and smiling when they saw you. Expecting labor without any compensation is impossible. Food, drink, and warmth are the baseline wage. Cigarettes and alcohol became the overtime pay. It was simple arithmetic. Within Liuhao building, under Li Mo's careful weaving, a supply management system that seemed orderly yet obscured at its core quietly began to function. The elders performed their roles. The newcomers relaxed into the welfare. Doubts were dissolved by rules and benefits. The contours of the black box took shape. Meanwhile, just across the street at the canteen outpost, the scene was quite different. After the supplies were seized and negotiations failed, Zheng Guodong's temperament twisted completely. Rather than reflect on his mistakes, he intensified the exploitation of those who remained. Rations were cut again and again, heating supplies were prioritized for him and a few of his inner circle. Ordinary students and teachers huddled in the cold hall, surviving on thin blankets and each other's body heat. Search teams were hastily reformed, led by some PE teachers and the more robust students who ventured out when the storm abated. But without the experienced desperate core, like Su Kuan's group, efficiency plunged and casualties rose. Each return brought fresh frostbite and deeper despair. A suffocating despondency and death-like silence permeated the canteen. Students went sallow and listless, movements slowed. Many began to cough and run low fever. With scarce medicine and few doctors, they could only endure. Despair twisted through every heart like a cold vine. Private whispers and undercurrents began to swell. A few students, usually close and equally tormented, huddled in a corner in hushed tones. We can't go on like this, we'll die here. A gaunt boy with pronounced cheekbones trembled as he spoke. Where would we go? It's colder outside, another said, arms folded, lips blue. Liuhao building. Didn't Su Kuan and his group go there? A third student glanced around, voice a thread. I keep seeing. They seem to have food, warm clothes, and heat over there. But how do we get there? Empty-handed. Su Kuan's group went with their allegiances sworn to that side, the first boy said with a bitter smile. What do we have? The meager crumbs of biscuits were given every day. The boy hugging his arms hesitated, eyes flickering. We must save from between our teeth, or take something else. Take, you mean? They exchanged looks and found the same thought mirrored in each other's eyes. Unable to openly revolt, they began to pilfer small portions of their daily rations in secret or swipe seemingly worthless items from common areas that might prove useful elsewhere. A rusty screwdriver, a few batteries that might still hold charge, extra sheets of discarded newspaper or scraps of wood. This covert nonviolent resistance and preparation quietly spread through the canteen outpost. Management grew chaotic. Today a packet of biscuits was missing. Tomorrow a plier vanished from the toolbox. The day after, someone reported fuel portions were lighter than usual. Those in charge of distribution were themselves weak with hunger, oversight slackened, and some even took part. Zheng Guodong did notice. He sensed an alarming dissipation of authority. Orders issued were executed sluggishly, often with feigned compliance. People's gazes no longer held fear. Instead, there was a dead indifference beneath which lay a cold mockery. He stood at the second-floor office window and watched the hollow-eyed crowd huddled below like the walking dead. A brutish rage surged in his chest and was immediately crushed by a deeper helplessness. He knew morale had collapsed. Though they had not dared open rebellion, their unity had already fractured. Traitors, they're wolves you can never tame, he snarled, grinding his teeth and striking the cold window frame with his fist. Beyond doubling down, tightening rations, and ruling by fear, he could conceive of no other remedy. He was like a man sinking in quicksand. The more he struggled, the faster he sank. On either side of the ice wall, the two outposts slid in opposite directions. One quietly accrued strength within a covert order and budding hope. The other accelerated toward collapse amid overt exploitation and despair. An invisible storm was gathering beneath the seemingly tranquil frozen campus. In the following days, Building No. 6 became exceptionally lively. First it was 1 or 2, then 3 or 5. Finally it turned into a throng. Students who could no longer endure the cafeteria stronghold began to take risks. Under the cover of night, or during brief pauses in the snowstorm, clutching their meager belongings, they fled towards Building No. 6. The tokens they brought were varied, yet pitiful enough to evoke sympathy. Half a pack of damp biscuits, a few pieces of candy as hard as stones, and a worn-out cotton coat that shone from use. Some even carried a few batteries that might not even have any charge left, or a rusty screwdriver. With frostbite on their faces, their eyes filled with fear, they stood shivering on the cold floor of the first-floor hall in Building No. 6. They did not dare to look up at Li Mo, who was seated on a makeshift chair. Su Kuan and Zhao Chong stood behind Li Mo watching these former classmates. Some were even companions who had previously endured hunger and cold together in the search team. Seeing them in such a state was a bitter pill to swallow. Su Kuan opened his mouth wanting to say something, but glanced at Li Mo. Li Mo looked at the scattered items on the ground, which hardly qualified as supplies, remaining silent. His face showed little expression, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee as if weighing his options. The hall was quiet, filled only with the suppressed coughs and tense breaths of the newcomers. Unable to hold back, Su Kuan stepped forward half a pace and whispered, "Mo Guthe." They had no other choice. The cafeteria is no longer a place for people to stay. These items. He glanced at the ground. Though they are a bit lacking, they are all they've got. Is there any chance? Li Mo raised his eyes to Su Kuan, then swept over the gaunt, pleading eyes of the students. A hint of gravity and difficulty appeared on his face. His brows furrowed slightly as if making an incredibly difficult decision. Of course he did not lack for such items. In fact, these scraps held no value in his eyes. But this act had to be convincingly performed. He pondered for a full half-minute. That half-minute felt unbearably long to those waiting. Finally, he gently sighed, his voice low, yet clear, "You can leave the items." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the suddenly hopeful eyes. His tone carried an unavoidable weight. "People can stay, but rules must be followed. I do not support idlers here, though everyone must contribute." He added, "As for food and shelter, there is some, but it is not comparable to the veterans. Whether you can adapt depends on your own performance." This sounded strict, even somewhat cold. Yet to those who had just escaped from a hellish environment, it was like heavenly music. There is food. There is shelter. No more freezing and starving while watching others' faces. As for contributing, were they not doing work in the cafeteria? They had received nothing there. "Thank you. Thank you, Mo Go. We will definitely obey. We will definitely work. Thank you, Kuan Go." A few were so excited that they became incoherent, and some even cried out, collapsing to the ground. This reaction was not entirely an act, but rather a genuine release after having escaped from despair. They were grateful for Li Mo's shelter, and even more so for Su Kuan's pleading. Li Mo's difficulty in agreeing only deepened this gratitude. "Look, Mo Gu taking us," and also meant bearing pressure. Su Kuan sighed with relief in his heart, feeling even more respect for Li Mo. Mo Gu truly valued loyalty. After all, they were classmates. How could he not help them? With the first successful example, news spread like wildfire among the remaining students at the cafeteria stronghold. Despairing people saw a clear path to survival. The fleeing became a tide. The second group, the third group. More and more people recklessly fled from the cafeteria, surging towards Building No. 6. They brought more and more things, only seeking to stay alive. Building No. 6 became unprecedentedly crowded. Li Mo quickly made arrangements. Newcomers were categorized by batches. Those who were in relatively better health and appeared honest were arranged to live in the empty dormitories on the 4th floor. Those with more severe frostbite that needed observation were concentrated on the 3rd floor for Dr. Han's care. Those who showed a positive attitude or had some skills from their time in the cafeteria, such as minor repairs, could stay in relatively better rooms on the 6th floor. As for the 5th floor, it remained the area for the core members like Li Mo, Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, Zhou Yu Sun, Haoran, Su Kuan, Zhao Chong, and Debin. Also, it included the area for girls like Su Jinwan. Newcomers were strictly forbidden from going up freely. The benefits naturally had a hierarchy. The early loyal core members like Su Kuan received daily rations of cigarettes and alcohol. Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, Zhou Yu, and Sun Haoran, the veterans, enjoyed even better treatment, able to access supplies without needing to file requests. Li Mo would occasionally slip them some good items privately. As for the newcomers, they only had guaranteed basic meals and collective heating. Receiving 3 cigarettes daily was already a tremendous blessing. As for beer, don't even think about it. But even so, compared to the despair of not having enough to eat and the biting cold at the cafeteria, this place was already a paradise. They could eat a hearty meal every day, though it mainly consisted of compressed food and dehydrated vegetable mush, and had relatively warm rooms to sleep in without the constant threat of reprimands and deductions. This was enough to make them feel grateful and eager to perform in hopes of securing their footing. The rapid increase in population also provided Li Mo with an excellent cover and timing to implement his covert plans. While the newcomers busied themselves adapting to the new environment, diligently completing their assigned tasks of cleaning, organizing, and simple repairs, Li Mo called Wang Tao and Wu Jichao aside and whispered instructions. Take advantage of the current situation where there are many people and things are chaotic and install the prepared generators on the lower floors. On the 3rd, 4th, and 6th floors, 2 units per floor. Choose the locations wisely and let the students who know a bit about this follow Xiao Wu to assist, saying it's for ensuring everyone's heating. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao understood immediately. The so-called preparations were naturally the same gasoline generators that Li Mo had copied from the system space. They had long been accustomed to this mode of operation. No questions asked, just execution. Soon batches of seemingly brand new generators were brought down by Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, along with a few newcomers who understood electricity and had been deemed relatively reliable. They moved them from the neighboring dormitory buildings and installed them in the corners or empty rooms that had been cleared in each floor. The roar of machines began to echo throughout the floors, and the power supply was clearly becoming abundant. The newly installed heaters started working, raising the temperature in the building a bit more. This sudden upgrade in welfare excited the newcomers. They were all in awe of Li Mo's abilities and generosity. Immersed in the joy of having a more stable heating source, hardly anyone questioned further. Where did these generators come from? Where did the gasoline come from? Why hadn't they seen them before? Only veterans like Su Jinwan and Zhou Yu amidst their joy felt a hint of surprise. Su Jinwan, responsible for daily management, and Zhou Yu, who often participated in guarding and transporting, had never seen so many backup generators in the building. Su Jinwan found a moment when Li Mo was alone in room 507 to bring him a cup of hot water. After placing the cup down and hesitating for a moment, she softly asked Mo, "Good, the new generators installed downstairs. Seem quite a lot. Where did they come from?" Li Mo was looking out the window at the snow when he turned his head at her words, his expression very natural. "I scavenged some from the equipment rooms and electrical rooms of other dormitory buildings, finding a few scattered ones. I had Taozi and Xiao Wu set them up over there. We can bring them over when needed. They're all of the same model, likely backup units purchased by the school. We couldn't use them before due to the low number of people, but now that there are more, we must utilize them." This explanation was reasonable. It was normal for school dormitory buildings to have backup generators. The fact that they hadn't been taken out earlier was simply because the demand was low. Now with the population explosion, they naturally had to be employed. Su Jinwan responded with an "oh" and nodded, her little doubts dissipating. Indeed, Imogu always has a plan. It wasn't surprising that he had stocked up ahead of time. Zhou Yu also received a similar explanation from Wang Tao, scratching his head and no longer thinking. Other newcomers would certainly not question it. They didn't even recognize the brand of the generators. They only knew that having electricity and warmth was a tremendous blessing. While building No. 6 was bustling with expansion and construction, the cafeteria stronghold just a street away had become a silent ghost domain. Most people had fled. The hall was empty, only some tattered bedding and garbage remained. Coldness permeated every corner without hindrance. Zheng Guodong and his closest followers, including Zhangming, Lu Feng, and 2 other teachers who usually closely followed him and had profited from him, were huddled in a relatively intact office on the second floor. In the fire pit before them, only a few embers remained barely alive. The heat emitted was completely insufficient to dispel the cold. Their stockpile of private goods was rapidly diminishing. Their faces were gray and their eyes were murky, filled with the madness and resentment of being driven to desperation. Traitors. They are all traitors. Zheng Guodong cursed hoarsely, his voice echoing in the empty. Ungrateful. The school raised them for nothing. The state will definitely pursue this. They must. Zhang Ming hugged his arms, shivering, his lips turning purple, unable to say much, his eyes filled only with despair. Lu Feng squatted in the corner, staring blankly, mumbling to himself, unsure of what he was saying. Once bustling the cafeteria stronghold, which Zheng Guodong viewed as the cornerstone of his power, was now left with only these last 5 lonely souls. Now only these last 5 lonely individuals remained. Soon Zheng Guodong spent another 2 days in the empty, cold office on the second floor of the cafeteria. Initially, there were curses followed by incoherent ramblings. Eventually, he fell completely into madness. At times, he would roar at the air, claiming to be the principal and ordering everyone to gather. At other times, he would curl up in a corner, holding his head and muttering to himself. He complained of being cold and hungry, insisting that someone was trying to harm him. Suddenly, he would break into silly laughter, drool trickling down the corner of his mouth, forming ice crystals on his frostbitten face. Zhangming, Lu Feng, and 2 other teachers who had followed Zheng Guodong until the end watched this scene, their last bit of support crumbling within them. Fear and cold could still be endured, but witnessing their leaders break down, while they themselves fell into despair, shattered them completely. "Teacher Zhang, Teacher Lu. We can't go on like this anymore," a physics teacher named Qian said, his voice trembling. His glasses had long since shattered, held together clumsily with tape. "Well, die here," Lu Feng said, his face pale and his eyes hollow, remaining silent. Zhang Ming looked at the crazed Zheng Guodong, crying and laughing. He glanced at his colleagues who were also on the brink of collapse and let out a heavy sigh. In that sigh was a mix of helplessness and unwillingness, as well as a profound resignation. "Go to building 6, Zhang Ming said hoarsely, as if using up his last bit of strength. "Lower your heads, admit defeat, and perhaps there might still be a way out." No one objected. The instinct to survive outweighed all notions of pride and persistence. They gathered up the last few usable items. A few broken cups, half a pack of tea leaves that may or may not have expired, and a few dirty thick clothes. They propped up the delirious Zheng Guodong, who occasionally struggled. Like a group of refugees, they stumbled out of the cafeteria heading towards Building 6, which they had once tried to intimidate, but which had now become their only hope. This time the knock on the door was very light, even a bit timid. The guard Zhou Yu saw through the observation hole that it was Zhongming Lu Feng and the nearly insane Zheng Guodong. He paused for a moment before immediately reporting via intercom. Liamo came down quickly, accompanied by Wang Tao and Wu Jichao. Su Kuan and Zhao Chong also arrived after. In the lobby on the first floor, the two sides met again, but the atmosphere was entirely different from before. Zhang Ming and the others no longer had that pretentious hardiness from their previous. They were wrapped in dirty cotton clothes, their faces blue from the cold, their hair messy, and their gazes evasive. Zheng Guodong, being supported by them, was still laughing foolishly, his eyes. He showed no reaction to everything around him. Liamo, Zhang Ming said, trying to make his voice sound calm, even adding a hint of deliberate respect. We want to talk. Liamo said nothing, merely looking at them calmly. His gaze swept over the insane Zheng Guodong before returning to Zhang Ming's face. Zhang Ming swallowed hard, steeling himself to continue. Previously, there were many misunderstandings. You can see Zheng Principal's current condition. We realized that our previous actions were problematic. The cafeteria is now empty, and it's just us left. He paused, trying to present a bargaining chip. We are very familiar with the various buildings and facilities in the school, and know of some storage points that may still have useful supplies. All of us teachers have some professional skills. We are not just teachers. Teacher Qian understands physics and simple machinery, and Teacher Sun studied civil engineering and knows a bit about structures. We believe that perhaps we can cooperate. You have supplies and manpower, while we have information and some skills. Working together should benefit the development of this stronghold. He spoke earnestly, even with a bit of humble persuasion. Lu Feng kept his head down, afraid to look at Li Mo, let alone the cold-faced Su Kuan and others behind him. Li Mo listened without any change in expression. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke, his voice clear and piercing like an ice pick. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Lu, and all the other teachers, he said, sweeping his gaze over the once high-ranking administrators. It seems you still haven't grasped the situation. He stepped forward slightly, his tone calm, yet forceful. Here there is no cooperation, only integration. You no longer have the qualifications to talk to me about equality as teachers. Zhang Ming and the others instantly turned pale. If you want to stay, it can be arranged. Liamo extended 2 fingers. 2 conditions: first, obey, a second, work. Here there are no teachers or students, only workers, including me. If you can do it, follow the new rules, you'll have food and a place to stay, and you won't freeze to death. If you can't, the door is over there, and you can take him with you. He pointed at Zheng Guodong. Go back to being your principal and teachers. His words were blunt, almost tearing away the last bit of their dignity. Zhang Ming's facial muscles twitched, his fingers clenched, and then relaxed. Lu Feng looked up, a flicker of humiliation crossing his face. But when he saw the cold and even hateful gazes from those behind Li Mo, he quickly lowered his head. Reality was stronger than man. Not bowing down would only lead to death. That meager professional knowledge and familiarity with the school were nothing compared to the clear survival resources. We will join, Zhang Ming said hoarsely, his shoulders sagging. We will obey and work. Yes, we will work. Teacher Qian hurriedly expressed his stance, and the other 2 teachers nodded in agreement. Very good, Liamo nodded. Kunzi. Here Su Kuan stepped forward, his gaze still coldly fixed on Zhang Ming and Lu Feng. Arrange for them to stay on the 2nd floor. We'll discuss specific work once they've settled in. Liamo commanded. Make sure they understand the rules. Understood, Su Kuan replied, turning to Zhang Ming and the others with a stern tone. Follow me. Zhang Ming and Lu Feng supported the still giggling Zheng Guodong as they followed Su Kuan towards the stairs. When passing by Li Mo, Zhang Ming paused for a moment and whispered, "Thank you." Li Mo did not respond. Watching their backs as they went upstairs, Wang Tao smirked. If I had known this would happen, why bother in the first place? Wu Jichao also shook his head. That Zheng Guodong is finished. Su Kuan quickly came back down and said to Li Mo, Gu, they have been arranged in the 2 empty rooms at the far east of the 2nd floor. I told Xiangzi and Dabin to keep a close eye on them, especially Zhang Ming and Lu Feng, fearing they might still have ulterior motives. Li Mo nodded. Do as you see fit. Provide them with supplies according to the new standard, no need to cut back, but don't give them too much either. Let's observe for a while. Understood. On the east side of the 2nd floor, 2 originally vacant dormitories were cleaned up. Zhang Ming, Lu Feng, Teacher Qian, and the others shared 1 room. The insane Zheng Guodong was separately arranged in a slightly smaller room next door. They would take turns watching over him for the time being. Soon Wang Tao brought over standard new supplies, including clean, thick bedding and blankets, brand new and well-insulated cotton clothes, and basic daily necessities for each person. Then came the food. A few packs of compressed biscuits, several cans, a small bag of rice, and even a small packet of salt and sugar. Lastly, there was even a portable butane stove with 2 gas canisters. This. Teacher Chien looked at the pile of items on the bed, his hands trembling slightly. Teacher Sun picked up the gas canister, looking at it in disbelief. They had been in the cafeteria where even a sip of hot water was hard to guarantee, let alone such a convenient heating appliance. Basic rations will be distributed daily at regular intervals. The stove and gas are to be shared in this room, so use them sparingly. There is electricity available. There are outlets on the wall that can be used for heaters, but be cautious with the power. The first floor only has 2 5 kilowatts generators, so don't trip the circuit. Electric blankets are also available. I'll turn them on at night if it gets cold. Wang Tao explained emotionlessly before turning and leaving. The teachers stared blankly at the items they had received, then at the humming heater in the corner radiating warmth. They looked at the beds covered with electric blankets, momentarily speechless. After the shock came a profound sense of absurdity and bitterness. It turned out that the so-called order they had maintained in the cafeteria, the little privileges they had fought for. From the perspective of Building 6, it was nothing but a joke. Not only were they sufficiently stocked to provide newcomers with stoves and gas canisters, but they could also ensure power and heating. They were like clowns guarding the dwindling resources while dreaming of illusory power. Meanwhile, true abundance and order were just a street away. Zhang Ming shook his head with a bitter smile and began to quietly make his bed. Lu Feng crouched on the floor, holding his head, his shoulders trembling slightly as he began to cry. The other 2 teachers also wore complex expressions, silently sorting through the items they had received. After a while, Dr. Han came down with a small medical kit. She first looked at Zheng Guodong, who had been placed separately, now quiet, merely staring blankly at the ceiling. She checked his pulse and pupils, then inquired about Zheng Guodong's specific behaviors over the past 2 days from Zhang Ming and the others. He must have been subjected to too much mental stress and has collapsed. Dr. Han sighed and said to Zhao Chong and Dabin, who were following her, "Physically, he has no major issues, just frostbite and weakness. But here," she pointed to her head, "I'm afraid recovery will be very difficult. He needs someone to watch over him to prevent him from hurting himself or running away." Zhao Chong nodded. "Kunzi instructed us. We will keep an eye on him." Dr. Han briefly checked the frostbite of the other teachers, left some ointment, and then went upstairs. She also felt emotional inside, reflecting on how the once domineering vice principal had ended up in such a state, while the students who had been oppressed had now become the masters here. In the end times, everything had indeed been reshaped. The second floor fell silent. The hum of the heater, the dim light from the electric blanket, and the ceaseless sound of wind and snow outside. Zhang Ming lay on the bed covered with clean sheets and an electric blanket. He felt a warmth that did not rely on trembling to resist the cold. Closing his eyes, he let out a weary sigh. Days later, the operations within Building 6 became more stable. Although not fully occupied, the atmosphere had noticeably shifted. The corridor echoed with footsteps and whispers. Different work groups were forming, divided into patrol, logistics, maintenance, and kitchen assistance. Daily rations were distributed, tasks assigned, and issues reported. Under the coordination of Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, though rough around the edges, things were taking shape. Liamo felt it was time. Power had been restored to some areas. The old wired broadcasting system in the main buildings of the teaching block was not too troublesome to move. Wu Jichao, along with a few students with some electrical knowledge, including Teacher Qian, spent 2 days tinkering with the parts and tools provided by Liamo. They finally connected the circuit within Building 6. That evening, the wind and snow seemed to lessen a bit, but the sky remained gloomy. Inside Building 6, most had just finished a simple dinner and were either resting or engaged in some indoor tasks. Suddenly, a harsh electric crackle erupted, startling everyone. Following that, a calm and clear male voice accompanied by a steady electrical hum resonated throughout. It transmitted through the lines from Building 6 to other parts of the campus. "This is the survivor outpost of the male dormitory Building 6. The voice was not loud, but it was incredibly penetrating, carrying far into the silent, snowy night. Inside the building, everyone paused their activities. They lifted their heads, looking in the direction of the sound. Su Kuan was talking with Zhao Chong in the corridor when he suddenly halted. Su Jinwan was washing a lunchbox, and the sound of water ceased. Dr. Han put down the bandage he was holding. Zhang Ming, Lu Feng, and others emerged from the rooms on the second floor, their faces marked with surprise. Even Zheng Guodong, who had been in a daze, seemed drawn by the voice, tilting his head and staring blankly at the ceiling. The broadcast continued, its tone steady, devoid of theatrics, merely stating facts. "We have stable food supplies, medicine, heating facilities, and armed protection. All students still struggling for survival, please head to Building 6. We provide basic survival guarantees, but require adherence to order and participation in labor. Repeating, this is the survivor outpost of the male dormitory Building 6. The broadcast repeated at fixed intervals. That steady tone in this despairing, frozen world was akin to a thunderclap, a cold beam of light piercing the darkness. Inside Building 6, a brief silence was followed by a surge of low discussions and uncontrollable excitement. The newcomers looked at each other, their eyes sparkling. They were called here by this beacon. Now hearing this voice conveyed so formally and powerfully across the campus. A feeling of pride blossomed within them. Look, we are here. This is where hope resides. Su Kuan took a deep breath. He glanced at Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, who wore equally solemn expressions. They all knew this was the work of Mo Ge. With this broadcast, their tranquil days would likely come to an end. But at the same time, it meant their home would no longer be an isolated island. Liamo stood by the window in the corridor on the 5th floor, gazing at the campus shrouded in darkness and snow. The voice of the broadcast echoed behind him. His gaze was calm. This was what he wanted, to draw out all those who were still alive. Moreover, those who could survive to hear it and choose to come regardless of their abilities at least had a steadfast will to live. This was far more efficient than blindly searching for survivors in the ruins. Additionally, the broadcast itself was a declaration announcing the existence and strength of Building 6, serving as an invisible deterrent and attraction. He aimed to completely revitalize this desolate campus. The broadcast penetrated walls and wind and snow, reaching every corner of the campus. In the depths of the biological research building, in a well-sealed underground instrument storage room, 5 students huddled together, surviving on a small pile of expired snacks and melted snow water for nearly a month. Among them, 2 were medical graduate students and 3 were majoring in bioengineering. The storage room was bone-chillingly cold, almost completely engulfed in darkness, with only an emergency light providing a faint glow. Despair coiled around each person like icy vines. Suddenly, the old internal communication speaker in the wall crackled with electric noise, followed by the clear broadcast. The 5 sat up straight in shock, almost unable to believe their ears. Building 6. Is the male dormitory Building 6? A bespectacled medical student stammered, joy lighting up his eyes. They are still alive. There are supplies. Medicine. The broadcast. Is a broadcast. They restored power. Another student spoke excitedly and incoherently. Let's go. We must go. Staying here means waiting for death. But a petite girl hesitated. She was a bioengineering student, cautious by nature. The broadcast didn't mention any official identity, just said it was a survivor outpost. What if? What if what? Not going means death. The bespectacled boy interrupted her, struggling to stand up, his legs numb from long periods of curling. Listen to the tone of this broadcast, steady and powerful. The fact that they restored this level of power to broadcast indicates they are organized and capable. This is 1,000 times better than waiting here to die. Yes, I'm going to. The other 2 boys immediately expressed their agreement. They had had enough of the dark, starving days. Any glimmer of hope must be seized. Ultimately, the 5 reached a consensus and immediately began gathering their meager belongings, preparing to head in the direction indicated by the broadcast under the cover of night and snow. The thirst for survival overwhelmed all doubts. In the library, the old building. In the depths of the underground dense book repository, another small group also heard the faint broadcast. The book repository was relatively enclosed, offering slightly better insulation, but it was nearing its limit. There were 4 students here, all majoring in chemical engineering and materials. They had been barely holding on, relying on some experimental glucose and a small amount of pure water stored here. They were more cautious and debated for a long time. It doesn't sound like official rescue. A greasy-haired boy pondered. It might be organized by the students themselves. Could students have that many supplies? And weapons? Another girl questioned. Could it be a trap? A trap? What would they gain from us? What do we have left to gain? The third boy smiled wryly. I think we can go take a look. If it doesn't work out, we can retreat. It's better than slowly wasting away here. Ultimately, the instinct for survival prevailed. They decided to send 2 people to scout first, planning to reassess the situation afterward. In any case, this broadcast was like a shot of adrenaline, causing their previously numbed hearts to beat fiercely again. Meanwhile, in the northwest corner of the school, across a frozen river, stood a 5-story commercial building. Originally, there were supermarkets, fast food restaurants, tea shops, and small inns here. After the apocalypse descended, a group of about 7 or 8 social individuals, including original security personnel, staff from nearby shops, and 2 idlers, quickly occupied this place. They cleared out a few remaining clerks and customers surviving on the stock from the supermarket. Their situation was more primitive and brutal than any student group on campus. Power was the only rule. A few cashier and clerk girls with some charm had long been reduced to playthings and slaves, locked in the upstairs in rooms to provide services and endure the dirtiest, most exhausting tasks. Those who disobeyed or attempted to resist had already been thrown out of the building, becoming rigid statues in the snow. Leading them was a former security captain nicknamed Black Panther, a burly man with a ruthless streak. The commercial building was also cold, but they dismantled furniture, wood, and blankets for warmth, prioritizing the stolen clothing and bedding for their own people. The supermarket's food was running out. They were beginning to feel the pressure. That night, Black Panther and a few core subordinates were in the cash register area of the supermarket on the first floor. Surrounding a fire pit made from repurposed shelving, they were drinking. The liquor was taken from the supermarket's liquor section. The fire pit burned dismantled wooden shelves casting dim light and swirling smoke. Suddenly a lookout at the window rushed in with a strange expression. "Boss, it seems there's a broadcast. It's coming from across the river from the school intermittent." "A broadcast?" Black Panther frowned deeply. This hellhole still has power for a broadcast. They held their breath to listen. Amidst the wind there was indeed an extremely faint but rhythmic voice drifting through. The specific content was hard to make out, but keywords like Building 6, having food and medicine were vaguely discernible. "Building 6. Is that the male dormitory over there?" A tall, thin subordinate's eyes shifted. "Is it organized by the students? And they have supplies and weapons?" Black Panther took a swig of his drink, his gaze turning sinister. "Students? Weapons?" In his view, would students dare to call a few sticks? As for supplies, the school cafeteria and convenience store had likely been looted long ago. How much could there be? But the broadcast itself indicated that they at least had an operational outpost. There might still be some stock left. More importantly, this broadcast would attract many students to gather over there. "Hey." Black Panther grinned, revealing a set of smoke-stained teeth. "This is calling all the scattered sheep back to the pen, saving us the trouble of searching everywhere." The tall, thin subordinate understood and smiled back. "Boss, you mean there are many people over there at the school?" Black Panther licked his lips. "Young and strong. We are running low on food here, and someone has to do the work. Those girls can't take much more abuse. They'll be done soon." Another burly subordinate exclaimed excitedly, "Yes. Bring those students over. The boys can work and the girls. Heh. If they really have something at their outpost, we'll just rob it. This broken supermarket is running out." Black Panther squinted, looking toward the dark silhouette of the campus across the river. The broadcast had stopped, but its echoes seemed to linger in his ears. "Prepare yourselves," he said in a low voice. "Pick a few smart ones to sneak over and check the situation. Find out what's really going on with Building 6, how many people there are, and how many weapons. If it's really as the broadcast said, and they have some foundation." He crumpled the empty beer can in his hand, producing a sharp sound. "Then this right piece of meat is too good to pass up." 1 week after the broadcast, Building 6 welcomed a new wave of supporters. While the numbers did not explode, over 20 more people gradually joined. They came from various hidden corners of the campus. Most appeared haggard and severely frostbitten, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of surviving calamity and the excitement of finding a community. Liam was not flustered by the influx of people. On the contrary, he seized the opportunity to begin constructing a more refined management framework. All newcomers were to register at the entrance immediately. Name, original department, special skills, physical condition. After registering, they would enter a 3-day observation period concentrated in designated rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Dr. Han conducted basic health checks and treated frostbite. Simultaneously, Su Kuan or Zhao Chong would explain the basic rules of the building. Those who were relatively strong and had steady gazes were assigned to the patrol team, led by Wang Tao and Sun Haoran, responsible for vigilance and patrols inside and outside the building. Those who were nimble and willing to do meticulous work were placed in the logistics team, assisting Su Jinwan and Lin Wei in managing food distribution, sanitation, and clothing repairs. Such tasks were generally assigned to the girls. Those with some understanding of mechanic circuits or construction, like several students from chemical and materials engineering, were also included. Teachers like Qian and Sun were assigned to the engineering team, led by Wu Jichao, responsible for maintaining the generator, repairing electrical circuits, and reinforcing buildings. Liamo also introduced a contribution point system primarily aimed at newcomers. Points did not involve core survival supplies like food, water, and basic warmth. Instead, they were reflected through additional luxuries, mainly cigarettes and alcohol. Completing assigned tasks would earn basic points, as would taking on extra assignments. Those who performed exceptionally or offered valuable suggestions that were accepted could earn reward points. Points could be exchanged for extra cigarettes and alcohol, or for a queue to use limited entertainment items, such as playing cards and well-preserved novels. Su Kuan, Wang Tao, and other veterans and key members did not participate in this system, as they already had fixed benefits. They had guaranteed provisions. This gave the newcomers both a goal to strive for and avoided disturbing the distribution of core interests. As for the core weaponry storage, fuel tank reserves, and advanced medicine cabinets, they remained under Li Mo's direct control, with access requiring Wang Tao or Wu Jichao's authorization recorded in a separate confidential ledger. The input ports for the black box were firmly locked. Even though there were more rules, the basic living guarantees provided by Building 6 were a dreamlike existence for the newcomers. 2 hot meals a day, stable collective heating, clean and warm bedding, and clothing, along with basic medical care, allowed them to quickly feel at home and strive to integrate. The population steadily increased to over 70, making Building 6 seem more substantial, but it also brought new pressure and security concerns. Liamo began to strengthen the defense of the stronghold. He convened the engineering team to start work on the perimeter. All windows on the first floor were reinforced with thick wooden boards and old bed frames, leaving only narrow observation and shooting holes. On the inside of the building's entrance, steel bars found were used for secondary reinforcement. On the snowy path leading to the main entrance, guided by Teacher Sun, several simple, yet effective traps were set up. Covered with deep snow pits, sharp wooden stakes were inserted inside. Trip wires were connected to scrap metal that could produce a loud noise. Only members of the patrol team knew the locations of these traps. The rooftop terrace was cleared where a simple shelter was constructed, establishing a fixed lookout post equipped with temperature-controlled protective clothing, iron barrel bonfires, binoculars, and walkie-talkies monitored 24 hours a day. Teachers Zhang Ming, Lu Feng, and several later supporters from the engineering disciplines were also assigned new tasks to explore and restore some functions of the campus. Li Mo gave them a clear objective to find potential backup generators and clear internal pathways connecting several main buildings. Additionally, they were to assess the feasibility of limited indoor planting using certain sunrooms or basements, laboratories, and water circulation. Zhang Ming and others took this very seriously. This was not only an opportunity for them to prove their worth and strive for better treatment, but it also aligned with their remaining sense of responsibility to ensure the stronghold operated more effectively. They took several students and went to the auditorium, a place that Zheng Guodong had once kept in mind. Pushing open the heavy door covered in frost, the sight inside made everyone gasp in shock. On the seats in the aisles and on the stage there lay frozen corpses in various postures. Covered in thick white frost, they resembled insects trapped in amber, terrifying and silent. The air was bone-chilling and carried the scent of death. Several students vomited on the spot, while Zhang Ming and the others also turned pale, struggling to suppress their discomfort. Yet they did not forget their task. In a utility room behind the stage, they found a portable gasoline generator that had already frozen over. They struggled to load it onto the simple trailer they had brought and quickly left this place of death. The generator was transported back to Building 6 where it was repaired and thawed, joining the power supply system. The issue of water became more urgent as the toilets inside the building had long been unusable. Living water relied entirely on melting snow, which was labor-intensive, time-consuming, and unsanitary. Teacher Qian and several students studying chemical engineering proposed a plan to restore an independent water supply system for Building 6, including water tanks and pipelines. The key issues were how to prevent the pipes from freezing and the water source. Li Mo participated in the discussion. Drawing from fragmented memories and experiences from his past life, he made suggestions. The main water pipe must be frozen solid, no doubt about it. We can abandon the main pipeline and go straight for the water tank on the roof. The water tank is independent. We need to find a way to thaw the inlet and outlet valves. We can use snow as the water source, sending people up daily to clear the accumulated snow and pour it into the water tank. We can build a closed, insulated snow melting area on the roof to expedite the melting. Melted snow water can be filtered simply and flow into the water tank. The water tank itself should be insulated, and we can even hang safety heating devices inside to prevent it from freezing. Then we will run pipes down from the water tank solely for our building's use, abandoning external connections. This idea brightened Teacher Qian and the others' faces. An independent, closed loop, abandoning the repair of the extensive frozen pipeline, only securing one building, is indeed feasible. Although transporting snow upstairs daily is labor-intensive, having a clear direction and the support of electricity makes it easier to implement than expected. They looked at Li Mo with increasing astonishment. This student not only made decisive choices, but also understood so much about practical engineering and survival details. His knowledge structure seemed entirely different from that of an ordinary student. Li Mo did not explain, he simply offered key suggestions at the appropriate moments, pushing matters in effect. His prestige was being solidified invisibly through these successive constructive proposals. As the engineering team began to design the rooftop snow-melting water supply system, the defensive works gradually improved. Building 6 began to operate like a finely tuned gear, set more efficiently during a deep night. Li Mo was alone in room 507. He was counting the material samples replicated in the system space: fuel barrels, medicine boxes, toolkits, various foods, warming supplies, all in all exceeding 100 items. He had been selective in replicating supplies, only duplicating what was necessary, highly consumable or crucial samples. Suddenly a voice rang directly in his mind, appearing without detected that the host has successfully replicated 100 independent material samples. Achievement: Master of Many accomplished. Achievement: Gameplay unlocked. Reward 1: Replication capacity increased to 10 times per day. Reward 2: Obtained winter constant temperature planting box, basic type, 1000. The unlocking conditions for the next stage: achievement: 1000 storage, 10,000 preparation. Achieve 1000 independent replicated samples and successfully establish a stable stronghold of over 50 people for more than 30 days. Current stronghold population 73, sustained days 11, conditions not met. Li Mo's actions suddenly froze. Achievement: Gameplay capacity expansion. He closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the system interface that had once only had simple replication functions. Indeed, a dim, trophy-like icon had appeared in one corner of the interface, now faintly glowing. Next to it was a line representing the replication limit. 10 opportunities. This meant he could replicate more supplies every day. This was undoubtedly like a timely help. The unlocking condition for the next achievement: 1,000 storage, 10,000 preparation, 1,000 samples, or maintaining the stronghold. It seemed that managing Building 6 well and gathering people was not just a matter of survival. It appeared it could also bring some unexpected rewards. A cold mechanical system prompt echoed through the silence. Limo's consciousness was instantly drawn into the expanse of the system space, where 1,000 silvery gray metallic crates stood arrayed before him. They were arranged with perfect uniformity in a designated sector of the space, each approximately half a person's height, and 1 meter square, their surfaces smooth and matte finished. Only a minimalist control panel and several indicator light interfaces graced each crate's side. Frost Winter Constant Temperature Cultivation Box Basic Model 1000. Limo's heart surged with shock. Instantly, he focused his mental awareness upon a single crate. Comprehensive specifications and operational instructions flooded his mind. Operating environment: stable functionality across ambient temperatures ranging from 100 C to 50 C, enabled by an integrated superconducting thermal regulation layer and a high-efficiency heat recycling system that fully isolates the interior from external thermal extremes. Lighting system equipped with a full-spectrum simulated LED array capable of precise adjustment in both intensity and photoperiod, faithfully replicating natural daylight. Growth substrate utilizes an inert hydrogel-based composite nutrient matrix pre-drilled with sewing apertures to accommodate the root systems of virtually all common crops. Water nutrient cycle: a sealed internal recirculation system achieves 99 moisture evaporation recovery with automated slow-release replenishment of nutrient solution. Power requirement: standard operation consumes 300 watts per unit. Low power mode reduces consumption to 150 watts, albeit at the cost of extended growth cycles. Yield projection: under standard conditions, most leafy greens mature within 3,045 days, fruit-bearing varieties within 6,090 days, each crate yielding approximately 35 kilograms of edible biomass per harvest cycle. Maintenance: quarterly replenishment of proprietary concentrated nutrient solution is required. Annual cleaning of the circulation filter is recommended. The system includes an Limo absorbed the data swiftly, and the more he scrutinized it, the more awe and exhilaration warred within him. This technology belonged to no era he knew. Functional even at 100 C. Nearly waterless closed-loop operation. Energy efficiency bordering on the miraculous. This was nothing short of black tech. Its underlying principles likely involved materials science, energy modulation, and life support engineering far beyond his comprehension, not merely an upgraded greenhouse structure. The system treated these technical intricacies as a black box, offering only simple input interfaces: electricity, seeds, nutrient solution, and output interfaces: fresh produce. Yet its growth rate matched that of natural cultivation. Any crop could be cultivated within it. What did this mean? It meant that in this frozen world, where clean water itself had become scarce, they could now sustainably produce precious fresh vegetables and fruits. This was far more than mere vitamin supplementation. It was the cornerstone of long-term health, morale, resilience, and potentially a strategic commodity of immense value. Euphoria faded, quickly replaced by stark pragmatism. 1,000 cultivation boxes, impossibly conspicuous. How could their sudden appearance possibly be explained? Found them. Built them. Neither claim held water. Such paradigm-shattering black tech would inevitably trigger relentless scrutiny and expose his greatest secret. A plausible origin was imperative. Limo's mind raced. Airdrop. The next national-level airdrop. Within its cargo: experimental or reserve-tier high-tech agricultural equipment. Implausible, yet barely tenable. Ordinary citizens possessed no accurate grasp of the nation's technological depth. In this apocalypse, black tech was not only conceivable, it was expected. After all, any power capable of engineering cultivation systems for such extreme environments already operated at an unfathomable technological zenith. Yes, say they came from the airdrop. Limo solidified his plan. The next airdrop arrives in roughly 1 to 2 weeks. I know the approximate impact zone. I'll lead a team there ahead of time to secure it and leverage the information asymmetry. Preparation began now. First, seeds. Even the finest cultivation boxes were useless without them. The campus might yield some specimen seeds from biology labs or hobbyist collections preserved by students, but quantity and variety would certainly fall short. A meticulous search would be required. Second, electricity. 1,000 units, running at full capacity, demanded a 300 kilowatt load. Even partial activation would strain existing generators to their limits. Additional power generation equipment must be located, or perhaps replicated larger, more efficient units. At that thought, Limo redirected his focus to the system. His daily replication quota had increased to 10. None could be wasted. He first replicated every valuable unreplicated sample stored within the system space. Next, he turned to the fastest depleting essentials: cigarettes, chocolate bars, compressed biscuits, meat tins. Hard currency for morale and basal energy integral to his welfare. He selected high-consumption brands and variants, replicating them to replenish stock. For his final few replications, he hesitated, then chose fuel additives sourced earlier from the cafeteria outpost, likely salvaged from automotive parts. Reportedly enhancing fuel efficiency and extending engine lifespan, they might prove useful even under extreme sub-zero conditions, a prudent contingency. 10 replications vanished in moments. The system space's reserves swelled, especially critical equipment and consumables. Surveying the meticulously organized, gleaming inventory and those 1,000 silvery crates, Li Mo felt a profound sense of grounded assurance. He withdrew from the system space and exhaled deeply. Outside, night still reigned, yet a faint ash-gray pallor edged the eastern horizon, heralding the end of the long dark. The cultivation boxes were both a monumental opportunity and a latent liability, requiring meticulous handling. Seed's robust power infrastructure and a flawless airdrop narrative were now essential. One step at a time, Li Mo murmured softly. He walked to his desk, picked up pen and paper, and began drafting his immediate action plan. First, seed acquisition. Tomorrow, Wang Tao would assemble teams to systematically search biology departments, agricultural colleges, teaching buildings, laboratories, greenhouses, as well as any campus-located seed shops or student club activity rooms. Every seed found, regardless of species, would be centrally secured. Second, power expansion. Wu Jichao and Professor Qian would accelerate the search for and restoration of auxiliary campus generators. Simultaneously, large-scale power distribution architecture and routing plans would be developed, with reconnaissance and defense prioritized. All anomalous activity in every direction must be investigated. Su Kuan would lead an elite squad on a cautious reconnaissance mission at dawn when wind and snow briefly eased. Rooftop observation posts would receive upgraded telescopes for enhanced nocturnal surveillance. Third, the next airdrop. He needed to forecast its landing site precisely and select only core, tight-lipped personnel for retrieval. Wang Tao, Wu Jichao. These men would be entrusted. A unified narrative would be established. The airdrop contained not only standard supplies, but also cutting-edge agricultural trial equipment developed by the state for extreme environment deployment. The cultivation boxes. Why so many? Easily explained. The entire experimental batch for a flagship agricultural initiative happened to be consolidated in that single delivery. Narrative details required refinement. Lastly, internal consolidation. As new members joined in increasing numbers, discipline and training demanded further reinforcement. The contribution point system could be expanded with additional incentives to boost engagement. Teachers and technicians like Zhang Ming and Lu Feng would be assigned specialized tasks, leveraging their expertise while enabling careful assessment and oversight. After finishing the list, Li Mo set down his pen and massaged his temples. With cultivation boxes, this transcendent resource, he sought not mere survival in the apocalypse, but the establishment of a resilient, self-sustaining base capable of enduring and gradually expanding. Yet safety remained the indispensable foundation. Every latent threat, within the campus walls or beyond, must be identified and eradicated. Inside a commercial building, Black Panther listened intently as the scout delivered his report. The scout wore a thick, cotton-padded coat stripped from a corpse. His face was mottled with frostbite, yet his eyes burned with sharp, feverish intensity. Brother Bao, those students are no ordinary group. There are many of them. I watched from the library's rooftop through binoculars. Just outside the building, over 20 or 30 people were shoveling snow and hauling supplies. The structure is sealed tighter than an iron drum, every window nailed shut, making it impossible to see inside. But think about it, sustaining so many people requires substantial resources. Could they possibly manage without deep reserves? He moistened his cracked lips and continued, moreover, what they wear differs entirely from ours. Not heavy padded coats, but sleek silver-gray one-piece suits, thin yet remarkably flexible. They move with ease, showing no signs of stiffness or shivering. Definitely high-tech gear, unmatched in thermal insulation. Another thug who'd accompanied the scout chimed in. Exactly. Their tools are pristine. Shovels and spades gleam like new, and their labor is coordinated, disciplined, not the ragged motions of starving men. I'd wager their building holds abundant valuables. Black Panther stroked the coarse stubble sprouting along his jawline, his gaze dark, predatory, and ravenous. More students meant more labor, and perhaps more women. Supplies appeared plentiful. Those silver-gray suits sounded exceptionally advanced. This prize exceeded even his boldest expectations. How strong is their defense? Did you spot armed personnel? Black Panther asked. The scout paused, recalling, no obvious weapons visible outside, but the main entrance is barricaded tight, and faint silhouettes moved across upper floors, likely sentinels watching from above. Those shoveling snow all had short clubs or axes tucked at their waists. Students wielding axes? What threat could they possibly pose? A lanky subordinate sneered dismissively. Black Panther, however, remained unconvinced. Anyone capable of organizing such numbers and fortifying their strongholds so meticulously was no mere rabble. Still, they were students and teachers. How much blood had they truly seen? How ruthless could they be? His own hand held far darker cards. From the outset of the apocalypse, his crew had killed without hesitation to seize supply. Their hearts had long since curdled black, their hands hardened by violence. They also possessed several formidable acquisitions: 2 illegally modified nail guns firing steel spikes, several machetes, and homemade incendiary bottles. Storming that ironclad building Hedon would guarantee heavy losses. Black Panther brooded, his eyes flashing with savage calculation. We must lure them out, or trick them into opening the gates. The lanky thug's eyes darted sideways. Brother Bao, didn't they broadcast calls for survivors? We could pose as students or faculty seeking refuge. Infiltrate, then strike from within. Too risky. Black Panther shook his head. They'll screen newcomers thoroughly. Our appearance, our bearing, betrays us instantly. We'd be exposed before we stepped inside. And even if a few slipped in, they'd be powerless on hostile ground. He rose and paced slowly through the smoke-hazed room. We need a plan to fracture their composure, or force them out. A scheme began crystallizing in his mind. Go. Select 2 of the captured women who appear weakest near death. Black Panther commanded coldly. Then soak our last scraps of moldy biscuits in water until they form a thin gruel. His men hesitated, puzzled, but obeyed without question. Soon 2 emaciated women, eyes vacant, limbs trembling too violently to stand, were dragged forward. Black Panther ordered his men to force spoonfuls of the watery gruel into their mouths. Then he draped them in tattered rags barely sufficient to cover their bodies. Listen closely. He crouched, gripping one woman's chin, forcing her hollow gaze to meet his. This is your chance to live. Tomorrow you'll be placed across the river, near the university library. Crawl toward Building 6. Weep, scream for help. Claim your survivors who fled from beyond the city, half-starved, half-frozen. If you draw people out, or convince them to open the gate, you survive. Fail, or speak falsely. His grip tightened, the woman stifled a choked groan. You know the consequences. Trembling uncontrollably, the women wept silently. Yet survival instinct compelled frantic, desperate nods. Brother Bao, will this work? The lanky thug asked. Let's test it. Black Panther bared his teeth in a feral grin. Students, and especially teachers, preach compassion, don't they? Would they ignore dying women crawling at their threshold? The moment someone emerges, or opens the door to investigate, our ambushers strike. Capture as many as possible. Interrogate them thoroughly about the building's layout and defenses. At the very least, sow chaos, and seize any opening we find. He gazed out the window toward the hazy cluster of white buildings across the river, his eyes ablaze with cruelty and avarice. Move within the next 2 days. Stay sharp. After this job, food, clothing, and women, all will be ours. His men erupted into raucous laughter and frenzied cheers, eager for blood and spoils. Meanwhile, inside Building 6, calm order reigned after days of relentless labor. The rooftop snow-melting station and independent water supply system had been completed in preliminary form. Under the leadership of Wu Jichao and Teacher Qian, the engineering team had constructed a semi-enclosed shelter atop the roof using waterproof tarps and salvaged wooden panels, housing large iron drums and heating plates repurposed from space heaters. Each day, logistics teams hauled buckets of snow scraped from lower levels up to the roof via pulley systems, then poured it into the iron drums to melt. Meltwater passed through rudimentary sand and gravel filters before flowing into temporary pipes connected to the building's original water tower. Electric heating wires coiled inside the tower provided basic thermal insulation. New plumbing lines extended from the tower, feeding into pre-existing water outlets. Though flow remained weak and pressure low, each floor now enjoyed relatively stable access to domestic water, no longer requiring constant descents to gather snow. This water served only for washing and sanitation. Drinking water still relied on stored bottled and jugged supplies, and daily batches of boiled snowmelt. Yet this advancement marked a monumental leap, alleviating logistical strain and dramatically improving hygiene. Liamo convened a meeting with core members Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, Su Kuan, Zhang Ming, Lu Feng, and Teacher Qian, in a spacious, clear dormitory on the 5th floor. The water supply issue has been provisionally resolved. Everyone's hard work is deeply appreciated. Liamo opened the meeting without preamble. For the next 2 days, aside from essential patrols and ongoing fortification efforts, others may take measured rest. Relief softened the faces of those present. Days of exhausting labor and unrelenting tension demanded respite. But rest does not mean idleness. Liamo's tone shifted decisively. Soon we'll dispatch organized teams across campus, to laboratories, research institutes, equipment warehouses, even the university-run factory. Our priority targets include agricultural seeds, chemical reagents, and industrial raw materials, functional machinery, or spare parts. and any technical documentation or specialized items of potential value. Zhang Ming interjected. Li Mo, we understand the need to secure supplies, but seeds? With the ground frozen solid as iron, even if we possess viable seeds, cultivation remains impossible. As an academic administrator with no agricultural background, he regarded the suggestion as sheer fantasy. Teacher Qian and several STEM students who'd recently joined the group exchanged similarly bewildered glances. Li Mo glanced at Zhang Ming. Expressionless voice, calm, yet unwavering. Teacher Zhang, if I can grow them, what then? Zhang Ming froze, unsettled by Li Mo's quiet certainty. His mouth opened then closed, unable to utter a rebuttal. How could he swear absolute impossibility in a world where apocalypse itself had shattered reality? Rationality whispered that success was improbable, but logic no longer dictated boundaries. Li Mo, seeing no reply, continued. Seeds are merely preparation. Whether they prove useful remains uncertain, but securing them now carries no risk. He paused, his gaze sweeping deliberately across the assembled group. Our objective extends far beyond defending this single building. We intend to transform the entire campus, centered on Building 6, into a self-sustaining, resilient. He approached a crude hand-drawn campus map, pinned to the wall, pointed firmly at Building 6, then traced an expanding circle outward. We'll eliminate residual threats across campus, restore usable infrastructure, the larger generator facility, backup energy sources, and structurally sound buildings suitable for perimeter watchtowers or satellite housing. Every resource we can harness shall be integrated. Then, leveraging this base, we expand outward, clearing adjacent roads, scouting distant zones. He met their eyes, voice steady, resonant with unassailable authority. The university town hosts more than just our campus. If we've sustained dozens here, other campuses, with even modest organizational capacity, must harbor far greater numbers of survivors. We require more hands and more specialists. The broadcast is only our first step. Once our base strengthens and our capabilities mature, we'll adopt proactive strategies to attract other survivor groups. Strength multiplies with numbers, and only through collective power can we claim a decisive foothold in the coming chaos. Not by cowering within these walls, praying for salvation that may never arrive. His words struck deep, especially among teachers like Zhang Ming and Lu Feng, accustomed to structure and foresight. Li Mo's vision, though ambitious, even bordering on warlord pragmatism, outlined a lucid, actionable blueprint for survival and growth. This was not mere endurance, it was deliberate construction. It dwarfed Zheng Guodong's myopic, exploitative governance, rooted solely in internal oppression and passive waiting for rescue. Su Kuan, Wang Tao, and others' eyes gleamed, not with hunger, but with rising fervor. Following Brother Mo meant far more than securing sustenance and shelter. Of course, all this rests upon two foundations: security and internal stability. Li Mo emphasized gravely. Therefore, seed and supply gathering missions must be led by trusted personnel, supported by meticulous planning, executed swiftly, and concluded without unnecessary exposure to danger. Specific assignments will be finalized post-meeting. Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, and Su Kuan remained behind for discussion. Understood. The three responded instantly. As the meeting dispersed, attendees departed with varied reflections. Zhang Ming paused at the doorway, glancing back at Li Mo standing before the map. In the dim light, the young student's silhouette stood erect, imposing, enigmatic, profoundly inscrutable. Suddenly, Zhang Ming realized how trivial his earlier skepticism about seeds truly was. In this youth, nothing seemed beyond reach. That very night, snow fell in fine, dense flakes. The wind wailed mournfully. The world dissolved into a hazy, ashen gray. Only scattered lights glowed in Building 6. Most inhabitants were already asleep, save for the patrol teams and fixed sentries. Inside the ground floor covert watchpost and the lobby duty room sat 4 male students on shift that day. 2 stood near the observation slit behind the entrance door. The other 2 rested inside the duty room, ready to respond at a moment's notice. They had all joined the settlement later, men who had endured starvation and bitter cold, and thus cherished this work deeply. It guaranteed full bellies, warm clothing, and purpose within the stronghold. Though drowsy, they forced themselves alert. Near midnight, one of the boys stationed at the observation slit suddenly whispered, voice taut with alarm. Movement! Out there, someone's approaching. Instantly, the second boy crowded close. Through the narrow, frost-veiled slit, they glimpsed several dark silhouettes shuffling slowly across the distance. Their postures were grotesque, frequently collapsing then straining back upright, as they dragged themselves toward the building. Are they survivors? Voice tightens. Looks like women, barely clothed. What do we do? Should we report it? Wait, observe first. Could be a trap. As hesitation lingered, those shadowy figures seemed to exhaust their final reserves of strength. One by one, they crumpled onto the snow, still 20 or 30 meters from the main entrance. One let out a whimper, thin, pained like a newborn beast's cry, carried faintly on the wind and snow. No, we can't wait. They'll freeze to death. We've got to go out and save them. But Mo forbade opening the gate at night. No unauthorized action. Yet they're people, dying before our eyes. Didn't our broadcast promise shelter for survivors? The first boy stared at the motionless figures outside, and that fragile fading sob. His blood surged with resolve. There are 4 of us. We'll carry them in. What danger could there possibly be? Hurry, delay means certain death. The 2 resting in the duty room were roused. Hearing the urgency and seeing their comrades' distress, they recalled the warmth upstairs and the abundance of supplies. A fierce pride that they could save lives, mingled with raw compassion for the vulnerable, overriding their initial vigilance. Let's go. All 4 of us. Grab weapons, move fast. Finally, the eldest and boldest among them gave the decisive nod. They hastily pulled on coats, grabbed short clubs leaning against the wall, and a fire axe, then unlatched the inner door bolt. With utmost caution they cracked the door open just a sliver. Bitterly cold wind and stinging snowflakes blasted inward. Squinting against the gale, all 4 dashed out, straight toward those dark forms collapsed in the snow. Just as they bent down to lift the nearest woman, chaos erupted without warning. From both sides of the snowfield, what had appeared to be natural snowdrifts exploded outward. 7 or 8 men burst forth, swaddled in thick padded coats, wielding cleavers, steel pipes, and 2 bizarre-looking firearms. Their faces twisted into savage, bloodthirsty grins. Silent and swift they lunged forward. Too fast, too close. No, the boy holding the fire axe managed only half a shout. A cleaver crashed down onto his shoulder. Blood spurted instantly, staining the white snow crimson. He screamed, dropping the axe. Another boy was struck hard across the back with a steel pipe and collapsed face first. The remaining 2 froze in place, stunned senseless by the sudden, brutal onslaught. One was pierced in the thigh by a nail fired from a nail gun, crying out as he fell. The other was stabbed deep in the abdomen by a charging assailant. Eyes wide with shock, he gasped hoarsely, air rattling in his throat, then crumpled limply to the ground. Snow rapidly turned scarlet. In mere seconds, 4 young lives were ruthlessly extinguished before their comrades. Meanwhile, the women used as bait lay curled nearby, already unconscious from frostbite, utterly oblivious to the slaughter unfolding around them. Haha, we've got them. These students are soft as silk. Black Panther strode from concealment, kicking aside a stilt-witching corpse at his feet, his face alight with cruel, triumphant malice. Brothers, gates open. Charge inside. Kill everyone you see. Take whatever you want, but keep the women. Long live Brother Panther. His men roared with exhilaration and raised their boots to storm through the warmly lit doorway. Yet they overlooked one critical fact: the ground floor housed more than just those 4. A 5th boy remained, assigned to maintain internal communications and radio contact from the duty room. He'd stepped out only moments later, delayed by a brief trip to relieve himself. Emerging into the lobby, he witnessed his comrades slaughtered in an instant. Paralyzing terror seized his limbs. He nearly collapsed, stomach churning violently. Yet he clenched his teeth until blood welled, uttering no sound, and scrambled backward into the duty room, trembling hands snatching up the walkie-talkie. His voice, warped beyond recognition by sheer terror, crackled, "Mo go. Ground floor. Murder. They're killing people. They've broken in. 5th floor. Room 508. Mo hadn't yet retired. He was cross-checking the supply inventory delivered by Wang Tao. The walkie-talkie's shrill, distorted cry made his pupils contract sharply. Without waiting for the message to finish, he seized the fire axe leaning against the wall, kicked open his door. A guttural roar tore through the corridor. Taozi, Xiaowu, Kuanzi, grab your weapons. Enemy assault on the ground floor. His bellow struck like silence shattered instantly. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao burst from their rooms in quick succession, axes already gripped tight in their fists. Su Kuan, Zhao Chong, Dabin, and others rushed out, half-dressed, sleep still clinging to their faces. But their eyes hardened, instantly sharp and predatory. Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran sprinted in from the stairwell. Follow me down. Li Mo wasted no words. Axe in hand, he led the charge down the stairs. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao flanked him closely. Su Kuan and the others roared in fury as they followed. Footfalls thundered like war drums. Black Panther and his men had just reached the doorway, their faces flushed with the feverish thrill of breaching a granary, shouting, "Kill them all. Loot everything. Leave no one alive." Before the last syllable left his lips, he saw a torrent of figures surging down the staircase from within the building. At their head moved a lone figure, blisteringly fast, eyes frozen as if carved from eternal ice, the fire axe cleaving the dim light with lethal grace. Bearing an unstoppable razor-edged will to kill, aimed straight at Black Panther's skull. Black Panther, battle-hardened and quick-witted, reacted instantly, letting out a feral shriek as he raised his cleaver to block. Clang! A piercing screech of metal on metal. Black Panther felt an unimaginable force surge up the blade. His palms stung, his grip faltered, the cleaver nearly flying from his hands. A wave of dread washed over him. Where did this student get such monstrous strength? Before he could counter, Li Mo's axe recoiled slightly from the impact, then slashed upward with terrifying precision, slicing diagonally from hip to shoulder. Lightning fast, a flash of silver across his chest. Shhhk. His thick padded coat parted like parchment. The razor-sharp edge sank deep into flesh and bone. A crisp, sickening snap echoed. The cruel grin froze rigid upon Black Panther's face. Agony, excruciating and incomprehensible, seized him. He looked down. Blood gushed forth in torrents of flesh, peeled back raw and ragged. A grotesque, guttural rattle choked his throat. Li Mo's expression remained impassive as he wrenched the axe free with brutal force, spraying a crimson arc of blood. The Black Panther's obese body swayed once, then crashed to the ground, eyes bulging wide in eternal disbelief. It all unfolded in the blink of an eye. Li Mo knew the unwritten law of combat: strike, swiftly, precisely, mercilessly. The Black Panther's underlings had not yet recovered from the shock of their leader's instantaneous demise when Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, and Su Kuan descended upon them. Wang Tao uttered not a word. His axe swept horizontally, cleaving a thug wielding a steel pipe cleanly at the waist. The man collapsed shrieking. Wu Jichao moved with feline grace, dodging a slashing cleaver before burying his axe deep into the attacker's wrist. The weapon clattered to the ground. Then in one fluid motion, he brought the axe crashing down upon the man's temple. Su Kuan, Zhao Chong, and Dabin were consumed by fury. Their eyes fell upon the mangled corpses of several students lying lifeless on the snow-covered courtyard outside, and terror burned away, replaced by white-hot rage. Roaring, they charged forward, weapons raised high. They lacked Li Mo's and Wang Tao's lethal efficiency, but their numbers and ferocity overwhelmed the enemy instantly. One thug, panic-stricken, raised a nail gun and fired point-blank at Li Mo amid the crowd. HSS, Pack. A steel nail shot forth like lightning. Li Mo sensed the threat the moment the man raised his arm, sidestepping instinctively. Yet the distance was too short. The nail grazed his left forearm, stripping away skin, and blood welled instantly, staining his sleeve crimson. Not a muscle twitched across Li Mo's brow, as if the wound belonged to another. His stride never faltered. Instead, he channeled the momentum of his evasion into a sweeping arc, the fire axe carving through air before slamming with devastating force into the nailgun wielder's neck. Crack! A sickening snap of bone. The thug emitted no sound, not even a groan, before crumpling sideways. The battle erupted without warning, and ended just as swiftly. One side was a reckless, overconfident rabble, planning well but underestimating their prey. The other, a tightly knit core of enraged, well-armed fighters led by Li Mo, a man forged in unrelenting resolve. Compounded by the demoralizing shock of the Black Panther's instant death, the remaining half-dozen thugs were swiftly cut down. Fresh blood and fresh corpses stained the snow anew. Inside the entrance hall, chaos reigned. Walls and floor slick with thick, coppery blood that refused to dissipate in the frigid air. Dozens of bodies lay strewn across the floor, assailants and the 4 original night duty students alike. Blood pooled and congealed in the cold, clinging viscously to walls and tiles. Li Mo stood motionless amidst the carnage, his left forearm bleeding profusely, rivulets tracing his wrist and dripping steadily onto the floor. Yet he stood ramrod straight, right hand gripping the fire axe, still dripping crimson. His gaze swept over the fallen enemies, glacial and absolute. Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, and the others stood drenched in blood, chests heaving, eyes still burning with the savage afterglow of slaughter. Su Kuan and Zhao Chong halted mid-motion. They stared, first at the apocalyptic tableau before them, then at their own blood-smeared weapons, and finally, at Li Mo, upright, scarlet-draped, terrifyingly alive. Throats tightened, hearts hammered wildly. They had surged forward, fueled by blind courage, and struck down men. Now sobered, they beheld the mangled remains. Stomachs churned, faces paled. They had truly killed. At last those upstairs, roused by the commotion, began descending. Su Jinwan, Lin Wei Chun, she followed closely behind Dr. Han. The side of the entrance hall turned, the girls' faces ashen, hands flew to mouths, some nearly fainted. Only Su Jinwan held herself steady. Dr. Han drew a sharp breath, but suppressed it immediately, rushing to tend the wounded. Chief among them were Li Mo and the young man struck in the thigh by a nail. More students and faculty crowded the stairwell, pressing forward to peer downward. When they witnessed the unspeakable carnage, the slaughterhouse horror laid bare, they froze into utter silence. A few girls screamed outright, only to be muffled instantly by trembling hands. The boys stood paralyzed, limbs quaking. Teachers Zhang Ming, Lu Feng, and Mr. Qian staggered as though struck by lightning, their faces drained of all color. Their knees buckled. They collapsed onto the stairs, bodies convulsing uncontrollably. What had they seen? Limbs severed, scattered haphazardly across the floor. Dark, coagulating blood splattered everywhere, and faces frozen in final grotesque grimaces. And at the heart of it all, standing in the center of the gore-soaked pool, Li Mo, drenched in blood, wounded, radiating an aura of lethal, unyielding dread. This was no film, no game. This was raw, visceral massacre, real blood, real death. A horror beyond imagining for teachers and students who had lived decades in peace. Unbearable, unfathomable. The air itself seemed petrified. Only the iron-rich stench of blood and the howling wind gusting through the shattered doorway broke the silence. Liam raised his uninjured right hand, wiping a spatter of blood from his cheek with his sleeve. His gaze drifted slowly up the staircase, over the petrified, quivering mass of people huddled there, finally settling upon Zhang Ming and the others slumped helplessly on the steps. His voice was low, hoarse from battle, but carried with crystalline clarity throughout the silent hall and stairwell. Look closely. This is the apocalypse. It is not your death, or theirs. Mercy, hesitation, disobedience. He nudged a fallen assailant's corpse with his boot. That is the fate awaiting tonight's night duty brothers. He paused, glancing toward Dr. Han, who was urgently treating the young man impaled in the thigh, writhing in agony. Then his eyes flickered to the 4 already cold bodies of his earliest comrades. A profound buried sorrow flashed deep within his gaze. Yet his tone remained unyielding. Carry our fallen brothers upstairs. Clean them, prepare them. Drag the enemy's corpses outside, far away. No one sleeps tonight. Taozi Xiao Wu, take teams and sweep the perimeter thoroughly. Check for ambushes. Kunzi, reinforce the main gate. Erase all traces of blood. Dr. Han, stabilize the wounded. Each command sent tremors rippling through the crowd on the stairs. As for you, Limo's gaze swept once more over the teachers and newly arrived students. If you fear, retreat to your rooms and tremble. But remember, from this night onward, Building 6 shelters no children who flinch at blood. Adapt or perish. He left the final word unspoken, yet its meaning hung stark and absolute. He turned away, no longer glancing at anyone, and walked step by deliberate step through the sticky dark pool of blood ascending the stairs. That blood-stained silhouette, backlit by flickering dim light framed against ruin and carnage, was the visage of a god returned from hell. It seared itself indelibly into the soul of every witness. On the staircase, not a soul dared move. Not a whisper escaped. Several teachers remained prostrate, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Their eyes, fixed upon Limo's retreating back, brimmed with a terror unlike any they had ever known. The bloodstains in the entrance hall took a long time to clean up. Stains mingled with snowmelt and disinfectant seeped into the cracks of the floor tiles, leaving behind difficult-to-remove dark red marks. Like the scars etched by this night, the women used as bait and already frozen and unconscious were carried in and placed at Dr. Han's makeshift medical station. They were clad only in tattered garments, suffering from severe frostbite, with signs of gangrene on their hands and feet, their breaths faint. Su Jinwan and Lin Wei endured their discomfort and fear at the gruesome scene, helping Dr. Han heat water, clean the wounds, and apply ointment. They wrapped the women tightly in blankets. Su Jinwan looked at their tragic appearance, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. It was both sympathy and a lingering fear and sorrow from the sudden tragedy of the night. She noticed the bandaged arm of Li Mo, and her heart tightened. Dr. Han said the wound wasn't deep, but a large piece of flesh was scraped off, requiring careful care. She wanted to help, but dared not approach Li Mo, whose aura was particularly cold and fierce at the moment. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao led a thorough search of the outside. Confirming that there were no other ambushes, they dragged the bodies of the Black Panther and others to a distance and threw them into a pit half covered by snow. While handling the bodies, Wang Tao's face remained ashen. Upon returning to the building and seeing that the entrance hall had been more or less cleaned up, Wang Tao couldn't help but punched the wall, growling, "Those on duty. Fools." Clearly instructed multiple times, absolutely no opening of the door at night, no acting alone. Have the rules been fed to the dogs? Now look, lives have been lost. His voice carried pain and anger. Those 4 students, although new for only a short while, had been diligent workers, and just like that they were gone. Liam sat on the staircase, allowing Dr. Han to change the bandage on his arm, merely shaking his head in response, without saying a word. Under the light his profile appeared cold and hard, his gaze deep. He knew what Wang Tao was angry about. He understood the feeling of frustration. But he also knew that some lessons cannot be learned merely through words. A blood price must be paid. Some lessons teach through experience, and perhaps the deaths of these 4 students tonight could save many more lives in the future that might be lost due to compassion or recklessness. This understanding was harsh, but it was the most efficient way to learn in a post-apocalyptic world. He didn't voice it. Some things need not be said in full. Meanwhile, on the second floor in the dormitory where the teachers gathered, there was a complete silence. Zhang Ming sat on the edge of the bed, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Lu Feng leaned against the wall, his gaze blank, his face as pale as paper. Teacher Qian and several other teachers sat in a daze, no one speaking. The scene in the entrance hall was like a battlefield. Li Mo stood bloodied, his ruthless figure instantly killing the Black Panther. It replayed in their minds like a nightmare. He killed someone. Zhang Ming finally spoke hoarsely, his voice dry, just like that. He chopped him to death. That wasn't just killing. Lu Feng's voice trembled, filled with the exhaustion of fear. That was slaughter. He didn't even blink. In their decades of adult understanding, killing was the gravest crime. It requires intense conflict, extreme emotion, accompanied by fear, hesitation, madness. But what about Liu Mo? He was just a student. Yet he could remain calm, precise, and efficient, like chopping down a tree or slaughtering a chicken. That kind of indifference to life and absolute control over one's own violence. It sent chills from deep within their souls. He is not a student at all. Zhang Ming murmured, what kind of student can be like that? He is a monster. Perverse. Teacher Qian lifted his head, rubbed his face, and tried to calm himself. But if it weren't for him, we might all have perished tonight. Would those thugs let us go? This question silenced everyone. Yes, if Li Mo and the others hadn't rushed up to violently suppress them, the consequences would be unimaginable. They might not have been killed on the spot like those students, but their fate would not have been better. Supplies would have been looted, women harmed. These male teachers would either become slaves or be killed. That's the truth. A literature teacher's son said, his voice trembling. But he is just too terrifying. Did you see the look in his eyes just now? Cold as ice shards. In his eyes, are we any different from those thugs? Not listening. Could it also mean? He didn't finish, but everyone understood the implication. Li Mo's earlier warning echoed in their ears, adapt or... What kind of people are we with now? Zhang Ming forced a smile, feeling a wave of helplessness. Previously he thought Li Mo was just a strong-handed student leader. Now he realized that he was nothing less than a beast in student guise. No more terrifying than a beast. Beasts act on instinct, while Li Mo possesses reason and organization. And that chilling decisiveness in killing. Fear, deep fear, coiled around each teacher's heart like a cold snake. Yet deep within that fear there seemed to be a twisted sense of relief. Relief that such a beast was at least still on their side, providing them protection. The same fear and shock also permeated the fourth-floor dormitory, where Su Kuan and the others lived. Su Kuan sat on the bed, the blood on him had dried, turning deep brown. But he didn't change clothes, merely staring blankly at his slightly trembling hands. Zhao Changdabin and several other brothers who rushed down with him either sat or stood, their faces not looking good. Some had even run to the bathroom to vomit multiple times, returning with pale faces. Kuan Gu, are you alright? Zhao Chang looked at Su Kuan's trembling hands and asked softly. Su Kuan shook his head, lighting a cigarette with his trembling hand, his voice a bit hoarse. I'm fine. It's just, I can't control it. He clenched his fist, trying to stop the shaking, but to little effect. I just can't understand. How could Mo Gu, Wang Tao, and Xiao Wu be so steady? He recalled the scenes from the battle. Li Mo chopped down the Black Panther with a single axe blow, his movements fluid and without a hint of hesitation. Not even a flicker of expression changed on his face. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao were the same, striking quickly and fiercely, their eyes sharp, without any confusion of novices. And he himself, although he had also taken down someone, was completely driven by adrenaline at that moment. Now in retrospect, all that remained was a void of fear and regret, his hands shaking violently. Perhaps this was due to adrenaline. They must not be doing this for the first time. Dabin wiped the corner of his mouth, speaking in a deep voice, his eyes also filled with shock. Did you see the way Mo Gu killed? So skilled. And Wang Tao and the others, their cooperation was good too. Zhao Chang nodded, lowering his voice. I feel the same way. Kuan Gu, think about it. When we first met Mo Gu and the others, didn't we feel they were different? There was a kind of energy about them that made people uneasy. I felt right then that these people were not to be trifled with. Looking back now, it's not just that they are not to be trifled with. Su Kuan recalled the first encounter with Li Mo's team in the girls' dormitory. Those 5 silver-gray figures, composed and deadly, exuded a sense of order and oppression that was incongruous with the surrounding despair. At the time, he only felt envy and fear. Now he truly understood where that sense of oppression came from. It was the killing intent forged through bloodshed and survival on the edge of life and death. The apocalypse has been going on for over a month. Su Kuan murmured. What kind of chaos must it have been before? Mo Gu and the others perhaps long ago. Li Mo and the others may have experienced far more brutal battles and choices before arriving at Building 6. That is why they can adapt so well. It's too terrifying. A boy who had vomited the most clutched his knees, his voice carrying a sob. Are we going to have to become like that in the future? No one answered. The dormitory was filled with heavy breaths and the relentless howl of the wind and snow outside. The fear of Li Mo washed over the newcomers in Building 6 like a cold tide. Yet beneath this fear, another emotion began to quietly grow. A complex reverence for absolute power. And a vague awareness. To survive in this cold and bloody world, perhaps, one really cannot think and live as before. The dim lights inside the building illuminated every face, filled with shock and complicated emotions. The smell of blood in the entrance hall seemed not yet to have dissipated, faintly lingering in the air, reminding everyone that what had just happened was no nightmare. The long night stretched on, and no one could sleep peacefully again. In the latter half of the night, the building gradually fell silent. Yet the deathly stillness tinged with a hint of blood was more oppressive than the earlier clamor. Su Jinwan remained in room 508, not returning to her own. She sat beside Li Mo, gazing at the bandaged wound on his arm, her eyes reddening once more. Just moments ago in the foyer, when she saw blood gushing from Li Mo's arm, her mind buzzed with shock. A blankness enveloped her, nearly causing her to stagger. Reflecting on it now, her heart still ached tightly. She picked up a clean, damp cloth, carefully avoiding the wound, gently wiping away the dried blood on Li Mo's face and neck. Her movements were light, trembling noticeably. "Don't be afraid, it's just an external injury." Li Mo allowed her to clean him, his voice calmer than usual, yet still devoid of warmth. The speed of the nail gun was too fast, and the distance was too close. "It just grazed me. You lost so much blood." Su Xinyuan's voice choked. What if it had hit somewhere else?" "There is no what if." Li Mo interrupted her. "If you're dead, you're dead. If you're not, you're not." Su Jinwan was momentarily choked by his flat, almost cold tone, raising her gaze to meet him. Under the light, his profile was sharp and unyielding, his gaze unfathomable. It seemed that the bloody struggle and the injury to his arm were merely trivial matters to him. She bit her lip and said softly, "You scared everyone today. The students and those teachers. I saw how their eyes changed when they looked at you." Li Mo nodded, not denying it. Yes, that's for the best. He had no other choice at the time. The group, led by the Black Panther, had already charged to the doorway. If they managed to rush in and spread out, a chaotic battle in the narrow corridor would result in even greater casualties, and the situation could spiral out of control. The first reaction was to repress them in the most bloody and shocking manner. To kill the leader and crush morale was the most effective method. As for intimidating those inside the building, in a way it was even a necessary side effect. In the apocalypse, fear sometimes maintained order better than affection. As for the 4 students who had died, Li Mo felt no ripples in his heart. In his past life of 10 years, he had witnessed too many deaths, those of companions, enemies, and strangers. He had waded through mountains of corpses and seas of blood long since. Perhaps there was a twinge of regret, but that was all. Survival of the fittest was the iron law of the apocalypse, and tonight they had verified it with their lives. Su Jinwan looked into his calm, unperturbed eyes, and the fear and strangeness she felt surged up once more. She knew he had changed since the day disaster struck. But it was only tonight that she saw so clearly how thick and cold the layer of ice around him had become. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she just lowered her head and continued to wipe him gently. At that moment, a gentle knock came from outside the door, and Dr. Han's voice followed, pitched low, "Li Mo, are you asleep? The women have woken up." Li Mo immediately stood up. Su Jinwan hurriedly took his coat and helped him put it on, her movements gentle as she avoided his injured left arm. Upon opening the door, Wang Tao was already waiting outside, his face still bearing unspent anger and fatigue, yet his eyes were bright. "Mo, go. Let's go take a look." Li Mo led the way towards the temporary infirmary. Inside, 2 emergency lights were lit, providing sufficient illumination. The 3 women were wrapped in thick blankets, leaning against. Dr. Han was feeding warm water to one of them. Their faces and hands were smeared with frostbite ointment, looking exhausted, but there was finally a glimmer of life in their eyes. However, this vitality was filled with fear and unease, like small beasts that had been overly frightened. Upon seeing Li Mo and Wang Tao enter, especially noticing the bloodstains that were not completely washed off and the lingering aura of menace around them, the 3 women instinctively shrank back. One of them even let out a short gasp, burying her head in the blanket. Dr. Han hurriedly reassured them, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. They are the ones who saved you. This is Li Mo, the person in charge here." Li Mo stepped in front of them, pausing without getting too close. His gaze swept over the 3, his tone flat. "Can you speak? What can you tell me about the people outside?" The 3 women exchanged glances, their eyes evasive. 2 of them opened their mouths, but only inaudible sounds escaped, their eyes wide with fear as they shook their heads vigorously. It seemed they had lost the ability to speak or were frightened to the point of muteness. The 3rd woman was slightly calmer, but her face was pale, her lips quivering, her voice faint. They are from the commercial building. There are security guards and outsiders. The leader is called Black Panther, very fierce. Killed many people. And they took us." She spoke in broken sentences, growing incoherent as she cried, tears streaming down her face, unable to continue. Dr. Han sighed and spoke softly to Li Mo. "They have been severely tortured. The frostbite on their bodies can be treated, but the wounds on their hearts will take time to heal. One of them might have a damaged vocal cord, while the other 2 are just scared." Li Mo nodded, not asking further questions. The situation was much as he had anticipated. The thugs from outside the school had occupied resource points and enslaved the weak. The Black Panther was dead, but there might still be remnants in the commercial building. "Let them rest well," Li Mo told Dr. Han. "If you need any medications, inform the higher-ups." After saying that, he gestured for Wang Tao to step outside. The 2 moved to a quiet corner of the corridor. Li Mo stated directly, "Tomorrow organize some people to venture outside the school. Wang Tao's expression tightened. Mo, go your injury. It's just an external injury, but won't affect me. Liamo waved his hand. The Black Panther is dead, but there may still be people over there along with supplies. More importantly, we need to eliminate the root of the problem. Leaving them behind is a disaster. Wang Tao expressed concern. What if they have people left behind, or are prepared? Lima's lips curled into a cold smile. Then that's perfect, we will cut them all down together. Wang Tao froze for a moment, then saw the unabashed killing intent in Lima's eyes, and he too began to sneer. The flame of vengeance for their fallen companions reignited. Yes, to avenge our fallen classmates. Damn those scoundrels. Choose people carefully. Liamo instructed. Look for those who are brave and steady. Su Ku and Zhao Chong de Bin and the others who have seen blood today can join. Then select a few who usually show calmness and have good physical strength. Bring enough weapons and wear protective gear. We'll set out at dawn. Understood. Wang Tao nodded emphatically, his eyes shining with ferocity. Also, Liamo paused. Tonight's events have surely frightened many. Before we set out tomorrow, either you or Xiao Wu should say a few words to everyone. Just say that the external threat has been partially resolved, but to eliminate future dangers, we must take those willing to go are the real men. Those who are afraid can stay behind to guard the place. We won't force anyone. Wang Tao understood Li Mo's intention. This was a further screening and training of their team as well as a means to pacify and divide the sentiments within the building. I understand, Mo. Go. Li Mo nodded, turning to walk back to room 508. Su Jinwan was still waiting there. Upon seeing him return, she hurried forward. Are you going out? She had caught snippets of conversation, her face filled with worry. Yes, I need to handle some matters, Liamo said vaguely. Su Jinwan looked at his indifferent profile, the words of advice stuck in her throat, ultimately transforming into a simple, be careful. Don't let the wound get wet. Liamo lay back down on the bed, closing his eyes. The wound on his left arm throbbed dully, but compared to the injuries he had sustained in his past life, this was nothing. In his mind, he rapidly calculated the details of tomorrow's operations. Su Jinwan sat by the bed watching his calm, sleeping face, her heart filled with mixed emotions, fear, worry, strangeness, and a slight sense of security under the protection of such great power. The sky hovered between night and dawn, the blizzard had momentarily ceased. A deathly gray hush blanketed the world. Uniform silver-gray thermal protective suits shimmered with a cold metallic sheen in the faint luminescence of the snow. Their postures were upright, movements precise, like futuristic warriors stepping from a science fiction film. Liamo led the way, his left hand still stiff with lingering stiffness, yet his stride remained steady. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao flanked him closely. Su Ku and Zhao Chong de Bin and the others followed behind, each gripping a sharp, spare weapons and tools hung at their waists. Traces of raw terror still lingered on their faces. Yet beneath it surged a deliberately summoned ferocity and the searing flame of vengeance. From the rescued woman's fragmented, halting account, they had learned the Black Panther gang's stronghold, a commercial building just beyond campus. That structure, once a bustling hub of pedestrian streets, shopping malls, supermarkets, and cinemas, now served as a den for marauders. In grim silence, the team crossed the frozen campus and waded through the snow-choked. The commercial building emerged gradually from the morning mist. 5 stories tall, its glass facade shattered, its windows gaping black voids like sightless eyes. Liamo signaled. The team halted behind the ruins 100 meters from the building. He took Wang Tao and Wu Jichao with him, and the three slipped forward like phantoms, using crumbling walls and debris as cover. The ground floor entrance, originally glass doors, had been barricaded haphazardly with toppled shelves and warped planks, leaving only a narrow fissure. Muffled male laughter, coarse curses, and the stifled whimpers of women, thin, desperate like dying creatures, drifted from within. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao crouched beside the gap and peered cautiously inside. What they saw sent blood surging to their temples, fists clenched until knuckles cracked, veins pulsing violently at their temples. The lobby burned with crude bonfires fed by broken furniture, smoke coiling thickly in the air. 4 or 5 men in filthy, heavy cotton coats lounged around the flames, bottles in hand, hurling abuse and kicks at several women huddled trembling in the corner. Their clothes hung in tatters, barely concealing their bodies. Bruises bloomed across their skin, frostbitten, sores crusting over raw flesh. They no longer wept. Their gazes were hollow, vacant, numb, like discarded dolls worn beyond feeling, unresponsive to blows or obscenities, shuddering only instinctively. In the corner lay a gaunt yellow dog, ribs stark beneath dull matted fur, its neck bound by a thick iron chain bolted to a load-bearing pillar. It seemed long accustomed to such brutality, too weary even to lift its head. It merely lay there listless, occasionally flicking out its tongue to moisten its cracked, dry nose. Wang Tao's eyes blazed with fury, his axe handle was gripped so tightly his knuckles bleached white. Wu Jichao's face turned ashen, jaw clenched tight. Li Mo's gaze swept coldly across the number and positions of the men inside, and then lingered on the chained dog. He retreated behind cover and signaled Su Kuan and the others waiting behind. Instantly, they tightened their grips on weapons and held their breath. Li Mo issued no further command, only a sharp, decisive gesture of attack, then launched forward like a hunting leopard straight toward the barricaded entrance. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao surged in unison, one to his left, one to his right. Who's there? A lookout thug near the gap barely registered the sound before Li Mo's fire axe cleaved through the blocking planks with a shriek of splintering wood. Amid flying shards, Li Mo vaulted across the threshold. His axe flashed once, then a ragged gash opened across the thug's throat. He didn't even gasp before collapsing back. Shit, ambush. The marauders leapt up in panic, fumbling for nearby cleavers and steel pipes, but it was already too late. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao swept inward like twin gray whirlwinds, axes swinging without mercy at the nearest targets. Su Kuan, Zhao Chongdabin, and the rest, though their strikes lacked Li Mo's lethal precision, their numbers and overwhelming momentum instantly overwhelmed the opposition. The battle erupted suddenly and ended even faster. The few remaining thugs were slack, many drunk, no match for Li Mo's well-equipped, battle-ready, and ruthlessly focused squad. The dull thud of axe biting flesh, the shrieks of dying men, the brittle snap of breaking bone, all flooded the cavernous hall in an instant. The yellow dog in the corner merely lifted its eyelids, glanced indifferently at the carnage, and emitted a low, ambiguous whine from deep in its throat. Then it lowered its head back onto its forepaws as if none of it concerned it. It did not bark or strain against its chain. Only its emaciated frame trembled faintly. The fight concluded within seconds. All 5 remaining thugs lay dead in pools of blood. Some hadn't even fully registered what was happening before they fell. Li Mo shook droplets of blood from his axe and fixed his gaze upon the yellow dog. It remained motionless, its eyes clouded, bearing the resigned numbness of one who has long surrendered hope. Wang Tao approached and nudged the rusted iron chain around the dog's neck with his axe. It was heavy, the lock fused solid with corrosion. This dog, did they raise it? Looks half-starved. Su Kuan stepped closer, his earlier tension eased slightly by the dog's pitiful state. He spat contemptuously. Those bastards gorged themselves while letting even a dog waste away. Li Mo walked up to the animal and crouched down. The yellow dog watched him, sniffed the air, and tentatively wagged its tail, its throat emitting a soft, submissive murmur, more supplication than greeting. Li Mo reached into his small satchel and withdrew a sausage, peeled its wrapper, and tossed it before the dog. Its nostrils flared sharply, its eyes brightened, but it did not eat immediately. Instead, it raised its head, studying Li Mo intently. Only when assured he posed no threat did it inch forward cautiously, then devour the sausage in frantic, ravenous gulps, licking the plastic wrapper clean. After finishing, it lifted its head, gazing up at Li Mo. Its tail wagged with renewed vigor, and it extended its tongue, gently licking the back of his outstretched hand. Its touch was rough yet warm. Hey, this dog knows who's kind. Zhao Chong laughed. Brother Mo's got a dog charm buff. Dabin joked, easing the group's taut nerves. Li Mo stroked the dog's skull, its bones sharp beneath thin, wiry fur. Break the chain. We're taking it back. Taking it back. Su Kuan blinked in surprise. It'll guard the compound, more alert than any human. Li Mo rose to his feet. Feed it well, and it'll be a loyal dog. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao immediately fetched tools and smashed open the rust-locked clasp. The chain fell away. The yellow dog hesitated, unaccustomed to freedom, then staggered upright, wobbled, and began following Li Mo step for step, nudging his leg with its head. Only then did the numb women in the corner begin to stir, shaken awake by the sudden slaughter and upheaval. They huddled together, trembling, staring fearfully at this new band of killers, yet ones who had just slain their tormentors. Li Mo approached, voice deliberately calm. Where is the Black Panther's supply ware? The women recoiled, mute, eyes darting away. Li Mo nodded to Wang Tao, who produced several compressed biscuits and a small bottle of water and handed them over. At the sight of food and water, a younger woman, her face less bruised, finally flickered with the faintest glimmer of life in her eyes. Her throat worked, she stretched out a trembling hand, accepted the rations, and clutched them fiercely to her chest. Then she pointed weakly toward the stairwell leading underground down, the supermarket warehouse. Take us there, Li Mo said. She hesitated, glancing first at the precious food in her arms, then at the corpses on the floor, and finally at the men before her, whose violence, though undeniable, carried no malice toward her. She nodded at last. Struggling to her feet, she swayed unsteadily, yet forced herself upright, and led Li Mo and his team toward the stairwell. Wang Tao left 2 men behind to secure the lobby and tend to the other women. The rest followed Li Mo and their guide down the dim, narrow staircase. The basement was colder still, but vast. Once the storage wing of a major supermarket, its scale stole their breath. Flashlight beams swept across the space, and every member recoiled in awe. As far as the eye could see, supplies piled high, crates of mineral water, soft drinks, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, canned goods. Vacuum-sealed meats, rice flour, cooking oil, seasonings, snacks, stacks of toilet paper, toiletries, batteries, flashlights, thermal clothing. Even unopened small appliances stood in neat rows. Though many boxes had been torn open and scattered, the sheer volume remained staggering. What the Black Panthers had consumed over a month amounted to little more than a drop in the ocean of this hoard. Combined stock from the supermarket itself and surrounding shops likely totaled over 100 tons. Su Kuan's eyes widened, his voice stammered, "My heavens, how long could we possibly last on this?" Zhao Chong and Dabin stared dumbfounded, then broke into unrestrained grins. Others wore expressions of stunned elation. Liu Mo felt profound relief swell within him. With this warehouse secured, food and essential supplies would no longer be a pressing concern for a very long time. This trove dwarfed the meager contents of any airdrop box beyond measure. "Brother Mo, we've struck gold." Wang Tao punched the air, exhilarated. "We can't carry all this ourselves, not in one trip." Wu Jichao remained pragmatic, already calculating logistics. Su Kuan immediately proposed, "We'll send multiple teams, rotate shifts." "It's close enough." Liu Mo nodded, scanning the mountainous stores, then glancing up at the stairs and the thick snow blanketing the world outside. "We'll dispatch more people, but not rely solely on carrying. The snow is too deep. Each round trip would cost too much time and energy." He paused, then declared, "Once back, gather everyone, build sleds. Use available boards, pipes, skis, or simply plain wooden slabs smooth for runners. No need for elegance, just something sturdy enough to haul cargo. With sleds, each trip will move far more." "Yes, that's brilliant." Wang Tao's eyes lit up. "We've got carpenters and Hanson folks in Building 6, and materials are plentiful. Build several, shuttle back and forth. Within days we'll clear half the stock. We'll store what we bring back. Building 6 won't hold it all. Use empty rooms in Buildings 4 and 5. Wu Jichao added, "Prioritize essentials, quick consumables, and high-value items first." Their excitement mounted with every word. The earlier horror now eclipsed. One by one they grinned broadly, already mapping out transport routes and storage strategies. Liu Mo watched his team's animated faces, and then looked down at the yellow dog sitting quietly beside him, as if sensing it had found its new master. Finally his gaze settled upon the towering hoard. He raised a hand, silencing the chatter. "First, inventory the most urgent items. Pack what we can carry immediately. Others, secure the women upstairs and dispose of the bodies. We'll return with this first load. Tomorrow, full-scale evacuation begins." "Yes, sir." Their voices rang out in unison, echoing powerfully through the cavernous warehouse, charged with resolve and purpose. On the way back the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Liu Mo wrapped the large yellow dog in his oversized protective suit, leaving only its head exposed. The dog was very quiet, seemingly aware that this was its new owner. It curled up motionlessly, with only its damp nose occasionally nudging Li Mo's chest. Liu Mo appeared even bulkier because of this, but his steps remained steady. Upon returning to Building No. 6, he unloaded the first batch of supplies he had brought back. These primarily consisted of high-energy foods, medicines, and some tools. Liu Mo immediately summoned all the core members for a meeting. When Liu Mo calmly stated that there were hundreds of tons of various supplies in the basement of the commercial building, the meeting room fell silent before erupting with incredulous gasps and ecstatic cheers. "Hundreds of tons. My heavens." Teacher Qian adjusted his broken glasses, his hands trembling. Zhang Ming and Lu Feng were also dumbfounded, but their eyes soon sparkled with intense excitement. What did this mean? It meant long-term survival assurance. It meant that their stronghold would possess a material foundation far beyond their imagination. "Is it really that much?" Lu Feng's voice trembled. "Not less at all," Wang Tao affirmed. "The large warehouse in the mall originally had a lot of stock, and those rascals have also looted the surrounding shops, piling it up like a mountain. This time we've really dug up a rat's nest. It's overflowing with riches. This is fantastic. This is fantastic." Zhang Ming excitedly rubbed his hands together while the other teachers grinned foolishly. "However, getting it back is a problem." Wu Jichao timely poured cold water on their enthusiasm. "The snow is too deep, carrying it by hand is inefficient and can easily lead to accidents. Let's make sledges." Liu Mo directly proposed a solution. "Use ready-made wooden boards, metal pipes, discarded skis, or just sand down wooden boards to make the sled base. The structure is simple as long as it can carry goods." "Teacher Qian, Teacher Sun, you understand some structure and mechanics. You can take the lead on this, organize manpower, and quickly produce a batch." "No problem." Teacher Qian and Teacher Sun exchanged glances and immediately nodded. "The building has plenty of materials and tools. We'll get right on it." Teacher Zhang, Teacher Lu, Li Mo looked at them. "You assist in coordinating personnel, tally the woodworking skills, and arrange for anyone capable to work together." Zhang Ming and Lu Feng quickly agreed. At this moment the temptation of supplies and the reality of transportation issues made them temporarily cast aside their fear of Liu Mo and actively engage. This was an opportunity to prove their worth and strive for a better position. As the meeting concluded, the entire Building No. 6 resembled a tightly wound machine, swiftly getting into motion. Teachers Qian and Sun, along with the engineering team, began gathering materials inside the building and in the surrounding area. They collected bedboards from disassembled dorms, legs from old tables, and chairs, metal supports, and a few steel pipes found in the warehouse. They even found several ski boards left behind by an unknown student. Zhang Ming and Lu Feng meanwhile took a list and organized a manufacturing team of dozens of people. Men and women alike, as long as they had reasonably dexterous hands, were mobilized. They sawed with sanded, drilled holes tied and secured. The building echoed with the sounds of pounding and sawing, bustling with activity. Although rough under the collective brainstorming and repeated experimentation, the first crude yet sturdy sledge quickly took shape. It had a base made of two thick wooden boards with the front slightly raised. Smooth, narrow wooden strips were nailed underneath as slide rails. Above, a wooden crate was secured with ropes and metal parts to form a cargo trough. With a successful model, the production speed of subsequent sledges increased. Batch after batch of sledges were hastily produced. Although varying in size and appearance, they all ensured they could carry considerable weight and be dragged with relative ease over. Meanwhile, Li Mo took Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, Su Kuan, Zhao Chong, De Bin, and a dozen core members along with Dr. Han to return to the commercial building. They needed to garrison first to prevent any surprises while beginning the initial organization and transfer of supplies. Dr. Han's main task was to care for the severely injured women. When Dr. Han approached them with medicines and bandages, the women, who had long been numb and despaired, thinking they were doomed, first looked confused, then widened their eyes in disbelief. When they confirmed that he was indeed there to treat them, the tears they had suppressed for so long finally burst forth, and they embraced each other, sobbing uncontrollably. Their cries were hoarse and mournful, filled with the sorrow of surviving disaster and the excitement of finally witnessing a glimmer of humanity. Dr. Han's eyes also turned red as he softly comforted them, starting to treat their wounds and feed them liquid food. Li Mo, on the other hand, began to sort and classify the supplies with the others. The first batch of sledges was quickly dragged to the foot of the commercial building by the subsequent reinforcements. The transport work was in full swing. The priority was to transport lightweight, high-value items. Boxes of chocolates, candies, beef jerky, vacuum-packed cooked foods, various commonly used medicines, and vitamin supplements. Brand new underwear, socks, and warm accessories. Batteries, flashlights, and radios. There were also large amounts of toilet paper, wet wipes, and women's hygiene products. A sledge could carry 200 kilograms, and over relatively flat snow, it was several times more efficient to drag it with 2 or 3 people than to carry it on their backs. A clear trace was quickly left in the snow between Building No. 6 and the commercial building. However, during the transport process, Li Mo had his own plans. He took advantage of the busy moment when everyone's attention was distracted. Quietly, he stored some large, cumbersome, yet crucial supplies directly into the system space. For example, several large commercial diesel generators in the corner of the warehouse, each weighing several hundred kilograms. They were extremely difficult to transport with sledges and were too big a target. Also, there were dozens of barrels of industrial alcohol and backup fuel piled in the corner. There were even several intact large freezers and commercial ovens. Additionally, there were 2 sets of unopened karaoke machines and a professional sound system, likely leftover from a supermarket promotion. Aside from these, Su Kuan and the others discovered a new treasure while searching the entertainment supply area. Mo-gu. Look, so many tapes. And CDs. Su Kuan excitedly ran over, holding a large box, followed closely by Zhao Chong and De Bin, who were carrying an old arcade cabinet. Though it looked a bit old, the casing was intact. And this? A game console. If we take it back, we can play King of Fighters. Everyone looked at the heavy arcade machine, somewhat speechless. Wang Tao joked, "You brat always thinking about playing." Su Kuan scratched his head and chuckled, "Isn't it, to enrich our leisure time? Besides, this thing is sturdier, it might even serve as a weapon to smash people." Li Mo glanced at the arcade machine and then at some other items that had been dug out. Several boxes of playing cards, chess, go, some tabletop games, and even a few guitars and an electronic piano. He nodded. "We can take this. Having more entertainment facilities is beneficial for stabilizing morale. However, priority must be given to survival supplies." Understood. With permission granted, Su Kuan was even happier, calling for people to carefully set the arcade machine and other items he deemed fun aside. After all, there were game halls in the mall, and the facilities inside were plentiful. He planned to use specially reinforced sledges to transport everything back. Meanwhile, Li Mo continued his subtle accumulation. In addition to the large equipment, he also took some inconspicuous but useful items. Several large boxes of various screws, nails, hinges, and other hardware. A complete set of automotive repair tools. Several boxes of unopened paint and waterproof coatings. There was even a complete camping gear set, including high-quality tents, sleeping bags, and cooking utensils. All of these he took advantage of the transport gaps unnoticed, lightly brushed his palm over them, storing them into the system space's unlimited storage area. On the surface, he instructed Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, who were responsible for the transport. Those too large and too heavy like the biggest generator and the stacks of steel, let's not move. Mark the positions, if needed later, or when the path is clearer we will figure out a way. Priority should be given to transporting food necessities, medicines, and lightweight items that can immediately improve quality of life. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao had no doubts, only feeling that Mo Ge was thoughtful. After all, those big items looked daunting, and this was indeed not a good time for transportation. Thus a busy and orderly transport line formed between the commercial building and building No. 6. The sledges creaked and squeaked, making endless trips. One cart after another of supplies was transported back to building No. 6, quickly sorted and classified, stored in the empty rooms that had already been cleared on each floor. Many vacant dormitories in buildings No. 4 and No. 5 were soon filled with various boxes. The people left behind in the building, seeing the continuously returned rich supplies, especially those long-lost snacks, brand new daily necessities, and even entertainment items, were all overjoyed and full of enthusiasm. The fear from the bloody events of the previous night seemed to have been somewhat diluted by this tangible harvest. Mo stood at the entrance of the warehouse in the commercial building. He watched the bustling scene before him. At his feet, the large yellow dog, which had slightly recovered its spirit, licked the meat can that he had fed it. The bountiful harvest of supplies, the training of manpower, the emergence of transport tools, and the preliminary improvement of the stronghold's functions. Everything was moving in a positive. The supplies in the commercial building flowed into Building 6 like sweet rain, continuously alleviating the pressure of survival, but also bringing new problems. Management and distribution. A few days later, as the main high-value and consumable supplies were nearly transported, the temporary warehouses throughout the building were also filled to the brim. Mo once again gathered all the core members and some interested individuals for a meeting in the large room on the 5th floor. This time there were significantly more attendees. In addition to the core few, there were representatives like Zhang Ming, Lu Feng, and teacher Qian, as well as student leaders like Su Kuan and Zhao Chong, and even 2 students who had later excelled and were recommended by Wang Tao. Also present were the 3 women responsible for logistics, Su Jinwan, Lin Wei, and Chen Xian. The first agenda item for the meeting was spatial planning. Mo pointed at the increasingly detailed hand-drawn map of the dormitory area on the wall and said, "Now that we have more people and more supplies, we can no longer mix them together as before. We need to delineate functional areas." He sketched on the map with charcoal. Building 6 will serve as the core area and management hub. Above, the 5th floor will house core members' technical backbones and medical points. The 4th floor will serve as the main storage area and for some resident personnel. The 3rd floor will be designated as a public activity area and study zone where collected books and materials can be stored. There will also be a temporary placement and observation area for new arrivals. The 2nd floor will serve as a living area for general members and some workshops. The 1st floor will be for the entrance guard equipment room and temporary isolation area. The 4th and 5th buildings, he moved his pencil, will serve as expanded storage areas, potential production zones, and backup living quarters. They need to be cleared out quickly to ensure basic warmth and defense. The entertainment area won't be set up separately for now, but we can allow the storage and use of entertainment items brought back in the public activity areas on each floor. Items like playing cards, board games, and those game machines can also be placed in the 3rd floor activity area with designated opening hours. Mo added, but everything must not interfere with normal guarding labor and rest. This plan was clear and received unanimous approval. Chaos only breeds problems, while clear delineation of areas aids in management and safety. Next came a more complex topic: internal trade and incentive mechanisms. Wang Tao raised the current issue. Now that we have more items, everyone's basic survival. However, some people do more while others do less. Aside from exchanging points for cigarettes, there's no other incentive. Moreover, items like women's sanitary supplies and some special medicines or tools are hard to quantify with points, and bartering privately leads to disputes. Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses. As a former academic administrator, he had some ideas on this. Perhaps we could try establishing a simple internal currency system. It doesn't have to be money, it could be a kind of voucher, used to exchange for non-essential items that improve quality of life or to obtain special services from others. This proposal sparked discussion. Teacher Qian was more cautious. Currency needs to be anchored to goods. It can't be issued arbitrarily, or else it will lose its credibility. What do we currently have that everyone needs but can't produce or obtain in large quantities? Everyone pondered. Cigarettes. Alcohol. These are consumables, but Mo seems able to replenish them regularly, which is unstable. Food. It appears to be sufficient now, but anchoring it as currency is too cumbersome. Lu Feng hesitantly suggested, perhaps we could use contribution points for electronic accounting, but we don't have a reliable electronic system. Mo listened to the discussion and said, currency can be tested, but the anchor item must be chosen wisely. I believe it can be tiered. At the basic level, we maintain the current point system, primarily anchoring to cigarettes, a small amount of alcohol, and some extra food rations like canned fruits and chocolates. This part will be controlled and distributed by the management to reward outstanding contributions and extra labor. The middle tier can introduce a kind of exchange voucher anchored to a few items that are relatively scarce but have stable sources. For example, high-quality fuel batteries, certain types of medicines, and he glanced at the women present. Women's sanitary supplies. Su Jinwan and Lin Wei blushed slightly but nodded. These items are essential for women and are indeed not easy to obtain in large quantities. These vouchers can be exchanged for basic points and can also be used for labor exchange among members' item rentals, etc. Li Mo continued, the issuance and recall of vouchers will be managed by Taozi and Xiao Wu with strict control. At the top tier, bartering is allowed. For especially rare or personal special items and skill services, both parties may negotiate in exchange with physical goods. But it must be conducted in designated areas with witnesses to avoid disputes and forced transactions. This tiered plan considered both management needs and retained flexibility. Zhangming teacher Qian and others pondered carefully and found it feasible, beginning to add details such as exchange ratios, anti-counterfeiting measures, and trading rules. During the discussion, a relatively outspoken boy, who joined later, suddenly raised a question. Good teachers, I find it a bit perplexing. The Black Panther gang guarding such a large warehouse in the commercial building should not be lacking in food and supplies, right? They should have much richer resources than we did at the beginning. Hiding in the building, they might live even longer and more comfortably than us here at the school. Why would they risk attacking us? Just to seize our meager supplies that might be less than theirs? This question momentarily silenced the meeting room. Many people showed thoughtful expressions. Indeed, judging by the scale of the warehouse in the commercial building, the Black Panther gang's resource reserves were quite impressive, ensuring food and shelter for at least the short term. Liam raised his head, looked at the boy who asked the question, and slowly scanned the crowd, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Their purpose in coming is not just to seize supplies. What they really want is talent. He paused, looking at the puzzled faces of the crowd, and continued, what do we have here? We have young, strong students who can be captured to serve as free labor, doing the dirtiest and most exhausting work like snow shoveling, transportation, or even acting as cannon fodder. We have educated teachers and technical personnel who can be forced to repair equipment, manage supplies, or even research how to plunder more effectively. More importantly, his gaze swept over Su Jinwan, Lin Wei, and several other female members present, his expression growing colder. Here there are a large number of female students. He deliberately slowed his speech for the last few words. The air in the meeting room seemed to freeze instantly. Everyone, including the boy who had just asked the question, suddenly recalled the few women who had been rescued from the commercial building, still in a daze and covered in scars. Their fate was the best answer. The Black Panther gang was not after the meager supplies they might have. When one has wealth, they think of other things. What they wanted was a continuous source of labor that could be exploited freely and toys to satisfy their savage desires. To them, the school was simply a hunting ground, relatively concentrated in personnel, seemingly weak in defense, and filled with high-quality resources. They are not here to steal supplies. Limo's voice carried an unmistakable murderous intent. They are here to capture slaves to hunt. Beasts. Su Kuan was the first to react, slamming his fist down on the nearby table, his eyes instantly turning red. He recalled the fellow students who had died on duty. He thought of the tragic state of those women in the commercial building. Zhao Chong, De Bin, and others also stared wide-eyed in anger, their chests heaving. Zhangming, Lu Feng, and other teachers turned pale. Before, they had only feared Limo's ruthlessness, but now they fully understood how inhumane the Black Panther gang was. Teacher Qian clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. Su Jinwan, Lin Wei, and other girls turned pale, a mix of fear and anger swirling within them. If Liamo had not acted decisively that night, if those thugs had rushed in. The boy who asked the question opened his mouth, his face flushed. Shame and anger rendered him speechless. So Limo's voice broke the silence, carrying a resolute coldness. When I kill them, it is not out of cruelty, nor is it bloodthirsty. He looked around at everyone, enunciating each word. It is because they ceased to be human the moment they stepped through this door. They are beasts in human skin. With beasts, there is only one way to deal with them. He paused for a moment, his gaze sharp as a knife. Exterminate them all. These two words struck heavily in everyone's hearts. Yet this time no one felt fear. Instead, there was a sense of clarity that followed the revelation. A shared anger against the enemy, as well as a late understanding and acknowledgement of Limo's decisive and bloody suppression that night. Good kill. Wang Tao growled. Right? Beasts deserve to die. Wu Jichao gritted his teeth. Mo Gu is acting on behalf of justice. Su Kuan shouted in agreement. That's right. Those scum deserve their fate. More and more people reacted, voicing their agreement. The previous fear of Limo's methods and the vague sense of moral discomfort were now thoroughly washed away by a more powerful logic of survival and anger. Liamo looked at the agitated crowd, his expression still mostly unchanged. But deep in his eyes, a trace of faint satisfaction flickered. Fear needs to be transformed. It must convert into hatred for the enemy, an understanding of one's own situation, and a reliance on and recognition of the rule makers. Now it seemed that the effect was good. He raised his hand to quiet the crowd. What has passed is over. But the lessons must be remembered. In the apocalypse, do not use the mindset of peaceful times to gauge those who have already discarded their bottom line. He resumed a calm tone. Let's return to the main topic and fortify our base, making it so that no one dares to come and make trouble again. The sense of fullness brought by the supplies in the commercial building allowed Building 6 to enter a rare period of stability. According to the meeting plan, each functional area was quickly implemented. The entire dormitory area resembled a slightly chaotic, oversized beehive, buzzing yet orderly. Some rooms in Building 4 and Building 5 were cleared out to serve as additional storage. Boxes of supplies were neatly categorized and stacked. Although crowded, the simple labeling and ledger system devised by Zhang Ming made the retrieval process orderly. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's supply office became one of the most powerful departments in the building. Every day, people could be seen with red-stamped slips and smiling faces looking to collect supplies from them. From a pack of cigarettes to a set of tools, and even a few pieces of chocolate. The most popular spot was undoubtedly the public entertainment area, transformed from the original activity room. Here it became a paradise for humanity in a frozen world. The arcade machines brought back from the commercial building were undoubtedly the stars. The machines were cleaned and powered on, and the moment the screens lit up, nearly half of the young men in the building erupted in excitement. Su Kuan was the undisputed champion, the joystick clicking loudly as he chanted incantations. Look at my Shiranui. Demon Burn. Sunflower 3 styles. Zhao Chong and Dabin were his loyal fans and rotating opponents. They often argued, faces flushed over who would play next, bringing about peals of laughter. Wang Tao would occasionally indulge in a few rounds, surprisingly showing skill, trading blows with Su Kuan and earning rounds of applause. Besides the arcade, a few decks of playing cards and chess pieces were also brought out. In a corner, several teachers and quieter students gathered to play chess. The pieces fell silently. However, the onlookers were more tense than those playing games, pointing and occasionally unable to resist offering tips. They were quickly hushed by others. A true gentleman watches chess in silence. Meanwhile, Su Jinwan, Lin Wei Chinxian, and a few other girls along with Dr. Han preferred another corner. Their several mats were laid out, piled with novels and magazines collected from various places. There were even a few well-preserved comic books. They would lean against each other, taking turns softly reading stories from the books or sharing memories from the time before the apocalypse. Their gentle laughter was another soft landscape in the... Sometimes they would also be drawn to the commotion from the game machines, curiously glancing at the boys yelling. The entertainment area had strict opening hours. Every day from 4 in the afternoon to 8 in the evening, with an extra hour on weekends. The logistics team scheduled shifts to maintain order, clean, and register borrowed items. For example, if a playing card was missing, it was considered a big deal. Some people were not used to this system at first. However, they quickly discovered that the moderated relaxation made them anticipate and cherish it. In addition to entertainment, some initiatives for production and learning began to emerge. Teacher Qian brought a few students interested in physics and chemistry to the second floor, finding an empty room and turning it into a workshop. They tinkered with odd items using found batteries, small motors, and old circuit boards. For instance, they created a simple solar cooker from soda cans and lenses, or attempted to purify alcohol using primitive methods. During one experiment, they almost set a rag on fire, prompting Wang Tao to rush over and scold them, confiscating half of their hazardous materials. He mandated that adult teachers must be present for any research. Teacher Qian adjusted his glasses, assuring them, while muttering softly, scientific exploration always comes with risks. Zhang Ming and Lu Feng leveraged their management skills, taking on the tasks of training newcomers and explaining the rules. Twice a week, all newcomers who had joined for less than a month would gather on the third floor to learn the Building's 6 survival guidelines. From prohibiting food waste to forbidding the concealment of hazardous materials, to the assembly points and signals in emergencies. Zhang Ming spoke until his mouth was dry, while the listeners grew drowsy. It was only when Lu Feng sternly mentioned the consequences of violating the guidelines may result in point deductions or even ration cuts that everyone straightened up in alarm. Under the coordination of Su Jinwan and Lin Wei, the logistics team operated more and more smoothly. They not only managed food distribution but also organized a sewing team. They dismantled, washed, and repurposed collected old clothes to make more fitted and warm linings or protective gear. They even attempted to use found cotton fabric and stuffing to create simple dolls for the 2 youngest children in the building who had skipped grades to continue their studies. Even the big yellow dog, Ahuang, quickly integrated into the group. It was formally adopted by Li Mo and lived in a cardboard box lined with an old blanket at the stairwell of the 5th floor. Ahuang was clever and quickly recognized Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, and Su Kuan as the ones who often fed it, wagging its tail eagerly. It remained wary of strangers, growling as a warning, becoming an additional living alarm in the building. Su Kuan especially enjoyed teasing it, sometimes secretly sharing his jerky with it, only to be caught by Wang Tao and scolded. There are rations for people. You're feeding the dog too. If you keep it up, I'll cut your smokes. Su Kuan chuckled, still daring to do so next time. Of course, beneath the calm surface, there were minor frictions. For instance, someone suspected that the logistics team had trembled while distributing food, giving an extra half-spoonful of porridge to their own. The entertainment area almost turned into a real-life king of fighters due to disputes over the order in the game machine queue. The scientists in the workshop nearly triggered the smoke alarm. But these issues were quickly mediated. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao's strictness combined with the gradually ingrained rules and point system allowed most conflicts to be suppressed in their infancy. For those truly unwilling to comply, Li Mo didn't even need to intervene. A cold remark from Wang Tao was sufficient. Shall we find Brother Mo to arbitrate? Even the most stubborn individuals would immediately back down. Li Mo himself appeared quite relaxed. He spent most of his time on the 5th floor, occasionally coming down to patrol, checking on the warehouse entertainment area, and training. He spoke little, yet his presence was profoundly felt. Wherever he went, the noise would naturally diminish. People instinctively straightened their backs or revealed smiles. He was like the stabilizing anchor of this small world. There was no need to wield power constantly. Simply standing there allowed order to flow naturally. That afternoon, the entertainment area opened as usual. Su Kuan was dominating in front of the arcade, leaving Zhao Chang's Kyo Kusanagi with no chance to fight back. A crowd gathered around cheering. Brother Kuan is amazing. Qianzi, your moves are a bit bland. Let me have a go. My Iori Yagami is a pro. Wang Tao leaned against the door, arms crossed, watching the lively scene, inside a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Wu Jichao was verifying the quantity of a batch of newly returned batteries with a girl from the logistics team, their heads close together as they whispered and debated over the list, the girl's face slightly flushed. Su Jinwan and Lin Wei sat on the mats in the corner, sharing a found romance novel, quietly commenting on the plot as they read. Dr. Han had just finished examining a student with a cold. He also came over to sit down, rubbing his shoulders. Zhang Ming brought over his battered enamel cup, filled with precious tea brewed from tea leaves. Strolling over, he looked at the lively young people inside, remarking to Teacher Qian beside him, "Old Qian, look, this is what life should look like." Teacher Qian, deep in thought over a circuit problem, glanced up at the words, pushed his glasses, and looked at the entertainment area, then out at the still raging wind and snow, nodding. Indeed, even such a rudimentary order can help people settle their minds. Suddenly, a louder burst of laughter erupted from the arcade. It turned out Su Kuan had become overly complacent, making a mistake and getting countered by the weakened Zhao Chang with a combo. Su Kuan frustratedly slapped the machine, but dared not hit it hard for fear of breaking it, while Zhao Chang laughed triumphantly. "That doesn't count. Ah Huang rubbed against my leg earlier." Su Kuan tried to cheat, pointing at Ah Huang, who had sneaked in and was now yawning at his feet. Ah Huang innocently raised its head and wagged its tail. "Get lost. Blame the dog for your own lack of skill." Zhao Chang laughed and scolded. "Exactly. Brother Kuan can't handle the loss." The surrounding people cheered. Su Kuan's face turned red. "Who can't handle it? Let's do it again. This time I'll use Goro Daimon. I'll slam you." The atmosphere was lively and outside was the eternal cold and silence. Inside, however, was filled with the warmth of humanity, laughter, and a fragile hope. Wang Tao watched this scene and turned to Li Mo, who was walking over, whispering, "Brother Mo, these kids are finally showing some promise." Li Mo's gaze swept over every lively face in the entertainment area. He responded with a hum, not saying much more. However, Wang Tao noticed that for a brief moment the lines of Mo Guest's face seemed to soften. The newly established trading system has brought unexpected vitality to Building 6, along with a number of amusing incidents. Contribution points are mainly earned by completing daily tasks and additional work, recorded by each group leader and finally reviewed by Wang Tao. Points can be exchanged for cigarettes, which are the most valuable currency. Thus, such scenes are frequently seen in the building. A boy panting after shoveling snow for half a day for the logistics team earned 2 points and eagerly ran up to Wang Tao wide-eyed and asking, "Brother Tao, can I exchange it for half a cigarette?" "At least one whole one must be exchanged for 2 points. They'll give you change." The so-called change might consist of a few fruit candies or a small piece of chocolate. In order to gather enough points for a whole cigarette, many began to pool their points together. Good friends combined their points to exchange for a cigarette, taking turns to have a puff, calling it a shared economy. The exchange tickets are even more sophisticated. Printed by Wu Jichao, they are made from colored sticky notes found in the office, stamped with the distinctive red seal of the logistics office. One ticket is marked with a hand-carved crooked character for goods. The pink ticket corresponds to female hygiene products. The blue ticket corresponds to specific medicines, such as anti-inflammatory drugs. The yellow ticket corresponds to high-quality fuel quotas. However, yellow tickets are the rarest. These items cannot be directly exchanged for cigarettes, but can circulate among members to trade for labor or other goods. Thus boys holding pink tickets found themselves in the embarrassing position of wanting to trade for snacks with girls, or someone with a blue ticket trying to negotiate for an extra pair of thick socks. The most bustling place is the barter corner set at the stairs on the 3rd floor. It opens at a fixed time every day and must have at least one person from the logistics office present to supervise. Transactions here mostly involve personal items or special skill services. Someone traded a well-preserved copy of the Dragon Ball manga for 3 compressed biscuits. A boy who could cut hair exchanged his service of 5 haircuts for a nearly new down vest. Some even attempted to trade half a bottle of found perfume for Sukuin to play 10 rounds on a gaming console, only to be met with disdain from Sukuin. What do you want that for? To smell it. The power of the logistics office held by Wang Tao and Wu Jichao was growing daily. The two gradually developed a set of working methods. Wang Tao was mainly out in the field responsible for reviewing requests and handling disputes. He had a stern demeanor and few dared to speak out. Wu Jichao worked internally managing registrations, printing exchange tickets, and overseeing accounts. He was meticulous. It was nearly impossible to pull off any tricks under his watch. The two worked in perfect harmony, and with Li Mo's absolute support, the black market operations of logistics distribution began to run. Except for a very small core group, no one knew where the seemingly inexhaustible supply of cigarettes, batteries, and even the occasional rare items came from. On the other side, Su Kuan, Zhao Chong, and Dabin, experienced veterans who had gone through battles, were tasked with training newcomers in a large dormitory on the 4th floor that had been cleared out. Su Kuan mimicked the stern demeanor of Li Mo and Wang Tao from his memories, pacing in front of the newcomers with his hands behind his back. Listen up. This apocalypse isn't a game. If you don't want to end up like those 4 brothers who died without a clue outside last time, keep your guard up. The training content was quite basic. How to grip a weapon, how to move quickly in the snow without falling, how to take turns keeping watch and observing, how to report an incident at the first moment. However, Su Kuan and the others were extremely strict in their training. A simple mistake in the axe grip would lead to a verbal lashing. During snow movement practice, if someone fell, Zhao Chong would give them a kick. Playing dead, waiting for the enemy to let you get up. Dabin was responsible for ambushing, often creating disturbances during the watch simulations to test the newcomers' reactions. Those who reacted slowly had to practice more at night. The newcomers complained bitterly and privately nicknamed Su Kuan the Living Yama. Zhao Chong became known as the Grim Reaper. Dabin was the Smiling Tiger. But no one dared to openly resist, not only because of the rules, but also because everyone understood that this training could truly save lives. Moreover, completing training tasks earned additional points. Thus the 4th floor often echoed with Su Kun's shouts, the heavy breathing of newcomers, and Dabin's malicious laughter. Occasionally when Li Mo or Wang Tao passed by, Su Kuan would immediately straighten his back and shout even louder, while the newcomers would work even harder. In the midst of this increasingly orderly chaos, Li Mo began another highly confidential task. He privately sought out Teacher Qian and a taciturn junior agronomy student named Feng Wei. Feng Wei had written crop cultivation when registering his specialties. He usually helped in the logistics team, spoke little, but worked diligently. Li Mo brought them to the end of the underground laboratory at the school. When the door opened, the inside had already been cleaned up in advance, neat and tidy. Only 2 square objects covered with thick canvas remained. Teacher Qian Xiaofeng. Li Mo closed the door and signaled them to lift the canvas. As the canvas fell away, 2 silver-gray, matte metal boxes were revealed. About half a person high and a meter square, the appearance was simple. The side had an operation panel and indicator lights, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. Both Teacher Qian and Feng Wei were stunned. Teacher Qian instinctively pushed up his glasses, leaning in for a closer look, his fingers wanting to touch, but hesitating. What is this? Its name is the Winter Constant Temperature Cultivation Box. Li Mo calmly stated the name. It was found in the airdrop box and has not been taken out until now, as it is a secret of our base due to the lack of seeds. He opened the top cover of one of the boxes designed with magnetic suction. The internal structure was revealed: tiered shelves, complex yet orderly pipes and circuits, evenly distributed lights, along with the substrate that looked like black sponge filling the shelves. Working temperature range from -100 degrees to +50 degrees. Built-in lighting, temperature control, and water nutrient circulation. As long as there is electricity, seeds, and a small amount of specialized nutrient solution, things can be grown. The growth speed is similar to that in a normal environment. Li Mo briefly explained, his tone as if introducing an ordinary tool. Teacher Qian's mouth dropped open, forgetting to push his glasses back up as they slipped to the tip of his nose. He taught physics and had a basic understanding of energy, materials, and control principles. This thing before him completely overturned his understanding. Constant temperature. Operating under extreme low temperatures. Closed-loop circulation. The technical content of this is something that ordinary people, or even general institutions, cannot possess. I would believe it if someone said it was the highest level of national secrets or extraterrestrial technology. How is this possible? Energy conservation. The second law of thermodynamics. This material. Teacher Qian stammered, trembling fingers pointing at the cultivation box. Feng Wei was fixated on the structure inside the box, especially the black substrate and irrigation pipes, his gaze fixed. As an agricultural student, he understood better what this meant. The ability to produce independently from the harsh external environment. This is one of the ultimate dreams of agriculture. Such things were in the airdrop box. Teacher Qian finally regained his voice, filled with disbelief. Yes. Liamo confirmed, not many, just these two. I have been trying to figure it out, waiting for suitable seeds and reliable people. He looked at Teacher Qian, and Feng Wei, his tone turning serious. This is currently the highest secret of Building 6. Except for the three of us, only Wang Tao and Wu Jichao know. Its existence and operation must be kept absolutely confidential. You should understand the reasons. Teacher Qian shivered, suddenly waking from the shock of the technology, realizing the gravity of the situation. What kind of coveting would such a thing attract if it were leaked? He nodded vigorously, his voice dry. I understand. Liamo, you can rest assured. I promise. With my integrity. Feng Wei also nodded firmly, his eyes resolute, but still silent. Good. Liamo took out a small cloth bag containing a small amount of seeds he had recently gathered. There were spinach, bok choy lettuce, and a few tomato and cucumber seeds. Not many seeds, let's try planting first. Xiao Feng, you're the professional, you will mainly operate it. Teacher Qian, you will be responsible for energy assurance and data recording. For the nutrient solution. He took out several sealed small bottles. These are the matching ones from the airdrop box, use them for now. He then explained the power interface, daily maintenance precautions, and how to record temperature, humidity, light duration, and growth conditions. At this stage, the things grown will only supply the core team as validation and welfare. Liamo concluded, to the outside, just say we are trying to use traditional methods for indoor seedling cultivation with very poor results. This laboratory, without my permission, no one is allowed to enter. I will ask Zhou Yu and Sun Haoran to guard it, and be careful with daily comings and goings, do not draw attention. Teacher Qian took a deep breath, looking at the two cultivation boxes gleaming with metallic cold light before him. He then glanced at Liamo's calm, yet unfathomable face, feeling waves of turmoil inside. At this moment, he truly felt that the young student leader held far more than just the resources and power on the surface. This transcendent technology seemed more like a symbol of the road he was following, perhaps a path leading to an unimaginable future. We will do our best. Teacher Qian clenched his fists, feeling immense pressure, but also excitement. As a scholar, being able to operate such black technology personally is something he never dared to dream of. Feng Wei had already squatted in front of the cultivation box, starting to study the operation panel. He touched it carefully, his eyes shining with focus. Liamo watched them, knowing that the first step had been successfully taken. The production of fresh vegetables would not only supplement food, but also serve as a morale booster, health benefit, and absolute bargaining chip for future negotiations. He exited the laboratory, gently closing the door behind him. Taking a deep breath, he awaited the day the vegetables would break through the soil. The night was deep and serene. Most areas of Building 6 had fallen into silence, with only the emergency lights in the corridor emitting a faint glow. In a relatively tidy dorm room on the 5th floor, Su Jinwan was boiling water with a small heater. Liamo sat on the edge of the bed, using a warm towel to wipe his body in the dim light. The room was very quiet, with only the soft hum of the heater and the rustling sound of fabric. Su Jinwan poured 2 cups of hot water, handed one to Liamo, and sat down beside him. She looked at Liamo's concentrated profile, hesitated for a moment, and then softly said, Imo, good, you've been spending a lot of time with Teacher Qian and that Feng Wei these days, looking all mysterious. What are you busy with? Liamo continued his movements, his tone flat, as he replied, indoor planting. Indoor planting. Su Xinyuan's eyes widened slightly. With this weather, can it work? Liamo shook his head, placing the cleaned axe against the wall, and took a sip from the cup. I don't know. Xiao Feng studies agriculture, and Teacher Qian understands the principles and energy. Let them give it a try. A dead horse could be treated as a live one. If it works, that's great. If not, we won't lose anything. His words were half-truths. The success of the 2 planting boxes was almost certain, but they needed to maintain a low profile and an air of uncertainty at this stage. Su Jinwan believed him, her face displaying excitement. If it works, even if we can only grow a little green vegetable, it would be a huge blessing. Although we have enough to eat now, it's all dried food and canned goods. It's been a long time since we've seen fresh vegetables. If production can be restored, even a little, everyone's health and morale will improve significantly. Liamo glanced at her, the hope in her eyes was very genuine. He merely hummed in response, and said nothing more, thinking to himself how 2 boxes could astonish Teacher Qian so much. If only she knew that he had 998 more of the same kind in his system space, he wondered if she would faint from shock. One must eat bite by bite, and walk step by step. Su Jinwan held the cup of water, warmth spreading from her fingertips to her heart. She looked at Liamo, and suddenly remembered something, asking Imo, Gu, you mentioned that the airdrop would come again, probably in the next few days, right? Liamo nodded. Yes, soon. Will this time be the same as before? Su Jinwan asked cautiously. She had followed Li Mo and witnessed too many of his foresight arrangements from the early stockpiling of supplies to accurately locating the airdrop points. She had long since transformed from initial surprise to unwavering belief. If he said it would happen, then it surely would. This time is different. Li Mo set down his cup and directed his gaze towards the impenetrable darkness outside the window. This time the scale will be much larger. It won't just be a few scattered boxes, and the drop points will cover various campuses in the university town. Moreover, he paused, his voice lowering slightly, the country may be about to make a formal effort. Really? Su Jinwan suddenly sat up, straight, her eyes bursting with intense brilliance. The country. This term had almost become a myth in the apocalypse. It was the last pillar of mental support in despair. Just hearing news related to it was enough to make one's heart race. Li Mo understood her excitement, but his tone remained calm, even tinged with a hint of cold analysis. Don't get too happy too soon. A formal effort doesn't mean they will send planes and artillery to come for us. He looked at Su Xinyuan's puzzled expression and explained, we both know the temperature outside. A large-scale military mobilization personnel transfer is too costly and too risky. From the perspective of the country, or rather from those command centers still in operation, the lowest cost and highest efficiency method of rescue is not to personally intervene, but to. He organized his thoughts and spoke more plainly. To find local survivor groups that still have organization and capability, support them, and let them help the country in rescuing and integrating more scattered survivors. In short, it's local governance by local people. Su Jinwan understood. The brilliance in her eyes dimmed slightly, but her expression of contemplation deepened. Then, who can gain the country's support? Does that mean in the future? Whoever has the voice. Li Mo interjected, affirming her thoughts. At least it means having legitimate influence in the eyes of the country. With the official flag, many things will become much easier to accomplish. Resource allocation, personnel integration, and even dealing with some unruly forces will have a basis. He recalled the fragments of information he had heard in his past life. In the mid-apocalypse, as the initial chaos subsided and the remaining forces of order began to reorganize, the first to be incorporated were often those local groups that had demonstrated strong organizational ability and survival strength early on. Many of these groups later became regional management nodes. Regardless of whether they were private forces or institutional powers, anyone useful to the country was incorporated. However, Li Mo's tone shifted. I can't be sure what the situation is in other campuses right now. It's been 2 months. Those who survived won't be simple characters. Some may have established order like us. Others may be more barbaric, but consequently more aggressive. Some may have gained a foothold in places like schools and hospitals due to professional advantages, just like us. He looked at Su Jinwan. When the country selects collaborators, they mainly consider a few points: organization strength, controllability, and the ability to effectively execute tasks. If we can be chosen, that would be the best scenario. With official endorsement and various high-tech supports, our future path will be much smoother. Integrating the surrounding area, absorbing population, and developing production will all be legitimate. Su Jinwan felt a surge of excitement. She hadn't expected that one airdrop could involve such profound changes in the overall structure. She watched Li Mo calmly narrate all this, as if he were not guessing, but stating facts that were about to happen. Mo, you seem very sure that the country will do this? She couldn't help but ask. Li Mo remained silent for a few seconds. He was certainly sure, because he had seen similar patterns in his past life. But he couldn't say that. It's just a speculation. He said lightly, but it makes logical sense. Resources are limited, they must be used where they are most needed. Supporting local powerful forces to do the work is the most cost-effective deal. As for whether we can catch their eye, he lightly tapped his knee, that depends on our own abilities and those of the neighbors in other campuses. Su Jinwan understood. The next airdrop would not merely be a supply replenishment, but could also be a selection. An opportunity that could determine the future regional structure. Building 6 must seize this opportunity. So what should we prepare? She asked. Just do what needs to be done. Li Mo stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. Training must not stop. Defenses need to continue strengthening, and internal management must be more standardized. If there is indeed contact later, we need to be able to present a respectable report. How many people, what the organizational structure is like, how many resources have been controlled, how many survivors have been saved. Also, he turned to Su Jinwan. If those 2 planting boxes can make some progress before or after the airdrop, even if just sprouting it would be a very convincing proof of technical reserves. Su Jinwan nodded vigorously, feeling the weight on her shoulders, yet filled with motivation. You should get some rest. Li Mo reached out and placed his hand on Su Xinyuan's front. Su Jinwan shyly lowered her head, murmured an and quickly undressed. She climbed onto the bed and gently covered herself with the bedding. Not long after, the sound of shaking echoed in the room. Days later, a deep and continuous roar of engines emanated from the distant horizon. Gradually approaching, it rolled over the university town like rolling thunder. The moment the sound echoed, the team from Building No. 6 already prepared shot out of the door like arrows released from a bow. Li Mo personally led the charge with nearly all the core elite members, including Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, Su Kuan, Zhao Chong, and Dabin joining in. Following them were more than 30 well-trained students pulling a long string of specially designed wide and thick sleds. Their target was clear, Suiwei Slope. The scale of this airdrop indeed far surpassed those of the past. The sky seemed to have opened its doors with dozens, even possibly hundreds of parachutes unfolding in sequence. The white canopies were particularly striking against the gray sky. Floating gently, they covered a large area of Suiwei Slope and its surroundings. According to the plan, they were to act in groups. Li Mo's voice clearly transmitted through the built-in communicator of his protective suit. This communicator was a specially modified short-range intercom system from their production area, very practical. The team quickly dispersed, moving like skilled worker ants. Soon they reached Suiwei Slope. Some were responsible for using binoculars to locate landing spots, while others quickly cleared away parachutes and entanglements. More people paired up, lifting the heavy airdrop boxes onto the sleds. Their movements were nimble, and their cooperation was seamless, clearly having practiced many times. The contents of the boxes were evidently upgraded. In addition to the usual compressed food and medical supplies, many boxes bore different markings on their outer shells. Wang Tao pried open one box, revealing neatly packaged radio components and thick encrypted manuals. Wu Jichao discovered several boxes containing standard recurve bows and bundles of arrows. There were also several heavy riot shields. Additionally, some boxes contained professional surveying instruments levels and more first aid supplies and antibiotics. Good stuff. Su Kun's eyes sparkled as he held a recurve bow, reluctant to let it go. Don't just stand there. Hurry and load the truck. Wang Tao barked, his gaze scanning the surroundings cautiously. Such a large-scale airdrop couldn't possibly attract only them. Indeed, just as they had loaded more than half of the airdrop boxes with the sleds piled high, like small mountains. On the other side of the slope, a team appeared. About 20 people similarly pulling several makeshift sleds. They wore matching thick dark blue down jackets. On top they had jackets resembling climbing windbreakers. Thick cotton hats and wind goggles adorned their heads. The team's movements were synchronized, exuding a rigid air of discipline. The weapons they held were even more threatening. Several homemade crossbows, their arrowheads glinting coldly, were already loaded, along with a few long-handled fire axes and machetes. Both sides almost simultaneously noticed each other, their movements halting. Leading the opposing team was a man in his 30s, his expression stern, wearing black-framed glasses, with sharp eyes like an eagle behind the lenses. Beside him were several equally serious-looking men and women. Their demeanor suggested they were student leaders or young teachers. Upon seeing that Li Mo's side had already loaded more than half of the airdrop boxes, especially noticing the conspicuous silver-gray protective suits worn by Li Mo and the others, their eyes noticeably narrowed. Which school are you from? The glasses-wearing man stepped forward a few paces, his voice loud, carrying an interrogative tone of superiority. His gaze primarily fell on Li Mo, clearly identifying who the leader was. Li Mo halted his actions, signaling Wang Tao and the others to be on guard. He stepped forward a few paces, and from a distance of several meters calmly replied, "Normal University, Building No. 6. Normal University." The glasses-wearing man's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly surprised, yet somewhat dismissive of this answer. "We are from the Order Tower of the Institute of Technology. I am the person in charge, Zhou Jinhua." He declared his name with a hint of arrogance. Clearly the title Order Tower held a formal and proud significance within their ranks. "Oh," Li Mo responded without much expression. Zhou Jinhua felt somewhat displeased by his indifference, pointing at the scattered airdrop boxes and the people from Building No. 6 who were loading them. "These airdrops cover the entire university town. They cannot be monopolized by just one school. According to regional division and principles of fairness, we have the right to receive our portion allocated to our campus." His tone was firm, carrying an undeniable quality, and the crossbowmen behind him slightly raised their weapons. Wang Tao, Su Kuan, and others immediately tensed, instinctively gripping their weapons. Crossbow bolts posed a far greater threat than machetes or steel pipes, with long ranges and strong penetration. Yet Li Mo smiled, his smile, faint, even a bit cold. "Manager Zhou, the airdrops landed on Suiwei Slope. Geographically, it is closer to our campus. We arrived first, so we claim it first. There is no such thing as fairness. In the apocalypse, the swift take it all, while the slow are left with nothing. You are being unreasonable." A burly boy beside Zhou Jinhua shouted. "We came all this way. We can't leave empty-handed. If you know what's good for you, divide half of it with us. Otherwise." His threatening words trailed off, yet the crossbow bolts were raised even higher. The smile on Li Mo's face vanished completely, his expression turning icy. "Otherwise what?" He stepped forward, ignoring the crossbow bolts aimed at him. "Want to snatch it? Go ahead. Let me see just how much real capability your Institute of Technology possesses beyond just words." The atmosphere tensed instantly. Tension crackled like electricity. Zhou Jinhua's expression darkened. He could sense that this young leader on the opposite side was not ordinary. That quiet confidence and the faint hint of killing intent were not mere bluster. The Institute of Technology had survived to this day due to strict discipline and a willingness to fight, so they were not easily intimidated. If a conflict were to arise, they held an advantage with their crossbow bolts, but the opposing side seemed to have greater numbers. Their equipment appeared superior, especially those suits. Just as both sides were on the verge of an explosive confrontation, the sky suddenly darkened. What had been lead-gray clouds transformed into an inky blackness without warning. A fierce wind began to howl, without warning, lifting thick snow from the ground. It formed a blinding white torrent that obscured vision. The temperature dropped at an astonishing rate, and exposed skin felt as if it were pricked by needles and sliced by knives. Not good. A blizzard is coming. Someone behind Zhou Jinhua exclaimed in alarm. The expressions of the Institute of Technology's members changed. Although they were wearing professional cold-resistant down jackets and windbreakers, they still felt a bone-chilling cold rapidly penetrating their clothing due to the sudden extreme drop in temperature and strong wind. If exposed for too long, the risk of frostbite and hypothermia would drastically increase. In contrast, Li Mo's group, although similarly buffeted by the wind, had their silver-gray thermal protective suits effectively insulating them from most of the harsh cold. The built-in temperature control system was functioning steadily. While the perceived temperature was low, it was far from life-threatening. They instinctively lowered their stances and steadied their footing, their gazes still fixed on their opponents. Zhou Jinhua instantly understood the disparity in conditions between the two sides. The strange jumpsuits worn by the opposition were definitely high-grade gear that could withstand extreme, while they did not possess such equipment. In this weather, standing firm would only lead to their disadvantage. He quickly weighed his options. Fight. The opposing side might not fear their crossbow bolts, and their own combat effectiveness would sharply decline in the blizzard, potentially resulting in significant non-combat casualties. Retreat. The airdrop supplies were about to be completely taken away by the opposing side, which he found intolerable. He gritted his teeth, forcing out a sentence through clenched jaws, his voice carried intermittently by the wind. Supplies. Divide in half. The rest you can take. Well, withdraw immediately. Otherwise, it will be a lose-lose situation. This was already the greatest concession he could make, filled with strong humiliation and frustration. However, Li Mo's response, cutting through the howling wind and snow, was clear and cold, consisting of just one word: no. It was decisive and left no room for negotiation. Zhou Jinhua's eyes turned red in an instant. The veins on the back of his hand gripping the weapon bulged. He stared intensely at Li Mo, seemingly trying to discern even a hint of hesitation from the calm expression on his face. But all he saw was a chilling resolve. Good, good. Normal university, huh? I will remember this. Zhou Jinhua nearly roared, his voice distorted by anger and cold. Let's go. He waved his hand fiercely, leading the reluctant and furious team from the Institute of Technology, quickly turning to stumble back against the raging snowstorm. The crossbow bolts that had once posed a significant threat ultimately never flew. Pa, what a bunch of nobodies. You still want to divide half. Su Kuan spat in the direction they had disappeared, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments before, when the crossbows were aimed at them, he had felt sweat trickling down his back. Hurry. While the blizzard hasn't reached its peak, load the remaining boxes. Pull them back. Li Mo's order was immediately issued. The group wasted no time, and braving the fierce wind, quickly loaded the remaining airdrop boxes onto the sleds. The long train began its difficult yet determined return to Building No. 6. The wind and snow intensified, visibility sharply decreased. Yet the team, clad in thermal protective suits, although struggling to advance, faced no risk of freezing. Li Mo walked at the end of the line, glancing back at Sui's slope, then at the path the Institute of Technology's team had vanished down, his expression deep. The conflict came earlier than he had anticipated. The Institute of Technology. The Order Tower. It seemed to be a formidable opponent. The struggle for the airdrop was merely the beginning. The snow-laden sled convoy trudged through the blizzard, finally returning to Building No. 6. Unloading, counting, storing. Once again, a bustling flurry of activity ensued, but soon everyone's attention was drawn to a few special boxes. Teacher Qian and Teacher Sun, accompanied by several members of the engineering team, cautiously opened one of the metallic boxes marked with communication symbols. Inside were neatly packaged components. High-power radio transceiver units, filtering modules, encryption encoders, retractable antenna components, along with a thick stack of user manuals and encryption code books. This is a complete field radio relay station kit. Teacher Qian flipped through the manual, his hands trembling slightly, and the light behind his glasses gleamed with the power is sufficient to cover the entire university town area, or even further. The encryption level is very high. Zhang Ming and Lu Feng also gathered around, their expressions a mix of excitement and serious. The government is deliberately prompting us to establish contact. Zhang Ming whispered. Airdropping weapons and medicine is for survival, but airdropping this is to establish communication and convey orders. Liam stood aside observing the precision components gleaming with a metallic cold light and asked, "Can it be used?" "Set it up as soon as possible. It needs debugging, a stable power supply, and an elevated position for the antenna installation," Teacher Chien quickly responded. "The rooftop will work, we have power, just give me some time." Without delay, Teacher Chien immediately took his most capable students and moved the equipment up to the 5th floor. They carefully transported it from the 5th floor to the rooftop. Although the blizzard had weakened, the rooftop was still dangerously windy. The group secured themselves with ropes and under Teacher Sun's guidance began assembling the antenna base and connecting. Below, Liam gathered all the core members in the spacious room on the 5th floor where the atmosphere was tense mixed with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, Su Kuan, and others occasionally glanced at the ceiling as if they could penetrate the floor to see the operations on the rooftop. After more than 2 hours, Teacher Chien, his face covered in frost and his fingers numb with cold, was finally assisted down. Yet his face glowed with excitement. "It's connected. The debugging is complete. The signal is very strong. We received a continuously looping encrypted broadcasts. The source direction is roughly to the east of the city. The specific location is unclear, but the signal is stable. It must be a large fixed station." Everyone perked up. Following the instructions in the manual, Liam had Teacher Chien attempt a brief reply using a specific frequency and encryption method. The content reported the basic information of the survivor base at Normal University, Building No. 6 as requested by the other party, including location, approximate number of people, survival status, and responsible person information. After the reply was sent, there was a tense wait. The room was filled only with the faint hum of the equipment and the suppressed breaths of the crowd. About half an hour later, the indicator lights changed rhythm. The receiver emitted a clear directional encrypted signal flow different from the previous looping broadcast. Teacher Chien quickly operated the decoder, translating a series of numbers and codes into text. As he read out each translated line, the air in the room seemed to thicken with anticipation. "We confirm receipt of your information. Here is the city's Regional Emergency Management Command Center. We are now reporting the current situation." The command center first confirmed that the global extreme climate disaster is still ongoing, and there are no signs of an end in the short term. All rescue forces, including the remaining military, government agencies, and research units, have the primary task of ensuring the functionality of key urban nodes and critical industrial facilities, and the absolute stability and survival of known large official shelters. For scattered small to medium-sized survivor bases like Building No. 6, there will be no large-scale material drops or personnel evacuations in the short term. The reason is simple: the cost is too high and the risk is too great. It may also affect the support for more critical areas. Survival is the primary priority at this stage. To preserve the living force to the maximum extent, the following guiding tasks are now issued to your base and other survivor groups with a certain level of organization in the university town. The task content was almost identical to what Liam had previously speculated. 1. Reconnaissance and statistics. Clarify the exact locations, approximate numbers, survival status, and nature of all survivor groups in the campus and nearby areas. For instance, whether there is order, whether they are aggressive, and so on. 2. Limited integration and assistance. Under the premise of ensuring their own safety, gather the scattered, desperate survivors within the rescue area as much as possible. Guide them to concentrate towards bases with basic order and support capabilities, reducing unnecessary internal friction and losses among survivors. 3. Resource point reporting. Discover any large resource points with sustainable utilization value, such as unfrozen deep groundwater, large sealed warehouses, oil depots, important medical or industrial equipment storage sites, etc. Coordinates and information need to be reported promptly. Upon reaching this point, Teacher Chien paused, adjusted his glasses, and continued reading the subsequent content. The command center will establish preliminary files and priorities based on the feedback from tasks executed by each base and the level of organization and execution demonstrated. For bases that actively cooperate and demonstrate strong organization and execution capabilities, the following support will be prioritized in the future. 1. Information sharing, including disaster warnings, intelligence from other areas, etc. 2. Limited technical guidance, such as medical and simple engineering related to survival. 3. When conditions permit, allocate critical material quotas, such as specific vaccines, scarce medicines, special equipment parts, etc. Finally, there was a stern warning. At the same time, it is solemnly stated that for groups that severely violate basic humanitarian principles, causing large-scale harm, enslaving compatriots, and using plunder and violence as the sole means of survival during the disaster, the command center has established an observation list. Once the conditions for restoring order are met, they will be thoroughly investigated and held accountable for their crimes. The broadcast content ended, and the receiver returned to the previous looping state. The room fell into a dead silence. The excitement generated earlier by successfully establishing contact and receiving the task quickly dissipated, overwhelmed by the harsh reality revealed in the broadcast and the final warning of accountability. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao furrowed their brows tightly. Su Kuan, Zhao Chong, and others also lost their previous joy, their eyes revealing unease. Zhang Ming, Lu Feng, and other teachers turned pale. The words accountability pierced their hearts like ice picks. They couldn't help but recall the Black Panther gang that had fallen in the foyer. They remembered the corpses of the thugs in the commercial building. They had also killed quite a few people. Did that count as harm? Although the other party were thugs. Li Mo observed everyone's reactions keenly. Suddenly he chuckled, his laughter echoing clearly in the silence. What's wrong? Are you scared? He swept his gaze across the crowd. Are you afraid we will be held accountable? No one dared to respond. The broadcast was very clear. Li Mo said, his voice steady, beginning to analyze point by point. What they want to hold accountable are groups that seriously violate basic humanitarian principles, causing large-scale harm and enslaving compatriots, using plunder and violence as the only means of survival. He walked to the center of the room, looking at Zhang Ming and Lu Feng. The Black Panther gang captured women as slaves, killed indiscriminately, and committed plunder and humiliation. Are they? Zhang Ming nodded reflexively. Did we harm our compatriots by killing them, or did we eliminate a threat? Li Mo asked again. We eliminated a threat. Lu Feng replied softly. Did we enslave our compatriots? Did we use plunder and violence as our only means? Li Mo continued, looking at Wang Tao and Su Kuan. No. Wang Tao stood tall. We only killed those who deserved to die. We established a base, sheltered survivors, sought supplies, and produced. Therefore, Li Mo concluded with certainty, we are not a gang. We are a survivor group that strives to establish order and preserve the living forces during a disaster. In fact, we are the cooperative subjects they hope to see in the broadcast, with a certain level of organization that can undertake guiding tasks. The poor women from the commercial building are still alive, and they can testify for us. His analysis was clear and logical, dispelling the fog that clouded everyone's minds. Indeed, they were fundamentally different from the Black Panther. But Teacher Qian still had some concerns. After all, we took action and killed people. What if they pursue the details later? Li Mo looked at him, his gaze profound. Teacher Qian, you do research. Do you understand what the big picture means? He no longer looked at Teacher Qian, but faced everyone, raising his voice slightly. What time is it now? It's the end times. A global disaster. The population has plummeted and civilization is on the brink of collapse. For the command center that is still operational, what is most important? Is it to investigate how many people a group killed in self-defense or in eliminating gang threats? Or is it to stabilize the situation as quickly as possible, integrate remaining forces, and ensure that as many good compatriots survive? He asked and answered himself, it is the latter. Survival is the top priority, and restoring order is the second priority. During this process, as long as your overall actions are aimed at preserving living forces and restoring basic order, as long as you do better than other groups more in line with their needs, then some necessary means in the process can be blurred or even tacitly permitted. He paused and uttered a more straightforward and impactful statement. There is a saying that victors are kings and the defeated are bandits. Once we integrate this area of the university town according to their requirements, rescue those who need saving, and control the resource points, we will become the strongest and most orderly force here. At that time, who will be the gang to be held accountable? Who will be the local order maintainers working with the command center? The initiative may not be entirely in the hands of the command center. This statement subtly revealed a cold and realistic ambition. Yet it strangely soothed the unease among the crowd. Indeed, if they could become the strongest force in this area, smoothly complete, or even exceed the tasks assigned by the command center, then they would not be a problem, but a part of the solution. They would be good citizens. Great good citizens. Moreover, Li Mo pointed to the radio equipment that was still working. Right now, the only ones who have obtained this set of equipment, successfully established contact, and received tasks are us. At least in the eyes of the command center at this stage, we are the only ones they can contact in the university town area, and they are willing to cooperate with the broader situation. His eyes burned with intensity. From now on, we are the broader situation. We are the official executors in this area. His words completely shifted the atmosphere. The doubts and anxieties in the eyes of the core members dissipated, replaced by a lit ambition and sense of responsibility. Even Zhang Ming, Lu Feng, and others amidst their shock felt a sense of security in being part of a grand narrative. Mo Go, what should we do next? Wang Tao cracked his knuckles. Li Mo walked over to the map on the wall. Step 1. Reply to the command center, confirm acceptance of the task, and request them to provide rough information about other known potential bases in the university town as a gesture of sincerity and to seek guidance. Step 2. Immediately form a reconnaissance team. Taozi Xiao, you are in charge. Select the most elite and clever individuals, equip them with the best gear, including thermal suits, weapons, walkie-talkies, and simple surveying tools. The task is to clarify the situation around our school and the nearby campuses. Focus on marking organized bases like the Institute of Technology and potential gang presence. Step 3. Su-Kun, you lead a team radiating outward from our base to search for the sustainable resource points mentioned by the command center, especially potential groundwater sources and large oil depots. At the same time, pay attention to and assist any scattered survivors you encounter along the way, bring back those who are willing to come. Step 4. Continue to dig deeper internally. Teacher Chien, accelerate the progress of the laboratory planting. This is our technical leverage. The workshops and other production attempts should also continue. He laid out tasks one by one with clear thinking and defined goals. As the meeting concluded, everyone took their orders and left in a hurry filled with a sense of urgency and determination. Li Mo remained alone in the room, gazing at the unmarked areas on the map with a deep expression. The contact with the command center was like a double-edged sword. It brought nominal support and potential resources, but it also brought responsibilities, risks, and more direct competition with other order bases. The Polytechnic Institute Tower of Order. Their stronghold is located in the highest and most solid engineering building among the main teaching buildings. It is an old-style Soviet building. The walls are thick, the windows narrow, and the interior space is vast. After the apocalypse struck, led by the former Student Council President Zhou Jinhua and several formidable professors from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, they quickly cleared the corpses and obstacles within the building, transforming it into a fortress. There are approximately 60 survivors. Almost all are students from the Polytechnic Institute, along with some young faculty members. The demographic is relatively homogeneous and discipline is extremely strong. The interior of the building is so orderly that it feels almost rigid. The corridors are clean, free of clutter. Rooms are strictly allocated, grouped by teams with beds uniformly oriented and very few personal belongings. The public areas lack entertainment facilities. There are only some study tables made from discarded desks and chairs. Scattered on them are blueprints and calculation drafts, along with some disassembled mechanical parts. On the walls are pasted rules written with a brush detailing daily schedules, food rations, work arrangements, and even codes of conduct. Their supply sources mainly rely on the early scavenging of several laboratories and warehouses on campus, as well as small-scale high-risk searches conducted off-campus later. The specialized nature of the Polytechnic Institute gives them an advantage in tool utilization, equipment maintenance, and even makeshift manufacturing. They repaired a small diesel generator, prioritizing limited lighting and heating for key equipment in certain areas. However, they severely lack high-end gear for cold weather. They have never even heard of things like temperature-regulating protective clothing. Food has always been a tense issue. Their rationing system is extremely strict. Distribution based on labor contribution. Those who excel can receive an extra half biscuit or a spoonful of porridge. Those who make mistakes or are lazy can face ration deductions or even confinement as punishment. There are clear hierarchies, with the management, including Zhou Jinhua and Professor Yin, enjoying slightly better treatment and independent offices. They are essentially the original research offices. Their survival until now relies on ironclad discipline and the maximum utilization of the limited technology they possess, as well as a blatant vigilance against the outside and a tough stance when necessary. Zhou Jinhua firmly believes that order and strength are the only foundations of survival. They have also repelled small groups of scattered survivors attempting to approach them. They even eliminated another small group on campus trying to seize resources, and the process was not gentle. They have seen blood. At this moment, in the top-level engineering building in the original large conference room that has been transformed into a command center, the atmosphere is so oppressive it feels like it could squeeze water out. Zhou Jinhua's face is pale, sitting at the head of a conference table made from joined desks. He removes his glasses, fogged by the cold, and wipes them vigorously. His fingers tremble slightly from the cold and anger. Next to him sits Professor Yin, who looks gaunt but has sharp eyes. There are also several core members who appear to be student leaders. Standing below are a few key members who went to Tsui Slope to receive an airdrop today. They all look dejected, still covered in unmelting snow. Their faces are marked with frostbite and frustration. So they didn't give us anything. Not even room for negotiation. Zhou Jinhua puts on his glasses, his voice cold. None. The boy named Sun Meng, whose face is full of flesh, snaps angrily. The one leading them is incredibly arrogant. He said those who are quick will get it while those who are slow won't, and even asked if we wanted to rob them. Damn it if it weren't for the blizzard later. What about their equipment? Did you see it clearly? Professor Yin speaks in a hoarse voice. I saw it clearly. Another girl responsible for observing replies quickly. They were wearing silver-gray jumpsuits that looked very thin, but their movements were completely unaffected. They wore gloves and I couldn't see the specific material, but they were definitely not ordinary. Their weapons were mainly fire axes and long rods, but I also saw them moving boxes that seemed to contain bows and shields. Temperature-regulating protective clothing. It really is from the normal university side. They got the first batch of airdrop boxes earlier, and they are of a high standard. Zhou Jinhua taps his fingers on the table, his eyes dark and fierce. This makes him feel even worse. The feeling of having the upper hand snatched away is like being gnawed by a poison. And their sleds. Sun Ming adds, they're better made than ours, wider and more stable, and carry more cargo. Their people are also quick on their feet. It's clear they do this often. The conference room falls into silence. The contrast is too stark. They hurried into the storm intending to get a share only to return empty-handed and retreat in a deplorable manner under extreme weather. On the other hand, they were well-equipped, calm, and returned fully loaded. This sense of disparity is more frustrating and infuriating than the loss of supplies. Is that it? Sun Ming is unwilling. So many supplies. And weapons. Just let them swallow it all. What else can we do if we don't? A boy wearing thick glasses responsible for logistics mutters, they have those kinds of clothes, so they're not afraid of the cold. If we fight, we'll be at a disadvantage. And it seems they have more people than us. Are we afraid of them at the Tower of Order? Sun Ming glares. Not afraid. Zhou Jinhua finally speaks again, interrupting the potential argument. He takes a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and regains his usual calm, analytical demeanor. Sun Ming is right, we can't just let this go. Those supplies are very important to us. But fighting Hedon is indeed not a good strategy. Let's make contact first and test the waters. Zhou Jinhua nods, just as I thought. To treat them as enemies and create foes too early is not worthwhile. Since they have surplus supplies, perhaps we can trade. Trade. Sun Ming is taken aback. Would they agree? We won't know unless we try. Zhou Jinhua says, our Polytechnic Institute is not without merits. We understand machinery can repair and have tools and techniques they may not possess. For example, the modified crossbow we created has considerable power. We can also attempt to repair some precision instruments. These can all be bargaining chips. Let's send a small team first, bringing our sincerity to contact them at Building 6. Clarify our identity, express our regret over the previous misunderstanding, and propose the possibility of mutual benefits and cooperative efforts. For example, using our technical repair services or some specialized parts they may need in exchange for food medicine, or to inquire about the source of that protective clothing. If they are sensible and willing to trade, that would be best. Zhou Jinhua's voice turns cold. If they remain obstinate and arrogant, then we will make further plans. At the very least, through contact, we can better understand their details, their defenses, and their weaknesses. He looks at Sun Ming. Sun Ming, you lead the team. Choose a few clever and articulate ones. Remember, maintain a posture that is neither servile nor overbearing. We are going to discuss cooperation, not to beg. But don't provoke them either. Observe their building's situation, the morale of their people, and their defense arrangements. Especially note if they have radio equipment or any other special item. Although Sun Ming has a bad temper, he is highly effective. He nods vigorously. Understood, Brother Zhou. I'll go pick people right now. Prepare some gifts. Professor Yin adds, bring the 2 handheld infrared thermometers we repaired, as well as that set of precision screwdrivers. Consider it a show of goodwill. Good. After the meeting ends, everyone disperses. Zhou Jinhua walks alone to the window, looking at the still swirling snow in the direction of the normal university, his expression complicated. Trade. Cooperation. He doesn't hold much hope in his heart. The attitude of the leader makes him feel that the other party is someone with a strong desire for control, unlikely to easily share benefits. But this step must be taken. It is both a test and a means of distraction. If the trade fails, then at least they will have a more solid reason to plan their next move. He will never easily give up on the airdropped supplies. Those bows, those shields, those possibly existing better items. They must find a way to obtain them. If peaceful means do not work, then the logic and strength of the Polytechnic Institute will teach the other party another lesson. Meanwhile, in the eastern district of the city, there is an emergency management command center established with a solid civil defense project and an expanded underground parking area. It is one of the few hearts still beating fiercely amidst the frozen silence compared to the hellish temperatures of -60 to 70 degrees outside. This place feels like another world. Massive blowers and duct systems convert limited electricity into warm air, struggling through a complex network of pipes to maintain a temperature close to zero in the core area. Although it remains bone-chillingly cold compared to the outside, it is a paradise for survival. The space is strictly divided. The living area is crowded yet orderly, with workers, technicians, and some military and police personnel curled up on double-decker iron bunk beds, tightly wrapped in all their clothing. The air is murky, filled with the smell of disinfectant human sweat and a damp chill that is hard to dispel. Food is distributed under the strictest rationing system, with only 2 meals a day, mainly consisting of high-calorie compressed military rations and thin vegetable soup. Even so, the reserves are slowly depleting. The command center is located deeper underground in a core area that is better insulated. Here the lights are relatively bright, using the most energy-efficient LEDs. A massive display screen shows a fragmented city map, sparse temperature monitoring point data, and the status of limited communication nodes. Radio equipment emits a continuous hum and electrical noise. Workers in heavy winter clothing, appearing fatigued, but with sharp eyes are processing the influx of scattered information and internal affairs. The armed forces here are the true cornerstone of the remaining order. Approximately a reinforced company of armed police, and some police forces are equipped with well-maintained Type 95 automatic rifles and handguns. The limited ammunition reserves are valued more than gold. There are also several urgently modified off-road vehicles and wheeled armored personnel carriers parked in a dedicated garage with basic heating. These are the mobile forces for critical moments, but they also face difficulties. Fuel is scarce, and the extreme cold poses a severe test for vehicles and firearms. The risk of large-scale outdoor operations is extremely high. At this moment, in a conference room isolated by heavy blast doors, several senior officials of the command center are in a smoke swirls in the air. Here cigarettes are a strictly controlled rarity with only a few people having quotas, and the atmosphere is heavy. Sitting in the main seat is the former head of the city's leadership, now the commander of the command center, Old Zhao. In his 50s, his face is haggard, but his gaze is as resolute as iron. Beside him is Captain Yang of the former municipal armed police detachment, looking weathered. There are also Old Chun, who is responsible for logistics and technology, and several key department heads. The ice layer in the No. 3 underground reservoir has thickened by another 20 centimeters. The power of the water pump has already reached its limit. If this continues, the water supply pipeline risks freezing and cracking. Old Chen's voice is hoarse. The diesel reserves for the backup generator can hold out. At most 40 days, he said. This is still on the premise of further reducing heating and The energy officer reported the numbers. The medical area reports that cases of frostbite and respiratory diseases are still increasing, with stocks of antibiotics and painkillers running low. Bad news comes one after another. Old Zhao listens silently, his fingers pinching a cigarette, but that has long been extinguished. Heating is becoming too difficult. We are in the south, and the building structure and heating system were not designed for such extreme low temperatures. Maintaining the current state is already the limit. Captain Yang sighed. The other points previously reported by the city that still had survivors have lost contact with two in the past 2 days. It seems they are either completely frozen to death or have collapsed internally. Aside from us, there are probably no more than 3 places that can stabilize the situation. The conference room fell into a brief silence. The power of the global climate crisis far exceeds everyone's imagination and preparation. The once prosperous city has now become a massive ice coffin and purgatory. The situation up there is not optimistic either. Old Zhao finally spoke again, his voice heavy. The pressure in North and Northeast China is even greater. The West and South are better, but extreme weather is also spreading. The losses are substantial. It is not just people, it is the paralysis of the entire industrial system, agricultural foundation, and transportation network. He paused, conveying the spirit of the recent higher-level reports. The national strategic focus has completely shifted from development to survival and preservation. Abandon unrealistic fantasies of large-scale rescue and concentrate forces on guarding a few key strategic points. These include large military-industrial complexes, core research bases, strategic granaries, and regional command hubs like ours. The rest can only rely on local self-rescue and limited guidance. This is the guiding principle of our airdrops. Old Chen interjected. Select organized and promising survivor groups in the local area, provide them with minimal information and technical support, guide them to integrate resources, gather populations, and form regional stability points to preserve the seeds and manpower for our possible future reconstruction. Mentioning the air drop, the atmosphere became a bit more lively. The feedback from the large-scale airdrop has arrived. Suddenly, an officer in charge of communications rushed in with a folder, a rare hint of excitement on his face. Of the 7 preset drop zones, 3 have confirmed signs of organized reception. 2 of them have established preliminary encrypted communication with us, according to the manual. Oh, which 2? Old Zhao immediately sat up straight. One is the old industrial area in the north of the city, the Hongxing machinery factory area. The other is the university town, the normal university campus, a stronghold that calls itself Building No. 6. Captain Yang's eyes lit up. That factory is sturdy. If there are old workers and engineers who know their stuff, perhaps some production capacity can be preserved. If we can get in touch, even sending people over would greatly assist our equipment maintenance and spare parts production. Old Zhao also showed a hint of joy. Immediately attempt to establish a more stable connection with the Hongxing factory, assess its personnel, equipment status, and controllability. If conditions permit, send a capable team with specialists and necessary supplies to find a way to get there. We must take control of that place. It could be a key production point. Yes. What about the university town? The normal university? Old Zhao looked at the communications officer. The officer flipped through the records. The contact person claims to be Li Mo, a student leader. According to their report and our scattered intelligence checks, they currently have gathered about 80 people with a preliminary organizational structure in place, basic division of labor and defense. More importantly, they reported controlling a warehouse at a large shopping mall off campus, which contains an estimated hundreds of tons of various supplies. The mall warehouse. Old Chin immediately pulled up the pre-disaster municipal data backup and quickly searched. Found it. The Baihui Commercial Plaza outside the university town has a large underground storage area from the past quarter, and the stock is ample. Oh my god, the supply reserves there based on the minimum survival standards could theoretically support thousands of survivors in the entire university town for a considerable amount of time. A low gasp echoed in the conference room. This is simply a treasure from the heavens. Good. That's great. Old Zhao slammed the table with force. This building No. 6 stronghold is important with a supply foundation and a certain level of organization. Tell them that the primary task is to consolidate the survivor forces in the university town area with them as the core to quickly utilize the resources of that mall warehouse to ensure as many people survive as possible. Tell them this is what the overall situation requires. However, the communications officer hesitated. According to the scattered information we previously gathered, the original management of the normal university seems to have a vice president with the surname Zhang, but it appears he has already gone insane. Currently it is this student Li Mo who is leading. Old Zhao waved his hand, unbothered. In extraordinary times, ability is what matters, not seniority. He can organize those 80 people and take control of the mall warehouse. That is ability. Let him continue to lead. We will increase our support to establish him as the benchmark and integrator for the university town area. Captain Yang pondered. There are certainly survivors in other campuses of the university town, possibly organized as well. The integration process will not be smooth. There may be resistance, even conflict. As expected, Old Zhao's gaze was calm. Give building No. 6 clear instructions to avoid unnecessary bloodshed during the integration process. But for those who clearly live by plunder and enslavement, we must strike them down decisively. They can report afterwards. We will provide them with moral support and information assistance. Should we provide them with some substantial armed support? Like the next airdrop? An officer asked tentatively. Old Zhao shook his head decisively. No firearms and ammunition must not be given. Giving them would only encourage internal strife and give rise to warlord factions. At most, next time we can give them some enhanced anti-explosion equipment like better shields and stab-resistant suits. Cold weapons like bows and arrows can be given in moderation for defense, and the bottom line of the country must be maintained. He looked at Old Chun and the communications officer. Immediately planned the next airdrop for the university town area, especially near the north. The supplies should be more concentrated and the types can lean towards survival and construction tools. Additionally, the airdrop should be more prominent, using signal flares and parachutes in noticeable colors and dropping during the day. We need to ensure that survivors in other areas of the university town can see that the airdrop is landing in the direction of building No. 6. He tapped his fingers on the table, his thoughts clear. This is the signal. Tell all survivors still struggling that there is organization, resources, and government attention and support there. Encourage them to actively gather towards building No. 6. Accelerate the integration speed. Yes, immediately arrange it. The orders were quickly issued. In the conference room, the smoke still swirled, but the atmosphere was infused with a sense of ruthless determination. The Hongxing factory represents the potential for future production recovery, while building No. 6 in the university town and that mall warehouse are the current granaries and population pool. The pieces have already been set in motion. Soon the encrypted telegram from the command center was transmitted clearly into building No. 6 through the high-power radio relay device by the evening of the following day. Teacher Chen almost trembled as he read the translated message word by word. In the room, Li Mo, Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, Su Kuan, Zhang Ming, and all the core members held their breath, focused intently. The content of the telegram was far more detailed and impactful than the first time. In addition to reiterating the task of integrating the survivors in the university town area and effectively utilizing the supplies from Baihui Commercial Square, the command center rarely disclosed some conditions of the city, including several key operational nodes still in operation and the immense survival pressure they faced. It also revealed the arduous reality of the national strategy, shifting towards survival and preservation. Zhang Ming murmured, so, this is what it's like outside. He felt both a thrill from knowing that the higher-ups were still working hard and a deep awareness of the gravity of the overall situation. However, the subsequent content invigorated everyone. To support your integration work, the command center will conduct a special supply airdrop to your base area 3 days later on month X day X. The drop point is designated for the central playground of the normal university. Please pay attention to reception. This airdrop will include a batch of enhanced anti-explosion equipment, survival construction tools, and some medical supplies. Please utilize them properly, prioritizing non-lethal means to ensure the integration process and reduce casualties among our compatriots. A special airdrop. Anti-explosion equipment. This was like a timely help, and it was also a clear endorsement of military strength. That's great. Su Kuan nearly jumped up. With shields and anti-stab vests, we won't be afraid of those with crossbows anymore. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao also showed joy. Although anti-explosion equipment could not compare to firearms, it could greatly enhance protection and psychological advantage in conflicts dominated by cold weapons. The telegram reiterated at the end, the supplies from Baihui Commercial Square are an important survival guarantee reserved for the university town area. Strict management and scientific distribution are necessary. Based on this, we should widely absorb and assist the survivors in the area and gradually rebuild the basic order. Your work is of great significance for the preservation and recovery of the population in this area. The terms like population pool, rebuilding the foundation, gave Zhongming, Lu Feng, and other teachers a heavy sense of responsibility. They also vaguely understood the command center's deeper intentions. They hoped that Building No. 6 could become a base for repopulation in the ruins of the university town. Everyone excitedly discussed the details of the airdrop reception, imagining how they would act with the new equipment. Only Liu Mo had little joy on his face, his eyes deepening instead. He waved his hand to suppress the discussions, scanning the crowd. Everyone understands the command center's intention to integrate the university town, make good use of the mall supplies, and absorb the population. He paused, his voice steady, yet carrying an icy, penetrating quality. Do you think the command center wants us to become philanthropists, knocking on doors to invite people to dinner? The conference room fell silent. No, Liu Mo answered himself. They are issuing a permit. A permit that allows us, in the name of completing tasks, integrating resources, and saving compatriots, to annex and absorb suppressing other survivor groups in this area. This statement was like a bucket of ice water. It instantly awakened everyone who had been immersed in the joy of official support. Su Kuan opened his mouth to refute, but found himself. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao appeared contemplative. Zhang Ming and the others' expressions shifted. Reduce the management units to pave the way for possible future reconstruction. This is their true purpose. Liu Mo continued to analyze. Whoever can complete this task faster and better will occupy a more advantageous position in the future, possible even gain more support. He looked at the map, so our strategy must adjust. From the previous focus on internal construction and defense, we shift to planned expansion and intelligence operations. Mo, good do you mean? Wang Tao's eyes sharpened. The first step is intelligence. Liu Mo pointed at the map. We need to be clear about which pieces are on the chessboard of the university town besides us. Their locations, numbers, strengths, natures, and who their leaders are. Tao Zishao, will you lead teams to form 2 of the most elite reconnaissance squads? Equip them with the best temperature-regulated protective suits, radios, binoculars, and simple mapping tools. Do not engage, only observe and record. The key targets are the Institute of Technology and several other major campuses where bases may exist. Understood. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao nodded seriously. The second step is communication. Liu Mo's gaze fell on the marker representing the Institute of Technology. Start with them. They have been here before and have a basis for contact. Once we obtain the anti-explosion equipment from the airdrop, we will have more confidence. Send someone to officially reach out. Convey the command center's spirit and our willingness to integrate the area and weather the storm together. Then propose a cooperation plan for resource sharing, technical exchange, and orderly personnel flow. If they are willing to join our University Town Survivor Coalition and accept unified scheduling and distribution, that would be ideal. What if they refuse? Su Kuan asked. Refuse. Liu Mo's lips curled into a hint of coldness. Then we block them. Block them? Yes, using our familiarity with the terrain around Zui Slope along with our equipment and mobility advantages to monitor their exit routes. We won't take the initiative to attack, but we will make every search they conduct difficult and dangerous. At the same time, strictly limit any supplies flowing from us to them. Liu Mo's tone was calm, but carried a cold undertone. At this temperature, if their supply reserves are not effectively replenished, they will only continue to deplete. Sitting idle will lead to an empty mountain, and with external pressure, internal changes are inevitable. They will either collapse, or have to consider our proposals. This is a war of attrition, a colder and more enduring method of annexation. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. We prioritize seeking peaceful absorption. Liu Mo added, but we must hold cards in our hands. The command center's airdrop and support are our clear cards, and our real trump card. He swept his gaze over everyone, not revealing everything. But Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, and other core members understood. It was Mo Guess' unfathomable reserve capability, the planting boxes that had quietly begun operation, and the material redundancy and risk resistance far exceeding the command center's imagination. The command center does not know our real trump card. Liu Mo spoke slowly. This was both for the core members and a confirmation of his strategy. Therefore, we can confidently and boldly use the pretext of completing tasks to expand and integrate. At the same time, we can better conceal our true strength. He walked to the window, looking at the campus covered with ice and snow. Next, we can loosen our hands and feet a bit. In other words, the resources in the system space can appear more reasonably. For example, after the airdrop, we can excuse ourselves to discover more spare parts, special fuels, and efficient batteries that were previously overlooked in the corners of the mall warehouse. The image of the base being self-sufficient and managing resources well must be established. Go, I understand. Wang Tao's eyes flashed with excitement. We're wielding an imperial sword, justifiably incorporating our subordinates and strengthening ourselves. We can also hide our old foundation deeper. This can be understood that way. Mo nodded. But remember, actions must be swift and methods must be flexible. The command center has given us a time window and pretext. We must seize the absolute initiative before others from other campuses react. He turned and faced everyone, his voice resolute. From now on, our goal is no longer just to hold building No. 6. Our goal is to gradually transform the entire university town into our base. A base that follows the command center's orders, but is actually under our control, capable of steadily producing population and resources. This declaration was filled with ambition. It thoroughly ignited the fighting spirit of the core members. Even Zhang Ming and other teachers, after the initial shock, also felt a subtle excitement about participating in the creation of history. In this chaotic world, following such a clear-headed, decisive, and fortunate leader might just be their opportunity for survival. The meeting concluded and various orders were quickly issued. The reconnaissance teams began selecting equipment and formulating routes. Candidates for diplomatic contacts began to be the entire building No. 6, like a tightly wound war machine, began to shift from a defensive posture to one poised for attack and integration. Mo stayed alone in the room, looking at the mountain of supplies in the system space and the more than 900 unused planting boxes. The command center's airdrop was a bonus. The system was his true confidence. He exhaled softly. The chess game had entered a new stage. Before long, a team dispatched by the Institute of Technology, led by Sun Ming, traversed snowstorms and ruins in half a day and finally reached the campus of the normal college. The campus lay desolate and silent. Only one building bore clear signs of human presence, Building 6. Its windows sealed and reinforced, faint light leaking through narrow, faint silhouettes moved atop the roof. Deep footprints and dragging marks scarred the snow outside the building, stretching far into the distance. This is it, Sun Ming whispered to his companions. They numbered 5 in total. Besides Sun Ming, there was Lu Jian, a glib young man, and Sun Wen, a perceptive female student who carried a notebook. 2 others served as lookouts. All bore weapons. But following Zhou Jinhua's instructions, they kept them concealed rather than brandished openly. Instead, they rested the weapons at their backs or tucked them at their waists. Sun Ming drew a deep breath, signaled the others to hold position, and stepped forward alone, halting 20 meters from the entrance of Building 6. He raised both hands and called out loudly, "Brothers of Building 6 Normal College. We are from the Order Tower of the Institute of Technology. We bear no ill intent. We seek to speak with your leadership." His voice echoed across the stillness. Moments later, a figure appeared behind an observation slit on the first floor. Soon after, the heavy main door swung inward, just wide enough for one person. Wang Tao emerged, flanked by 2 others gripping fire axes, their eyes sharp and wary as they scanned. "Just the 5 of you?" Wang Tao asked. "Just us. Here to talk," Sun Ming replied evenly. Brother Zhou said the incident at Suwei Slope was a misunderstanding. No blow struck, yet mutual respect born. This time we come in good faith, to consult with your leadership. Wang Tao studied them once more, confirming no ambush lingered nearby, then stepped aside. "Enter, but leave your weapons at the door." Sun Ming hesitated, then gestured for his companions to unshoulder their crossbows and sheath their machetes, placing them in a designated wooden crate beside the threshold. Empty-handed, they followed Wang Tao inside Building 6. Warmth and a low hum of human voices enveloped them the moment they crossed the threshold, starkly contrasting the frozen, lifeless silence beyond. People moved along the corridors, speaking softly. Even the muffled strains of video game music and cheers drifted down from upper floors. Though crowded, the space exuded quiet order. Faces showed fatigue, but not the hollow despair of starvation. Passing students glanced curiously at the newcomers, their expressions guarded rather than fearful. Sun Ming and his companions exchanged stunned glances. This atmosphere, this vitality, surpassed the tense, frigid austerity of their own Order Tower. They even had gaming consoles. Good heavens! Did fuel for power generation grow on trees? They were led to a large room on the 5th floor, repurposed as a meeting chamber, where Mo already waited, flanked by Wu Jichao, Su Kuan, Zhang Ming, and Teacher Qian. Though few in number, their presence commanded gravity. "Please sit." Mo gestured towards several weathered chairs. As Sun Ming's group settled in, Sun Wen discreetly observed the room and its young host. This rival proved far calmer than expected, almost unnervingly serene. "The Institute of Technology sent you." Mo cut straight to the point. "Yes, brother." Sun Ming steadied himself. "It's still about the airdrop container. At Suwei Slope, last time we arrived too late. We understand the rules. Swift hands claim, slow hands lose. Those supplies belong to you. We acknowledge that. He paused, watching Li Mo's impassive face, then continued, "This time we've come to discuss trade. Our institute possesses items you may need. We understand mechanics, perform repairs, and have specialized tools and spare parts. For instance, we can modify crossbow bolts, extending range and increasing impact. We've also recovered precision instruments from laboratories, potentially useful to you." He spoke with deliberate confidence. "We wish to exchange these technical capabilities and services for essential supplies. Food, medicine, or perhaps insight into the origin of your protective suits. Mutual exchange benefits us all." He fell silent, turning expectantly toward Li Mo. Lu Jian added, "Indeed, brother Li Mo, these are trying times. More friends mean more paths forward. And proximity makes cooperation far wiser than confrontation." Li Mo listened in silence, his expression unreadable. Only after they finished did he speak, calmly yet with unassailable authority. "The matter of the airdrop container is closed." His opening words set the tone. "As for trade, it appears unnecessary, for now." Sun Ming's brow darkened. Before he could respond, Li Mo raised a hand to halt him. That airdrop held more than supplies. Among its contents was an entire high-power radio relay system. Sun Ming's group froze. Radio equipment. They'd never seen it. "We have successfully deployed it and established formal communication with the Municipal Emergency Management Command." Li Mo dropped his first bombshell. The room fell utterly silent. Sun Ming, Lu Jian, and Sun Wen stared, breaths suspended. "The command. Formal communication. The command has briefed us on the city's, and indeed the nation's, current situation." Li Mo spoke with detached composure, as if reciting ordinary. "A global extreme climate catastrophe persists. Our rescue resources are severely limited and prioritized for critical infrastructure. For peripheral survivor enclaves like ours, large-scale relief remains impossible in the near term." His gaze swept over their unsettled faces. "Therefore the command has issued a clear directive. University Town and other viable zones must consolidate resources and centralize survivor management. Minimize internal conflict, preserve vital human capital, and safeguard foundations for future societal restoration." He paused, voice firming. "Henceforth University Town begins integration. All survivor groups must comply with this national survival policy." Integration. Sun Ming's pulse quickened. Why did that sound like an order from above? Should any group resist, or worse, obstruct integration, squander precious manpower and resources, or provoke needless violence? Li Mo's tone chilled. To the command, such acts cease to be mere resource disputes. They become defiance against collective survival. Any resulting casualties would carry profoundly different implications. He revealed a sliver of classified intelligence. Moreover, the command has explicitly declared that armed bands guilty of grave humanitarian violations, mass atrocities against fellow citizens, will be listed and held accountable when order resumes. Though we are no such band, any large-scale, unjustified internal conflict, if it claims many lives and draws the command's attention, would surely invite unwelcome scrutiny." His words blended warning with subtle persuasion. Sun Ming's group grew solemn. They feared no brawl, but being branded saboteurs of unity marked for reckoning. Especially knowing the command, an actual functioning authority, still operated. Its deterrent power was tangible, visceral. Lu Jian couldn't help asking, "Then, what does integration mean? How will it work?" Simply, Li Mo replied. "Survivors converge upon better organized, better resourced, and more capable strongholds, unified under centralized governance and equitable distribution, pooling strength against crisis. For example, Building 6, and our controlled warehouse at Baihui Commercial Plaza." He turned to Sun Ming. "We know your Institute of Technology faces acute shortages. But should you choose to join the integration, your supply concerns vanish. Basic survival needs for all personnel fall under our responsibility." Sun Ming frowned. "Your responsibility? How much stock do you truly possess to make such a bold claim?" Their 60-strong enclave consumed vast resources daily. Li Mo offered no inventory tally, only a quiet assertion. The underground warehouse at Baihui Commercial Plaza holds over 100 tons of assorted supplies. Its contents are logged in the command's backup databases. Managed wisely, it suffices to sustain all University Town survivors through winter and well beyond. Come summer, temperatures rise, making endurance far less arduous. 100 tons. Sun Ming's group gasped inwardly. The sheer scale was staggering. "Words alone prove nothing," Sun Ming retorted, "or rather refused to accept such overwhelming advantage. You say it exists. How do we verify it? What if the warehouse was looted or ruined by frost?" Li Mo regarded him, then smiled. A calm, certain smile. "Believe it or not, that choice is yours. Yet I'll share one more detail. Within 3 days, the command will conduct a targeted airdrop exclusively for our normal college. The drop zone, our central campus field." He leaned forward, slightly locking eyes with Sun Ming. "This time, not a public area like Suwei Slope, but designated solely for buildings. If 3 days hence the airdrop lands precisely where I've stated, on our campus field, then our liaison with the command and our collaborative legitimacy stand irrefutably proven. Likewise, this integration path enjoys the command's explicit endorsement and support. Reclining, he added coolly, should the airdrop fail or land elsewhere, consider us mere braggarts. Then negotiations, be they trade or otherwise, can resume at your convenience. Sun Meng's group exchanged bewildered, uncertain glances. His certainty felt unervingly precise. 3 days, the normal college field. If true, what did it signify? It meant not only material abundance, but official recognition and institutional backing, far more formidable than mere stocks. Agreed. Sun Meng clenched his jaw and rose. We'll remember your words. 3 days, we'll wait 3 days. If the airdrop lands exactly as you claim, on your field, we'll return to discuss terms. Agreed. Liamo also stood. For these 3 days, please restrain your people from rash actions. After all, the greater cause demands precedence. Sun Meng gave Liamo one last intense look, then departed Building 6 with his awestruck, unsettled companions, vanishing into the swirling snow. Watching them go, Su Kuan murmured, Brother Imo, do you belief matters little, Liamo replied, gazing out the window. What matters is that they carry the message home. The seed is sown. When the airdrop lands, it will take root. Turning back, his gaze sharpened. Until then, reconnaissance teams must move swiftly. Before the airdrop ignites momentum, we must map every other player's position and strength. The curtain rises on integration. Sun Meng and his companions return to the engineering building of the Institute of Technology, their hearts heavy and burdened, braving the increasingly fierce cold wind. As they entered the cold and oppressive hall, a sense of suffocation enveloped them. Zhou Jinhua, Professor Yin, and several core members had long awaited them in the makeshift command center. After hearing Sun Meng's detailed report, particularly Li Mo's assertion, an eerie silence fell over the entire. Moments later, the room erupted. Nonsense. Hundreds of tons of supplies. Who does he think he is? The savior? A hot-tempered young man slammed his hand on the table. Radio communication. Command center. How can they prove it? What if they are just bluffing us? Another tech-savvy young man wore a skeptical expression. Integration. In plain terms, it means they want to annex us. They want to turn us into their vassals. Sun Meng, filled with anger, added, what nonsense is this grand scheme? It's just an attempt to seize power. But there were dissenting opinions. Lu Jian hesitantly spoke up, but what if they really did contact the command center? What if the airdrop actually lands on their playground? What would that mean? It would mean they have the backing of the state. Are we going to resist the state? Sun Wen also whispered, moreover, that Li Mo mentioned a reckoning. If what he says is true, that large-scale infighting led to deaths, and the higher-ups find out. The state. Who knows if there is still a state now? Sun Meng retorted. Even if there is, it won't reach us here. Relying on heaven and earth is not as good as relying on ourselves. But if we refuse, they have supplies and a righteous cause. If they really want to block us and wear us down. A logistics officer, well aware of the shortage of supplies, looked worried. How long can we hold out? The weather outside is getting harder to endure every day. The conference room split into 2 factions. One faction was led by Sun Meng and some hardline students. They firmly opposed surrendering, believing it to be Li Mo's conspiracy. They argued that even if cooperation was necessary, it must be an equal alliance, even considering counteractions. The other faction, represented by Lu Jian, Sun Wen, and some pragmatists, believed that if what the other party said was true, possessing official endorsement and substantial supplies, resistance would be foolish. They should negotiate for the best terms. Survival was the priority. The 2 factions argued heatedly, their voices growing louder. Enough! Zhou Jinhua, who had remained silent, suddenly shouted. His face was dark and he pressed hard on his temples. The information Li Mo had thrown out was too explosive, truth mingled with falsehood hard to discern, yet each possibility sent a chill down his spine. What's the use of arguing? Zhou Jinhua's gaze swept across the room. He said 3 days, so we wait 3 days. He looked at Professor Yin. What do you think, Professor Yin? Professor Yin coughed and slowly said, what is false may be true, and what is true may be false. You must not trust entirely, nor should you disbelieve completely. If 3 days later the airdrop truly lands as he claims, precisely on the playground of the normal university, then it indicates they possess information channels we are unaware of, and may even have genuine connections with state power. At that time, resisting may not be wise. He paused. A glimmer of sharp light flashed in his murky eyes. But even if we agree, we must not be at their mercy. How we integrate, how authority is divided, how supplies are allocated, and how personnel are managed. These details must be negotiated. If we cannot reach an agreement, it is better to remain deadlocked than to hand over the fate of the Order Tower entirely to others. Zhou Jinhua nodded. Professor Yin is right. We wait. Let's see 3 days later. If the airdrop lands proving his words are true, then we will contact them and negotiate. The bottom line is to maintain our relatively independent management authority. The distribution of supplies must be fair and technology sharing must be open. If we cannot reach an agreement. His eyes flashed coldly. Then we will talk. The plan seemed to be set. The next day in the afternoon, the sky remained the same leaden gray, wild winds swirling snowflakes, tearing at everything on the ground. At the lookout on the top floor of the engineering building, the observing students, bundled up in every thick garment they could find, still shivering in the cold, mechanically scanned the gray surroundings with their binoculars. Suddenly he froze. In the sky, black dots appeared unlike the dark clouds, and they were multiplying. Soon after, a low rumbling sound of engines drifted in, more muted than the wind and snow. "Airdrop is coming again," he croaked, shouting into the intercom. Almost simultaneously, others in various struggling corners of the university town also noticed the anomaly. In another campus primarily focused on liberal arts, inside the dilapidated main building of the library, the place had long lost its literary aura, replaced only by blood. Three groups occupying separate floors, wary of each other, occasionally erupting into conflicts over a morsel of food, were startled by the panicked reports from their subordinates. They rushed to the broken window, seeing the sky filled with parachutes and hearing the piercing roar of engines, along with several flares detonating in the low sky, emitting dazzling red light. "It's an airdrop. Damn it. Where is it going to land?" A scarred leader wielding an iron rod shouted. "The direction seems to be toward the normal university." "The normal university? Those bookworms." Another group's leader, a girl with a sinister gaze, squinted her eyes. "How could they steal? Who cares whose territory it is? If there are supplies, we must take them." The third leader, a plump man, gasped for breath, his eyes filled with greed for resources. But as they looked outside at the howling wind that could knock people down and the deep snow, and then at their emaciated subordinates with fearful expressions, no one dared to move for a moment. At the medical and agricultural colleges, in the basement of the laboratory building, it was relatively calm. A few elderly professors and senior medical students had gathered, around 70 to 80 people. They relied on some of the reagents and specimens stored in the laboratory, as well as a small backup generator to maintain minimal survival and research. They even attempted to cultivate cold-resistant fungi or search for alternative medicines. Their armed force was weak, consisting only of a few surgical knives and homemade spears. The roar of the airdrop and the light of the signal flares also startled them. An elderly professor with white hair was helped to the ventilation window, looking up at the sky, muttering, "The state is still acting. But why the normal university? Professor, should we send someone to take a look?" A young doctor asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The old professor pondered for a long time, shaking his head. "It's far too dangerous. If we go out, it's a death sentence. Let's wait and see. If it truly is the state making the drop, perhaps there will be follow-up actions." The original sports academy and its surroundings, a gymnasium occupied by bandits. This was one of the darkest corners of the university town. A gang centered around former sports students and social outsiders, absorbing many desperate individuals known as the Snow Wolf. They occupied a relatively sturdy gymnasium with over 300 members, but their internal hierarchy was rigid, the lower ranks akin to slaves. They possessed a few old police guns and more cold weapons looted from nearby police stations and security offices. They survived by violently plundering the remaining resources around and occasionally capturing two-legged sheep. The commotion of the airdrop caused a stir within the gym. The one-eyed gang leader, a burly man with a fierce scar across his face and one blind eye, pushed aside the trembling woman in his arms and walked to the broken glass wall. "Another airdrop. Is there another damn signal flare?" The one-eyed man spat, causing such a ruckus. "Where is it going to land?" "Boss, judging by the direction, it seems to be the small playground of the normal university." "The normal university?" Greed and brutality flashed in his one good eye. "Those students. What gives them the right? Damn it. We missed the last few airdrops. We can't let this one slip. Brothers, grab your weapons. Wait for the wind to die down. Go and snatch those supplies. And also, bring back those tender-skinned students. The males can work and the females." Haha. A chorus of bloodthirsty laughter and screeching erupted from below. But looking at the wind outside that could sweep people away, even this group of desperate individuals hesitated to charge out. Around the art college, an old teaching building covered in graffiti and strange symbols. The atmosphere here was eerie. Survivors gathered around a self-proclaimed prophet and art student who claimed to hear the whispers of ice and snow, forming a closed community. They adhered to a set of extreme environmental and purification doctrines, believing that the cold wave was Earth's purification and survivors were the chosen ones. They needed to obtain redemption through hardship and sacrifice. Their numbers were around 50, and their mental states were mostly unstable. The roar of the airdrop and the bright light of the signal flares shattered their daily prayers and ascetic practices. A gaunt prophet draped in rags walked to the window and looked up at the sky, a twisted smile spreading across his face. "Look, the clamor of the fallen. The dying struggles of the old world. That light is both a warning and a test. We must not be tempted. We must uphold purity." The followers murmured in unison, their eyes filled with fervor and fear, lowering their heads and daring not to look up. At the normal university building 6. The lookout on the rooftop was the first to notice the anomaly in the sky. Wang Tao rushed to report via intercom, "Mo Go. The airdrop is here. It's a day earlier than expected. So many parachutes. Also there are signal flares. The landing point is correcting towards our playground." Li Mo immediately led his team to the rooftop. Amidst the howling winds, dozens of parachutes were slowly drifting towards the central playground of the normal university, with several red signal flares burning in the low sky, strikingly visible even during the day. It seemed as though they were announcing the landing point to the entire university town. The command center is moving quickly. Li Mo squinted, understanding in his heart. This was an intentional show of force, ensuring others knew exactly who the airdrop was for. "Quick, organize the personnel. Prepare to receive the airdrop," he immediately ordered. The inside of Building 6 instantly became a frenzy. The prepared crowd, wearing silver-gray protective gear and pulling sleds, surged towards the central playground like a burst dam. At this moment, on the top floor of the engineering building across the river, Zhou Jinhua, Professor Yin Sunming, and others were fixated on the dense parachutes and glaring signal flares hovering over the playground of the normal university through their binoculars. Their faces turned pale, as if they had been frozen stiff. It really has come. Right on their playground, not a day late. Lu Jian's voice trembled. "The signal flares. This is telling everyone." Sun Wen murmured. Zhou Jinhua lowered the binoculars, the last shred of hope utterly shattered by the undeniable sight before him. The other side not only predicted the airdrop, but also its landing point. Moreover, the scale of the airdrop, along with the accompanying signal flares, displayed a level of support that transcended their understanding. This was not luck, this was strength. It was a mark of being chosen by the state. Professor Yin sighed heavily, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. "Let's negotiate quickly and lower our stance a bit. We don't have many cards left to play." In the howling wind, the engineering building was engulfed in silence. The bright light of the signal flares not only illuminated the playground of the normal university, but also burned like a hot iron, searing into the hearts of all the survivors witnessing this scene in the university town. Especially in the hearts of the members of the Order Tower, a clear and indisputable signal spread throughout the frozen university town, along with the descent of the airdrop and the explosion of the signal flares. The airdrop landed on the second day, with signal flares shining brightly. The people from the Institute of Technology arrived. This time it was not just Sun Ming and a few people testing, rather it was led by Zhou Jinhua and Professor Yin, bringing along about 10 core members, stepping into Building No. 6 with complex expressions once again. The atmosphere in the conference room was even more somber than last time. Inside Building No. 6, Li Mo, Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, Su Kuan, Zhang Ming, and Teacher Qian were all present. Meanwhile, Zhou Jinhua was striving to maintain his composure, while Professor Yin appeared even older and more silent. "Li Mo, student." Zhou Jinhua spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. "We saw the airdrop. The command center indeed supports you." He paused for a moment and began to put forth conditions. "The Order Tower is willing to cooperate with the command center's integration task and join the University City Survivors Coalition. However, we have a few demands." He took out a pre-drafted paper listing their bottom lines. First, the personnel from the Institute of Technology need to retain a relatively independent management team responsible for daily internal affairs coordination, accepting the unified leadership of the coalition but enjoying certain autonomy. Second, resource distribution needs to be calculated according to our original contributions and the importance of positions to ensure fairness. We cannot implement egalitarianism. Third, technology sharing must be reciprocal. Our maintenance technology and some equipment cannot be provided free of charge. Fourth, we need at least 2 seats in the coalition's decision. Fifth, the defense area of the original Order Tower, namely the engineering hall, needs to be retained as one of our branches or outposts within the coalition. In total, there were 7 or 8 points. The core idea was singular: to retain as much autonomy as possible and ensure their own interests and status after the merger. After Zhou Jinhua finished reading, the conference room fell silent. The expressions of those on the side of Building No. 6 were varied. Wang Tao's mouth twitched, and Su Kun's eyes were unkind. Zhang Ming and Teacher Qian frowned slightly, feeling that the other party's demands were too excessive. Li Mo listened quietly with little expression on his face. Once Zhou Jinhua finished speaking, he slowly opened his mouth, his voice calm, yet it felt like icy water dousing the flicker of hope that had just ignited in the other party. "Director Zhou, Professor Yin, everyone." He scanned the crowd from the Institute of Technology. "I think you may have misunderstood. The command center's task is to reduce management units, concentrate resources, and integrate survival." He spoke word by word. "What that means is, for the University City area, we only need 1 brain, 1 warehouse, and 1 set of rules. I am not forming a federation with you, nor an alliance allowing you to retain a country within a country." Zhou Jinhua's expression changed. "Li Mo, student, we came with sincerity. These demands are not excessive. They are to safeguard our personnel's basic rights and motivation. If everything is done in one fell swoop, forcibly assimilating perhaps what?" Liemo interrupted him, his tone still calm, but carrying an undeniable pressure. Perhaps you will not cooperate. Or are you afraid of internal backlash? He leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing through Zhou Jinhua. Director Zhou, please understand the current situation. The airdrop was given to us by the command center. Contact was initiated by the command center, and the tasks were assigned to us by the command center. The hundreds of tons of supplies at Baihui Commercial Plaza are under our control. He paused, his voice growing colder. What leverage do you have to negotiate terms with me now? Is it your 60 or so mouths that need feeding, or those few crossbows that require fuel and parts for maintenance? Or is it your engineering hall that can barely get out during a snowstorm? This statement was made without courtesy, even somewhat harsh. Sun Ming stood up directly, his face turning red. Liemo, don't be too arrogant. He did not finish his sentence as Wang Tao and Su Kuan, standing at Liemo's side, almost moved simultaneously. Wang Tao stepped forward, his hand clamping down on Sun Ming's raised arm like an iron vice and pushing it down. Su Kuan then slapped Sun Ming hard across the face from the other side. Huh! The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the conference room. Sun Ming's head jerked to one side, a clear handprint instantly appearing on his face, leaving him dazed with a ringing, "Sit down. Do you have a say here?" Wang Tao exclaimed in a low voice, increasing his grip. Su Kuan also glared at him fiercely. The others from the Institute of Technology were stunned. They hadn't expected the other party to resort to violence so decisively. Zhou Jinhua's face turned ashen, his fists clenched, and Professor Yan's eyes widened in shock. Liemo waved his hand, and Wang Tao and Su Kuan then released Sun Ming, stepping back half a step, but their eyes remained fixed on him. Sun Ming covered his face, both shocked and furious, yet dared not move again. Did you see that? Liemo's tone remained flat. This is reality. We have no time and no interest to play negotiation games with you or engage in pointless disputes. He looked at Zhou Jinhua, his gaze sharp. What is your goal? Is it to establish a small regime in this apocalypse, enjoying a pitiful vanity of autonomy, or is it to bring your 60 or so brothers and sisters to live well and see the sun tomorrow? He pointed outside. The temperature is still dropping, and the wind and snow will not stop. How many days can the generator in your engineering hall still run? How many days can you eat from those supplies in the warehouse? Will you freeze and starve to death while guarding that paltry autonomy, or will you set aside that pointless facade and join a place that can provide food, warmth, medicine, and safety? His final words carried a nearly ruthless frankness. The choice is yours. If you are willing to join, follow our rules, hand over all supply lists, register all personnel, abandon the original structure, and accept unified allocation and management. We will treat everyone equally, providing food, clothing, and work. Just follow the rules. If you are unwilling. He paused. The door is over there. We will not attack you, but there will be no further exchange of supplies. You can return to the engineering hall and continue your order. Let's see whether you collapse first, or we can't hold on any longer. After saying this, he no longer looked at Zhou Jinhua and the others, picking up the cup of water before him and slowly taking. The conference room was dead silent. Only Sun Ming's suppressed breathing could be heard. Zhou Jinhua's chest rose and fell violently, and the muscles on his face twitched. All his contingency plans and negotiation skills seemed pale and ridiculous in the face of the other party's unabashed strength and blatant resource pressure. Professor Yan closed his eyes and sighed deeply. They truly had no leverage. Force. The earlier slap had already highlighted the disparity. Supplies. The other side controlled the legendary 100-ton warehouse and airdrop resources. Moral justification. They held the communication channel with the command center. They remained deadlocked for several minutes. We will join. Zhou Jinhua nearly squeezed out those two words through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse, filled with endless humiliation and helplessness. Professor Yan also slowly nodded, as if using up all his strength. Liemo put down the cup of water, a wise choice. Taozi Xiao Wu, take people and immediately go with Director Zhou to the Institute of Technology to count and receive all supplies and register all personnel. Kunzi, take a team to assist and maintain order. Yes. The reception work commenced vigorously. Wang Tao and Wu Jichao, accompanied by about 20 competent personnel, returned to the engineering hall with a dejected Zhou Jinhua and others. Su Kuan led another team to handle perimeter security and transportation. In the engineering hall, news had already spread. When they saw the people from Building No. 6 fully armed and well-equipped entering, they began to systematically inventory their meager stock. Primarily consisting of tool parts, a small amount of food, medicine, and a few old devices, they registered each person's name, specialties, and physical condition. Many students from the Institute of Technology displayed bewildered and uneasy, even angry expressions. However, seeing Zhou Jinhua and Professor Yan's silent consent and witnessing the other party's superior numbers and equipment, the spirit of rebellion was quickly suppressed. After the inventory was completed, all supplies were loaded onto sleds. Then came the personnel transfer. Over 60 people lined up, trudging through the biting cold wind toward the normal university across the river. Many people looked back at the engineering hall which they had defended for 2 months with complex expressions. They were settled in the already prepared vacant rooms of Building No. 4 and No. The rooms had been simply clean furnished with clean bedding, and each room was allocated a small heater and electric blanket. Although cramped, it was much better than the cold and empty large classroom in the engineering hall. Next came the first distribution of supplies. According to the new standards from Building No. 6, each person from the Institute of Technology received a set of thick cotton clothing, a personal hygiene kit, and the day's ration. It was not the meager porridge or hard biscuits they had imagined. Instead, it was a steaming hot box of vegetable and meat soup. It was made with dehydrated vegetables and canned meat plus 2 pieces of compressed biscuits. Holding the warm meal box, smelling the long-missed food aroma, and looking at the warm clothing they received, many students from the Institute of Technology were stunned. Some even felt their eyes welling up. Had they ever experienced such treatment in the past 2 months? Every day was strict rationing, cold food, and constant worry about deductions. What shocked them even more was that the logistics personnel distributing supplies from Building No. 6, mainly led by Su Jinwan and her female colleagues, did not have a harsh attitude, but rather exuded warmth. Although busy, they would casually ask if there were any special needs and registered with meticulous care. There was no exploitation or oppression as they had anticipated. After dinner, Wang Tao and Wu Jichao gathered all the newly joined personnel from the Institute of Technology. They held a brief meeting in the hall on the 4th floor announcing the basic rules of Building No. Regular schedule, obedience to assignments, participation in labor, prohibition of private fights, and care for resources. They also clarified rights. Basic living guarantees, points, rewards based on labor, medical assistance, and the possibility of better treatment according to performance in the future. There was no oppression or humiliation, only clear rules and tangible material guarantees. They really are like what Li Mo said, just trying to keep everyone alive. A student from the Institute of Technology whispered to his companion, "Look at this situation. It doesn't seem fake. That soup really has meat. And they truly have electricity and heaters. Look at those clothes, they are thicker than what we had." The initial resistance, humiliation, and unease began to rapidly dissolve in the warm rooms, satisfying food and clear survival guarantees. The instinct to survive overpowered everything. Zhou Jinhua, Professor Yin Sun Ming, and other former core members were assigned different tasks. Zhou Jinhua assisted Zhang Ming in personnel management and rule explanations. Professor Yin and Teacher Qian coordinated and participated in technical work. Sun Ming was assigned to Su Kun's patrol team, starting from the grassroots. Standing by the 4th floor window, Zhou Jinhua observed the orderly hustle and bustle of Building No. 6 below. Watching the people he brought gradually settle down. Some even began to quietly converse with the original members of Building No. 6, feeling a mix of emotions. The order tower he had upheld seemed like a fragile fortress built. Meanwhile, this Building No. 6, led by Li Mo, resembled a tree with deep roots, its branches starting to spread and extend. Perhaps that overly young student in this apocalypse, surviving and seeing the sun tomorrow, is the only real goal. Those obsessions with power seemed so pale in the face of the freezing cold that could crack steel and the bottomless despair. Yet did they really possess those legendary hundreds of tons of supplies? Watching the generous distribution, Zhou Jinhua couldn't help but again ponder this question, along with a vague sense of unreality. The process of integrating the Institute of Science and Technology went more smoothly than expected aside from the initial conflicts during negotiations. The subsequent tasks of reception, placement, and allocation proceeded under the efficient execution of Wang Tao and others. The established processes in Building No. 6 advanced rapidly. The over 60 individuals from the Institute of Science and Technology, after their initial confusion and anxiety, were soon comforted by tangible assurances of survival and clear rules. They quickly integrated into the larger machine of Building No. 6. Professor Yin and Zhou Jinhua, as the core of the former Institute of Science and Technology, were assigned by Li Mo to participate in technical planning and personnel management. That afternoon, Li Mo specifically summoned them along with Wang Tao, Wu Jichao, Zhang Ming, and others to the conference room on the 5th floor, where a gradually filled campus map was spread out before them. Professor Yin, Director Zhou, Li Mo pointed to several areas on the map aside from the normal college and the Institute of Science and Technology. "How much do you know about the surrounding campuses?" he inquired. "I heard you sent people out to make contact." Professor Yin and Zhou Jinhua exchanged a glance. Zhou Jinhua replied, "Yes, we sent people not just once, and the results have been mixed." Professor Yin took over, his tone heavy. "We made contact with the medical college and agricultural college twice. The first time was about a month after the apocalypse began, when we sought to exchange some medicine and seeds. The leaders there were several old professors and senior students whose attitudes were relatively polite but very cautious. Their supplies seemed scarce as well. They exchanged some basic antibiotics and a few small bags of old seeds for some of our tools and parts. The second visit was to discuss technical cooperation. They declined, simply stating that each should take care of themselves. It felt like they wanted to protect themselves, unwilling to get involved, but at least they were not hostile. Zhou Jinhua's expression darkened. The B campus, the humanities side, is completely a quagmire. We sent 3 people to see if we could find some books or materials, or to unite against potential external threats. As a result, only 1 returned, and he came back injured. He said there were at least 3 groups there fighting amongst themselves, and they robbed outsiders without reason. Our people were ambushed by one of the groups, and 2 were killed. He pointed to the area marked D on the map, where the sports college was located, his eyes flashing with concern. As for here, it's the Snow Wolf Gang. We didn't know the name at first, just that a large group was entrenched there, very fierce. A small team of 5 went to scout that direction, hoping to find an abandoned sports equipment warehouse or something similar, but none returned. Later we captured a sporadic survivor who escaped from there, and learned that they call themselves the Snow Wolf Gang, led by a one-eyed man committing murders and robberies without restraint and even cannibalism. The temperature in the conference room seemed to drop a few degrees. Wang Tao and the others looked grave, while Zhang Ming gasped in shock. The E campus, the art college side. Zhou Jinhua shook his head. We observed from afar and felt it was strange. The exterior is painted in a chaotic manner, and it seems someone is singing or chanting inside, but we didn't dare to approach. Liu Mo listened carefully, tapping his fingers lightly on the map. Although the intelligence was fragmented, the power dynamics of the university city were becoming. The medical college and agricultural college are potential allies leaning towards neutrality and friendliness. The B campus is a chaotic quagmire that needs to be cleaned up. The Snow Wolf Gang at the D campus is a malignant tumor that must be eradicated and poses the greatest threat. The situation at the E campus is unclear and needs observation. We can prioritize contact with them. They have high professional value and a relatively mild attitude. Send a team with some gifts, medicines, tools, and we can even spare a few sprouted seedlings from the planting boxes to show our sincerity, inviting them to send representatives to visit or for us to send people over for detailed discussions. Taozi Xiaowu, he looked at the 2. Your mission remains unchanged, assemble the most elite reconnaissance team. Now with the general locations and information provided by Professor Yin, your objectives are clearer. In addition to mapping in detail, focus on investigating the specific strongholds, numbers, and activity patterns of those groups at the B campus, as well as the structure of the Snow Wolf Gang's lair, including defenses and sentry posts. Be cautious, avoid contact unless necessary. Understood. Wang Tao and Wu Zhichao replied solemnly. As for the B campus and D campus, Li Mo's gaze turned cold. We will decide on a plan once reconnaissance intelligence returns. Those we can divide and recruit, we will recruit. Those who are stubborn, we will eliminate. The Snow Wolf Gang must be eradicated. Not long after the meeting ended, the harsh call of the walkie-talkie from the lookout on the roof of Building No. 6 suddenly shattered the brief. Mo Gu, Brother Wang Tao, we have a situation. A large number of unidentified personnel are coming from the direction of the D campus. They are crossing the frozen river. There are many. Can't see clearly, at least 70 or 80. They're all armed. They're coming fast, heading our way. The student's voice from the lookout trembled with tension. Li Mo's expression hardened as he grabbed the walkie-talkie. Continue observing. Confirm the route and types of weapons. Everyone level 1 alert. The piercing alarm rang out throughout the floors of Building No. 6. This was not a drill. As Li Mo hurried towards the weapons storage area, he quickly ordered through the walkie-talkie. Taozi, take the first combat team, equip yourselves with thermal protective suits, compound bows, crossbows, and blast shields, and gather in the lobby on the first floor. Su Kuan, take your people to check the external trap area and prepare for support. Xiao Wu, organize non-combat personnel to enter the designated shelter, and the logistics team prepare for medical assistance. The commands were clear and decisive, and the building instantly entered a state of combat readiness. The people who had experienced the Black Panther incident and ongoing training, although tense, were no longer flustered and rushed towards their posts. Wang Tao's first combat team, consisting of 30 people, was the most elite force in Building No. 6, made up of the original core members and those who had performed outstandingly. They quickly retrieved their gear from the storage. Donning silver-gray thermal protective suits, checking the compound bows and crossbows, filling their quivers, lifting heavy blast shields, and attaching sharp fire axes to their waists. Their movements were swift, silent, and lethal. Su Kuan led his patrol team of about 20, also fully armed, quickly checking the traps they had painstakingly set outside the building. Those deep pits cleverly concealed by snow, the tripwires, and the sharp wooden spike obstacles laid out along key paths. Liu Mo also donned a set of protective gear, picked up a blast shield and a fire axe. He arrived at the lobby on the first floor where Wang Tao's team had already gathered. Everyone's eyes were sharp and their breath steady. Mo Gu, the latest report from the lookout states that the enemy has crossed the river and entered our campus area less than a kilometer in a straight line. They are moving quickly in a disordered formation. Weapons visible include machetes and steel pipes, and it seems several individuals in the middle of their group are holding something like long guns, possibly shotguns. Shotguns. Li Mo's expression turned colder. It seems it must be the Snow Wolf gang. They have quite the appetite coming directly at us. He looked at everyone. Listen carefully. The people coming from outside Professor Yin and the others mention them. They are man-eating beasts. They think we are students' easy prey and that we are here to teach them a lesson. He paused, tapping the edge of his shield against the ground, producing a dull sound. So today let's teach them a good lesson. Let them know that the lessons here come at the price of life. Everyone take your positions according to the preset ambush. Archers occupy the windows on the second and third floors and follow my command to fire simultaneously. Shield and axe bearers stand by inside the first floor entrance and in the side rooms waiting for them to crash in or for us to burst out. Kunzi, your people wait for the first wave of arrows to pass, then sneak out from the side, using crossbow bolts and traps to harass and divide them. Remember, we are the defenders waiting for the enemy to tire. They've run this far braving the snow and wind. Their stamina must be depleted. We are better equipped than they are, more familiar with the terrain and have traps in place. The advantage is ours. Do not hold back. There is no need for mercy against beasts. Yes. A low resonant murmur echoed through the entrance hall. The formation swiftly dispersed. Archers slipped silently upstairs to their pre-assigned firing positions, pushing open concealed shooting apertures. The frigid air rushed in and bowstrings were drawn taut against arrow shafts. Shield axe warriors melted into the shadows behind the ground floor entrance and into adjacent rooms. Shields rose like iron walls, axe blades gleamed coldly in the dim light. Su Kuan led his squad out through a hidden rear exit, sliding soundlessly into the snow beyond the building. Using the structure and deep snow for cover, they advanced toward their pre-arranged flanking ambush positions. Li Mo and Wang Tao remained in the entrance hall, observing the wind-lashed, snow-choked path outside through narrow surveillance slits, gaze impassive, eyes unblinking. From afar, the clamor of voices, curses, shouts, and the chaotic crunch of boots trampling snow began to drift faintly on the gale. A dense, ragged host surged forward, men clad in mismatched, grimy garments, brandishing crude weapons, like a pack of starved wolves radiating greed and savage fury. They bore down rapidly upon the fortress, standing silent and stark amid the blizzard. The one-eyed bandit and his Snow Wolf gang's raiding party had arrived, contemptuous of their student lambs, ravenous for supplies and women, unaware that they were hurtling headlong into a lethal iron net. The cacophony of guttural roars and stampeding footsteps drew near, rolling across the snowfield like muffled thunder. The one-eyed bandits' raiding force, nearly 100 strong, charged forward like unleashed hyenas, eyes blazing with avarice and cruelty, straight for Building 6. Most wore thick, filthy padded coats and wielded cleavers, iron clubs, and crudely fashioned spears. Several seasoned thugs in the center clutched aging police-issue firearms. The first score of foot soldiers, eager for glory, paid no heed to the freshly fallen snow blanketing the ground beneath their feet. Thud. Oh. Crack. My leg. A chorus of piercing screams erupted instantly. 7 or 8 vanguards plummeted headfirst into camouflaged snow pits, feet vanishing beneath the surface. Sharpened wooden stakes at the pit's bottom pierced through coarse cotton trousers, impaling thighs and abdomens without mercy. Blood gushed forth, staining the white expanse crimson. Others were violently yanked off balance by hidden tripwires, crashing down dazed and disoriented. Then came the stampede, trampled under the frantic feet of those behind them. In an instant the charge shattered, the front line collapsed in chaos. Bodies tangled, cries echoing across the field. Those behind froze in horror, watching comrades writhe in pools of blood. The icy wind carried the metallic tang of gore, jolting their fevered minds back to chilling. Damn it! Traps! A minor chieftain bellowed, enraged. Don't stop. Circle around. Charge through. They're barely a handful. Damn it! Traps! A minor chieftain bellowed, enraged. Don't stop. Circle around. Charge through. They're barely a handful. At the rear, the one-eyed bandit watched too, his single eye blazing with ferocity as he brandished a heavy mountain-splitting cleaver, roaring, "What's there to fear? What's there to fear? Fire! Charge forward! Any man who retreats, I'll slit him first. Break inside. Grain and women are yours for the taking." Under his long-standing authority and brutal threats, the foot soldiers gritted their teeth, skirting the trap zones or stepping over fallen comrades, and pressed onward. Yet morale had visibly crumbled. Their formation grew ragged, suspicion and dread hardened on every